Oh, and we're going to fight right off the top here. Here goes Manson. He's going to tee it up. Manson with the right. Right is also thrown by Tyler Clevin. Big boy with the UND. Right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Right by Manson. Oh, and down goes Clevin. Ding, ding, ding. That's the bell. A round one knockout for Josh Manson. Mess with the Bulls, son. You're going to get the horns.
Since he came over in 2021. How important is he?
Manson threads the needle. Right on cue, Josh Manson is 1 point away from a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period. 9:49 to go in period one. Josh Manson.
Finish him. Fatality. Finish him. Fatality.
You can even play that for Sammy G later in the game, too. Sammy G even got into one. Tiniest guy on the ice, and he throws a nice little cross that gets the dude on the ice. That is a result of scoring 8 goals in 2 periods. That's why stuff like that happens. Now, the Avs, they bounce back in a pretty huge way with 8 goals in 2 periods. That's all they needed. I do have a question surrounding how that game went. I don't know if this is one of those, hey, the Avs benefited from this, so shut up things, but I'm going to say it anyway because I think it's the truth. The entire feel of that game flipped once it was 3-2. Bednar calls for the challenge on the second goal that the Senators had to push it to 1. And it gets overturned due to offsides. Here is the way that I feel about this. And I've said this throughout the years, and I know that people have differing opinions on this. I'm just telling you.
I don't know if that was a question.
There's got to be some sort of time limit on what offside is. There's got to be. Again, the entire feel of the game switches the second that they call that goal back because it was like 2 minutes prior. There was an offside, and once they entered the zone. It feels just cheap to me. Like, there's no advantage of the guy being offside the second that you get the puck in the zone and you're there for, like, let's say a minute and a half. If you score a minute and a half later, it's got to be like, all right, well, fine. Does that make sense? Does anybody know what I'm talking about here? You can't sit there. If you have the puck in the zone for 2 minutes and the other team can't clear it, you can't go back to the well of, all right, well, when they first got in, and it was very clear the guy was offside. I mean, I understand it. I almost feel like you have to throw that out there before you even see the result. The entire game changed. And look, it changed to the benefit and the positive aspect of what the Avs did afterwards, which is kick the snot out of them. But it's kind of, they get that goal challenged. It's no goal. And what? That was 6 minutes into the period. By the time you got to about the 12-minute mark of the period, the game was over because you scored 2 goals in 17 seconds. Now it's 5-1. See you later, game. It's funny. The Avs are capable of, and they've been like this for years, putting goals on people in a hurry. It was a hell of a game from Josh Manson. He gets the Gordie Howe hat trick. He damn near had 2 of them. All he had to do was get into another fight. And I thought, I don't know, you guys had to be on the same page as me, that Josh Manson was going to be hunting for another one. I don't know how many people have had 2 Gordie Howe hat tricks in the same game, but he was right there on the cusp of doing it. Power play woke up in this game, which was nice. They were 2 of 6 on the power play. Now, you still give up a shorthanded goal in the middle of that we'll get to in just a second. This is what I expected here. Couple of texts coming through. While I agree, Brett, talking about the offside, I feel obligated to say shut up. Yes. Another texter, I feel the same way, Brett, but this actually worked in the Avalanche detriment on multiple occasions more than it has ever helped them. Apparently, it's just part of the game now. I get it. I don't know how you would go about changing this. It just feels cheap. Hey, I know we couldn't get the puck out of the zone for 2 minutes, but let's go back to the very, very beginning where it doesn't even matter what happened anymore and see if we can call the goal back because of that. I don't like it because I know the Avs are on the good side of this time. It's going to burn them, and it has burned them before. Texture says it should be like a continuation on a shooting foul in basketball. Yeah, you kind of use judgment. Did it have any bearing on why the team scored? If the answer is no, then the goal stands. It's the same thing as what game was it? The Avs just had this. Well, they had one of, what was the call again? Val's actions forced something, whatever game that was. The actions of the Avalanche player.
Sorry, I'm in your way.
Yeah, that. Obviously the offsides with Landeskog as he's trying to get off the ice and he's got 1 little inch of a blade on there as he's walking towards the bench. That's also ridiculous.
I feel like sometimes with these hockey plays, it should be like football. If there's a penalty that's committed and then the next play happens, you missed your chance. When there's a ball that was clearly out of bounds or something, and then the other team knows it, and so they're rushing. They're like, we got to snap the ball. We got to snap the ball. And then once that play goes, you can't go back a play and say, "Oh, sorry, the runner was actually down 2 plays ago."
Or if it's 2nd and 4 and there's a 5-yard run to the right side and the receiver on the very left side of the screen has a hold, it's all right, it didn't affect the play. Let's just let that go.
Right. Or even I feel like that with too many men when the receiver is clear or the player's clearly running off and they're like a fingernail away from being out of bounds. They're like, oh, nope, that's too many men on the field. Come on, dude.
Well,
he's hauling ass out of bounds.
It's the neighborhood rule. Close enough. There you go. So I don't know. Whatever. I mean, it benefited the Avs, and the Avs shortly after that used that opportunity to just take him to the woodshed, and they did the old Michael Irvin, ripped the belt off and just started smacking people with it. This guy, when they get on a roll, look the hell out. They're going to do some damage. But Josh Manson had an amazingly good game. There was, again, the power play was better. I don't know why this has become such an issue of power play gives up shorthanded goal, and you just can't seem to, even when your power play works, you're almost a net zero because of what you've given up as well. Now, I want to get to the college football game in just a few minutes. I loved every second of that game last night. It's exactly what I wanted, and I think Miami winning has some pretty big implications for the way that we should start thinking about college football, so we'll get there in a few minutes. It is a Bud Light Football Friday, so a whole bunch to discuss, especially with the NFL playoff games happening this weekend and the second playoff game between Oregon and Indiana tonight. The Avs are just, I know that they lost 2 games in regulation consecutively, but you just felt like one of these was coming. We lost 2 in a row. Let's go ahead and just take somebody to the woodshed. Texture says, I think you're totally wrong on the offside call. There was a scramble in front of our net, and then we took it down to their zone. Instantly came back, and it was on the zone entry that they scored. The offside happened seconds before the goal. It felt long to me. Again, to me, it's like, did it give you an advantage? You know, look, I'm not a huge soccer guy. Don't watch too much of it. But is the rule like if it's offside, do they have unlimited amount of time to go back and check the VAR or whatever? Like, Nelly, do you watch soccer or no?
I dabble once every 4 years, like every other self-respecting American.
Yes, the World Cup. I don't know what the rule is though with the VAR. If they don't call offside immediately, and those guys are just kind of passing the ball around for 3 minutes, can you go back and check the initial entry after a goal is scored? Or is there some sort of time limit? I don't know. Like I said, it just feels cheap. That's all. 303-504-0925. So I do want to get to this football game last night. Unbelievable. I know a lot of people are looking at that last play of the game, and they're wanting a pass interference. And was it a pass interference? Yes. If you call it there, you're opening the door to some stuff that I think you don't want. There is just kind of an understanding. Now, this wasn't so much a Hail Mary. I mean, it kind of was. Can you have a Hail Mary from like the 35-yard line? Is that something that qualifies, or does it have to be like the 50 or longer? I think that it very obviously was pass interference. I don't think anybody's ever going to call that, and I think I'm okay with it. Unless it's something that's totally egregious. We've just all kind of accepted in football that you got a heave at the end of the game, there's going to be a million penalties, and you're just going to kind of let it go. It becomes prison ball, okay? A game of 500. However you can get to it, you get to it. Now, if you pick up somebody and body slam them, then yeah, it's got to be a call. But is what we really want that to be a 15-yarder, that takes it to the 20-yard line, and to keep doing that over and over again? I'm asking. I'm not even saying I'm correct on this. It's just an opinion. But it's just weird for me to say out loud, do I think that was pass interference? Yes. And I kind of like that it wasn't called. First of all, that's going to be a really difficult catch at the very back pylon. I don't even know if he could get 2 feet in if he got his hands on it. I mean, there was a chance. But what a fun game that was. And again, I want to break down what this means for college football overall, because when you get a 10 seed in Miami, that, remember, they were not so much them, but they were tied into the biggest subject of sort of an argument for who should get in and who shouldn't, and how they got in was weird. They're behind Notre Dame every single week leading up to this until they magically jumped them when both teams were idle the last week of the year. That doesn't make sense. So you're like, all right, well, Miami gets in as a 10 seed. Who cares? A 10 seed's not going to win this thing. And now they find themselves in the national title game. So a lot I want to break down with that. 303-504-0925, broadcasting from the Backus and Shanker studios. Their passion is justice. This is a Bud Light Football Friday. And remember, Altitude Sports Radio is your home for all of these NFL playoff games coming up this weekend. All 6 over the weekend, and every game leading up to the Super Bowl in the Bay. Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
Thank you, man, with the magical voice. Late game heroics by both Carson Beck and, I would say, Trinidad Chambliss. But what did that win do to change maybe perspective in college football? We'll get to it next. What a game yesterday. Everything you wanted to get out of a playoff game, you got between Ole Miss and Miami. Had the feeling, and I think most people are heading into that game thinking to themselves, this should be pretty good. Ole Miss is riding this. We don't have our coach. Let's all rally around each other and try and get to the national title game. Miami could sort of pull the card of nobody believes in us. And both of them, I mean, it goes down. Even when Miami scores with 18 seconds left to go up 4, you're like, all right, that's it. The game's over. And 2 plays later, Ole Miss is at the 35-yard line with 5 seconds left and a chance to steal the game back. So we were just talking about the non-PI call a second ago. Let me shelf that for a second, because I want to talk about the bigger implications of what yesterday meant. For college football has an arrogance, not a problem, but certainly an arrogance discussion when it comes to the Big Ten and the SEC. They're head and shoulders above every other conference, and nobody else is close, and blah, 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 blah. And then you get an ACC team that didn't even make the conference title game of their own conference, one that is seen as at best third and at worst fourth as far as the conferences go. They sneak in as a 10 seed and go back and look at the teams they've beaten on the path to getting to the national title game. How many people had them beating A&M, Ohio State, and Ole Miss on the way to getting to that title game? You had a Texas A&M team that was 11-1, 7-1 in the SEC, that gets beat 10-3 in the first round of the playoff. An Ohio State team whose only loss came to Indiana in the Big Ten championship game. They get waxed by Miami 24-14. And then Ole Miss, the last SEC team standing, gets beaten 31-27. So what does that mean? I know what it's going to mean for everybody who's in charge of college football. They're going to say, weird year. And what I would tell you is, I think it means that this transfer portal has evened up the playing field. And I've said this before, the way that we have thought about college football for years and the way that is kind of like business has always been done, it's changed. And we can't just base things off of the SEC is the best conference in the league every single year, because it's really hard to judge that when you don't have a lot of interconference matchups. And when you do get those, they have to matter. Miami beats Texas A&M and Ole Miss on the way to the title game. Bama, early in the season, loses to Florida State. And whenever something like that happens, it's always shrugged off as like, that was weird. And nobody ever considers like, maybe I should think about these things differently. I don't think anybody would have had a huge issue with Miami not making it at all. And yet here they are, find themselves in the national title game. Now, I have my own issues with a team like Miami having this opportunity. Because I need to have some sort of parameters that are set in the way that we go about deciding who gets invited to this tournament. I don't like that it's all about what, I forget the number, 12 people in a room or however many people are on that committee. All these guys in a room that all have their own inherent biases to their conferences or schools or whatever, all just kind of willy-nilly smoking cigars and being like, yeah, I think if Miami if they played against LSU, Miami would be the win. I don't care what some old dudes think in a room while they are just kicking around the idea of hypotheticals. I would like to have a set number of parameters that you can judge teams off of. And mine would be you have to at least get to your conference title game. Like, I think out of 12 teams in the playoff field, you can have two sort of at-large bids where you can pick anybody in the country, and that can be those guys' discussion of like, well, this team certainly deserves to be in because of X, Y, and Z. But in my world, Miami wouldn't have been allowed to even play in the playoff because they didn't make their conference title game. And I think that that's a pretty easy way to judge who some of the best teams in the country are. Or at least most deserving. And I use that word very deliberately. Deserving is what matters. Like, I have no beef with an 8-9 football team in the Carolina Panthers making the playoffs in the NFL because the parameters have been set that if you win your division, you're in. And I think if you want to have things like divisions and conferences, how you finish within that needs to matter. Or else what's the point? Why not just have everybody be their own thing, schedule their own teams and everything else, and then you judge it off that at the end? In my world, Duke's in this with a 7-5 record. Why? They won the important ones. What do you want me to say? And so Miami doing this, like, it's twofold. I kind of don't like the way that they got in, but also, now that they are in, I think it kind of proves that some things might have shifted in the realm of college football. First of all, the fact that the fact that Ole Miss was the last SEC team standing really sort of messed with your way of thinking, especially with the perception of what the SEC is, which is a conference that is dominated by all these teams being good, but it's led by Bama and Georgia and blah, blah, blah. We all know the teams. I mean, Ole Miss has had a really, really good year. But for them to be the last one standing out of all the teams that we just mentioned before, don't know if people had that on their bingo card.
And Brett, I can't remember which site it was, but someone dug up either ESPN or CBS or one of these preseason college football expert polls.
Yeah.
And they had 30 of their so-called experts pick. Only one of them still can technically be right because Taylor Lewan said he thinks the Ducks will win the national championship. Everybody else is wrong. They picked Penn State, Georgia, Michigan, Ohio State, just all the Alabama, bunch of Bamas. And the point is, all these preseason polls it's just smoke screens based on pedigree. That's all it is. And so I think that, like you said at the beginning of this segment, the portal has leveled the playing field. And now it's not just a Bama, Clemson, Georgia shoo-in anymore. You can get your Indianas because they win. Google them.
Yeah. The preseason polls and like early polling is some of the dumbest stuff you can do. I mean, the fact that they start doing that before the season even starts, before you know anything about them, and we use that as actual judgment. I know that like the AP top 25, people say it doesn't even matter. It does matter. Because when you are choosing who gets the opportunity at the ultimate dance by what people think, people's minds are susceptible to bias. Bias happens when something is repeated over and over again. Look at politics. This is how it works. I mean, the reason why the SEC has been crowned this way, and it's so funny to me because everybody points at, well, look at how many national titles that they have. And I go, well, who keeps putting them in there for the shot? Again, things have flipped. The transfer portal has leveled the playing field in a way that I don't think any of us thought it could happen this quickly. The reason why Indiana is a powerhouse in college football right now is not because they built this thing over the course of 6 or 7 years. It's because they went out in the portal and grabbed a whole bunch of talented players, including their Heisman-winning quarterback. Isn't that also funny, by the way? How many of these teams have that? Look at all the teams that were in the college football playoff and tell me how many were transfer portal QBs for each of them.
Who has one of those?
Everyone. So I think that it's twofold for me. Just the way that I think the committee should handle going about choosing teams that are deserving of the opportunity to play for a national title and to get into this tournament. On my principle, I don't think Miami should be there. At the same time, Miami's run towards this national title has to at least challenge the perceptions that college football have. Has to. But here's the dirty little secret. It won't. Let me tell you something. Carson Beck is going to leave after this year at Miami regardless of what happens in the national title game, because I think he's been in college for 15 years. And the second that happens, people will look at Miami, and I'm sure all of these experts that you'll see before the season will be very skeptical if they can hold this over year to year because they don't have the same quarterback. And that same thing's going to happen with Alabama, and that same thing's going to happen with Georgia and all these other teams, and they aren't going to care because it's about the logo. And I don't know how long it's going to take for that to shift. Part of me thinks the SEC has done... the SEC is like Kleenex.
Because they blow?
No. The term tissue is what the product is. And not every tissue that you use is a Kleenex. But when you ask for something to blow your nose, do you say, can I have that tissue? Or do you say, can I have the Kleenex? Regardless of the brand that you're actually grabbing. The SEC has somehow found themselves in this, no matter what happens, people will just default to the SEC as the best conference no matter what.
Got it. So the SEC is like Frisbee.
Yes.
Or Xerox.
Yes, whatever. Like, they've done such an outstanding job of branding themselves. And here's the issue, the main problem with that. Nelly, all of these so-called experts in college football that know the game so well and are in charge of choosing who's in the playoff and who's not, and I'm the ultimate judge of who the best teams are. You know what terrifies them? Saying that an SEC team isn't good enough because you'd be going against the grain. You'd have to explain yourself. You know what's easier to say, Nelly? Hey, Bama got worked in the SEC championship game. Why are they still in the playoff? Well, we just thought the body of work throughout the regular season was good enough. That's the easy thing. Leaving Bama out would have been hard to explain because of the brand that's been built in that conference. Because somebody would immediately ask them, oh, yeah, well, if choose team that got left out, BYU was in the SEC, they wouldn't even win 5 games. Based off no evidence, by the way. It's just, that's something that people just say, and we just accept it. Oh, yeah, well, if Bama played in the ACC, they would go undefeated.
Brett, quick question.
But hang on. If Bama played in the ACC, they'd be undefeated every year. Yeah, you're right. Like that game the first week of the season against Florida State. But people would say that Bama would go undefeated in the ACC, and nobody would even think twice about it. Again, the good thing about Miami winning is I hope for some of those idiots, it challenges their perceptions a little bit. That's all. It forces you to have maybe an original thought that you came up with that wasn't just groupthink. Sorry, Nelly, go ahead. What were you going to say?
I was just going to ask you, who has more hypothetical wins, the SEC or Justin Herbert with a good team around him? Who's the better hypothetical win champion?
Yeah. I mean, they're similar. All I'm saying is having a thought that's outside the box in college football, especially about a certain conference, people will chastise you and make you feel like you're the moron. And it's like, can I not ask a question? And again, I think the easiest way to fix this is to go to some sort of model where there are set parameters for most of the teams that get in this thing. Because then there's no excuses. Well, you know how hard it is to make the conference championship game in the SEC? Play better. What do you want me to say? Like, how about this? If you can't finish top 2 in your own conference, what claim do you have as the best team in football? Know what I mean? If you can't do that. Anyway, so that part of what Miami did yesterday, I loved. Now, for the game tonight, Oregon and Indiana. I'm rooting for Indiana badly. I'm kind of over Dan Lanning. Although, Nelly, you've said it before. He drops some bars in these press conferences every once in a while. He's got some good lines that he throws out there. I'm kind of sick of him. And I'm not quite sick of Kurt Signetti yet. But I'll get there. You trust me. What date did I put on it, Nelly? Did I say next November? I guarantee I'm going to be sick of Kurt Signetti.
Yeah, I think it was about late October, early November.
I feel it. I know myself well enough to where I like him now. I will not in a minute. And it's going to flip in a hurry. It's happened with so many people across sports, and I know when they're coming. I felt it with Anthony Edwards. I liked him initially. And I'm like, I'm gonna hate this guy eventually, but for now I like him. It happened with Steph Curry. It happened with a lot of different people. Texter says the SEC complaint about how hard their conference is, but they're the ones who stack all those teams because they want the money. I don't even think that. Like, you want to know what I think is amazing BS? They claim how hard their conference is, and they schedule a patty cake game at the most difficult point in the schedule in week 10. That's when guys are hurt. That's when you're tired. That's when you've been grinding an entire year. It'd be like this. In the NFL, you get to week 15 of the season after you have just been through the ringer. Dealing with injuries, you're weeks away from your bye week. You got a couple of weeks before the playoffs start. And then they say this, all right, week 15, everybody in the NFL gets to play a team from the CFL. Like, what? This is when it's supposed to be hard. And the SEC gives everybody in their conference a gift that week. Tell me about hard schedule, please. Oh, yeah, well, if Bama was in the ACC, they'd be undefeated every year, except for the time that they lost the very first week of this year to Florida State. Yeah, except for that. 303-504-0925. Still a lot to get to. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. I do want to talk about the games coming up this weekend, the implications of who wins and loses and how that affects the Broncos in the NFL. We'll get to it next. Turn this up a little bit. Let me hear
Finish him.
it. You like that?
Fatality.
Hey, the Mortal Kombat voice works with this.
Finish him. Fatality.
You what? You what? That's a setup.
Finish him. Fatality. Finish him. Fatality. Finish him. Fatality. Finish him. Finish him.
I never get to push the buttons. I like pushing the buttons.
I'm going to say DJ Brady on the ones and twos there.
I felt like that was pretty good. I like it. All people on Twitch and YouTube heard was me just loud breathing because I was bouncing so hard in this chair.
You just did your best. Moser, lay it down.
Lick your fingers first.
Yeah. Oh.
All right. So that was fun. I'm out of breath. Too much bouncing.
God, you look like you need a smoke now. Need a cigarette after that.
I you know what? I never understood the DJ thing. I get it now. That's a good time. All right, so the NFL games this weekend. Full wild card schedule. So tomorrow at 2 o'clock, we'll have Rams and Panthers. 6 o'clock, Packers, Bears. Sunday, 10:30, Bills, Jags. 2:15, Niners, Eagles. 6 o'clock, Chargers, Patriots. And then the Monday night game, Texans, Chargers. All of that right here, Altitude Sports Radio. So here's the situation. Yesterday during the playoff game, Jackson Dart, who was an Ole Miss alum, there was a camera shot on the sideline. And he was asked by an Ole Miss coach, who's going to be the next coach? And the camera caught him saying Harbaugh or Stefanski. So take that information for what you will. We discussed this yesterday, the idea that what's the best available job right now in the NFL with 8 different openings at the moment. And I think the Giants have a good case for them being in the best situation for now. Now it depends what a guy like John Harbaugh thinks of Joe Shane. Which I wonder if, I would imagine, if John Harbaugh says, hey, I'll come coach the Giants, but you need to get rid of him, I think they'd do it. I'm actually surprised they kept him in the first place. Remember, Joe Shane's the guy, if you go back to the Hard Knocks era, that the Giants were on. He had the scene that was twofold. I forget which quarterback it was. Was it Jaden Daniels? Where his son was in his office and he goes, Dad, just take a quarterback in the draft. You don't want to miss on this. I think it was Jaden Daniels. But also, they had the scene of the owner, Mara, coming in, saying, where are we at with Saquon? It would make me sick to my stomach if we lost him to the Eagles, and then they lost him to the Eagles. The games this weekend, though, like, I know that the NFC stuff has no sort of bearing on what's going to happen with the Broncos. I do think there is some insanely good matchups, though. I know the reason why Rams and Panthers are the first one off the board because that's the game that feels like it's most likely to get out of hand. Packers-Bears in-division rivalry, that's kicking things off 6 o'clock tomorrow. I do think the Packers win that game despite, some guys being hurt. The Bears just feel like they snuck their way through a few games and their defense is not good enough and their offense is too consistent to continue to win. But it's a really good matchup, followed by, on Sunday, the Niners-Eagles game, I think, is going to be just magic. Which one of these defenses can hold serve longer? So the NFC's got a whole bunch of matchups, but I think the early game on Sunday which is Bills and Jags, is going to give you a nice little precursor to what you feel like your matchups are going to be. And really what this is, if you don't want to play the Bills, then the Jags are like your number one with a bullet kind of who to root for this weekend. And it's weird to say that because Jacksonville is a team that whipped your butt just a few weeks ago at home. But if you were to face Jacksonville, you would not face them until potentially the AFC title game. So it's a matter of which one of these teams do you want eliminated first. And I do think the Broncos are kind of in a position to where you want to play the matchup game. Now, everybody's got a different thought to this. Jeff Legwold yesterday, he told us that he thinks the best matchup that they have is the Chargers because they're beat up on the offensive line and familiarity between the opponent and blah, blah, blah. I don't tend to agree with that. I think there's something to Jim Harbaugh just having the number of Sean Payton. And when it comes to the postseason, coaching really, really matters. And you were fortunate to have a really good coach on your sideline, but I think Jim Harbaugh is one of the best. There is, can you dial things up enough against them to get through it? But I don't know if there's a good matchup you can have in the first round. We said this, that the ideal scenario is that you get matched up with Pittsburgh in that AFC divisional round game. But here's what needs to happen. First of all, Pittsburgh needs to win, which is tough. There is, with the matchup that they have going up against Houston, it's a very, very hard thing for me to imagine that team is going to be consistent enough over the course of 4 quarters to be able to deal with that level of a defense. But let's say that they do. Then you would also need the Patriots to beat the Chargers and the Jags to beat the Bills. And I just don't see a clean, the wild card teams in the AFC getting cleanly swept over the course of this first round. So you are dealing with like which one of the Houston, LA, and Buffalo matchups would you prefer the most? And at this point, I almost don't even know if it matters. It should be purely about, can you play your style of football? Because if you do, then teams have to adjust to you. And can that happen? Play good defense, establish a rushing game, make a couple of throws. That's your recipe for winning. It's been that way all year. Oh, and by the way, close games out. But the whole slate going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio over the weekend. It's your home for the NFL playoffs. All 6 games and every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay, the NFL on Westwood 1, lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Can watch the show live on Twitch. Twitch.tv, search Altitude SR in the search bar. The Altitude TV simulcast, that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Order online, Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or in the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Can also watch on YouTube. Like and subscribe. And don't miss anything from Denver's #1 sports station, Altitude Sports Radio. 92.5, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane starts next.
big hit took place on the near side. Ivan. And now Manson's going to go toe-to-toe. Here we go. Going toe-to-toe with Clement at the red line. Right by Clement, right by Manson. Manson trying to get that right arm free. Uppercut Manson. Right by Manson. That just missed. Manson brings it right. Oh, he got him on the base. Down goes Clement. Oh, Josh Manson. Absolutely worked the big fella. 6'5" and 225 goes down. And right now you've got Stutzler and Gerard. They want to go. Here we go. Center ice. Sammy G and Tim Stutzler. What are the odds of this happening in real life? Couple of lefts and a couple of rights. Gerard's got to hold on. Stutzler has the reach advantage. There's a couple of jabs by Stutzler. Right by Gerard. There's a right by Gerard. He got him. Sammy G got Stutzler. Oh boy.
Finish him. Fatality. Finish him. Fatality.
I don't know if the Mortal Kombat music is more fitting for the two fights that we had during that game or just having 8 goals for 2 periods. But the Avs bounced back after back-to-back regulation losses for the first time since last season. They take the Senators to the woodshed in multiple different ways. With scoreboard and then also with fists.
What are the odds of this happening in real life?
Who had Sammy G throwing a right cross right across the chin of another guy and coming out on top in a fight? Smallest guy on the ice.
You could have picked any other 2 guys maybe in the entire game to go toe-to-toe, and that would have been something different. I couldn't believe it, man. I was pretty excited. That had everything last night.
Yep.
These 2 teams meet, I think it's January 28th in Ottawa. And that should be fun. That should be real fun.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens. But just a fun night last night. Again, the Sens almost made it 3-2. It was an offside play. The Avs challenged. And then before you know it, it's not 3-2. It's 5-1, and that's it. And then you stack on 3 more goals and up and away.
I want to get to the college football game last night because that was incredible. We'll do that in about 10 minutes. Sticking with the Avs part of things. There's a lot to take away from this game, but can I ask you a dumb question, Moj?
Please, you always do.
The game flipped the second the goal was overturned. 3-2 hockey game felt like maybe it could slip away from you a little bit.
A little bit. I mean, I wasn't too concerned. Even if it's 3-2, I'm like, okay, no big deal.
They could jump back, but all
Sure.
I'm saying is it becomes now a game in which you have to be on your P's and Q's. The goal gets overturned. A few minutes later, you put in 2 goals in 17 seconds, and the game's over. Here's my question. I don't know how much time elapsed after they entered the zone, and I know that the Avs are the beneficiaries last night, and they've been on the wrong side of this before. Part of me feels like there's got to be, again, I don't know how long it was. There's got to be a certain amount of time in which if you have the puck in the zone, the offsides doesn't matter. That's how I feel about it. If your guy is offsides and that leads directly to a goal, I get it. But if you got the puck in the zone for a minute and a half after somebody barely enters offsides, it's like, is that really something that you could go back? You should be able to go back and challenge?
I say yes, Brett. I see your point. And believe me, I'm the one who, when it comes to minutia type of penalties or minutia type of calls, minutia type of
because he was clearly
rules,
offside.
Yeah, he was clearly offside. But I think what you have to do is go back and say, look, you've got to be able to clear your brain. Wipe your brain out. Can you wipe your brain out?
I'm bad at that.
Nelly, are you a dweller like at night? Do you dwell on things? I saw you on the couch last night with the dog.
Yeah, man. I'll sit there. I will stew. I will ruminate.
What you have to be able to do is erase your brain. Everything that happened from that point on does not exist in life, in the universe. It doesn't exist. Never happened. So all of that, because that was missed on the way in. And by the way, dude was offside.
Yes, he was clearly offside.
Yeah, big time. I mean, seriously, it was probably about 2.5, 3 feet offside. Everything from that point on does not exist, never existed. You can't even look at it. I don't care what happened. If a guy broke his leg, once you overturn it, his leg heals. All that stuff, you go back in time.
And somebody on Twitch says, false, Brett, offside doesn't expire. I understand that. I'm just saying, if the Avs score a goal.
I'm just saying, it's my preference to have it count. I'm just saying.
Do you remember when the Avs
Nope, I don't.
had a goal?
No, I have absolutely
called back?
No clue. Nope.
Because Val forced whatever on the guy?
Well, that was the wrong call. This was the right call.
Okay.
That was just a
How
wrong
about this?
call.
How about when the Avs had a goal?
Sorry, I'm in your way.
The most Canadian coaches ever sounded on the show. How about when the Avs had a goal called back because somebody was getting off the ice to the bench and had an inch of a blade on there, and that was technically too many men? Like, how about that? That's the minutia calls I'm talking about. Where I'm like, does that affect the play or not?
Yeah, but you're right. You're right about that.
It's like calling a hold on a receiver on the opposite side of the field, like a run to the right, guys on the left sideline, and it's a hold. You're like, it didn't affect the play. Let it go.
First of all,
again, I'm happy the Avs got it because it turned into them waxing them.
See, this. Let's get down to the crux of the situation.
I don't want that called against the Avs, though. I want to be consistent.
God, you're already annoying me this morning. Straw poll, Nelly, straw poll.
I got it.
Straw poll. Oh, yeah.
This is a simple yes or no. 303-504-0925. It's snowing outside. Pretty sketchy.
Barely.
Pretty sketch on the roads, bro, depending on where you're at. 303-504-0925. You need to worry about that, people. But at the same time, you need to answer this question. Is Brett already annoying? Is he already bugging the hell out of you at 7:07 in the morning? Because you're bugging me. I happen to think the Avs won last night, but I can't tell by your reaction because you're sitting here bitching and moaning.
Go ahead.
It didn't affect
Go ahead.
the play.
No. We'll get to the good stuff from the game. I just wanted to throw it out there and say, do you agree or not?
Well, you're
does it feel cheap?
Because
if that happens,
driving me crazy.
I'm going to tell you right now, Moj, if that happens against the Avs later this year, I'm going to be like, that's stupid. So I'm just, for consistency's sake, that's what I'm doing.
I'm just telling you the way it works is you can't, because that play was missed. Everything after that play does not happen in life.
I understand.
It doesn't exist anymore.
Yes, I get that. Now,
okay, so let's say I can be deep inside the zone, behind the goal line for crying out loud, and they fire the puck in and I'm offside. But as long as I control the puck and I dance around the zone for a minute and a half, according to Brett Kane, offside is waved off.
No.
Well, then eat it.
Okay, to the good stuff from the game last night. Here's what's funny, Moj.
What?
Power play scored 2 goals. That's great. They also gave one up again.
Yeah.
What the hell do I do with that?
I don't know what to do with that.
Hey, good, we scored 2, but we gave up one while we were on the power
yeah,
play.
You know what? You want me to break down that shorthanded goal?
Please.
It shouldn't have been given up. But what it is, it's you've got a huge lead.
Yeah.
And everybody's lollygagging back to their own zone. Boop-a-doop-a-doo. And by the way, Brady Tkachuk, I mean, wouldn't you like to have that guy in your team?
I would. I became a Tkachuk guy the second the Four Nations started.
I hear you. But you're sort of like, doop-a-doop-a-doo, here we go for a little walk back to our own zone, doop-a-doo. Nobody's helping Wedgwood out. I mean, you allow the hard shot along the ice. It's hard for him to handle that puck. Nobody's trying to clean the puck up and get it out of there. The Tkachuk's allowed just to crash on in and rip it home. I mean, listen. In a different circumstance, I'd be really annoyed. But I can understand why guys are lollygagging back to their own.
Got it. I'll tell you what I love, though. I mentioned this a couple weeks ago. We have been begging for this since the Avs won the Cup. With no even remote comparison point since then. A second-line center that can be impactful. And God, has Brock Nelson been impactful lately?
He's okay.
Yeah.
Do you realize since November 29th, he's third in the league in goals behind McPickles and McKinnon. Do you realize that?
He's been remarkable.
Yeah.
Like,
Pickles,
for the short stretch, Naz Kadri had, 90 points that year?
Yeah.
For this short stretch.
I think it was 91.
For this short stretch,
Well, maybe 90.
He's playing that level.
Oh, absolutely he is. 100%. And consider, too, that Kadri had to play first-line minutes at points in that season because McKinnon was out at times, right? He missed a little stretch here and so on. So Nas had to play even more. And he even got, the big ice time and that sort of thing.
Yeah.
Brock Nelson is doing everything you hoped, wished, and wanted after the deal. He's doing all of that.
Well, you make the deal, and I think we could agree, Moshe. He was okay last year. Then you give him the extension, and part of me was relieved because I'm like, okay, what you gave up to acquire him last year, to have him for a rental and get bounced in the first round, if he were to leave in the offseason, it would feel like a waste.
Yeah, major stinker.
So you lock him down long term, and then it's like, all right, well, now you got to produce. And he had, again, a little slower start to the year than I think anybody on the really the whole second line wanted. But over the last couple of months, he had 5 goals and 7 assists in November, and that was after 3 and 1 in the entire month of October. He had 8 and 6 last month. He's already at 5 goals in 4 games this month.
Pretty impressive.
Huge.
I mean, it's pretty impressive. He had 2 last night. But it's not just that, too. And people got that one idiot from Canada who works for TSN. He said Brock Nelson's going to be wheezing and, coughing and sleeping his way through the Olympics while Jason Robertson is home playing PlayStation. Well, I had to get on that guy on the old X machine. Do you see what I said to him?
Yeah.
And I finished it off. This is where, because he made it personal, right, about the age of Brock Nelson. I had to finish it off with P.S. Nice face because the guy's face looks like a horse. Anyway, the point is that's just me taking a personal shot at him.
You also did this last night, by the way.
I'm not really sure. Here's Burns right ahead off of Ivan.
That got me to howl laughing when I heard that. Just a crystal clear what the bleep is that. The pause from you.
I'm not really sure. Here's Burns right ahead off of Ivan.
Okay, that's a rare thing. There are open mics during, the game of hockey. There are microphones all over the rink.
Right.
But rarely do you have a situation where
it sounds like he's in your brain.
Correct. Yeah. That Johnny's not saying something, that Riker's not saying something, that another player, they're shouting and screaming or whatever it is, right? Where it's just that pause. The rink is dead quiet.
Yeah.
And I don't know who that was, but somebody's yelling at the official.
Uh-huh.
That's a player, and I don't know which one it was. It's my job. I probably should not acknowledge that. I should pretend like it didn't even happen.
That was hilarious.
Okay. I should probably pretend that it did not exist. But I couldn't help myself. I couldn't help.
No, of course.
I had to say something. I couldn't help myself.
By the way, just quickly here, because I do want to get to the college football playoff game last night. That was fantastic. First of all, when are people going to realize you don't fight Josh Manson? It ends poorly for you. 1. 2. I was really hoping that Manson would get in another fight and have a double Gordie Howe hat trick on his hands.
You didn't. You probably didn't hear him in the postgame.
I did not. No, I didn't hear the postgame.
He could have gone and picked one, I guess, with somebody. But he said, look, he's like, that's not my, he goes, that's not the way I roll. It's not my job. He said somebody acknowledged it to him in the second intermission. That he was,
if you got one more?
This was inside the room. So the players were obviously keeping track of it themselves.
Yeah.
So someone informed him during the second intermission that he was one more bout away from a second Gordie Howe in the same game, which, as far as I can tell, and I tried to look this up, our stats guy, Pat Chavez, Pat the Stat, is the best. I don't think it's ever been done in the history of the game.
Yeah.
Where you have 2 Gordie Howes in one game, especially by a defenseman. But nonetheless, I couldn't find it ever. Nobody could find it. So it's probably never been done in the history of the league. He could have done it, but he said, look, that's not how I roll. He's like, I'm not out there looking for a fight. He goes, it wouldn't be me. It wouldn't be right. It wouldn't be all this. And
But he'll finish one.
Oh, my God. That kid, it's been well, it's twice this season. The Avs have now 7 total fights on the year. 7 after the Sammy G fight.
Right.
4 of them are Manson. And he just missed with that one right hand.
Yep.
And he did that before, Brett, and I forget who it was.
I remember this.
Where if that connects, that player is out.
Yeah.
And by out, I mean that guy's out on the ice. We probably have to get a stretcher.
He's Jake Paul. He's got a rearranged jaw.
These guys are so fortunate that it just missed. Because that poor Cleven kid last night would have been knocked out. It was unbelievable.
We'll get back to this in a little bit. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We'll take a look at the NFL playoff games that will all be here on Altitude Sports Radio this weekend in a bit. But
I will say this: the Plows are out this morning. The Plows are out. They're doing their job, and I love those guys and gals and whoever else is doing the plowing. But some of the roads, especially the side streets and whatnot, they're a little sketch. Just take it a little slower this morning.
Take it slow. You get there when you get there. When we return, there's something about the Miami win yesterday that should make us reevaluate the perception of college football. We'll get to it next.
Low testosterone can cause a host of problems, including low sex drive, bad sleep patterns, unproductive workouts, decreased energy, brain fog, and more. And a lot of guys go, you know what? I'm getting a little bit up there. I'm getting a little bit older. You probably don't consider that there are medical treatments that can give you back your vigor and vibrancy if you're feeling like that. If you've got low T, it's time to treat it and change your life. And that's where the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic comes in, because they can help you get back to feeling like you did when you were younger. Do yourself a favor. Go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. Take the low T quiz on the website. 10 simple questions, yes, no answers. Takes 2 minutes. Schedule a consult with Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They're going to draw your blood. Results within 30 minutes. They're going to tell you what is going on with your T. It's only $99, includes the T and PSA test. And if you do sign up for testosterone treatment that day, if you need it, that appointment is absolutely free, and there's no need to wait. Most guys wait a year or longer. So again, the website is RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or call them today, 720-440-7900. That's 720-440-7900.
Chambliss connects the snap, backpedals, launches to the end zone. Broken up, and the Miami Hurricanes head home to play for a championship.
Are you winning a championship? Are you? It's Bud Light Football Friday. What a game last night between Miami and Ole Miss. I'm torn on something that we'll get to in a second. And again, the perception of college football should change with Miami's win. I'll explain that in a moment as well. But first, the way the game ended, Moj, a lot of people have an issue with what was pretty clearly pass interference on that. It's not a Hail Mary from the 35. I don't know what you call it, just a heave to the end zone, whatever. It was pass interference. I'm also totally fine with that not being called in that moment. I know those are like conflicting statements to one another where I'm acknowledging a penalty happened, and I'm like, yeah, but who cares? I just think that football is going to set a standard. If it's a last-second play and it's like a 40-yard chuck in the end zone, it's kind of prison rules, and whatever happens, happens. Is that fair or no? Should there have been a flag?
So let's say it's a tie game. And let's say, guy from his own 40 just throws it down the field trying to hope that something good happens and they win the game in regulation instead of going to overtime.
Yeah.
And defensive end grabs the quarterback, picks him up, and throws him like a rag doll into the ground.
You know what I'm
talking about. And you say, well,
here.
You know what? Look, man, it's prison rules afterwards.
You know what I mean. You throw a ball in the end zone, guys are going to start grabbing and pushing each other. It's a heave.
Okay, so
have you ever seen a Hail Mary recently that has not had what could be deemed as pass interference on the play?
Well,
even though that one was pretty egregious.
It's pretty egregious. So here's what we're arguing, according to Brett Kane. We're not arguing whether or not pass interference occurs. It's just the degree of pass interference in your eyes.
Yeah.
So
you pick the guy up and you powerbomb him in the end zone, then you got to throw the
Okay,
flag.
how about this? You're a DB, a guy's he's coming at you, and he gets to the end zone and he cuts to your left, to his right, and he's going to be wide open, but you tackle him, and then the ball sails and hits through the end zone.
I don't know.
You're like, well, it's the last play of the game.
Well, I asked, you haven't answered the question. Would you have thrown the flag?
Yes, I would have thrown the flag.
So you would have given them another shot with no time on the clock from the 20-yard line.
You know why? Let me tell you why. Because I have guts.
Okay.
I have the guts to throw that flag. I have the cojones to say, you know what? I'm going to do what's right by the game.
The general principle I have is the refs should not insert themselves on a game-winning or losing play unless it's absolutely necessary.
By the way, you yourself said it was pass interference.
Yeah. And?
This is a far cry from, let's say, last night, linesman, with 3 minutes to go in the game, waves off the icing because, even though it should be icing, he waves it off because he's like, look, I know, and you know, we all know.
We know what Brett thinks.
Yeah, we know what Brett. Like, let's go home. Let's go get a steak or whatever his linesmen and referees do after the game.
It was an amazing game, though. And look, Ole Miss shouldn't even been in that position. Miami scores to go up 4 with the Carson Beck running the ball in with 18 seconds left on the clock. They boot it for a touchback. And 2 plays and 13 seconds later, they're at the 35-yard line. I can't believe Miami even allowed them to get there. Now,
and again, it's hard for me too because I'm doing my own game. But as we go to intermissions and whatnot, I'm back on the football game a lot. Right, that's got my full attention. Okay, It's not easy when you're doing your own thing to then try to.
I would imagine
try to get involved in the other thing.
The nice thing was, I think the Avs game was. I think that was middle of the second period where it was 5-1, and I could start to really focus on the football part. But here's where I'm conflicted with the Miami win. I don't have anything against Miami for whatever reason this year. I usually don't like them, but I'm okay with them this season. I'm conflicted because, Moj, in my college football world, if I were the dictator of the NCAA, I wouldn't have put Miami in the playoff because I want some parameters on who gets to make it and who doesn't. And for me, if you aren't a top 2 team in your conference, I think you have no claim to be the best team in the country.
I heard you talk about this during the appetizer hour.
I think that's pretty fair, by the way. If you can't finish a top 2 team in your conference, then what the hell did you earn to get the right to play for a national title?
Listen, here's what I'm not doing. You have a national playoff now, Brett. What I'm not trying to do is counteract and be contrarian to every single thing you say this morning.
Mm-hmm.
But you're saying such god-awful stupid things that I feel like I have to.
Why? Every other sport does this.
Exactly. Every other sport does this. Let's say you've got, let me give you an example. The 8-9 Carolina Panthers.
Yep.
Now, the way it's structured, because it's a playoff system, is they're going to host a playoff game.
Yeah.
They may make it to the
They could win the Super Bowl.
NFC title.
They could.
Could win the Super Bowl. But by your logic, they shouldn't be there because...
No. My logic is they absolutely deserve it.
They're an under 500 team.
Nope. You have this completely wrong. My logic is they totally deserve it because they won their division.
Okay. So then
I think Duke, in my world, I'm just telling you, Duke had more of a claim than Miami did to get in because they won their conference, and I think that should matter for something.
Okay, so how about this then? Let me go back. The San Francisco 49ers finished third in their division.
Mm-hmm.
Third in their division.
Yeah.
They didn't win their division.
Tough
they
luck.
Finished second in their division. So they should not be allowed an opportunity to play a wild card game
Did
this
San
weekend.
Francisco have an opportunity to win that division last week?
Yes, they did.
And they lost. They knew what was on the line.
They're still in the playoffs, Jack.
I understand, but it's the difference between 32 teams and 132 teams and a 12-team playoff. So all I'm saying is my way of thinking is there should be some set parameters for who gets in and who doesn't. But here's the good thing about Miami winning. This should challenge a lot of perceptions within college football. And it's not gonna, but it should. Miami just cruised through. Think about their path to the playoff. A team that did not finish even in their conference title game in a conference that nobody respects.
Correct. Duke
through
won it.
Texas A&M, Ohio State, and now Ole Miss, the last SEC team standing in the playoff to get to the national title game. And here's going to be the reaction from everybody who's on a college football playoff committee. That's weird. Nobody's going to challenge whatever perceptions we had about college football. Nobody's going to think a little bit more outside the box or, man, God forbid, have an original thought on who's actually good in college football and who's not. Can't do that because it's all groupthink within that sport. So Miami does this, and what should happen is you should say, perhaps the way that we put weight on different conferences based on 20 years of history or 50 years of history, maybe we should change our logic a little bit because the transfer portal seems to make this a more even playing field.
So what basically what you're saying then is we've got to reposition our brains regarding the SEC.
Everything. Because the SEC, here's what I said earlier in the appetizer.
Nelly, could you look this up for me, please? It's on the tip of my tongue, but not on the tip of my fingers. What's the bowl record for SEC teams this year?
I know exactly what you're getting at. It's bad. And I'm going to tell you why it doesn't matter, because here's what you hear. Yeah, but in those bowl games aren't the playoff. Like, well, you know what? They didn't care.
Then all you SEC honks, forget it.
I've been hearing this forever.
I could be so foul this morning because I'm a little tired. I didn't sleep great last night. I was pumped after the game. I got up early because I wanted to fight Mother Nature on the way in. Yeah, that kind of thing. It's a little bit off. What is it, Nelly?
They are 4-10 this
bowl
season.
So the SEC is 4-10.
Yes.
This bowl season.
But Moj, they didn't care about the other bowl games.
All you SEC, then don't go. You know what? Then don't go to the bowl games, okay? And by the way, the bowl games a bowl game is a reward to a team. It's a reward to all those players, a reward to those fans. You may not care, but you should. You may not, but it's a fun time and it's a football game. It's going to show in the final standings. I mean, how many wins and losses you had if you lose that game. All you SEC honks. Look, I think the SEC is loaded with terrific teams. But the fact of the matter is they're 4-10 this year beyond the regular season.
See, but here's what happens, and this is when we don't challenge our own perceptions on things, or we're too scared to go against the grain, which I think everybody involved in the college football playoff committee is. You know, I know that for a fact, Moj, because when who the hell was the guy that was speaking during the selection show? What was that guy's name that was there to speak on behalf of the committee? I forget who it was. He said, why did Bama get in? They got crushed in their title game, and they didn't move from that number 9 ranking. What happened? And what did he say? We just felt like what they did in the regular season mattered more. Here's the translation. We didn't want to have a difficult conversation, and this was the easiest thing we could have done. Because they know if they left Bama out, there was going to be 8 billion people throwing darts at them for the next year.
So you're telling me it's easier to have that conversation than it is to have the Bama's out and Notre Dame is in conversation?
Because everybody accepts this argument, even though they know it's BS, easier than the opposite. Why is Bama in? Because the SEC is good. It's just accepted by everybody without challenge, and so that's easier to say than doing the opposite of Bama wasn't good enough, and then they have to say, well, why? Well, because in the SEC, we didn't think it was as strong this year. They didn't want to say that out loud, so putting Bama in was easier. And here's what's funny. We all do this and base it off of strength of conference, and the SEC is the cream of the crop, and the Big Ten is right next to them, and then there's these little Big 12s and ACC's yuck. And an ACC team who finished 3rd in their conference rolled through some of the toughest teams in college football this year, perceived toughest teams in college football this year. And they go back, if I went back to Bama, well, Bama would go undefeated if they were in the ACC. That's not even a question. What about the first week when they lost to Florida State? Yeah, it didn't matter. It's early in the year. Every time there's an excuse.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying. Like,
I
hope that Miami doing this against the teams they did it to, 2 top-tier SEC teams, and who was seen all year as the best team in the country in Ohio State, them in Indiana. Can that change anybody's minds at all?
I thought about getting our buddy Peter Burns on the program today from ESPN and the SEC network.
Yep.
Our old buddy Peter Burns.
Well, hey, Moj, I know you said you didn't sleep well. Mother Nature kind of backdoored you this morning, so here's a little clip to cheer you up. The internet did what the internet does, and they found your boy Paul Feinbaum making a prediction. This is from August 9th, and you can tell me how well this has aged.
Who's going to win the national championship, and is it going to be an SEC team?
It is. And by the way, if it's not, I'm leaving the country because I am so sick and tired of being harassed by Big Ten fans on our show. The Big Ten has literally done nothing. They won 2 national championships. Michigan won one 2 years ago. They won 1.5 national championships, I think, in 70 years, and they act like they invented football. Alabama has won about 15 national championships in my lifetime. Now, I realize that's not a good comparison to a realistic lifespan. I believe Texas is going to win. It's going to end all this, and on January 20th, I'll be the happiest man in America because I won't have to listen to the Big Tenors, or as my callers call them, the Little Tenors.
Oh, wow. What a great insult, by the way.
So where's he going? Is he going to Canada or England, Scotland? Because he said he'll leave the country.
If you guys called into our show and called the Big Ten the Little Tenors, I'd ban you from this program for being so lame.
Suck it, Feinbaum, you suckhole.
By the way, what has the Big Ten ever won? Well, the last 2 national titles for one, and maybe a 3rd in a row this year. You know what I mean, Moj? Is anybody going to be willing to challenge perceptions, or are we just going to do the same thing all over again, where at the end of the year, it's 6 SEC teams that get in because the SEC is great, and it always will be. I hate it.
I had to quote tweet that Feinbaum thing. I just said adios, amigo. Listen,
enjoy Iceland.
Everybody, I suppose if I had lived in SEC country, and I've been to SEC country, here's what I appreciate about it. I've traveled extensively through the South. And one time I made a trip from New Orleans all the way to Florida.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going through Louisiana, you're going through Mississippi, you're going through Alabama, you're going through Panhandle, Florida, right? Florida. You're doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You can't walk in a breakfast joint without 87 people wearing their college football jerseys. And the alliances are to the Dogs, to the Rebels, the Tigers, Auburn. You've got Florida. You've got the people, they wear their stuff on their sleeves. They're SEC honks, no doubt about it. Perhaps if I was in there all the time, I'd have a different perception of it. Look, I think the SEC is probably, I'm not even going to say probably, it is the best conference overall. But you know what? You ain't all that.
I've never disputed that they're a good conference.
So no more of this and by the way, you mentioned it with this transfer stuff. It feels like the wealth's getting spread around just a little bit, but SEC's teams still have the most money. That's why Lane Kiffin left Ole Miss in the SEC to join the bigger SEC team, right? It's the bigger shark in the little pool. These teams can win. These other teams can win. And while the SEC is probably the best, I would say it's the best top to bottom, even your big boys can be beaten. End of story. And you know what? I'm here for it. I'm glad to see it. I would love to see college football spread around a little bit more.
See, but
we're not going to get our wish, Brett, because it's the SEC and the Big Ten that essentially control everything.
What Miami has done, though, with that win, the go-to arguments that is always made from people in the SEC are now challengeable. Here's one of them. How many times you heard this? The teams from other conferences couldn't withstand the brutalness of every single week.
SEC schedule.
And I go, Miami just for 3 consecutive weeks rolled through A&M, they rolled through Ohio State, and they rolled through Ole Miss. Don't tell me other teams can't do it. That's 3 straight weeks of that caliber of teams. The number 7 team in the country, 2 team in the country, 6 team in the country. So, again, I feel like I'm just screaming into the void because none of this is going to matter next year because we're just going to go the same route that we've gone for the last 20 years, but still.
But let me try to explain.
Had to be said.
If you take BYU or Utah or even Houston, let's say Houston, who finished in the top 25, you take them and you throw them in an SEC schedule. Are they going 12-2, 12-2, 11-2?
I'm going to say something you've never heard. I'm going to say something you've never heard before. You ready? I don't know. That's the point. Nobody does. And they act like everybody knows. If I take all of these geniuses on college football, how many of them had Miami right here, right now?
0.
Exactly. Because we didn't know. And it's so hard to put it side by side because they don't play each other. You can't play 130 teams against each other every year.
Can we be clear about something?
But is it fair for just one person to be honest and be like, yeah, if those two matched up, I don't know who would win. Is that hard?
Can we be clear about something from this point on? Very clear about something.
Yes.
Abundantly clear. We're all for Indiana now, right?
Yeah. I wouldn't mind Miami. I don't know what it is. I wouldn't mind Miami. If it's Indiana, Miami, I'm good. Whoever wins, I'm happy with it.
You know what we should do this morning? And I know you want to. I think for the rest of this program, we should just play 2 Live Crew for all bumpers.
Why?
Luther Campbell, top to bottom. Is that what you want? Is that really what you want?
What I want is
Brett.
I want is one person, a single person in college football who considers himself an expert to say, I don't know how this game's going to play out. I want one person to say that.
Okay, fine. But you have to admit it because you're younger than me. When you were probably probably middle school, somewhere there in the outskirts of Omaha, Nebraska. I don't even know if information travels there back in the day.
Yeah.
But when you and your boys discovered 2 Live Crew, that was probably a day of revelation to you.
Let me see here. 2 Live Crew.
Maybe you don't know what I'm talking about.
Hang on a second. I just want to see when these albums came out.
I think like late 80s, early 90s. Something.
Yeah. How old do you think I am when you said middle school?
No. Just because you
the first time I came across them,
yes,
you mean?
That's
I
got
you.
Not when the albums came out, but when you and your boys first discovered it somehow.
84 years.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love it. What do you mean?
No, but you were like, whoa.
I grew up listening to like Eminem and Jay-Z. I had a few of those moments, yes.
Okay.
303-504-0925. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. continue here. The NFL playoffs with all games on Altitude Sports Radio.
Did you look at the mayor of Jacksonville?
What? I was going to say, she looks like a judge.
She looks
the
like
mayor.
a catcher's mitt.
Duval.
Break down some of these
Look at my I self-admitted, my face
All right.
ain't great.
We'll break down some of these playoff games next.
Moser told me he's not coming back, by the way, Brett, because peek behind the curtain, Brett and I just aggressively wrapped Eminem at Moser.
Yeah.
Just popped off the top of this esophagus, rocking this metropolis, and now Moser said he's not coming back.
Okay, I can't wait till this bleep comes back in this room, okay? The hypocritical nature of this man to stage a protest for, let me get this straight. I want to make sure I understand this correctly. Mose needed to walk out and protest this show because somebody started singing a song unsolicited at him during a break. That sounds like 4 times a show for me.
That's a setup.
You guys were doing it together in unison. It was just stupid.
Hello, pot.
Dude, hey, listen, don't give me.
Hey, Moj.
I'm responsible for my own happiness.
Yeah, well, Moj.
And I choose to leave the room, yes.
Nowadays, everybody want to talk like they got something to say, but nothing comes out when they move the lips, just a bunch of gibberish.
Thank you, Eminem. Appreciate that.
The fact that you have the audacity and the non-self-awareness to say, I don't like being sung at during a break is unbelievable.
What are you getting at?
Personality flaw on your part. That's what it is.
What are you getting at?
That sounds like something that I would say. Yeah.
Whatever.
Anyway, NFL playoffs. It is Bud Light Football Friday, and we will have all of the games on Altitude Sports Radio this weekend. I know that we're uber focused on the AFC side of things because that's going to prove who the matchup's going to be for the Broncos next week. NFC is intriguing, though. It is, especially the last game for the NFC, which is going to be at 2:15 on Sunday, the Niners and the Eagles. If the 49ers can somehow find a way to beat Philly, what kind of witchcraft is Kyle Shanahan cooking over there?
I do not know what kind of witchcraft he's cooking, but he's cooked something. The amount of injuries that team has dealt with this year,
it's impossible.
The whole Ayuk situation from top to bottom has been, well, it's been weird and it's been a nightmare and it's been, I don't even know how to describe it because it's all of those things rolled into one. It's all encompassing. The guy, he will never play again for the 49ers. That's all weird to me. Yet they've overcome that as well. But all the injuries, the lost players, hell, you've got 2 key players that left the 49ers on defense who are part of the Denver Broncos who have guided them to a number 1 seed.
I really, honestly, have you ever seen an NFL team in this era of the NFL where it feels like, and I know it does, but it feels this way, who plays quarterback for them doesn't matter. They lost Brock Purdy, not for a couple weeks, for half the year. And it didn't matter. Matt Jones, who everybody gave up on, comes in and wins football games for him. The only time the quarterback has ever been an issue under Shanahan's 49ers. You know when?
But under Shanahan's 49ers, when they had to play Trey Lance? No. When?
When Brock Purdy and Josh Johnson both got hurt in the playoff game.
Oh, that's right, yes.
And they were forced to have, McCaffrey run Wildcat.
Yes.
And then Purdy came back in the game to throw left-handed. That's the only time it mattered.
Because his elbow was unhinged or something like that, right?
Torn apart.
Yeah, his elbow was dust.
That's the only time I've seen quarterback matter is when they literally didn't have somebody to throw the ball.
Let's not forget about it. And by the way, when you look at Mac Jones's numbers, they're pretty good.
Of course.
But Mac Jones was a guy that I thought, well, is he going to be out of the league? I mean, the Pats, they just give up on him later. Bye-bye.
So you know those first-round quarterbacks, they got an 8-year shelf life
to
be a backup.
I guess they do.
But Trey Lance he's barely played for anybody. He's still in the league.
That's also true. But, I mean, with the amount of things they've had to deal with there, especially with the injuries, though, and Kittle missed, how many games did Kittle miss?
A ton. Offensive lineman, Trent Williams, Juwan Jennings, name somebody. They all missed time.
Last year,
Fred Warner.
Last year, Ricky Pearsall got shot.
Yeah.
And he only played in like half the games this year, I think.
Right.
And they counted on him, especially with the Ayuk situation, to be a guy that was productive. I don't know. I don't know how Kyle Shanahan's doing it, but it wouldn't surprise me if somehow that team finds a way to win in Philly. Do you see? But as you go through the games here this weekend, I guess nothing would be a real upset. But do you see one happening like that? I mean, the Rams are a 10.5 point favorite.
That's an upset.
I mean, the Rams are a 10.5 point favorite on the road in Charlotte.
Would any outcome surprise me? Yeah, I think Panthers is the only one. But but whenever we talk about the Broncos and what they're going to do this postseason and all that, like, this is exactly what we're talking about here. I can't give you a great answer on what I think is going to happen for Denver. They could lose the divisional round. I could see that. I could see them winning the Super Bowl. Like, both. I could see both of those things happening. And it's for exactly what we mentioned. Bofa. We have 6 games this weekend. 6. 5 of them, I'm like, I have no idea who's going to win. 5. Rams are the only exception.
The Rams are the only one you're sure of.
Yeah.
Yeah, that Packers and Bears game.
I would say the Steelers. If the Steelers beat the Texans, I would be surprised.
Houston is also a road favorite.
Yeah, I think that's one. But I don't think to the extent of Panthers and Rams, because I still think the Rams are really good, despite not winning the division. I think they're really good. They're probably the best in the NFC. If I had to choose.
I think, again, you're talking about those arms that. Do you really? Shall I go over the year? I'll give it to you. Time is over for rhetorical questions. Matthew Stafford this year, at the age of 37 with a bad back.
Allegedly.
I was gonna say something else.
How the hell could you notice?
I guess. I was gonna say something else. I'll tell you off air. No. He threw for over 4,700 yards, 46 touches with 8 picks.
Yeah.
At 37 in a bad back.
Yeah. Okay, yep.
I mean, he's got all that to deal with.
Mm-hmm.
And they may be the best team left in the NFC.
Could be.
If you've got Matt Stafford slinging the pig, you're never out of anything. Now, you've had some dumb losses. You really have. You've had some really ridiculous losses. But if that team made a run to the Super Bowl, would not surprise me whatsoever.
What's funny is Seattle is, like, overall, I think, the best team. And it bared out with them being the 1 seed. I just don't trust Darnold at all. Like, I think out of anybody who stands the most to gain out of this postseason, it's him.
You really have a difficult time.
He's just never won a big game before.
Okay, but you don't respect some of these quarterbacks.
I think he's a fine quarterback. It's just what evidence?
How do you feel
what
about
evidence
Purdy?
is put in front of you?
How do you feel about Purdy?
Yeah, he's fine. Yeah, I think there's a whole bunch of fine quarterbacks in the league.
He's fine.
They're good.
Trevor Lawrence,
getting there.
Herbert,
good, really good. Herbert, good.
All right. Bryce Young, CJ,
No, I like this game. Keep going. Keep naming the quarterbacks. Hang on, do that again. I'm going to give you just a guttural sound for how I feel about QBs. You guys ready?
Let's go here we go. Let's start with the first game.
All right.
Stafford. Bryce Young.
Yeah.
Jordan Love. Caleb Williams. Josh Allen.
Josh Allen.
Trevor. Purdy.
Keep going.
It's so condescending.
Keep going.
Jalen Hurts. Herbert.
Mm-hmm.
Herbert. Drake May.
Mm-hmm.
CJ. AA Ron.
Mm.
It's just the
You like that?
The actual
You guys, look,
the noises are just so disrespectful.
What do you mean?
It cracks me up. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I disagree, but it really is disrespectful.
303-504-0925. Bud Light Football Friday. A whole bunch more to get to. Want to get back to the Avs, though. Quote here from Josh Manson after the game on his awareness that he could have had 2 Gordie Howe hat tricks in the same game. We'll get to it next.
Big hit took place on the near side. Ivan. And now Manson's going to go toe-to-toe. Here we go. Going toe-to-toe with Clevin at the red line.
Right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Right by Manson. Oh, and down goes Clevin.
Right by Manson. That just Manson brings it. Oh, he got him on the base. Down goes Clevin. Oh, Josh Manson absolutely worked the big fella.
Now Stutzla wants to fight Sam Girard. Sam Girard's going to go with him. Why not?
What are the odds of this happening in real life? Couple of lefts and a couple of rights.
Right by Girard. He's holding his own. And down goes Stutzla.
There's a right by Girard. He got him. Sammy G got Stutzla. Oh, boy.
Finish him. Fatality.
Clipped him on the chin.
Finish him.
Sammy G.
Fatality.
By the way, the people are asking for it, okay? You forgot 2 quarterbacks I needed to make noises for.
Okay, Sam Darnold. Bo Nix.
This aggression will not stand, man.
That sounds about appropriate to me.
Yeah, those are all fair sounds. And you know what I love about that game? You know, I could have spoken 5 sentences, and you got all of that in just a sound.
Isn't it amazing how a sound can just convey an absolute position and attitude?
Yeah.
Just a little sound. And it conveys everything. You're not even saying words. You're making a sound, but it conveys every bit of information that the listener needs to know about how you feel about a quarterback.
Hey, Brett, what kind of sleep did you get last night? Ugh. That kind. Josh Manson was amazing last night. And he is, obviously, he's become a very, 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 very important piece to this team's success on that blue line. But his ability to bring a physical nature to this team that I don't know how many guys on this roster have that, at least to his extent. I mean, he is incredibly imposing physically, and he is not afraid to use his body. You know, I always kind of think back to a guy like Zadorov. He was huge, but he didn't throw his weight around like he probably should have for his size.
Probably not as much as he could have, should have.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, he's gotten new contracts in this league, and he's on occasion throwing down for the Boston Bruins, but he's laying hits and whatnot. But again, he's too much of a gentle giant, I think, for what he could bring to the game, because he could have an even bigger impact to the game.
Manson is not afraid to plant his hip into anybody that is in his vicinity. So early in that game, we get the rare Josh Manson goal. He gets an assist. He's got the fight. He's got the Gordie Howe hat trick. And then we get the even more rare second goal out of Josh Manson and second assist. And the question becomes, okay, do you just go out and start hooking with somebody so you could say you had 2 in one game? And EJ in the postgame on Altitude Television was talking to Josh Manson as he was on the set and brought that to his attention. And he said this.
So that was my first one. And then it was made aware to me in the second intermission that I was a fight away from a double Gordie.
Double Gordie. Which, as far as we can tell, the research that we did during the game, we don't think that's ever been done.
That's what they told me. And I was like, I'm not out there. That's not why I fight. So I was like, I gotta go by the way I live my life. And
hey,
that's
Josh, I will let you knock me out right now. If that means
we were saying
that is an incredibly hockey answer to that. That's not why I fight. If that were me, I'd be like, I'm punching somebody. Somebody's going to get one right in the kisser.
Well, I don't think that there's anybody else up. Well, Ridley Grigg, I guess, but he'd already been booted out late. Brady Tkachuk will throw with anybody.
Yeah.
Dude, he's 6'4", 2.25. And he may have a face that looks kind of like I don't know, Alfred E. Newman type of face.
I was going to say it's what you see like...
That maw is tough.
Psychiatrist's office, they have that clown that's inflatable that you punch and it comes back up like this. That's a Brady Tkachuk face.
Okay, but the problem is he's had a surgically repaired thumb. And he can't fight right now. He's got it all. He wears like this little harness on it and all this kind of thing to be able to play hockey.
Yeah.
So he can't fight at this point. And it would have been completely out of Manson's character. What was cool though was his dad, Dave, was there at the game last night.
That is cool.
And you realize, I'll tell you how big of a night this was. It's on the front page of ESPN.com. Let me give you an example. Now, say what you will about ESPN, but here are the stories. First of all, it's Miami over Ole Miss. That's the big picture in the middle, right?
Yes.
Young writes Hawks farewell, embraces whiz move. That's a pretty big story, right? Trey Young. Miami's Lewis encourages Lacey, resilient Rebels. That's pretty big. Ray Lewis talking to the losing Rebs.
Yep.
Ravens Monken didn't coach Lamar well enough. That's a big story, okay? The sixth story down, family values. Avs D post Gordy hat trick like dad. And Josh's dad, now Josh is nothing like his dad in terms of a player. But Dave Manson was an excellent fighter, and he was tough.
Yeah.
His hands are like a giant grizzly bear paw. It's amazing that these men are born with these kind of appendages. It just blows my mind.
When I shook Michelle Goulet's hand, I thought my hand was going to snap in half.
100%. And you're not a little guy.
No.
Right? You're not like a little.
No.
Not like that. And I'm Bernice. You're not like the new Vic Lombardi hands, right?
Look, I was so right. That is the inflatable clown in a psychiatrist's office.
Boom. Okay, and there's what's his face from Goonies. What's his name? Sloth, right.
Hey, you guys. All right, go ahead, Moser.
So the point is that Dave was there, and he was a fight away from a double Gordy. It was just his best game ever as a pro. And he's so funny about it. He's like, look, like when he got the Gordie Howe hat trick, secretly I said it during the broadcast. So Manson gets the puck and he carries it into the zone and he gives it to McKinnon. And I'm thinking in my head, I'm calling the game, but I'm thinking,
yeah,
Nate, just shoot it and score, or give it. Don't pass it around.
Right.
Then Nate gives it to McCarr. Then he rips it home, and I'm like, he got it in my brain. I'm like, I can't believe it. I was so excited.
Yeah.
But on his goals, he's like, yeah, I just threw it, And on that play, he's like, I carried the puck in the zone. He goes, I didn't do anything. I just gave it to two great players. He goes, I don't do anything. I just carry it in and give it to those guys and let them do their thing.
It's a great strategy.
I reckon.
By the way, so Nate had an amazing season last year, right? 116 points, played really well.
Really well.
He already, in 43 games, has 4 more goals than he had all of last year.
Yep.
He's got 78 points already through 43 games.
That is correct.
Which means he is 48 away with 39 games left to go to just tie last year's.
That's correct.
He is, I know that Mick Pickles is having another big year. He keeps this pace, though. There's no way he doesn't win another MVP, right?
He's already passed Joe Sakic for the second most 4-point games in a career.
Yeah.
Which Brett, I have to explain.
And another
to you.
one last night.
That's correct. I have to explain to you about how my brain works with having come on board with the Avs in the 97-98 season and been around that team and been around all those players. And, and at the time, these are hockey gods in Sakic and Forsberg and Waugh and Foote, and then Rob Blake comes, all these different guys, right? But when you talk about the pure skill and Hall of Fameness, I'm like, nobody's ever going to touch Sakic's stuff. Nobody ever going to get there. Are you kidding me? Come on, man. He's one. But the time Joe retired, I could make an argument top 10 player of all time.
Sure.
He's still top 15 scorer of all time. Well, look at McKinnon. And now we're going to have to accept the fact that this guy is there. And these 4-point games, it's unbelievable. I keep thinking to myself, every time I see Mick Pickles have a 4-point game, I'm like, that. There's no way he's going to have another 4-point game. Anything he does.
Yep.
Well, I say, there's no way Nate's going to have another 4-point. Then he does. I mean, these guys are just unbelievable. They're unbelievable producing machines.
Well, it's what's funny, man. In this town, you got 2 of them. Like, Nate's doing the thing of, he's got the not since Sakic numbers going. Joker's had for years the not since Wilt stuff going on.
Right.
I mean, you're comparing 2 of the all-time players ever that these guys are continually matching paces and numbers and all the different things that those guys were doing. It's insane. But Texter says, I'm scared they're going to screw Mac by giving the heart to Celebrini if the Sharks get in the playoffs.
I don't think Celebrini will get enough. I mean, Macklin Celebrini, Riker said it last night, he's a budding star. I said, dude, he ain't budding. He's bloomed.
Yeah.
Macklin Celebrini in year number 2 is an Olympian at the age of 19 for Team Canada, and he's going to play a lot.
Yep.
The guy's a total stud, but I don't know that he's quite there yet. McKinnon already got screwed out of a Hart one time.
Yeah.
When they gave it to Taylor Hall. He should have won it. He should be a 2-time Hart winner as of right now. But he's never won the Art Ross. He's never had the most points. I mean, he's got a chance to do all of this. Now, McDavid, again, continues to produce himself. Slower start, but once Hyman returned, he kind of just took off and went pew. And he's scoring some goals himself now. Let's give Connor McDavid his due. Dude, he's scoring some goals right now that are just
unreal.
Your brain spins.
God, I just did the thing again where I went to ESPN, hit stats, and it shows the top 5 in each category. Points leaders. McKinnon's at the top. Goals against average. Blackwood and Wedgwood are 1 and 2 at the top. Goals scored. McKinnon's at the top. Save percentage. Blackwood and Wedgwood are 3rd and 4th in the league. Plus minus. McKinnon, Natchez, Lehkonen, Manson, top 4 in the league.
Who's tied for 4th?
Moser. Oh, I thought it was
Mose. Which is probably how I should pronounce my name again. The kid's from Switzerland. My family, we're probably related. I've never talked to that kid ever, not one time about it. I'm sure he doesn't give a rat's rip.
The first time you do, you should say this. Hi, son.
When he signed, when it said Moser signs new, 6-year, $54 million contract, right? Or somebody said he's thinking about it. I said, I think I'll take it. It was on Twitter. Funny stuff.
Why don't you buy Pops a house? Why don't you do that? Wins leader.
Hey, you know what? You're a really good-looking kid.
Wins leader.
Actually, he's
number
ugly.
1.
That kid's
Wedgwood.
ugly.
They're at the top of every category.
I know.
By the way, I got a question about Wedgwood that we'll get to later. With Blackwood being out,
did you see him get feisty last night too?
Yeah.
I mean, did you like that?
Yes,
I did as well.
Question about him: with Blackwood out, do you get concerned about how much use he's between the pipes every night? Is there a fatigue factor that you worry about? We'll get to that a little bit later. 303-504-0925. Bud Light Football Friday. Back after this.
Funny stuff. Hey,
You guys ever come across, you think Michel Goulet could rip a phone book in half?
He probably could. 100%. Hey, I know we'll talk probably a little Nuggets a little bit later on. Atlanta's in town. I'm curious to see, what the heck is going on there with the trade having gone down and whatnot, and what the Nuggets are going to do again with 2 of the 5 starters out of the lineup. But they're back home. It's a good thing. Back home from that roadie, successful roadie, all good.
Yep.
A lot of football this weekend. I mean, it already started last night. Here we go.
Okay, did you
tonight.
see, just quickly, last night during the amazing Miami and Ole Miss game, did you see the clip? It's Jackson Dart. He's standing on the sideline because he's an Ole Miss guy, right? And he's talking to a coach from Ole Miss. I'm assuming one of the guys that was coaching there last year when he was there. Lip readers have found this. It wasn't that hard. I could even see it. So they got the zoom in of him talking to his old coach. And the coach asks him, who's going to be your next coach? It sure looks a lot like he says, Harbaugh or Stefanski.
Really?
I mean, you come over here for a second.
Where's Marley Matlow when you need her?
So here it comes. He goes, here's the coach. Yeah. Who's going to be your coach? Watch the lips here. Harbaugh or Stefanski. It sure looks a lot like that's what he says.
Well, maybe he asked him, hey, who do you want to be your coach?
Maybe. But just something that we all kind of know that the Giants are in pretty good position. Of all the teams that are looking for a coach right now, I think they have a pretty strong case to poach a bigger name, let's say.
Is Kevin Stefanski, I don't want to be rude here. How do I want to put this? Is he still viable at this point after what went on with the Browns?
I mean,
seriously, he's still a young guy. I'm sure he's got a bright career ahead of him. He's not a dummy. He's been an awesome OC. But as of right this second, is he still viable with his career with the Cleveland Browns? Because he's had a couple of really good. He had a couple of really good seasons, a couple of 11-5, 11-6 type of years. But the last 2 years, 3-14 and 5-12.
I don't get it either. I know he's been coach of the year twice, and he's done a good job at times. There was, and maybe it's just perception, maybe it was a media conjured up thing, and within NFL circles, people don't feel this way. There's a lot of really odd decisions made last year, though. Like, even from just constructing what your quarterback room looks like. Go through the steps here. They have Deshaun Watson, who they cannot play because, 1, he's hurt, and 2, there's more nonsense going on with him. They go out and they get Joe Flacco as insurance.
Can you even imagine, though, giving him $240 million guaranteed and you find yourself in this situation? I think some franchises are just cursed.
Well, they have him on the shelf for multiple reasons. They go out to get Flacco for insurance. Like, well, we're going to have at least one veteran that can play. Then they trade for Kenny Pickett. So now you got 3. And then...
But wait, there's more.
They draft Dylan Gabriel, and you're like, okay, get a young guy, maybe incubate. And then they draft Shador, and now you're starting to get really confused. And then there was one other quarterback that was there. Was it Bailey Zappi? Was it another guy that was there?
Did Fazee get a couple looks?
I think he was.
I think on the practice squad, Fazee. Am I right?
So then, after drafting Shador and Gabriel, you immediately trade Kenny Pickett, who you just traded for. Then you start Flacco a couple of games, and you go, that's stupid. Let's trade him to an in-division rival. Then you start Dylan Gabriel, and that looks like a mess. And then you start Shador after all of the nonsense happens with that, and Shador doesn't play all that great. So I don't know what the hell was going on there. That seems like really bad decision-making from a head coach that is so convoluted that I would pass.
But we also don't know how much of the decision-making is done by the coach in terms of these quarterbacks and whatnot. Yeah. I don't, again, Brett, I don't know. It may be all Stefanski. Either way, if I was a guy looking for a job, you're in the fishbowl of New York City. The Giants are the number 1 football team in New York City, despite the Jets being there. The Giants are number 1. It's like the Yankees and the Mets. Same kind of story. Fact of the matter is that you have a quarterback who seems, I mean, he's an energy jam kind of guy in Jackson Dart. Something you can work with.
I'm still very skeptical, by the way, of that Dart Scattaboo thing that everybody was obsessed with. They won like a single game. Do you remember that? They won one game. It was the first game that Jackson Dart played. And it was like a cool story, and they both played well. And didn't they lose like 6 straight afterwards?
Well,
and people are just hanging on to the first game that they played together?
You can be as skeptical as you want to be. What I'm telling you is that team, the players, you could see, and then Scattaboo got hurt. You could see the actual jump of the football team when the guy came in to play the game. You could see the reaction of his teammates.
Okay, so here's what happened. The first start was against the Chargers in week 4 for Jackson Dart. They won 21-18, and he didn't have like gaudy numbers, but it was just like the team played obviously better when he entered the game. You're like, okay.
Yeah.
The next week they lost to the Saints, 26-14. The week after that, they played against Philly and beat the crap out of them, 34-17. And that's when that hype started to really go. And that was entering Broncos week.
That's correct. But you remember, he didn't have I want to say, it wasn't a very efficient game against the Broncos, but he had some big plays.
Yes, especially when it was going back and forth late in that game. It finished 33-32. They lost, and like, wow. Well, I know they're 2-2 with these guys, but
by the way, that whole game was on Daboll.
Yes.
That entire game was on Daboll because the fact that the Broncos shouldn't be able to have the ball long enough to score 33 points in a fourth quarter. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The decision-making, look, the Giants went into shell mode and so on, and I'm sure at some point during the comeback they're shell-shocked by the Broncos doing what they're doing, but a football team should not be able to score 33 points in a quarter because the opposition should be able to milk enough clock to not give you the ball back.
Hang on.
It's just so crazy.
After that Broncos game, where they were at that time 2-2 with him as a starter.
Right.
That was the first of a 9-game losing streak afterwards. And I just feel like people are holding on to that 2-1 start that he had and ignoring everything afterwards. And I get it that Scattaboo got hurt shortly after that. But I think the Giants' job is a good job just because organizationally they've been a lot more trustworthy than really anybody else that's available right now outside of Baltimore. Now, to the Cleveland thing, Chris Broussard was on his, what's that show he has with Nick Wright? First Things First, I think?
Dude, there's so much going on in that regard. Yeah,
hang on. I'm surprised that it's taken this long, but we got our start of this happening because the Cleveland job is open, because Shador is there. We get this.
Deion Sanders' name out there. I would not, as great a coach as I think Deion is, I would not go that route because if you hire Deion, you're committing to Shador. And he has not shown me enough to know, oh, he's my franchise guy for the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe he could show a little, we'll see. But if you hire his dad, he's your guy, and he might not be good enough to be your guy.
First of all,
we're not going down this road again. No, we're not. We're not doing this.
Well, I got a question in regards to this. Do results not matter for Deion?
What do you mean?
Exactly what I asked.
Of course results matter. Why?
Do they? What's Deion's record since taking over at CU?
Well, understood.
How many college coaches could have the record Deion has in 3 years and be mentioned for NFL coaching gigs every offseason?
Oh, you're saying in regards to...
In regards to him, his name being thrown out for promotions.
I thought you meant in regards to how does he feel? Does he want to win? I mean,
no.
important to him?
No, I know it matters to him, but it's really two-fronted. How much do results matter for CU in regards to him? Like, if they go 3-9 for 2 more years, do you consider firing him, or is he just such a cash cow that you don't care? So that's a CU question.
That's up to the brand new AD.
The second is, let me ask you again, how many college coaches with the resume that Dion has at CU would have their names thrown out on sports talk shows about being a head coach in the NFL?
Very, very few, if any.
That's all I'm wondering.
Yeah, very few, if even one.
So when I say, do results matter for him, that's what I'm talking about. Like, if he goes 3-9 again next year, and the Browns have hired a coach and fired a coach 1-1, are we mentioning Dion again? That's what I'm talking about. And that's what's weird to me.
Well, he's Coach Prime, so he's got that sort of, he's got the recognition.
But it's not a reality TV show.
No, agreed, but I don't know why Chris would bring that up. I have no idea why. He's the only person I've even remotely heard bring that up.
I got an idea.
As of right this second.
You know who the Giants should hire? Jackson Dart's dad. Have they considered that?
Okay.
That's the reason why they're doing it, is just because Shador's on the roster. Right?
Well, yeah, maybe, but Shador played pretty well for his old man.
Well, yeah, for Dion he did.
I mean, look, I wouldn't want the Cleveland job. It's a mess. I wouldn't want it. And you know what? I don't have to worry about it. All I have to worry about is what is going to transpire this weekend, and I'm here for it. By the way, you also said it would be very unlikely for all of the upper seeds to win. That you think, well, the Chargers are going to get the Patriots, or the Bills will get the Jags, get them on the road, or the Texans will knock off this. Maybe. What if they all 4 win? That would be the best case scenario, I think, for the Broncos. But hold on a second.
No, best case scenario is all of the home teams win and
Correct.
You play Pittsburgh next week. That's ideal. And it's not going to happen, but that is ideal.
Okay. Well, you say it's not going to happen. We'll see. I mean, I happen to think that Drake May and the Patriots, they're a favorite, right? Against broken hand Herbert and Herbert.
But Moj, I ask you, Houston, L.A., Bills, the odds all 3 of them lose this weekend?
Probably not great.
Like, what, 5%?
But if the Steelers do beat the Texans, if somehow the Steelers knock off the Texans, and what's interesting is Houston's a 3-point favorite on the road at Pittsburgh. All of a sudden, Mike Tomlin and company have a little something going, because I think Houston's defense is every bit as good as the Broncos' defense, if not better. If somehow Aaron is able to get over on those guys, they're going to I'm telling you, Mike Tomlin's going to formulate a game plan to keep it ugly here in Denver, and that's no gimme. I guess it would be the best case scenario, but that is no gimme.
Okay, so I've just, as a thought exercise, if you put a 3-game parlay for all of the road teams to win, $100 pays out $724. Okay? We'll just call it $725 to make it easy.
All right.
Now, if you did the opposite, if you put a 3-game parlay
for all 3 home teams,
all of the home teams to win.
Well, 2 of them are dogs.
$100 pays out $589.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, that doesn't make sense. That doesn't prove your point at all. They're saying it's more likely that all 3 home teams win as opposed to all 3 road teams winning.
So the latest odds that I see here are the Jags on the money line are a pick'em with Buffalo.
Wow.
They're both minus 108.
Wow.
The Patriots are minus 198 against the Chargers, and the Steelers are plus 138 against the Texans, which is pretty damn close to a pick'em. Like, they have these games a lot closer than I view them. Interesting.
Listen, I'm going to agree with you. I'm sure that one road team will win. The odds of all 3, no. 2 out of 3, But one road team should win.
I think
and that team will come to Denver, Colorado.
By the way, guys, don't get this confused here. It's like death taxes. I mentioned Dion, and people yell at me for something they thought they heard instead of what they actually heard. None of what I said was about Dion at all. It was about the way that people discuss Dion. You know what I'm talking about? I wasn't chastising Dion. I was saying, how many coaches in college football with the resume that he has would be mentioned in a sports talk show about
getting the head
potentially
coaching job
getting
in
an NFL gig?
Yeah.
None of that's about Dion.
And I agreed with you. I said very few, if any. But again, you're talking about...
I know, but a texter says that has nothing to do with coach. Shut the bleep up. And I'm like, what makes you angry about what I said?
Yeah.
You can't even dispute what I said.
Relax, Buff Honk. Relax. Let me back you up here a little bit here, Buff Honk. But let me tell you to relax. Coach Prime is a very unique specimen. It's a very unique situation.
I think he's unlike anybody I've ever seen.
Maybe, but his son, who I still think is a very good quarterback, happens to be the quarterback of the Cleveland Browns, and they have an opening.
Yeah.
So the speculation, I guess, is always going to be there. There was speculation, hey, if the Cowboys drafted Shador, would Jera hire Dion to go coach down there? You know, I mean,
is Vegas going to hire him and then they draft him?
Right. It's just a very, very unique situation. Once in a lifetime type of deal.
Yeah.
That's why he's mentioned. Has nothing to do with Brett's not bagging on anybody or anything like that. If you look at the raw numbers and you put, Jeff Smith in, that Jeff Smith would not be looked at as the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns.
It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. We will talk to Chad Brown at 9 o'clock this morning. You got some lay it downs for the playoffs this weekend?
Yep.
So we'll get to that.
By the way,
at 9:20.
Chad's getting really popular. It's probably because he's so smart and so good, but he's getting popular. He's on all these national shows and everything. Have you heard him?
Well, he calls games nationally every week.
No, but he's hosting shows nationally. He's doing all kinds of stuff.
He's a smart guy.
Well, he is.
We'll talk to that smart man in about 20 minutes. Stick around.
If you've been dreaming about a mountain property, take down this telephone number right now. 970-968-7646. That number again. 970-968-7646. That's the phone number for Anastasia Bell. She's a broker associate with Breckenridge Associates Real Estate in Breckenridge. And if you're ready to embrace that mountain lifestyle, and you just don't know how to go about finding the perfect place, that second home, investment property, whatever the case may be, she is the answer. Whether it's Summit County or all over the Rockies, Anastasia Bell is the go-to expert concierge service. In fact, she's been sought out by discretionary buyers from Denver for quite some time, and she can help you out as well, whether it's buying or selling. When you're dealing with a mountain property, you need to know that you can trust that person and somebody who has your best interests in mind and knows the territory. That is Anastasia Bell. Whether it's mountain getaway, ski in, ski out, anything else up there and beyond, she's the one. So that number again, Anastasia Bell, 970-968-7646. She's the best.
We were vibing to different things, Nelly. Sorry. I just came across a tweet of the Panthers guy doing his song again. So me and Moser were holding on to our belt loops, talking about $150,000 on the football team.
Well, it's not enough to buy a team.
The Nuggets are back after a long 7-game road trip tonight. You can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Let's just get to it now. Nuggets in action. Let's do it.
Do whatever it takes to win.
It's the Johnson Auto Plaza keys to the game. Johnson Auto Plaza. Experience the power of the plaza, where they have the keys to performance and style with Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC, and a huge selection of used all in one place.
Johnson Auto Plaza.
Here's Moser, Lombardi, and Kane.
Keys to the game. Nuggets, after that long roadie, back at it tonight as they take on a Trae Youngless Atlanta Hawks team. I'll take over the keys here. I think it's a couple things. It's remaining with the effort and the vigor you have played with over the last few games. I think you have to be able to bring a certain level of intensity when you are not at full strength. They've done that in their wins. They've struggled with that in their losses. But here's something else. Trae Young did one thing really, really well for that team, and that's put up threes. Guess what you've done lately? You've shot the three at an incredibly high clip. You outshot the Boston Celtics, or the ultimate three-point shooting team, with 44 of them at almost a 50% clip against Boston. Continue that trend, not having the sharpshooter of Trae Young on Atlanta anymore. Maybe they're trying to figure things out with him out of the lineup. I know he's been hurt, but I think they can get you the win tonight. So that is
Plus, you're back home, man.
Yes, that too.
You're at Ball Arena, baby.
Keys to the game. Brought to you by Johnson Auto Plaza. It's selection, service, and incredible savings on Ram, Jeep, Chevy, Buick, and GMC all at one location. Experience the power of the plaza at Johnson Auto Plaza.
Is it me? We'll talk to Chad here in about now 13 minutes. Is it me? It's so funny. I think the older you get in life, time moves quicker. Does it feel that way to you at all?
3 hours with you every day goes real slow.
I didn't ask that. Although I guess that's part of your perception.
Just wanted to let you know.
No, I just think the time goes quicker. I remember we're goofing around at Broncos camp, and Vic's flicking bugs on me and hammering donut holes and all this kind of thing. And, oh, boy, I can't wait for college football to get here. The end of August, man. We're going to have
I know.
We're going to have the Aer Lingus Bowl in Dublin.
Yeah.
Right? Was it K-State? Who was it?
K-State, Iowa State, I think.
Yeah, there you go. Dude, here we are. Tonight is the semifinal, the other semifinal.
And we got one left.
College football has flown by this year.
Yes, it has.
I mean, it's jammed. And maybe that's just me. Maybe overall time is flying by. Once I get into the hockey season, bro, everything becomes sort of a blur because you're in and out of town. You're doing this, you're doing that. I'm worrying about doing my hockey. I've got, all this show, and I'm doing it from wherever. Time just.
Yeah.
But here we sit, getting ready for the second semifinal, the Peach Bowl. The Peach Bowl. That's so fun.
Can I ask people a question? Do they know what any of these college football bowl games are? Like the names of them? I just know that they're playing against each other. I have no idea what the game last night was.
That was the Fiesta Bowl.
Cool.
But Moser, it used to be the Tostitos Fiesta Bowl, and they had those really cool chip-looking logos. Now it's the Verbo Fiesta Bowl.
Yeah,
it's not as cool, man.
Do people actually use Verbo?
Yeah, I think people probably do.
I use verbos and nounos and adjectivos, but that's about it.
How about Airbnbs? Airbnbs? Look, I know those things were really popular for a while. Haven't those things tapered off because there's like 8 billion cleaning fees and stuff like that you got to sign up for that you're like, yeah, no thanks. I'll just stay at a Hyatt. Anyway, yes, another college football game tonight as that is leading us into a full weekend of NFL football that we'll get to in just a moment in more detail with Chad Brown. I do want to play this. Tell me what goes through your television bosses' heads when this happens in the post game.
But I'm going with that challenge because it goes 3-2 to 5-1 like that.
Yeah.
That was where the tide turned in my mind.
For me, not only was it on the scoreboard, but they beat the out of both those guys.
I mean, come on. Manson won the fight. Gerard won the fight. Come on, I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
I know. You know what's great about EJ? When you play in the league for like 20 years or whatever his full career was, you don't need a television job. You just got to say what you want. Have you noticed, by the way, speaking of, Nick Saban's dropping S-bombs on College Game Day like every time he's on set now?
Is he really?
Like every single week he's doing it.
I see. I've been in and out of College Game Day. I've been in and out for the past several weeks. They're trying to catch it in the morning on the way to skate if I'm on the road. I just kind of in and out. I did not notice that he's been vocal that way.
Do your people panic?
Yeah.
And also, this was not a Moser ranting about the Celtics accidental F-bomb.
That was a calculated and enthusiastic.
And when I was listening to it to bleep it, Eric Johnson looks Kiefer and Johnny right in the eyes and goes, they beat the shh, and there's a huge wind-up to it and everything. I mean, this was awesome.
Cue that up again. Let's hear that again. Cue that up just right at that part.
I don't know if we need
They
this.
beat the out of both those guys.
You remember?
He's EJ. He's allowed. What are you doing? Why are you making that face?
You remember?
For me, not only was it on the scoreboard, but they beat the out of both those guys.
Do you remember in old school when they're having the discussion in the kitchen and Vince Vaughn tells his kid to put the earmuffs on?
Yeah.
He said you can say whatever you want. And then so Frank the
Boom,
Tank goes,
boom, boom,
he's
boom,
like, for Frank, yeah, you don't need to celebrate it, okay?
Yeah.
So you don't need to celebrate it. We were on 9 News last night.
Oh, was that on 9 News?
Well, it was on KTVD, but close enough. Same thing. It's like a real network.
So that wasn't the transition over to altitude.
No, that was real people.
Now that becomes a problem. Now I get it. Yes.
That was Martha. That was 79-year-old Martha in Lakewood. Expected to tune into Andy Griffith or Colorado and Company, and there's EJ going blankety blank. Okay, so that's
now I understand. Yes.
Now maybe Martha seeks out the Avalanche postgame show on altitude every game. Maybe she does. I don't know. I'm saying in that setting, it's easier for Martha to stumble across that.
Correct.
And perhaps fire off
and different types of rules.
A handwritten letter to 9 News as opposed to calling Matt Kroll and saying, hey, your guy just went a little crazy there.
Ever since you mentioned the old school scene, all I want to do is say
by the way, if an old lady writes you a handwritten letter, she's serious.
Straight to the
That's
trash.
Right. I'm not talking about, you can be serious in an email or a tweet or whatever. But if she pulls out the stationery and she handwrites a letter, I think we should handwrite more letters. It's more
Take
personal
that L on the
anyway.
way out.
But you mean that old lady?
Think so.
That old lady is serious.
Look, maybe it's just because I'm a guy. Maybe it's I don't know what it is. I had this discussion with my wife the other day. Buddy's birthday of mine. I got him a gift. What does a dude get another dude?
Golf balls. Booze.
Bottle of whiskey.
Yeah, booze.
Yeah, bottle of whiskey.
Booze or golf balls, you can never go wrong.
She goes, aren't you gonna
unless the guy doesn't golf.
She goes, aren't you going to put it in a bag? Like a gift bag? And I was like, no. She goes, aren't you going to get him a card?
No.
Like, why would I give him something to throw away?
Listen.
Why would I do that?
Say, honey, as soon as I hand it to him, he's going to pop it open anyway.
Yeah.
I mean, what are we doing here?
I don't need a card. I don't need that. I don't need your little personal message in there. I don't need that.
Who was it?
But you don't know him.
Oh, okay.
Another buddy. Yeah.
Okay. Because one of our buddies is on a treadmill watching the show. And I'm like, good, you need it. Puffy.
Who's
Dave? Anyway, it doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. But Dave's on the treadmill this morning. I found a new way to watch you guys. He's on the treadmill, watching it on the treadmill screen. And I'm like, you need to be there.
Did you just say you need it, Puffy?
Yeah. Anyway, the point is, dude's
I'm always comping hogs.
The point is, dude's just going to open it anyway. No, you don't need to go. Dear Mike, I hope you have a wonderful birthday. Here's a bottle of Stranny Blue. Have a great day, buddy. Love, Brett. No, we don't. No, it's not
what we do.
We don't do that. It's not how we roll.
Anyway, got Lay It Down coming your way in about 30 minutes from right now.
Do you remember when we used to do the little Secret Santa here?
I honestly, yes, I do. Really, it was like when I first got here.
Remember when Jim gave me a sleeve of Titleist golf balls?
Mm-hmm.
He was my Secret Santa.
Yeah.
Had his name on him.
I forgot who was mine, and I felt like the second I gave the gift, I was like, this is bad.
Remember the gal who was, I can't believe I'm not going to say it. The gal who checked out at lunch.
It is one of my favorite stories of being here.
The one who got the 50 Shades of Grey and held on to it like grim death. Remember the whole DVD set?
So we had a lady that worked at our old building.
Are we allowed to say this?
Yes. Our old building had like a
reception area.
A reception area that she unlocked the door for people to come in once they were vetted.
Right.
And she went to lunch and just never came back.
I think it was 50 Shades of Grey Day. I think it all coincided. I can't be sure.
You know, this is actually terrifying.
I mean, she just checked out, bro.
The boys at Launchpad, when they brought us beers that one day.
Yeah.
They were not, we didn't have communication with them. We didn't know them.
No, they just came in.
They just came in. They said, hey, we got beer for the guys on the morning show. And they were let right in.
Yeah.
And I was like, if you come carrying something, you could take us all out in a hurry. Somebody's just going to let you right through the door if you come in carrying something.
Not now.
It's freaky.
Now it's
like double doored.
Yeah, we got a whole thing going on.
So anyway, let's talk to Chad Brown. We'll do it next. All right, let's head out to the Ramos Law Hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We are joined by Chad Brown. Chad, how you doing, buddy?
Happy Friday, fellas.
Happy Friday to you. Let's start with the college football from last night, because that was an amazing football game. What does it say about college football as a whole? And Vic's not here to yell about SEC stuff, so I'll take his place. Not yell about it, but ask you a question. There's this long-standing thing that if you go through the grind of an SEC schedule, that it would just wear on teams. And I just watched Miami go through Texas side the SEC sphere.
I think the rest of college football is catching up. College football has changed. Transfer portal, NIL. Schools in the SEC can't stockpile players as they once did. There's only so much you can do with rev share. It's like a college football salary cap. There's only so many guys who are willing to sit in today's era where they want to get an opportunity to play right away. And so the recruiting footprints have expanded quite a bit for all schools, the top schools, the blue bloods nationally. But these changes have created a bit of parity, which we love in the NFL. And now we're seeing that in college football. What Miami's been able to do is awesome, but their physical brand of play, I'm not sure that would be capable or possible with what they've done over the last couple of weeks. If they had to go through the gauntlet that the SEC is versus the much easier path that the ACC is. So their lack of difficult conference opponents has somehow allowed them to play the style of play that they've played and be as successful as they've been in the CFP.
But it feels to me, Chad, like Cristobal is sort of built on the defensive and offensive lines, an SEC type of trench. Is that not true?
That is absolutely correct. He's actually been quoted in talking about that. And,
really?
And learning the physics lessons from a Nick Saban of having bigger, stronger dudes, bigger, stronger bully dudes is going to win you a lot of football games. But if that's going to be the way in which you win football games, certainly to have a lesser conference schedule like the ACC presents versus the SEC is going to allow that team to be healthier, to be more of a bully late in the season like they are right now. So it's an SEC-style football team that doesn't play in an SEC conference, which I actually think benefits them.
You know, I have no dog in the fight here. I just, I guess one who I want. But I do like seeing here in this new incarnation of 12 teams, a 10 seed go to the Natty. I do like seeing that. I mean, it just kind of tells me that you get rolling in this postseason, man, and things can happen. I think it's kind of cool.
What did Chad freeze? He's frozen.
I thought he just didn't like my comment.
I thought he was just.
He's like, Moj, you're doing this again.
You.
No, I like the fact. Yeah,
I actually
completely froze.
I think it's a great point, by the way, that it would have been. There's not a single person, again, I'm going to talk to all
that
these
would have put Miami in the top four.
Yes, if it was 4 teams, somebody else would have won, and then you would have said something like, well, they got those 4 right because this team, and now a 10 seed's out here in the national title game.
I think Chad, I was assuming that my observation was so brilliant it shocked you.
Yes.
No, it's always shocking how astute you are.
Right.
In football, the sport that you claim to know nothing about, but you throw out a great question every single week to me. I just think that the parity in college football has allowed for a 10 seed. Now, the James Madisons and the Tulsas, and they're not going to be there, but a 10 seed who's actually a blue blood. That changes things quite a bit. And it just goes to show that if you get hot at the right time, as we've seen in the NFL, as we've seen this year with Jacksonville, they could be that hot team in this year's NFL playoffs. They've won their last 8 games. So are they going to be having Miami-esque playoffs? Because folks didn't think of them that highly early on, but they're entering their hot phase at the right time. You don't want to get too hot too early and try to hold on to that razor's edge of sharpness. That's too difficult. So perhaps Jacksonville could be that team this year, as Miami is in the CFP right now.
How does Oregon beat Indiana tonight?
I don't think they do. I think Oregon and Dan Lanning have a tremendous football team, but Indiana is just too consistent on all sides. Special teams, offense, defense, they play smart, they play clean, they don't hurt themselves, they don't make mistakes, they don't get penalties. They are the cleanest, smartest team in the playoff. They've been that way all season.
Maybe the answer to this is no, but could you make an argument that Oregon has the better quarterback in this game?
Maybe the more dynamic quarterback.
Okay.
But Fernando Mendoza has had games where he's completed 95+% of his passes. He's had games where he had to put together a fourth quarter to come back and get the win. He's had games where his team needed him on the most important drive of the game in the fourth quarter, and he's done that. So I'm not sure what more you could want from a quarterback other than being more spectacular or more explosive. That's not his game. That's not his athletic skill set. That's not the style in which they play. So when we're talking best, are we talking about the guy who's going to be the most consistent and get his team to the win? Or are we talking about the guy who wows us? I mean, is Joker the best player on the planet because he wows us with his athleticism, or because he's the most efficient, smartest player on the planet? I think we know what the answer is there.
I was just thinking that when you said it too. When you were giving that answer, I was like, yeah, it's like Joker. He's not the highlight reel guy, but
you know what? That's what's amazing about Cignetti, and I've dived deeper on this guy. You know,
you've Googled him. Did you find out he wins?
Yes. 9 years ago, he was the coach at IUP. You know what that is, Brett? What's IUP?
Indiana University, Purdue University of Indiana.
That's incorrect. It's the Indiana University of Pennsylvania.
No, that's IUPUI is what I was thinking.
That's correct. Then Chad, he gets a promotion to Elon. So he goes from D2 to Elon in North Carolina. And here we are 8 years later, the dude is unbeaten on the national stage. And I was telling Brett, I think what I'm most impressed with is watching the Rose Bowl presentation. He was up there like he's won 4 natties already. Like he was incredibly just, and I'm like, where's this guy coming from? I mean, it's a pretty amazing story.
Can he crack one smile?
At the age of 64, though, this guy got his not even a dream shot at flipping Indiana, and he's going to have him in the natty.
It's an amazing story of football perseverance and taking a chance on yourself, because he was on that Alabama staff.
Yeah.
And he had to go to IUP to get his head coaching opportunity, and he knew he was ready for that. So he had to work his way up the ladder. And I'm not saying that Davis Webb won't be a great head coach in the future. But sometimes going up the ladder is the better path rather than leapfrogging your way up to the top. And the lessons that you learn at a smaller scale, the lessons that you learn of taking players maybe where they're not all the best in the world, as you would guess at Elon and IUP, and developing those players and learning about the player development process rather than getting a bunch of 5-star recruits, which Indiana will probably get their fair share of now in the future. So he's got a different problem, not how to put a team together with guys who are hungry and passionate and have the same football character that he does, but how does he put together a team of 4- and 5-star recruits who come in entitled, who come in with a bit of a different mindset.
That Mark Cuban money coming in too.
Yes, that's going to be the next challenge for him. So I think there's something to be said to Moser's point, who every week has a fantastic point. Once again, you did it again, Moj.
Shucks. Sheesh.
Chad, I do want to talk to you about the NFL playoffs too, and just ask you a simple question. I know the ideal matchup for the Broncos is the Steelers next week. I think everybody would agree with that. But I think that's highly unlikely that none of the wild card teams get a win. Maybe it happens, but I think one of them will at least win. What do you think is the worst matchup they could have?
The worst matchup they could have? Maybe Buffalo.
That's my biggest fear is Buffalo. I don't know why. Just am.
With no Lamar Jackson, with no Patrick Mahomes, with no better quarterback standing in front of Josh Allen. You got to think he's sitting there on the edge of his bed looking into the closet at his Superman cape saying, this is the year.
Yeah.
This is the year I'm going to get it done. Without those guys in front of me, without these guys who have tortured me for 5, 6, 7 years now, those guys in front of me, now's my opportunity. I think they can get a win over Jacksonville. I know I just talked about Jacksonville being the hottest team in the playoffs, but if we're going to look at the bracket, as far as the most difficult games for the Broncos, it would be certainly the Bills and Josh Allen and his ability to put on that cape and be the absolute best player on the field throwing and running the football.
Chad Brown with us. Last thing for you, Chad, as we get into these NFL playoffs and the Broncos obviously coming up next week. If you had to forecast it, if I had to make you choose between one of these things, more likely the Broncos lose their first playoff game or they win the Super Bowl?
I think more likely that they win the Super Bowl. I believe this AFC side has some strong possibilities for them to get into the Super Bowl. And once you get there, who knows what can happen? I just do not foresee a first round out by them. This team's got too much football character at this point. Too much close win, too much close game, too much see-to-itness, too much we're going to get this done to them for them to go out in the first round.
How's it in Arizona right now?
Actually, yesterday was pretty cold, but it's a beautiful day outside.
Yeah, I see
today.
the sun shining big time.
Yeah, we had rain yesterday. I think today the high 70s come back.
Oh, no.
Yes, the high 70s come back today.
Moser's upset because he had to drive to work in snow today for the first time all year. And I get it. I was upset too. I don't like it either.
Yeah, well, you got away from the sketch. I mean, you know, the side streets at 6:15 in the morning.
Ridiculous.
It can get a little sketch. Yeah. Number two, I can't swing a dead armadillo by the tail without hitting Chad Brown, hosting a show, doing a game. You're all over the place now, man. You've become very popular. I've got to think it's because Brett pumped you up so much.
It's all because of Brett Kane. I've got an agent, but my first payment goes to Brett Kane, and then my second payment goes to my agent.
There you go.
Still waiting on that, by the way. I wonder when that's coming. Chad, always appreciate the time, buddy.
Yeah. See you guys. Have a good one.
See you, buddy.
It's Chad Brown joins us every single week to preview the football weekend. It is a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly.
If you go back and listen to Chad every week on this show, you are going to be, I wouldn't say, you shouldn't be, but you might be amazed to see how much he absolutely gets right.
Yeah.
When he says, I don't know if I feel about that, and then he's right? Or, listen, I played in games like this, I'm telling you how, and he's right. He's right about it.
It's almost like he spent his life playing and talking about football.
Yeah, it's almost like he's done that. But either way, I'm scared of Buffalo too.
Well,
if they get by the Jags, bro, look out.
Then you're
I think for the Broncos, that's a tough match. I think I would like the Broncos' ability to handle the Steelers and the Chargers.
Here's what's weird, man.
Better. What?
The teams that finished at the top of the AFC this year are the teams I want to win this weekend.
What?
The higher seeded teams who had better seasons than the others, I want to win. I want the Patriots to win. I want the Jags to win. I want the Steelers to win.
All right.
Do you understand what I'm saying here?
I don't necessarily disagree with you because
it's preferable than the alternative of having to go through Houston or LA or Buffalo to me.
I don't disagree with you.
Because no matter what, you got a game at home. As long as you win. Keep winning. You stay here in Denver.
Boom.
303-504-0925. We'll lay it down next.
If you had a bad gallbladder, you'd get it taken out, right? If you had something else that was bothering you, you'd get it fixed. If you're dealing with Brett, Steve, go to break, damn it. If you had a bad gallbladder, you'd get it taken out, right? If you had something else that was bothering you, you'd get it fixed. If you're dealing with Brett, Steve, go to break, damn it. It's not even funny, but you're over there doing your thing. It's not fair.
Here's what happened. Moser said something to me right as we went to break, and it's something that Moser would say during a break, whatever. And I was just like, yeah, Moj, you can say that if you want to. And I was just like, whatever. And then I heard him going into that read, and I was like, all right. So I started to laugh. And then you turned into Giggle Monster over there. It's not my fault.
Because we have a history of it. It's not, I don't even know how to put it. It's really unfair. You know, I'm trying to be a pro, do right by my client, and you're just a jerk.
Why don't you tell the people the word that you were going to use?
I'm not, no. Rhymes with slang. What? Now, how do you keep a straight face when this is going on next to you? There's no Vic here to save me. Ellie's behind the glass smiling his butt off. What am I supposed to do?
He was going to use the word that rhymes with slang, and I was like, all right, whatever, Mo, say it on the air. I don't care. And then you went into that commercial, and then I died. Yeah. Why wouldn't I? It's hilarious.
Get fixed. That's the bottom line. Jeez Louise.
What, Bob Barker? All right, listen. You can text us anytime. Shump Mazda text line, one price, one person, 1 hour.
You know, I'll tell you what's crazy is we haven't talked about the Denver Nuggets, but for 4 minutes today on this program, coming off that win in Boston, and they're home tonight against the Hawks, and they're a favorite with Joker and Cam still out. I'm liking this, man, but I think you were right on the money, Brett. You've got to bring that same want to.
Yeah.
You know, the want to is, I think, incredibly underrated in the world.
Sure.
Just the desire and the will to put out the effort needed. It just seems like everybody today wants things handed to them. We've seen teams, you know, football teams and hockey teams and basketball. They just want things handed to them. Just hand me wide open threes. You know, hand me a free goal. Hand me, you know, this and that. I'm just going to stand here and you know, feed me from one-timers and whatever. And if you really want it, and you've got some young, hungry cats out there who are going to be buoyed, I'm sure, by the home crowd, why can't you repeat it? Why is it not a repeatable situation?
Let me give you some things to be weary of for the game tonight. Here's an extra key to the game after we already did keys.
All right.
First of all, to go the old Moser route of assessing games, the Nuggets are 1.5-point favorites. ESPN's matchup predictor has the Hawks at 59.4%.
Interesting.
Here's the other thing to keep in mind. I think there's an assumption made that without Trae Young, that this team is just going to be lost.
Well, Jalen Johnson's a pretty dang good player.
The Atlanta Hawks
got some dudes.
Hang on. The Atlanta Hawks are 18-21 this season. You know what the record is without Trae Young in the lineup? Because he's been hurt for most of the year.
No, it isn't.
16-13.
Oh, really?
They're a better basketball team when he's not on the floor.
Which probably made the deal even a little bit more palatable for Atlanta.
So they were 2-8 with Trae Young and 16-13 without him. So just something to keep in mind. If you think that this is going to be a walk in the park because he's not on the roster anymore and you don't have to worry about him shooting threes, they seem to play better without him.
I've watched only a handful of Atlanta Hawks games this year. Let me take a look at something with Atlanta. And they didn't impress me, by the way, but they have a couple of guys who do impress me. Jalen Johnson is one of those guys who impresses me. Alexander Walker is there. You realize that too, right?
I like his game.
I do too.
I wish he was in
Hey,
Nuggets.
what is the story with Porzingis, by the way? What's his situation?
What do you mean?
Well, I know he's been in and out of the lineup. What's he been dealing with?
He's always dealing with something. Remember in Boston, he had that really weird thing where it was like an illness where he'd play and then he'd have to sit like 4 games. Like, I don't know what that was. A lot of different speculation. There's always something happening with Porzingis, though. He feels to me like one of those guys, like he's the whole sort of aura surrounding him was he's a tall guy that can do a lot of stuff. And he feels like one of those guys who's almost too tall for his body, and his body doesn't like it. You know what I'm talking about?
His own body's revolting against him?
Well, this happens to tall guys every once in a while. It's like their joints and limbs and tendons are just like, they're like, dude, I'm not built for us to be this big.
Yeah.
Like Yao Ming's body was like that.
Yeah, a little bit. I know I've talked about this ad nauseum, but I go back to that game at Madison Square Garden back in 2017, December of 2017.
That was your birth of Jokic.
Yeah, it was, but it was. Well, let me try to put it in a little bit more perspective. How's that? Everybody there, all I heard in New York, you know what his nickname was? Porzingis at the time.
Yes, hang on. Why am I blanking on this? He
Here,
was...
Right here, Brett. He's a unicorn.
Unicorn, that's right.
Everybody's calling Porzingis a unicorn. And I'm like, okay, well, let's see it. No, little did we know. I mean, maybe we had a slight inkling, Little did we know that the real, true unicorn was the guy who went and beat him all over the court that night.
Yeah.
And, that night changed the basketball world, dude.
Sure.
Nikola Jokic went toe-to-toe with Porzingis and took him out. And because he did, everything fell into place, and now you have what you have, the best player on the planet.
Well, the Nuggets are back after a long 7-game roadie, and you can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. But it is a Bud Light Football Friday. Nelly, hit it.
All right, I'm good. I only have 2 this week that I really, really like.
It's all right. You got a limited menu to choose from.
Do you have a Brett coin going on this week?
I got a Brett coin.
Okay. We're going to start out in college football. There's a game tonight. It's called the Peach Bowl.
It is?
Being played at Mercedes-Benz. Lord, won't you buy me a Mercedes-Benz Stadium? I feel good. What did Chad Brown say to you not 20 minutes ago?
Indiana was winning.
You're damn right he said that. And you know what? He's damn right. I know it's hard to beat a team twice in the same season. But that win in Eugene, Oregon by Indiana earlier this year, 30-20, was highly impressive. Now, you could say Dan Lanning, well, they're going to come out with something different now. He's a more dynamic guy at quarterback, blah, blah, blah. You realize that the Hoosiers held the Ducks to 267 total yards in that game? That's it?
Yeah.
And by the way, I never realized this, but Indiana fans travel incredibly well. The Rose Bowl, Hoosiers fans were insane. Look, man, Fernando Mendoza has sold me. He did early on in the season. I believe in this guy. Led the nation in touchdown passes with 36, almost 3,200 total yards. Indiana's only a 3.5-point favorite tonight in the Peach Bowl against the Oregon Ducks. And part of me is emotional about this because, yeah, I want to see the soulless wonder Dan Lanning lose again. So, take your rhymes with slang.
Yeah.
Start an OnlyFans, whatever.
Okay.
Take that bread. Go see Doris at the window and say, you know what, Kurt Signetti, he may look like a robot, and next November, Brett may hate his face, but for right now, his Hoosiers are going to get it done. Guy got the Hoosiers, minus 3.5. Take that bread to Doris and you lay it down!
Lay that down!
That's fair. Okay, go ahead and give me your Brett coin.
To the NFL weekend. There's a football team that has beaten the snot out of people all year long. They seemingly have one of the better offenses and one of the better defenses in all of football. Second-year quarterback who is up for an MVP, and that is the New England Patriots. Here's the trouble I have with New England.
Oh, you're getting down a scary path, bro.
They are a 3.5-point favorite at home against the LA Chargers. The Patriots have one thing on their resume that is very odd. In a 17-game season in which they are 14-3, they have played 3 playoff teams all year. In those games, they lost to Pittsburgh 21-14. They beat Buffalo 23-10. And they lost to Buffalo later in the year 35-31. I don't think they're battle-tested enough to do the blowout, the playoff team thing.
You might be right. And the Chargers, while they're missing both of their tackles, hey, man, James is back in. Harbaugh's going to scheme the heck out of him.
I trust Harbaugh to have a good scheme, and I trust Herbert to play well in a situation like this. I am not saying that the Chargers are going to win this football game, but I do believe that they keep it within 3.5 points. So what I'm going to do, we just started this college fund for baby Bo Val. I'm going to take that money from that college fund. That is now my money.
That's right.
I'm going to take it to Blackhawk. I'm going to say, don't worry, sweetie. Daddy's going to make this 10 times what we put in here originally. I'm going to go up when I see your girl Doris. I'm going to be like, this is my daughter's college fund. I would like all of this on the Chargers to cover 3.5 points this weekend. Lay it down!
Well, they're getting 3.5, so you might as well just put it on the money line.
No, I don't know if they're going to win or not. I just think they're going to cover. That's all. They're going to keep it within a field goal. That's all I'm saying.
Let me go back to the Moser Awards. Mary had a little
clam.
Okay.
That's a setup.
The Los Angeles Rams. They lost to Carolina already once this year. You realize that, right?
Yes.
They had a 6-game winning streak, I think it was, and they lost 31-28 in Week 13. Ugh. Carolina controlled the clock in that game. The Rams turned the ball over 3 times, very un-Stafford-like. He only had 8 picks all year long to go along with 46 touchdowns and 4,700-plus yards. But guess who's back this week from a hamstring?
Back again.
Guess who's back? Back again. Devontae Adams
Vontae's
is back.
back.
He's back in the lineup, man.
Tell the Panthers.
And you got Puka, who's always Puka in out, right? He's always Puka'd. But when you put Devontae back in and you got Williams running the football the way he is, I know the Rams coming down the stretch here, they've given up like an average of 20, I think it's 27, 28 points per game down the stretch. Ain't good for the defensive side of things. But I'm telling you right now, they're going to get to a number offensively that Carolina simply cannot reach. Not only that, but the Carolina Panthers have 31 players, 31 with 0 playoff experience.
Yep.
The Rams are going to steamroll.
It is 10.5.
I don't give a rat's rip what it is. That ain't enough, Jack. Take the Rams minus 10.5 or 10 wherever you get them and lay it down. Mary had a little
clam. I know, and that is the end. Limited menu, but I know
because
one.
I
know
feel
somebody
good.
else that wants in though.
Uh-oh.
There's somebody that wants to take a whole bunch of money and put it against the bet you just made.
Wow.
Something like he said $150,000.
150 clams?
Go ahead, Nelly.
Spent $150,000 on a football team. Wait a minute, that's not enough to buy a team. Spent $150,000 on a tricked out Porsche. Wait, what? Minnesota, it snows too much. Build me a tennis court outside my house. What that HOA is gonna make me tear it down. Might give me some Panthers season tickets. Just might get a tiny home in 6. I get some Reese's peanut butter cups. Heck no, I ain't saying I'ma eat them all up. Might give me a plane and fly to Spain. Except I don't even know how to fly a plane. Scratch that, I'ma get me a big old bus. One bed in the ball. All of us the double Dutch hitting chased by the workers as we cruise around. Windows down now, up so we can hear us down. Yeah, 150,000.
Yeah.
So good, dude. So good.
Love that guy.
Hey, by the way, Nelly, when I showed you the video for our segment, we've been doing the segment for about 3.5 months, maybe longer. Did it blow when wait, Steven? Don't forget to make a wish. Did that blow your mind or what?
What am I, Brett? I have no doors.
You're a gazebo.
I'm a gazebo,
You
Moj.
had no idea it was coming, did you?
No doors.
But I do. I feel really good about Indiana tonight, and I feel really, really good about the Los Angeles Rams. Now, I'm telling you right now, I've made predictions about the Rams before, and they've let me down. I don't think it happens this year. I think that, in all honesty, I don't know how much more Stafford has in him with his wonky back. And what's her face?
Yeah.
That's just me on the side.
Here's the thing. You know what? There was a rumor this offseason, a conspiracy, if you will, that I buy into now. I pushed against it forever. I was like, that's stupid. But they said that they cloned Matthew Stafford. It's something that, look, our boss Kevin and people within the Rams organization, no, they've addressed it. They're like, oh, yeah, let's roll with it. Because Stafford can't have a spine that has been shattered into a million pieces and elbow problems and shoulder problems, all these different things he's dealing with, and then have the season he just had without getting hurt.
You can't clone a guy and have him grow to the same age as Stafford. You got to wait 37 years. So if you want to say that, like, you're
saying that medicine can't advance?
Well, he has to age to 37 years of age. I mean, maybe you can say
they have that technology.
They
now
have some sort of weird alien, science that.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
That fixed his back.
I buy into it.
I think this is for the Rams with Stafford, and with the way the team is built. I think
Kevin, if you're listening, I want an official statement from the Rams on if Matthew Stafford has been cloned. Text us now.
I think that this is their last best shot. Like, I'm not saying they won't have a shot in the future, but look, I don't trust his back. I don't trust backs, period. Do you trust backs?
I don't trust my own back.
Okay. So you never know, man, any play, any whatever. So this is their last best shot to go all the way again. And they've got a good football team. I'm telling you right now, that NFC West,
it's loaded.
It hid how good all these teams are because they got to play each other.
You ever considered that maybe the Cardinals aren't that bad? They just play against the Niners and the Rams and the Seahawks every week.
Their damn division, right?
Hey, by the way, just quickly, last night there was a game that was postponed in the NBA, the Bulls and Heat game, because of condensation on the floor. And I still don't have I have looked up 15 articles, and nothing mentions the exact reason.
Where was it? Where was it?
Chicago.
Okay.
So there's two different theories here.
It's the ice.
Is that it was the ice, but the other one is that it was a unusually warm day and raining outside, and the humidity somehow messed with the floor. I don't know. But what does that mean? Condensation on the floor. They couldn't get it fixed. They had to postpone the game. If it's due to the ice, what does that mean?
What it means,
like the arena was too warm and the ice was melting and coming through the boards, or what?
Yeah, the little particles evaporate and then they get on top of the wood and then they settle in and it just creates slick spots. I've seen it happen before.
Has it happened at here before?
I don't think it's ever happened in Denver before, but I've seen it happen before. And the interesting part about that, did the Hawks play during the day? I don't think they did. I don't think they had a day game, did they? Nonetheless,
the Atlanta Hawks?
Yeah, but no, the Blackhawks.
Oh, sorry.
Talking about Chicago, right?
I know, we were just talking about the Nuggets and the Hawks.
You're knucklehead. No, but we had a game in Carolina, the Avs did, last week. And the NC State Wolfpack played Virginia at 11 a.m. tip that day.
Okay.
Then they did the changeover, and they took the floor off and everything else. The ice is there, and they got a. It's always better, I would say, even though this may be the condensation problem in Chicago, it's always better to play hockey first, then basketball. It really is. Because the ice, when it's covered for that long, and then you lift everything off of it, and then you try to get it right for, the game.
Yeah.
Because, the basketball, I mean, you got probably 5 hours to get that ice right for the hockey game. It's never good. It was slushy. It was awful.
I'm trying to remember. I think it was my first year here in 2019 when it was that sequence where the Avs and the Nuggets had like 23 out of 27 days where it was a home playoff game between the two teams, right? Did they have a day in which early it was an Avs game and late it was a Nuggets or something like that?
We haven't had a double dip like that in quite a while, I don't think. Nelly, can you refresh my memory? We've had days where hockey is played, then hoops.
Yeah.
And I think vice versa, but nowadays it's pretty rare.
Because
I remember they go off day.
There was a time-lapse video from Ball Arena of how they got whatever order it was. I forget what it was. If it was basketball first, hockey first, whatever. but it was them taking the floor off or putting the floor on after a game got done or something like that. And it was really cool to see how quickly they can do it.
These crews the conversion crews are amazing.
Really neat. But yeah, there's condensation ruined a game last night in the NBA. They had to postpone it. 303-504-0925. You can listen to us anywhere on the Altitude Sports Radio app. It is powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Our favorite part of the week, drunk takes.
We don't even have any.
Next. I just, we have this beautiful building that we're doing the show from, and it's 3 years old now, something like that. 4 years old, something. And I was just upstairs in that little upper atrium area. I don't know what that's called. Whatever that thing is.
We don't have anything up there.
That is perfect for a golf sim.
It
what,
absolutely
What are we doing?
is. I don't know.
How do we not have one in there already?
Joel, Kevin.
Put a golf simulator up there.
Hey, Vic's
It's perfect.
Vic's not using his, right?
I know. We need just
Why don't we just bring
grab
Vic's
it
in?
and put it up here.
What a jerk.
Seriously, Moser, I was up there and I was like, how have we not done anything with this area yet?
I don't know. It's a beautiful area. Hey, a couple things real quick. I want to go back to the game last night. I got to text Biz and find out who runs their Twitter account.
The Chicklets?
Yeah. And Sportsnet also said the same thing.
Why?
See if I can find it.
Why? What's going on?
Oh, they were saying. Let me see here. I'll give you the exactly what it is. Talk to yourself while I find this thing. It said that so and so got a 10-minute misconduct. Got a game misconduct for putting Girard in a headlock. And I'm saying to myself, hey, idiots who think that there's something wrong with that, right? Look, Stützle took a run at Girard last night.
Yeah, he did.
Away from the puck.
It's one of those things, the game is already out of hand, and now you just know what's coming.
So Stützle runs at Girard. Girard sees him coming, gives him a shot. They crash into the boards, and they go.
And he plants one on the chin.
At the end, Girard clips Stützle right on the button and sends him to the ice. Great fight. Then later in the game, Cousins takes a run at Girard in the corner. Girard sidesteps it. He slams himself into the corner glass.
Yeah.
Then reaches out and puts Girard in a headlock, blah, 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 blah. And Girard's like, look, I already fought the other idiot. I'm not gonna, and by the way, Stützle's a great player. I'm not going to fight you too. The referees did exactly the right thing. You want this thing to get out of hand? Let him keep going. You know what you do for a guy who decides he wants to be a knucklehead and you put the Avs back on the power play? You give him 2 and a 10 after the 10-minute mark of period 3, and you send him to the shower. In fact, they did that not only with him, but they did it with Ridley Greig as well. You give him 2 and a 10, you get him out of the game. You're going to hurt somebody. You're being a knucklehead. It's already 8-2. The game has long been over, and you guys want to pull headlock crap for no reason? And not only that, but Cousins got a reputation of being a knucklehead.
Right.
So, and then people are all, so did you hear what Johnny Lyles said? I'm going to send it to Nelly. Because Johnny Lyles is right on the money. And so everybody's jumping our bacon for saying what we said. And Johnny Lyles is 1,000% correct. I'm going to find it.
Okay.
Before the show is done. Do your thing.
Send that to Nelly. I do want to get last thoughts on football before drunk takes, but also this. Explain this one to me. Last year, if you remember, Winnipeg started the year, what were they, like 16-0-1 or something like that? Something wild to start the season.
Dude.
And they just kept that pace all year.
Dude.
And now you look this year, the Avs are the team that's kicking everybody's ass.
Dude.
The Avs have 71 points in 43 games. But what's interesting about that number, that 71-point total that the Avs have right now in 43 games has officially lapped where Winnipeg's at 35.
Winnipeg has the fewest total points in the league.
What happened?
Dude, they have the lowest point total in the league. They've lost 11 in a row.
What happened?
Well, Hellebuck was out, but he's been back. They have lost a boatload of one-goal games. They simply cannot win one-goal games. They can't pull points out of these games. Can't do it. Steve, did you get what I sent you, by the way? Okay, thanks. Dude, it's shocking.
How do you go from, what were they at, 116 last year?
They won the President's Trophy, bro.
116-point season last year to your 42 games, you're over halfway through the year, you have 35.
Yeah, I don't know. Well, and by the way, Nikolai Ehlers signed with Carolina. It can't be Nikolai Ehlers. He's been in and out of the lineup all season, or all the last several years. Their plus-minus in terms of goal differential for Winnipeg is only minus 13, which is not abhorrent. I mean, I guess it's not good, But if a team is the worst team in the league right now, you'd think that would be like minus 40. And it's not.
So I went back to the 2016-17 season, the miserable one for the Avs where they were just trying to get things right again, right? So they had the 48-point season. Winnipeg continues to mess around. I don't know if they'll flirt with 48.
They're too good to flirt with 48. Like, I mean, Hellebuck
lost 11 straight, bro.
I just hope he goes to Milan and plays well, man, for Team USA. It's all I hope. And so here's what happened last night. Final thoughts on football coming up, but I got to get this out. Nelly, real quick, please. This is why people are jumping all over our broadcast.
Alfamadio went in. Gerard was run at. Oh, my goodness. And Gerard put in a headlock by Nick Cousins. You got to be kidding me. You've got to be joking.
Well, we talk about stupidity, and if there's one guy that's going to do the stupid, it's 21 on Ottawa.
There ain't no doubt about that.
But I think that's retribution, or I think he believes it's retribution for Stützle, and Stützle was the one that instigated that whole thing.
Stützle's the one that started it, for crying out loud, and got hit in the kisser. The universe works in mysterious ways.
8-2. Sorry, I was just like, I'm like, what are you doing, cuz? I'm like, what are you doing running at Sammy G for crying out loud?
Admittedly,
8-2.
I think my audio was flipped over already.
Probably.
But yeah, they 8-2. Why were they upset about this? What, they thought you guys were soft?
No, yeah, they thought what, stupid commentating, and why this league is soft for giving Cousins a misconduct. And I'm like, no, dude. They're controlling the game because this guy's a knucklehead.
Right. Okay, so quickly.
It's just so frustrating to me. Sorry.
I want some football thoughts, final football thoughts. Indiana, Oregon tonight. I think Indiana wins. It's going to be Indiana, Miami for the national title, where I won't care who wins. I'm fine with both.
I want Indiana to win it all.
And I do think that Indiana is going to win this. It's going to be interesting, though, if Oregon can pull this off. It doesn't change what you feel about Indiana, but it does take like some of the shine off this story after the year that they've had. And then for the playoff football in the NFL this weekend, where all 6 games are going to be right here on Altitude Sports Radio on either 92.5 or 950.
I would say, come on, Jags, come on, Pats. I don't want to see either of those teams in Denver.
Here's the thing. You should be rooting for all of the home teams to win.
100% in the AFC.
And
yes.
then you get the Steelers in the divisional round, and that seems like the easiest path to get you to the championship game, where it's like, hey, one more game and you're in the big dance. We should all be Steelers, Patriots, and Jags fans this weekend.
100%.
If not, then you're going to have a tough road, whether it's Buffalo, whether it's LA, whether it's Houston, whoever. It's going to be a lot more difficult, your road to get back to a Super Bowl. But a huge weekend and implications for the Broncos, and we'll have it all right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Why? Because Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio.
Altitude Sports Radio loves football.
All right, so here's the drunk takes. These are the ones that didn't make the Mojis. So these aren't from this week.
Oh, gosh.
These are leftover Moji drunk takes that we're going to bust out just to close out the weekend with it. But, Nelly, go ahead.
Moser, Lombardi, and Kane present Drunk Takes.
For the record, I think this sort of dehumanizes us. And it really cracks at our credibility as a show.
Drunk Takes.
Our favorite part of the week, drunk takes. They're clips from throughout the week, or in this case, throughout the last year, that we slow down to half speed. It makes it sound like we're hammered. Nelly?
You want to clear out your sinuses. Have some wasabi peas, Moj.
Yeah, those are so good, man. I love wasabi peas. Love them. I could munch on those all day. I love wasabi, man. I'd put wasabi on anything I could. Bear, I need wasabi. Wasabi.
Was that one of those days that you got in at like 3 in the morning or something?
It must have been, yeah. Wasabi.
What's next?
No, there's another name for that I can never pronounce. Sawzall?
Sawzall.
Wait, what?
Sawzall.
Sawzall. Sawzall, correct.
Oh,
and it's
all.
You sound like Tom Brokaw.
Hi, it's Tom Brokaw. Today, Vic plays with Sawzall.
I like it. What's
That's
next?
funny.
It's enough. It's enough. I've had enough.
What was that from?
What's next?
Nuggets related. I gave you
do you
choice.
wanna save it?
Yeah. Because it's a Sophie's choice. I'm gonna give Nuggets fans a Sophie's choice.
Okay. Never watched that movie.
Me neither. But I know about the Sophie and the choice.
It's you know what? I know about Sophie and the Choice without seeing it too. What's next?
I don't know why. Don't look at me. I didn't do this.
Did you get that the Rocky Mountains men's clinic? Okay. What scale were you on? All right.
S's was he going to throw in there?
I don't know. He's weird.
All right, let's do one more.
That's on you, man.
Sure.
So I don't want to hear it. Baltimore and Buffalo sure looked hurt. Dadgummit.
Okay.
You know, sometimes
iTunes-
when your tongue just won't operate correctly.
Yeah. iTunes, Spotify, Moser, Lombardi, and Kane's where you can find the podcast. Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. All 6 games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood 1 lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Have a wonderful football weekend. Breathing easy. No Broncos game. Let's let those home teams win, huh? Give me the Steelers next week. Talk all about it on Monday. Have a wonderful weekend. We love you. See you.
Baltimore and Buffalo sure looked hurt. Dadgummit.
Ivan just got
Oh, and we're going to fight right off the top here. Here goes Manson. He's going to tee it up. Manson with the right. Right is also thrown by Tyler Clevin. Big boy with the UND. Right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Right by Manson. Oh, and down goes Clevin. Ding, ding, ding. That's the bell. A round one knockout for Josh Manson. Manson threads the needle. Right on cue. Josh Manson is 1 point away from a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period. McKinnon winds and fires, and he shoots and scores. The Mac attack is back in the goal column, Jack. Jack Drury is blocked in front. He has it back again. Another drive. He scores! Josh Manson is a manimal. For Soloviev, receives it on the backhand. Brock Nelson, a one-timer. He scores too. Make it 21 of the season for Brock Nelson, and 2 in the last 6 minutes. Now Stützle wants to fight Sam Girard. Sam Girard's going to go with him. Why not? Sam Girard throws to right. Stützle has him tied up. Right by Girard, right by Stützle, left by Girard. He's got him by the collar. Right by Stützle. Girard trying to get free. His helmet is still on. Stützle's came off. Right by Girard. He's holding his own, and down goes Stützle. Auf Wiedersehen, says Sam Girard. It's the second fight of the hockey game, 16:56 to go in the third. And Sam Girard, who doesn't drop them very often, if ever, gets the adoration of the crowd.
That was awesome. For me, not only was it on the scoreboard, but they beat the out of both those guys. I mean, come on. Manson won the fight. Girard won the fight. Come on, I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
You gotta fight for your right to war.
Can't say it much better than Eric Johnson did last night. An 8-2 win over the Ottawa Senators as the Avs bounce back from their first consecutive regulation losses, the first of 7 straight games at Ball Arena. The Avs 71 points in 43 games. There were 3 teams in the NHL spring that didn't have 71 points in the entire season last year. Welcome into the Morning Sprint. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside KJ Granderson behind the glass. Mark Springer filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today. So much to get into, whether it's the Avs 8-2 win, the Nuggets coming back home against the Trae Youngless Atlanta Hawks. We have the Miami Hurricanes and Mississippi Rebels game to react to. We've got a second college football playoff semifinal this weekend. 6 NFL games coming on Saturday, Sunday, and Monday night. But we start with the Avs, an 8-2 drubbing spring of the Ottawa Senators. That was as dominant as we've seen them this season.
That was fun, huh? That was fun. Got to remind myself I can't swear during this show.
You see my face and you go, oh, we can just let it go.
Mind my surroundings. This isn't my apartment where I do Between the Pipes. This is the studios, and that means we're on FM radio. Can't drop an S-bomb like Eric Johnson did on Channel 20. Look, EJ is really good.
He's fantastic.
So is everyone. Like JML's great. I feel like EJ's come in and stolen everybody's thunder. I was kind of thinking about that last night because everyone else is great, but EJ's new and he was a great player and he fits in so well. He's built for this.
Being larger than everyone else helps him as well.
Huge on set. And he can get away. He's new with dropping an S-bomb. That's his I'm here, baby. I'm on TV now.
Oh, yeah.
That's my moment. Now you know I'm here. And yeah, that was a fun game. That was a tough 3-game East Coast road trip. And it's amazing how just give it time, get back home on this 7-game homestand, face inferior competition all the way. And who cares about those 2 losses? They were tough. You didn't have Landeskog, you didn't have Taves. Those were good teams on the road. Now you're back home, and it just feels good. I mean, if these were 7-game series, what would they lose to? Florida and Tampa? They'd win those series. But because of the schedule, East Coast road trip, 3 and 4 nights, okay, it was tough. Now you're back home. Now you have a chance to really create. I mean, the separation's already been created.
11 points separate both the Avs and the Stars and the Avs and the Minnesota Wild. They've got 1 game in hand on Dallas, 2 games in hand on Minnesota.
And there's no reason that just can't go up, 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 up over the next week plus. They have 6 more of these things at home. And Raj, we talked about it last night. Like, they could go 7-0. They could. That's not out of the realm of possibility. In fact, it's somewhat likely because this team's just inevitable right now. They don't lose games that they're not supposed to lose, especially at home. They haven't been beaten in regulation at home, and none of the teams coming in really have that mettle. Maybe Washington or Anaheim.
Washington's legit. Anaheim has fallen off as of late, but Joel Quenneville has them playing well. The 7-game homestand here, you should win at least 6 of 7. They are dominant right now at 5-on-5. What happened last night? Again, Ottawa, you have to give them a little bit of grace here. The off-ice situation and the rumors that were swirling around that team prior to puck drop probably didn't help their headspace, whether there's a shred of truth in the salacious rumors surrounding Linus Ullmark, or if, there's just simply nothing to go on. Now, the Ottawa Senators did come out with a statement prior to the game going, hey, this is nonsense. He left for personal reasons. But even with that statement coming out, the team realizes something's going on behind closed doors. Add all of that into they're playing the most difficult back-to-back, arguably in all of sports, which is the 2 games in Utah and Colorado, and you have to do the Avs in the second of the back-to-back. They lost late 2 nights ago against the Mammoth 3-1. They played the same goaltender the next night in Colorado against the best team in the NHL, who are coming off their first consecutive regulation losses all season. It was as scheduled a loss as you can possibly have in the NHL. You were going to beat them. I didn't think it was going to be 8-2, and I didn't think it was going to be a near double Gordie Howe hat trick from Josh Manson and little 5'8" Sam Girard dropping the mitts with Tim Stützle. It was awesome.
Yeah, a lot was stacked against Ottawa last night. And I think Josh Manson, look, man, I already forgot our guy's name, and I did this on Pipes last night too. Tyler Kleven.
Big dude, big tuna.
Tyler Kleven of the Senators lays a legal hit in the neutral zone on Ivan. Man, if Ivan was to fight, he would say, my left fist is named Ivan, my right fist is named Ivan. You ready to meet Ivan and Ivan? But no, Josh Manson, he's the fighter on this team, especially with Gabe Landeskog out. Like, Landeskog could have been the guy to set a tone because they lost 2 straight on the road, and you're back home, and let's spark everybody. And you're also standing up for Ivan, even though, or any of your teammates, whoever were to have taken a hit in that spot, because it was a clean hit. It was also a big hit. Ottawa's trying to send a message off the bat. Okay, we're going to send one right back. And who does that on this team? Well, it's Gabe Landeskog. He's not playing. It's Josh Manson. He's out there, and he set the tone. And, dude, Josh Manson unloaded on this dude. Those were some fierce shots. If any of those connected clean outright, Tyler Kleven needs facial fracture surgery today. Some of them did get pretty good. And then look at the night that Josh Manson goes on to have, that everyone else goes on to have. It's a tone setter right there. That's what Josh Manson did last night.
Here's Josh Manson on the possibility of a double Gordie Howe hat trick.
So that was my first one, and then it was made aware to me in the second intermission that I was a fight away from a double Gordie.
Double Gordie. Which, as far as we can tell, the research that we did during the game, we don't think that's ever been done.
That's what they told me, and I was like, I'm not out there. That's not why I fight. So I was like, I gotta go by the way I live my life. And that's
Josh, I will let you knock me out right now. If that means that
we were saying.
That's a good line from Kyle.
So I was doing all of that research during the game, trying to figure out if it had ever been done before. No, it had never been done before. 2 full Gordie Howe hat tricks, which is, for those of you who don't know, a goal, an assist, and a fight in the same game. Now, that happens all the time. Like, guys get this done. It does happen many, many times. It's never happened that someone's done it twice in one single game. Manson's 4-point, 2-goal, 2-assist Gordie Howe hat trick is the first time since 1988 that any skater has had 2 goals, 2 assists, and a fight in a game. The last dude to do that was Brian Leach with the New York Rangers in 1988. The most points by a defenseman in a Gordie Howe hat trick game, 5 by Paul Coffey in 1985-86. Dave Manson, Josh's dad, who is like, I think he's top 10 in penalty minutes in NHL history. He's got like 2,700 penalty minutes, something crazy. Like, he's not a dude that you wanted to go toe-to-toe with. His dad had a Gordie Howe hat trick, 1 goal, 3 assists, never had a 2-2 and a fight game.
And Dave was in the building last night. He got to see his son have one of the coolest games of his career. Man, all you needed was one more fight. And I get it, like Josh Manson said, that's not his game. It's really not on the up and up. It's not good juju to just try to pad your stat sheet. And it's not a real stat. It's a made-up stat, the Gordie Howe hat trick. But still, you know, he didn't want to search for it. I get that. I respect it. Most players, you actually shouldn't. But, man, just one fight. All he had to do to make history. Now I'm thinking about it. Like a Senators player, you should respect the legacy of his father, Dave. Know that Josh Manson can make history. A Senators player should have picked a fight with him and just said, hey, man, I know what's at stake here.
Yeah, but Josh didn't want to do it.
Yeah, but if somebody else instigated it with him, if somebody came over and just was like, yo, dude, you got to do this, and is like shoving him, slapping him, then you awaken the beast in Josh. And he's like, all right, fine. Double Gordie Howe right now.
He nearly got there. Brady Tkachuk was on Brent Burns' back behind Scott Wedgwood, giving him the business. And both of those dudes were on the ice, Manson and Burns. And I saw Manson turn around and try and like break that thing up. But if you guys don't know the Ottawa Senators right now, Brady Tkachuk's been out with a right hand injury for a while, and he's not allowed to fight. Someone tried to fight him a couple of days ago, and Brady had to take his glove off and show the dude going like, I'm not allowed to punch you in the face. So I don't know if the one chance that would have been, which again was Burns being, jumped on the back by Brady Tkachuk, I don't think he would have been able to drop the mitts. It would have been really cool. It would have been fun. It was a great game from him. It was complete. They put him out on the power play. Again, power play went 2 of 6 last night, man. I know Otto was tired, and they were on the second leg of a back-to-back, and you were killing him at that point, but 2 of 6 is nice.
Sogard was in net because we didn't talk about this on Pipes last night. The 2 power play goals they score, one is Nature's short left. They finally scored. It's like the first time I feel like they've had a Nature's short left goal. That should be saved. When you think about it, when you look at that shot. Same with Nelson's one-timer on the right, which is a nice, he completes it and it has some pace on it, but that goes through Mads Sogard in a way that probably doesn't go through other goaltenders. Nonetheless, it's still 2 power play goals. So, hey, we like power play goals.
Avs get a big 8-2 victory. The Nuggets are back after a long 7-game road trip tonight at home. You can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Coverage starts at 6:30 p.m. with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Mark Bertinoli will have that. Kaz with tip just after 7 as they take on the Trey Youngless Hawks. Mark Springer filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. I'm Alex Ryanemi on the morning sprint. College football playoff semifinal. One half is gone. Was it pass interference? Did they steal one away from the Rebels?
Very different look on defense from before the timeout. You're right. Chambliss connects the snap, backpedals, launches to the end zone. Broken up. And the Miami Hurricanes head home to play for a championship.
Miami, a 31-27 last-minute victory over the Ole Miss Rebels. Was it pass interference or was it not? Carson Beck scampers in with 18 seconds to go to give the lead back to Miami in the final minute of this one. And then it comes down to Mississippi taking a knee in the end zone. Chambliss finding a wide receiver at the 50-yard line. They still have a timeout left. They clock the ball. Get the ball to the 35, the offensive 35, take their final timeout with 6 seconds. And the final throw of the game is a left sideline. Wouldn't call it a Hail Mary, but obviously a shot play. Have to find a way to get into the end zone. And Deshaun Stribling gets a hand on it, but he was held on the collarbone for like 10 yards, man. It felt like it was pass interference. And I understand you can't throw that flag in the NFL. If you throw that flag in the end zone in the NFL, you're basically calling the game, right? It's quarterback sneak, 1 yard run. You're basically
if they
going,
spot the foul at the 1, yeah.
Here you go, Mississippi.
You tush push it.
The game's over. That pass interference started, and KJ, tell me if I'm wrong. I know it hurts you as a Mississippi kid. That pass interference with the hand on the collarbone could have been called inside the 5 yard line, and that ends up being a 15-yard penalty. You're not calling the game there in college if you throw the flag early. I don't know, dude. It felt awfully PI to me. Maybe it's a little bit worse as you get in because he tugs at the end. I don't know if he's able to get a hand and a foot in bounds if he catches that ball, but it was tough. Regardless, an amazing first half of our semifinal games.
Well, the good news, if you're Mississippi, I'm going to frame this as good news. Even if you'd won that game, guess what? You're losing to Indiana because Indiana's going to win this thing. That's crazy how this turned into. Now, shout out to Ole Miss. I had a pretty good run. And following, Lane Kiffin leaving them for LSU. And they competed really well in these playoffs. If Lane doesn't leave for LSU, is that the difference? Maybe. Probably not. Indiana's really good. They're probably going to beat Oregon tonight. And I think they beat Miami. And maybe they don't throw that flag because, look, they probably want Miami in the final instead of Ole Miss. Because, look, the U is back. I mean, it's not like all the way back.
Oh,
but
they're in a national championship. They're back.
Yeah, no, it's good to have them. Like, it's a big game. Like, I think Indiana's going to win it. I think Indiana's the real program. And I like what Miami's done. Like, I can't believe the Miami defense was so good, and then Ole Miss ended up really kind of having their way with them in the second half. But it's good for Miami to be back. Michael Irvin, everyone else, Ray Lewis. Did he do what he did? I don't know. But he's a star. All those stars. Think all the U dudes are on the sidelines.
They were there?
It's good for college
Third leg
football.
Greg?
So you swallow that flag because you want the U in the national championship. To lose to Indiana, though. That's what's going to happen.
3.5-point favorites are the Hoosiers this evening against Oregon in the Peach Bowl. And I saw this. Connor Stallions tweeted this out last night. Since NIL has truly kicked in, and guys making ridiculous amounts of money and basically eschewing the draft unless you are guaranteed a first-round pick and a top first-round pick because, well, you can make the extra money, you can get the extra year, especially if you were a COVID kid. You could play 7 years in college at this point. Ever since NIL has truly kicked in, the College Football National Championship game has consisted of these teams: Michigan, Washington, Ohio State, Notre Dame, Miami, and either one of these two, Indiana and Oregon. What's different about that list than years past?
No Alabama?
No SEC team in that entire
that's crazy.
list.
Yeah, because now, look, Indiana, they're investing money. Like, they pay a lot of money to get recruits. Like, they're taking it seriously. I think BYU's going to do. I think BYU's doing some of this. Man, I mean, that's a team
they have private equity.
Yeah, so you can keep an eye on teams like that, and that's why. Look, apparently Miami is spending too, but I do hesitate to say that any program is back right now because with the transfer stuff, who knows? I don't know what Miami's like. Carson Beck, I think Carson
Beck is aged out.
Gone,
after
yeah, because he's been in Georgia first, but he's been there forever. So there's no guarantee that you're good one year and that you can, pay the right people the next year.
Which is why Signetti and Indy have to get it done this year.
It is, yeah. I do think that program, though, does seem to have some sort of, like, what they're building seems sustainable. But you year in and year out, I don't know. I just really like Curt Signetti. I think that he's got everything kind of like locked down. He's a Saban guy. He's a Nick Saban guy. He's kind of running it that way. And they have like all that money. A lot of these teams have the money, but I don't know. Indiana gives me good vibes. Like they might be able to keep this going. Anyone else? I don't know. I don't know year in and year out if you're going to be able to sustain anything because everyone's transferring here, there. I don't know what any roster is going to look like from one year to the next.
The Signetti thing that was floated, again, I think it was originally on the Dan Patrick show a couple of days ago. If you're Vegas and you're Tom Brady and you're very much involved with finding your new head coach, finding a guy who's going to change the culture for the Raiders, do you knock on Signetti's door after the championship and you would have to wait until the 19th? I think 10 days from right now is when that national championship game is played.
Yeah, the 19th.
Okay. January 19th, college football playoff, Indiana wins. You call him on the 20th and you go, I'm giving you a 5-year deal to match Fernando Mendoza's 5-year deal as the number 1 overall pick. You get to come to Vegas. You jump from winning a national championship with the Hoosiers, and you come and be the head coach of the Raiders, and you get to take your Heisman Trophy winning quarterback first overall, and you guys are married together for the next 5 seasons. If you're successful, both of you get new contracts, and we ride off into the sunset after a decade.
It's something that could happen. Hell, they could be talking to him right now. There's tampering all the time. That's what they do, is they tamper. And if you're the Raiders, if you're Tom Brady, well, let's be honest, Tom Brady, it's not John Spytek or even the owner, Mark Davis. No, Tom Brady's calling the shots. So if you're Tom, you might already be, you're talking to everyone right now. You're talking to Vance Joseph, and you've already talked to Vance Joseph and Davis Webb and others, and maybe Signetti's on that list because, yeah, I think he's one of those guys who could transition to the NFL, and to pair him with this college quarterback makes some sense. But they do have options. The Raiders could go a number of different directions. It seems like Mendoza's, but they got to get a quarterback. You could go we talked about this last night, Raj. You could go Vance Joseph and Davis Webb. You could do that.
We talked about that in the vein of Baltimore, though. I think
the Raiders as well.
Baltimore is a better fit for Vance Joseph than the Raiders
are.
Well,
because the Ravens are better.
Right, and there's nothing on the defensive side outside Max Crosby for the Raiders.
Mm-hmm.
Right, and if you're Vance, you go, I mean, he's a great guy. Like, that is one of the best pass rushers in the game, and he plays 97% of the snaps. Coach Sanford and I talk about that all the time. Is like, Nick Bonito, you're being paid for, 64 to 67% of the snaps. You want Max Crosby money? You want TJ Watt money? You got to get north of 90%, right? So he's got to steal something from Schlereth, a football playing Jesse there, but nothing else. I don't think Vegas is a fit for him. I really don't.
I think it's a fit for him if that's the team that offers him the job, or if Baltimore hires somebody else. If a job presents, are you in a position, if you're Vance Joseph, to be picky?
No, but you also, if you're Vance Joseph, I'm not saying picky, but you got to make the right decision. This is probably your last chance to be a head coach and then be successful so that you are in that cycle for the rest of your career. If he goes to Vegas and they suck for 2 years and he gets bounced after winning 8 games total in 2 seasons, he'll never be a head coach ever again in this league.
Mm-hmm. But even if he goes to Baltimore, and I think the Raiders is still possible, and it's also possible that he doesn't go anywhere. And maybe that's someone else is hired in Baltimore or another better spot, and he doesn't want to go to the Raiders, and he'll probably be fine. Like, if he comes back next season, I think the defense will still be good. You're losing like a John Franklin Myers. Is
But
Riley
hardly anyone else. Riley Moss is still under contract.
Riley Moss still under contract. Okay, so yeah, it's probably still good. You'll probably be in just as good a position next year. But you never know. You never know what could happen. Sometimes striking while the iron is hot. Like, will Vance Joseph ever be hotter than he is right now?
Oh, I apologize. Riley Moss is a UFA this year. That's my fault.
Okay. You're still, Barron probably slides over to the outside, and Macmillan's back because he's a restricted that is going to be affordable.
Your free agents next year on the defensive side are Brandon Jones.
Okay. Might be tough. Well, you do have the extra money opening up. That final Russ dead cap's gone.
Drew Sanders, Riley Moss, JL Skinner, and that's basically it.
I guess I'd probably prioritize Brandon Jones over Riley Moss just because you can slide Barron in. I think PJ Locke has been good, but Brandon Jones is better. Riley's underrated, though. Riley gets a lot of heat.
And JFM's
and
you
JFM.
can't afford JFM.
Yeah, he's gone. I mean, they extended Malcolm Roach. Like, when they extended Malcolm Roach, it was kind of like,
they made their decision.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, but then back to Vance. Like, and I think Davis Webb, it makes all the sense in the world, unless someone gets cocky and is like, let's just hire Davis Webb outright as our head coach.
If you hire Davis Webb, I think it's within the next 3 days, within hours, he would be the youngest head coach in NFL history, beating Sean McVay.
He's gonna be one as long as he doesn't fail as a play caller, which I don't think he will.
Right, but I understand they like the mind and they like the fit. What about the Broncos offense and their pass game makes you excited about the dude who coordinates that pass game?
I've seen those comments. I think there's an understanding that the Broncos offense is what it is, and Sean Payton and Davis Webb and Joe Lombardi, throw them in there, why not? That they've actually gotten more out of this offense than they've gotten more out of Bo Nix.
Oh, so the offense has overachieved this year?
Yeah.
That's an insane thought process.
No, I'm not.
Bo has statistically taken a step back this year. Now, he's been nails in the fourth quarter.
Look, that
right?
Packers game was pretty good.
He's been nails in the fourth quarter. He's had a couple of games where he's been very good, right? The Packers game, he dominated Dallas, so the Dallas defense is terrible. It statistically has been a step back from his freshman year, his rookie year in the NFL.
Yeah, I think that the league views Davis Webb as a really bright mind. And there is overall respect for Sean Payton. He took this off, and I know the defense has been great, but 14-3 in the 1 seed is still 14-3 in the 1 seed. So there's respect for Sean. Not from the casual outside, no, from in the league. From coach, and do people hate Sean Payton? Do they, is he cocky? Does he rub people the wrong way? Sure, but I would venture to guess there's a lot of respect. There's still a lot of respect for Sean Payton. And Davis Webb is his protege. Teams could I wouldn't shock me if he got hired outright, because teams like to be on the forefront of this type of stuff. Like with McVay, like the Rams were trying to be on the forefront of hiring Sean McVay. I think there was a sense of that with the Dolphins and Mike McDaniel. Didn't go as well, but I still think Mike McDaniel's a good mind. People could view Davis Webb in the same light. That said, I do think it is more likely that Vance gets hired as head coach and Davis just follows him as the OC, and that's a good tandem. It's a really good 1-2 punch. And if it is the Raiders and not the Ravens, who are obviously better, look, you get the first overall pick. You're starting from, there's an understanding that you're starting from absolute ground zero. There will be grace in his first year. They're not going to fire him.
Hold on, will there be? They just fired a borderline, if not shoe-in Hall of Fame coach. Is there grace?
Who I think was kind of a stopgap. Because he's old.
At 74
he's
years
very old.
I don't know if there's grace.
I think there would be a sense of, look, this is Davis Webb's first time calling plays as OC. The roster's terrible. If you're the Raiders, you have to acknowledge your roster's terrible.
So you and I are in agreement that if Vance goes somewhere, he nabs Davis with him.
I would say that's likely.
Okay.
Because Davis wants to call plays, and he's not doing it here.
No, you just simply won't.
Yeah.
And unless you're okay with being Lombardi, then
Exactly.
It's not the fit
exactly.
for you.
It's not what you want on your resume.
I apologize. I misread Spot Track. I was reading 2026 free agents, so I screwed you up there.
That's okay.
Your 2025 free agents on the defensive side, Jordan Jackson, Devon Key, Jaquan McMillan, who's restricted.
Yeah.
Justin Sternad.
Okay, that checks out.
PJ Locke.
So not Brandon
JFM.
Jones.
Alex Singleton.
Okay, so Riley's back.
Brandon
Jones
Riley has
is back.
one more year. He's a free agent in 2026.
So you could stay here.
Brandon Jones 2026 as well.
And if you don't like that Raiders gig, you could stay here. Or maybe you get a better gig, like you said. But I don't know. I don't think the Raiders are a terrible job. When you are starting from absolute, like you're gonna get the first pick in the first round, second round, third. You're getting the better picks.
I don't think it's a bad job. I think it's a great opportunity. But I don't know if it's the opportunity for Vance. I think the perfect fit in Vegas is John Harbaugh.
I think John wants to go somewhere where he can win now. And John Harbaugh's earned that. Was Vance earned that? Is Vance, like, if I'm a team that could, like, let's say the Packers lose. We talked about these teams. The Packers lose, the Bills lose, even the Eagles. We didn't mention the Eagles last night when we did the Blitz, Raj. And Sirianni could be out, which is crazy because he just won a Super Bowl.
I don't buy that.
I don't necessarily buy it either.
It would have to be a disaster in the first round.
But let's just say one of these teams, that is more win now, loses early in these playoffs this weekend, fires their coach. They're going to want a John Harbaugh because they feel like they can win right now. I do think, even though Vance has experience, he still is nowhere near as experienced as a John Harbaugh. Like, Vance kind of fits the mold of a team. Like, look at Aaron Glenn taking the Jets job. You know what? That's what you got to do. You got to go take that Jets job because you got to prove stuff to this league. John Harbaugh has proven to the NFL that I can come in and I can help you win right now. I don't think Vance is on that level. I think Vance is more of I know he's a second-time head coach, but the first time was so bad that it almost is like he is a first-time head coach again. And sometimes you go to those lower-level teams. It's just what you do. And you got to make it work.
You don't get soured off of John Harbaugh for making it work with Joe Flacco, but not making it work with an MVP in Lamar Jackson.
Still made the playoffs a bunch. Hey, maybe Lamar was playing too many video games. I don't know. That's what they claim.
I think Vegas is a good fit for him, and I think I talked about this on the Blitz yesterday with you. Unless the Bills get to the Super Bowl, if I'm Terry Pagula, who owns the Buffalo Bills, I'm booting Sean McDermott, and I'm hiring Harbaugh.
Yeah.
They have, for me, with the openness of the AFC, no Burrow, no Mahomes to go through, all of these new quarterbacks. I know your defense is no good, but you have an MVP-level quarterback, and you've been knocking on the door for so many years, and the one excuse you had was, well, it's the Chiefs. Well, it's Patrick Mahomes. Like, what are we going to do? It's our version of Tom Brady, right? You're just banging your head against the wall, and hopefully you get through 1 year. Well, this is the 1 year, and if they don't do it, I'm booting McDermott and going, give me the Super Bowl winning head coach.
It's so possible that happens too. That Bills-Jags game is fascinating. Bills are slight road favorites, and I think I saw that Liam Cohen and the Jags are doing that same thing that they did, or a similar thing that they did when they came to Denver that week and won, and they used the smaller market as ammo and fuel. Now they're using...
Even though Sean Payton was trying to give the Jaguars a compliment in that comment.
But you use anything you can. And so now they are rallying around the fact that they're home dogs as the 3 seed hosting the 6 seed, but Buffalo's favored. And Jacksonville's good. It is very possible that the Bills are one and done, McDermott's fired, and John Harbaugh's their next head coach. That's extremely possible.
That's Mark Springer. He's filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, who's out sick today. Alex Ryan-Emy on the morning sprint. KJ Granderson's behind the glass today. 303-504-0925 on a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light's the official beer sponsor of your Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Rolling along in the morning sprint, Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Springer filling in for Mike Sanford today. 303-504-0925 on the Champ Mazda text line. It's a Bud Light Football Friday today. Been talking about head coaching vacancies, whether or not Vance Joseph and Davis Webb are going to leave the Broncos at the end of this season. It is a nice weekend where you just get to take in NFL football without having to worry about what it means for the Broncos, until, someone wins that you don't.
Is there a
win.
preferred matchup? Are we rooting?
100% there's a preferred matchup.
Is it the Steelers?
It's the Steelers. You don't have to worry about anything with the Broncos until the Steelers lose, and then you go, oh no, how is this going to shuffle?
I think it's so even. I understand, and that's why
it is not even with the Steelers.
No, see, here's
it's
the
Steelers,
thing.
the Grand Canyon, and then everybody else.
Man, you really hate the Ravens. And I get, because they just beat the Ravens. And Lamar Jackson, they won that game. Look, TJ Watt's back. He's a beast. He's playing through it. He's still hurt. Punctured lung? You could see him, grimacing. He's still fighting through. He's got, a Gabe Landeskog situation where, his whole side is destroyed, but he's still playing. They get DK Metcalf back. They were able to survive him punching that Lions fan. They survived that. That almost cost them. The defense is good. Tomlin has always been underrated. Aaron's playing well. He can't move. He cannot run for first downs.
Not great against Jonathan Cooper, Nick Bonito, and Zach Allen.
But what if the Broncos can't move the ball against a pretty good Steelers defense, and this becomes
They're not going to move the ball against anybody.
Well, so then, therefore, the Steelers actually become somewhat tricky.
Oh, dude, it's 100% the matchup that you want. And you go, oh, TJ Watt, he's so terrifying. What did Max Crosby do in 2 games against the Broncos?
Well, he has no help. At least TJ has some help.
Max Crosby hit the quarterback once in 2 games against the Broncos. Once.
Yeah, and one of those games was 10-7. That could be Broncos Steelers. It could be another 10-7.
It wasn't that game, by the way. It was the second game.
It was the second game? Okay. Yeah, I would say the Steelers are the team you'd want to face the most. I think it's close, though.
I think there's such a large drop-off between them.
I don't think it's that large.
Houston and Buffalo and L.A.
I think they're all so similar, except Buffalo's got the weaker defense. Texans have a great defense.
I see the text line. Why does Raj always hate on the Steelers? Because even though they are 500 or better every year under Mike Tomlin, they don't do anything.
But now they have a future Hall of Famer.
It's your favorite
word.
It's your favorite word. The Steelers, they're mid. And they have been mid for the last 15 years.
But here's my argument. All these teams, some might be upper mid. They're all mid. It's very, I think the Broncos are the best, I think. I mean, they got the 1 seed, but I'm not sure. Are the Patriots better? Maybe. Are the Jags better? Maybe. I do think there is a hierarchy, but I think the gap between 1 and 7 is actually somewhat close. The Chargers would be dangerous as hell if it wasn't for not having Slater and Alt. That's going to hurt them. But they are going to, that Jim Harbaugh team, and Justin Herbert's playing the toughest football of his life. They are going to fight their asses off. The Chargers are not going to be an easy out.
So let's go through that game. Pats, Chargers, the 2-7 matchup on the 11th, 6 p.m. on NBC. Who gets through?
If the Chargers win, there's your matchup. It's Broncos-Chargers right there.
I don't want to see that. I don't want to see the same team 3 times in the same season, especially coming off a game in which you played their JV squad, and coach doesn't believe in momentum. I think I do, or at least
I tend to believe in momentum.
If you have to take momentum from that final week of the season, did you take momentum out of that game, or did LA go, we put our C team on the field and we made it pretty difficult for you?
Yeah, you only scored 3 points, but you were somehow in that game, and your defense was solid despite no Derwin James, Khalil Mack, etc.
New England 3.5-point favorites in that game at home.
Yeah, I mean, look, what's going on with Stephon Diggs and Barrymore, but they are, Drake May, and Diggs was playing well. Drake May's good. Like, New England should win that game, but damn, wouldn't shock me if the Chargers win. I'm finding it very difficult to predict any of these games, except for, like, I think the Rams beat the Panthers, even though because Carolina got them earlier this year. I don't think history repeats itself. And I think the Eagles beat the Niners. Outside of those two, I think all these could go either way. But yeah, if it's the Chargers that you're facing, okay, it's tough. If it's the Texans, who I guess the Texans should beat the Steelers. That defense is so good. That Texans defense is insane. And the Texans have a few weapons out of Iowa State of all places. These young Noel and Hutchinson, and he still got Nico Collins. Like, there's actually some weapons for C.J. Stroud.
Imagine if they had Joe Mixon.
Imagine if they had Mixon. Woody Marks has been solid at running back, though. Could be the Texans that the Broncos are facing. If in order for that to happen, then New England would have to win and Jacksonville would have to win, which could happen. It could be Houston. Do you think Houston's toughest matchup?
That defense is brutal.
Are you going to go Chargers or Bills? You think it's the Josh Allen factor?
I think the Josh Allen factor is just last year looming in my head.
He's a hell of a quarterback.
The Bills' defense is terrible.
Mm-hmm.
Terrible.
Outside of James Cook, their receivers don't scare me.
James Cook puts the ball on the ground. He's been great. He's like, I think he's the leading rusher in the NFL this year.
I know. Maybe it really is just that Chargers-Patriots game that I can't pick because I'm leaning Jacksonville to beat Buffalo, and I'm leaning Houston to beat the Steelers, even though I am giving the Steelers respect.
The hope is that all home teams win. All home teams win.
Mm-hmm.
You play Pittsburgh in the first round, and you wait to see who comes out of the Pats and the Jags and comes to Mile High for an AFC championship.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, I think I want to see New England just because of the bad taste in my mouth from the Jacksonville game, and they came in here and they whooped you.
I can't even think ahead to a possible championship game. The way the chalk would be New England. The 1-2. It'd be the 1 versus the 2.
Last time that happened was 2015. It was good for Broncos fans.
Those two teams haven't matched up. May and Knicks have not matched up yet. Be a very interesting matchup.
It would be a close game, and that would be... It's so funny. Isn't that 31st and 32nd in terms of strength of schedule? Famously, the Pats really haven't done anything in terms of beating good teams. Now, the teams in their records against playoff fields, the Broncos are 4-2. The Patriots are 2-2. This is your record against current teams in the AFC and NFC playoffs. The Jags are 5-3. The reason why I'm not nervous about the Steelers, well, they're 1-5 against the playoff field. Texans 4-4. Bills 3-3. Chargers 3-3. In the NFC, the Seahawks are commanding 6-2. The Bears are 3-2. The Eagles 500 at 3-3. You know why I'm not nervous about the Panthers? Not just because they're 8-9. Well, they're 2-5 against playoff teams. Rams, 49ers, both 4-4, and the Packers are 2-4 as well.
Yeah, it's a lot of mid. It's a lot of mid in this league right now. Upper mid. Some of them are upper mid. Yeah, and it's just been a weird year. Like, I do think anything can happen. Look at how this year has gone. Phillip Rivers played. Okay, Phillip Rivers played. The Chiefs are out for the first time in years. Joe Flacco got traded within the division. I'm sure what else happened? It's just been a weird year in the NFL. The Broncos are your 1 seed.
So is this a year where you see, a 7 seed get there and then like the Niners host a Super Bowl against the Chargers? Just a California Super Bowl?
That's been the type of year it's been. I mean, the 3 trendy sleeper picks who are all outside. No, the Broncos were in the playoffs last year, but they got crushed in Buffalo. Denver, New England, Jacksonville. Those were the 3 trendy sleeper picks.
6 new teams to the playoffs this year.
Not only did all 3 of those teams make the playoffs, that's your 1, 2, and 3 seed in the AFC. That's crazy. It's not Kansas City, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Baltimore. No, your 1, 2, and 3 seed were 3 sleeper teams. Thinking like, oh yeah, they could get in as a wild card. Oh, maybe one of them wins the division. Psych, all 3 won their divisions and are the 1, 2, and 3 seeds.
And it's not like they won a division with 10 games.
No, they're all very good seasons.
It's a full wild card schedule this weekend on Altitude Sports Radio, both here on 92.5 and our sister station on AM 950. We'll have the Rams and the Panthers at 2 p.m. on Saturday on AM 950. Then at 6 p.m. that evening, we'll have the Packers and the Bears on 92.5. We switch over to Sunday, Bills and Jaguars, 10:30 in the morning on 92.5, followed by the Niners and the Eagles at 2:15 on Sunday on our sister station AM 950. Sunday Night Football, Chargers at the Patriots on AM 950. That broadcast starts at 6 p.m. And then we will have that Monday night playoff game, the Texans and the Chargers, 6 p.m. Monday night on Altitude Sports Radio, AM 950. Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. All 6 of those games this weekend and every game straight through Super Bowl 60 in the Bay. The NFL on Westwood One lives right here on Altitude Sports Radio. Hour 2 of the morning sprint coming up at 10:20. KJ's NFL notes. We'll pop some tops at 10:45. Let you know what we're watching this weekend, including all 6 of those NFL playoff games. I got Ron Burgundied earlier.
Yeah.
It's Texans and Steelers on Monday night, not Texans and Chargers, but the little sheet that I have right here. Misprint. Kevin Shockey.
That's going to happen. You're writing a bunch of things, at least whoever wrote this copy. And then we get into reading mode, and we just read.
I just turn into a robot when I've got it in front of me, man.
We're just reading robots at that point. So there you go. It is very clearly, as we talked about, the Texans and the Steelers on Monday night.
Nuggets back at it after a 7-game road trip. 6:30 pregame powered by Ramos Law with Mark Bertinoli tonight. Nuggets and Hawks. No Trae Young as he is traded away. Last time he played,
he
the
was
Hawks,
traded? Is it official? I thought he just wanted to trade.
I'm almost positive that's done, isn't it?
Is it done?
KJ?
It is done.
Basketball
done.
Reference has it done. That's a
okay.
done deal,
It is all
brother.
done.
I was so abs locked in last night that I knew that. Didn't Trae say he wanted to go to the Wizards?
Yeah, it's done.
And now he's there.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's done. Last time you played the Hawks, you found a way to get by with a 134-133 win. Jokic dropped 39 in that one or 40, something like that.
That was a good comeback win
against Atlanta.
In Atlanta.
I want to say it was 40.
Okay.
You'll see Porzingis tonight. You'll see Zachary Risache.
Former number 1 overall pick, Zachary Risache.
Yeah. Man, you look at the recent first overall
It's a hockey name.
And Risache is a good player, but like the Hawks, it was the wrong year to have the first pick. Like there was Wemby, there's Cooper Flag.
It's like the Rangers getting the first pick and getting Alexis Lafreniere.
Yeah, but Risache's solid. I mean, Porzingis is probably the tough matchup, especially with no Jokic and no Jonas Valanciunas. I am optimistic about De'Ron Holmes, though. I think De'Ron can play, and man, what an opportunity he has. And there's going to be some growing pains. Zeke Najee's playing well. How about that? Good for him.
Putting some good tape out there. If you want to move some money, move a contract.
All of a sudden, his trade value is not bad. And if he's playing like that, his contract is actually starts to make more sense.
Well, I mean, it makes sense, but it depends what you want to do next year. I had this conversation with Dempsey yesterday, is like, how do you keep Peyton Watson? And the answer is you have to move either a bunch of contracts or you have to move, and I really do think it's the only way, one of the big contracts. And you're not going to move Joker, you're not moving Jamal, you're not moving AG or Christian Brown, who just signed his extension. If you want to try and package a bunch of dudes and Valanciunas and Zeke Najee, and you let go of Bruce Brown, I don't even think you can clear the 25-ish million that would be required, and this is what Dempsey was saying, required to keep Peyton Watson here. So I don't even know if trading away Zeke Najee really helps you if your one goal in the offseason is do what you can to keep Peyton Watson. The one thing you can do, the one thing you probably have to do is find a way to move on from Cam Johnson.
Yeah, you're going to have to move on from Cam Johnson. And you know what? Like a week ago, I would have said, and I like Peyton Watson, and I knew he was going to make some good money just because a wing like that who's young with upside is tough to come by. And he's going to do well in the open market should he get there. But then you look at his offensive production of late, and 6 of 7 from 3, 10 of 15 from the field in the win in Boston. Like, that's legit.
The 3-point shooting changes him.
It changes everything. And so now I'm thinking, okay, you can't let this guy go. You absolutely cannot let him go. Because Peyton Watson is 23 years old.
Yeah.
You cannot let that go. Cam Johnson was an older player. I think he played all 4 years at North Carolina, so he is 29.
The issue with Cam is that, can you stay healthy? And right now it's proven that you can't.
In fact, he's going to be 30 in March.
If you move on from Cam, you're likely going to have to add a pick. You're going to have to add a sweetener into, hey, take the last year. Now, what helps with Cam Johnson? Again,
he's going to have trade value because he can shoot. He's a solid player.
Defensively, fantastic. Now, he will have trade value, but in order to take the expiring contract, you're likely going to have a sweetener because, well, teams know you're kind of up a creek and you have to clear cap space in order to keep one of your own. So I did this exercise when I went, would you be okay, Mark Springer, with the Michael Porter Jr. trade effectively being MPJ, a first, a possible second for Peyton Watson, Tim Hardaway Jr., and Jonas Valanciunas, assuming Bruce Brown is maybe gone next year. Are you okay with that trade?
But it's really just more so about retaining the guys that you drafted and developed who are turning into something. And you're just going to have to, you're going to have to part with guys like a Michael Porter Jr. You're going to have to retool your bench almost year in and year out. So you can part with Jonas Valanciunas at the end of the season. And we didn't mention this text or this thought when we talked about this last night. Someone said, well, we'd finally get a backup center, a good one in Jonas, and he's gone after this year. What do? Guess what? Deron Holmes. That's the plan. That's why you drafted him. You just hope he's ready next season. Peyton Watson steps into a starting role. Is he going to be as reliable, like that sniper shooter? And I know MPJ struggled from time to time, but that's what he's known for, shooting. Cam Johnson is known for shooting. But guess what? If Peyton Watson is going to progress like this, and shooting's never going to be the number one point of his game, but his all-around game and where he's at in his career, you have to have it. So you're retooling year in, year out around Jokic, Murray, Gordon, Christian Brown, and now Peyton Watson. I think Peyton Watson has entered. He's there, and you retool around those five now. And everything else is just, honestly, Jalen Pickett's going to progress. Jalen Pickett is going to turn into a legit backup point guard for you. You hope Deron Holmes turns into your legit backup 4 or 5. At this point, what we saw from Hunter Tyson the other night, maybe Hunter Tyson turns into somebody. Can I give a shout out to Calvin Booth? These guys are panning out.
Be my guest. That was the Calvin Booth game, right? When all 5 starters were out. That was the Calvin Booth vindication game.
They all the potential, all the upside, all of the positive traits, they're showing.
I agree with Torrey here. He goes, the second apron needs to be adjusted or it needs to be let go. Teams should not be punished for drafting well. NBA should encourage teams retaining homegrown and drafted players. I find myself agreeing. However, in the same vein, you know what's going to help you a couple of years down the road is when OKC runs into the same issue of all of their draft picks and all of their homegrown players aging out of their early contracts, right? They're going to have to make some big-time decisions down the road. Now, they got their championship early in that progression, which certainly helps their timeline. I find myself agreeing. I also think there's an issue, man. I have the same issue in the NHL. I don't love that there's now going to be a 7-year contract cap on players that you currently have on your team. They're going to bring it down from 8 years to 7 years on the maximum extension. I don't love that. Like the fact that I can't sign Nathan McKinnon or Cale Makar, right? Kale's the next big contract, right? I don't love that I can't sign Cale to a 12-year deal. Yeah,
there should be rewards for extending guys you drafted who turn into like Hall of Famers or All-Stars. And that's why I do like how the NBA, if you re-sign with the team you're on at the Supermax, you get that extra year. And a little more money. And that's why Jokic is waiting until this offseason to sign and didn't sign last offseason because he's going to get that extra year. And there are qualifiers for it, like, how far away you are from free agency. That's why Jokic is waiting the extra year. But he's going to get money with the Nuggets that no other team can give him because it's the team that he's on, that he's going to be re-signing with. And I like that. A few texts are coming in. Is Deron Holmes big enough to be Jokic's backup?
Likely not.
Deron can't play the 5. He's a 4. I'll say this, okay? You got to assume Jokic is healthy, and certainly, which he has been by and large in his career.
You can make that assumption. That's fine.
And not just really, I'm talking about the playoffs, okay? Look at the minutes Jonas was getting when Jokic was healthy. It was like 10 to 15 minutes a night. It really wasn't that much because Jokic is but Jonas was so efficient in those minutes. And it's a really nice luxury to have when you can be that efficient even in the 10 to 15 minutes that Jokic isn't on the floor. But in the playoffs, like Jokic is playing damn near the entire game. You just need your backup big out there for like 10 minutes a night. Maybe Deron And yes, he's only like 6'9", 6'10". I get that. But you can go undersized. You can also sign, your Isaiah Hartensteins of the world back when the Nuggets signed him. Not what he is right now. But you're just run-of-the-mill, I'm 6'10" to 7 foot. I'm a capable, sentient body. Is it going to be Jonas Valanciunas? No. That's the high end. That's an absolute luxury to have Jonas right now. More realistically, when you have to start giving money to Peyton Watson and others, you're going to have to take a little bit of a hit. It's not going to be Jonas. It'll be some free agent.
Or a draft pick.
Or maybe a draft pick. But you're also hoping that De'Ron Holmes, gets a little more physical and can play a little bit of 5. There's development that can be done. Like, don't rule out that De'Ron can't play 10 minutes at the 5, especially given the matchup. If you're playing a team with a lot of size, yeah, it's going to hurt. But if you're not, yeah, De'Ron can actually. We've seen Aaron Gordon play the 5 when necessary because that's just what it dictates.
Spencer Jones played against Joel Embiid, who's got almost 6 inches and 60 pounds on him.
Yeah, I'm just saying there are ways, because you're going to have to part with Jonas. You're just going to.
It's going to be it's going to be a draft pick. They have a first rounder this year.
Yeah.
Draft a true big man.
Maybe that's the
Jonas. We'll see you, man. Go to
You can finally go to Greece
or whatever it is.
And I'm not trying to kick Jonas out of town. What Jonas provides right now is awesome. And look, he did want to go play in Greece. I think Jonas is having fun. I think
when it comes to role players in the NBA, there's no such thing as long-term anymore.
No. You understand it's a business, and you hope that Jonas helps you win a championship, but then the reality is it's probably his swan song in Denver, and maybe the NBA as a whole. He finally gets to go to beautiful Greece. It's a win-win.
Is it the same thing in the NHL? Role players are no longer a long-term luxury?
Like a Logan O'Connor's an exception. If you're getting somebody on like a $2 million deal over like 6 years. But there's a lot of turnover. There's just a lot of turnover nowadays.
Especially in bottom 6 and bottom pairing D.
Role players.
Yeah, you sign your big dudes. Same thing in the NBA, right? Like you got Joker, you got Jamal, you got AG, you got Brown, then you find a way to fill in the other spots. And honestly, that is the exercise that either wins you or loses you championships. It's the reason why you trade Michael Porter Jr. to get deeper. It's the reason why you trade Mikko Rantanen to get deeper. And now the dividends are paying off for both teams, right? Brock Nelson is the third highest American scorer in the league right now in terms of goal scoring. He's got 21 this season. He's going to be an Olympian. And your depth with the Nuggets just helped you go 3-4 on a road trip in which 3 of those games you played without 4 or 5 starters, 7 rotational pieces, and one of those games, you didn't have a single starter on the floor.
Yeah, as your younger guys develop, you're hoping, that you can get a sweetheart deal from a Tim Hardaway Jr. and a Bruce Brown to come back. But the plan should be that, okay, Jalen Pickett develops, Julian Strawther, even Hunter Tyson, De'Ron Holmes, the guys you drafted, they turn into your bench role players. When you the Nuggets kind of get a little lucky that they were able to, get Bruce and Tim. That's not going to happen every year. You got to draft and develop your depth at some point. And the Nuggets are doing that, to their credit.
KJ's NFL notes coming up on the other side. Don't go anywhere. It's Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light's the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. Spring filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford, today. Alex Ryan with you guys up until noon. PhD from 12 to 3. Nate and Andy from 3 to 6 this afternoon, and then the Nuggets will take on the Hawks coming back after a long 13-day road trip. Every day here on the Morning Sprint at 11:20, we go through the biggest news and notes throughout the NFL with KJ's NFL Notes. It's a Bud Light Football Friday here on Altitude Sports Radio. All 6 of the NFL playoff games this weekend on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 and AM 950. Rams and Panthers on Saturday. Packers and Bears on Saturday as well. And then we've got the 3 games on Sunday. Bills and Jags, Niners and Eagles, Chargers and Pats, and then Monday night, the Texans and the Steelers will be on AM 950. Mr. Granderson, what is first today?
Well, the Denver Broncos are back at practice today. Sean will detail how things are looking and what to expect later this afternoon. So stay tuned to PhD and Kreckman and Lindahl because they will have the latest from Sean Payton. Earlier in the show, Spring said he couldn't even fathom the thought of the AFC Championship game right now. There's just too many layers, too many variables to kind of filter through.
Oh, look at you, Mr. Fancy Pants Raj, Mr. Genius.
So a clip just came out from 98.5, the Sports Hub in Boston, via the Zolak and Bertrand show about would the Pats rather play the Bills at home in the AFC title game or come to Denver for the AFC title game. Let's just say Denver has Boston shaking in their boots. Take a listen.
Looking forward. Ready? Look ahead. Would you rather be at home against Buffalo for the AFC title game?
Yes.
Or on the road against Denver for the AFC title game?
I think
So should be taken out of this conversation because I know he's thinking about the travel to Denver already.
Yeah. No. It's not that.
That's what factors in, exactly.
It's Sean Payton. You got a fantastic head coach, great play caller, damn good defense out there. And I saw that quarterback make a couple plays in the course of a game that allows that team to win. That place is loud when they're good. I want it here.
Home, Buffalo. You can't go
Give me
to Denver.
McDermott. You can go to Denver. Number 17.
I've been saying it for 3 months.
Give me James
Can't
Cook.
go to Denver.
No.
Can't go there.
I don't want
We've
to.
been talking about this since October.
Yes.
Once they started winning. Can't go to Denver. Can't do it.
Don't do it.
No Denver.
Go to Denver.
No.
Bo Nix versus Josh Allen.
No.
Teams that lost in Denver, in New England in the past, by the way, it was the past, not this team, weren't good. 2015, 2013, 05 were your weakest teams in that run.
You want to be at home.
Against Josh Allen for the third time this year, I do not
Yes,
want
you
that.
do.
No, I don't.
Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
I want Buffalo going through Jacksonville and Denver.
You don't think Denver's going to put a couple shots on that leg of his?
Twist it.
Hold on. What did that bozo say about the 2015-2016 Patriots who lost in Denver? By the way, Broncos and Patriots.
Can't go to Denver.
No.
Can't do it.
Don't do it.
No Denver.
Go to Denver.
No.
Bo Nix versus Josh Allen.
No.
Teams that lost in Denver, in New England in the past, by the way, it was the past, not this team, weren't good. 2015, 2013, 05 were your weakest teams in that run.
Weren't good?
I did have Tom Brady.
The 12-4 Patriots that year that were going to be the number 1 seed until they got upset by Miami in the final game of the regular season had Tom Brady that year with 36 touchdowns and 7 interceptions. By the way, that led the league, 4,700 yards at age 38 for Tom Brady in that year. They had a Rob Gronkowski freak at tight end who had north of 1,000 yards receiving, 11 touchdowns. Julian Edelman, Danny Amendola, James White was on that team. LeGarrette Blount was on that team. You're telling me the 2015 Patriots weren't a good team? No, you're just nervous about being, in Denver, and you should be.
Well, they're just justifying the loss to
There's no
Peyton Manning.
No, you don't get to explain away the AFC Championship game saying you were a
No,
bad
you're right.
team.
Yeah, that's
joke.
cope. That's cope. But okay, that's 10 years ago now. As far as what they want in New England and Boston for the Patriots going forward, they're breaking it down to the Broncos or the Bills. First of all, I don't even know if Buffalo gets through Jacksonville. I don't even know if that happens. Kind of, like I said earlier in the show, I'm leaning Jacksonville in that game. Could be dead wrong.
Buffalo, 1.5 favorite on the
I know they are. But that's only going to motivate Duval, who take every single chip on their shoulder that they possibly can. The Patriots split with the Bills. Both road teams won in their 2 division games this season. So if they're hosting Buffalo, we just saw a few weeks ago, Buffalo came in and beat them. Okay, I understand not wanting to go to Denver, though, because, there's question marks with the Broncos, but it's why the Broncos have set themselves up in the best spot they can be. AFC goes through Mile High. That crowd is going to be rocking. It's going to help the defense. It's going to hurt the opposing offense. So, yeah, I would not want to go to Denver. I'd rather play the Bills if they even get there, despite Buffalo going into New England and winning not too long ago. Yeah, nobody wants to go to Denver. It's probably is it the toughest crowd? I think it's the toughest environment.
It's the toughest environment in
the
total.
AFC. In the AFC. Yeah. Like you got Philly's a tough environment in the NFC. Seattle in the 12s are tough.
Crowd's loud, altitude's crazy, stadium is still loud. It still has that old feel where the stadium will rock with noise and movement, and I feel like you don't get that at the new places. The Patriots are 0-4, I believe, all time in Denver in the playoffs. They lost in 1987, they lost in 2006, they lost in 2014, they lost in 2016. The only time that they beat Denver was at home, and that was after Tim Tebow and Demaryius Thomas, I believe, 14 years to the day yesterday, beat the Steelers in the wild card round, and then they went to Gillette and got hammered 45-10.
Yeah, and I was going to bring this point up that Adam just made on the text line. Adam says, I also love the assumption that they get through the Chargers and whoever their second-round opponent is. Yeah, the Chargers are tough for them. They're first. What are you doing? New England, Boston sports fans, your team plays this weekend. The Broncos don't play, so we get to, armchair everything. We just get to look from afar.
How comfy is that?
You need to focus on the Chargers. That is not an easy matchup. I know they're without their two tackles, but I'm telling you, Justin Herbert, and a texter earlier in the show said, well, they're in the cold. They're going to be outdoors in the cold. Herbert, that could hurt him. But you know what? He's played tough as nails this year. Jim Harbaugh does have this team in a good mindset. They have good weapons. They have a good defense. If not for their two tackles, I might say they're the favorite. New England, you need to focus on a team that could easily beat you, that wanted to play you.
Chose to play you. Oh, yeah. Chose to play you.
And in which case, if you might be thinking, what the hell happened on Monday? Now the Broncos are preparing for the Chargers. That could easily happen.
Again, I thought it was a little crazy that Jim Harbaugh decided to go through the hardest 1-2 punch of road games that there is in AFC history. Going to New England, beating them, and then going to Denver in order to get through the AFC playoffs.
And it's all going to be tough environments, and Denver's going to be a tough environment. The toughest in the AFC, we think. But it's still winnable. They don't look at the Broncos. Nobody looks at the Broncos as that's impossible. Jim Harbaugh and the Chargers, no. We saw what happened when they played their C team, like you said, that they can come into Denver and win that game. They're going to have to fight through the crowd noise and a lot of other adversity, but they can get it done.
KJ, what's next?
Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions.
Sorry, Sean. This is usually the time I do speak up. Let's get into Sean Payton's brain, because obviously that is one of the most dangerous places you could ever go in this lifetime. Let's look at the entire AFC playoff picture, right? You guys did a great job of breaking it down earlier. But who would Sean Payton want to face from most likely to least likely after this weekend?
I mean, is it going to be Pittsburgh, as everyone kind of thinks it's Pittsburgh? Do we just want to play Pittsburgh? I'll tell you this. You know who I think Sean wouldn't mind playing, and this might surprise you? The Bills. Let me tell you why. Sean Payton knows he has a great defense. In fact, I think Sean Payton has known from the jump, from last offseason, from before the draft. It's why they drafted Jahdae Barron. They just loaded up. They just said, let's stack this defense. And we can slow down anyone. You can slow down Josh Allen. But what the Broncos can also do against the Bills is actually score some points. I think going up against the Bills defense is something he would prefer for his offense that he knows is just okay, instead of playing the Texans defense. I think the Steelers defense is pretty good. Chargers and Patriots have good defenses. The weakest defense is the Bills. I think it would help his offense to go against the Bills defense.
I could see that being his choice.
I'm just making I know the Steelers are the obvious choice. I'm making an argument for Buffalo, actually. Just because the defense is mid.
The slicing and dicing that Josh Allen did of you on the road last year doesn't affect
No, it
you?
does. It does. That's why I told you. I'm just making an argument. Because I think it's the one defense that this Broncos offense could actually maybe get to 20 points against. And then
KJ.
you're just hoping your defense can trouble a Bill. I know Josh Allen's great, but dude, does Khalil Shakir, who's a really good possession receiver, does he strike the fear of God in you? No. James Cook's a good back, but
James Cook you can make the argument he's the best back in the league this year.
You could, and he's a Swiss Army knife. He can catch passes, but
he does put the ball on the ground.
He does do that. I'm just saying, I think that
What about
Broncos,
Dalton Kincaid and Dawson Knox? Do they scare you at the tight end position?
No. Like, Dalton Kincaid has potential. I haven't quite seen it. I'm just making the argument for Buffalo simply because of their defense. That's all.
KJ, what's next?
Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions.
As we reported yesterday, the Miami Dolphins were getting very close to deciding who their GM might be. And this morning it came out that they are finalizing a deal to hire Green Bay Packers Vice President of Player Personnel, John Eric Sullivan, as their general manager. Sullivan joined the Dolphins after working with the Packers since 2003. He was hired full-time in 2004. He worked his way up, became Vice President of Player Personnel in 2022, and worked closely with Brian Gutekunst, the GM for the Packers, and now is taking on his own role as the GM. But Mike Garafolo of NFL Network kind of teased this a little bit earlier today on X, quote, "For Giants fans who want John Harbaugh, the Dolphins GM hiring should be welcome news for you. Out of this group, my early call for Miami would be Jeff Hafley, the DC for the Packers, but we'll see how it plays out," end quote. Any chance Mr. Ross lets this happen, knowing how strong this head coaching pool is right now?
Okay, so you fire Mike McDaniel, and did that not feel like it was because Harbaugh became available?
Yes.
Because they were going to hold on to McDaniel.
Again, the 7 calls going to Harbaugh for 7 teams that had head coaching vacancies, including the Baltimore Ravens, who had just fired Harbaugh after 18 seasons, made you scratch your head. Who is that going to be? Miami was clearly the team that did it, and then they boot McDaniel. Now, I don't know, man. It's
okay.
You do that, and you want to bring him there. But if I'm Harbaugh, I don't want my wagon hitched to Tua Tagovailoa.
Well, I don't think it will be. I think that the Broncos, like, worst case scenario, the Broncos have shown the league that you can cut your high-paid quarterback, eat 2 years of dead cap hits.
But you need a rookie.
And you kind of start from scratch a little bit, but the Broncos have also shown that you can expedite the process a little bit if you do it well. I would find it odd if you fire Mike McDaniel, who I like, and I think Stephen Ross liked until Harbaugh became available, but let's say you don't get Harbaugh. It's a rolling of the dice that Stephen Ross is making. Okay, you hire the Packers guy to be your GM, and so there's the obvious tie. He's going to bring in his guy, Jeff Hafley, who I think has done a good job as Packers DC, but you're firing Mike McDaniel to bring in a young defensive coordinator who really wasn't on anyone's. I'm not seeing Jeff Hafley getting any interviews. Although,
was McDaniel on anyone's radar when he got hired in Miami?
Yeah, because these offensive guys,
and he was calling plays.
Yeah, and he was inexperienced, but coming from the Shanahan system, it was like, okay, there's something with this guy.
McVay and Kyle and Mike, they were the Wunderkinds.
Yeah, so I'd rather have McDaniel, coaching up a young quarterback than defensive coach Jeff Hafley. I don't know. That would be like, to me, whoopsies, we didn't get Harbaugh. Uh-oh, we shouldn't have fired Mike McDaniel. I guess we have Jeff Hafley now.
Like the Broncos getting Hackett and then going, whoopsies, we didn't get Rodgers with him. KJ, what's next?
Speak up, because you're always here, but you always never make eye contact, never have any questions.
Panthers head coach Dave Canales knows Saturday's playoff game against the Rams isn't just another game, but he also doesn't want his players to think of it as too big of a game. Quote, "It is special, and it's important that we recognize that. We lean into it, and we feed off that energy. At the same time, we've got to keep our head about us and execute on the most fundamental parts of it, because if you get too excited and caught up in the moment, you can sacrifice technique, and sometimes you can go too far, and that's not what I want either," end quote. And for those who haven't been made aware, Cam Newton will be the one who bangs the drum to open up that game. So they will have a former MVP in the house to kind of add a little juice, a little spark to what they consider obviously their most important game since 2015. Do you guys give the Panthers any chance at home versus the Rams tomorrow. Any
Nope,
chance?
no chance whatsoever. It's the only game that is a 2-score spread, 10.5 points for LA. LA got a little humbled at the end of the season. I think the Rams kill the Panthers.
Yeah, I think it's the most straightforward pick of all the wild card weekend games. That being said, I mean, I'll just make the case. Carolina did beat the Rams earlier this year. Kind of weird to lose your finale if you're Carolina in Tampa, but then somehow back into winning that division just because the Falcons beat the Saints.
Thanks to Raheem Morris and the team he no longer coaches.
Like Carolina, as I've said, it's been that type of year. It's been a weird year. I don't know. But I would say they can't beat the Rams twice in 1 year, and the Rams are too dangerous going forward. It would be a gift to the NFC if Carolina was able to knock out the Rams.
The only way this happens is if Stafford is terrible.
Or gets hurt.
If
he gets hurt and it's Jimmy
Who's
G
the back?
time.
Oh, it's Jimmy G in the
G.
backup. I could even see Jimmy G beating him. They're the better team.
I actually think if Jimmy G were to come in, Bryce Young's gotten better. Shout out to Dave Canales. He's done a good job there. They got Ted McMillan now, good receiver. Rico Dowdle's been a revelation in a way at running back.
He has, but he's not Kyron Williams.
No, he's not. It's been a weird year, but yes, the Rams should win. For the Panthers to beat the Rams twice in 1 year, that would be crazy.
I do see the people going, well, yeah, they've beaten them in the regular season. It's so hard to beat a team twice.
Yeah, to beat an elite team twice. And now it's an elimination game.
It's part of the reason why I don't want to see the Chargers.
Yeah.
I have no desire to see the Chargers.
I know it was their C team, but it's still the same. You know, it's the same system, same team. Beat them twice in your last 2 games. Tough.
KJ's NFL notes are brought to you by Mountain High Appliance, Colorado's most complete local appliance store. They've got locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs. They offer every major appliance line and brand, and you can find them at mountainhighappliance.com. Mark Springer filling in for the coach, Mike Sanford. On Fridays, we pop tops. We tell you what is worth watching this weekend. That's coming up on the other side on a Bud Light Football Friday. Full wild card weekend schedule here on Altitude Sports Radio on Saturday at 2 p.m. on AM 950. We'll have the Rams at the Panthers. The Packers will then travel to Chicago to take on the Bears at 6 p.m. You can listen to that Saturday evening on 92.5 FM. And then on Sunday, 3 games. The Bills at the Jags at 10:30 in the morning on 92.5, and then the afternoon and evening games will be on our sister station AM 950. Starts with the 49ers at the Eagles at 2:15. It ends with the Chargers and the Patriots at 6 p.m. on Sunday night, and then on Monday night, the Texans and the Steelers finish off wild card weekend. That'll be on AM 950 on Monday. Your home for Westwood 1 and the NFL playoffs is right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Springer filling in for the coach Mike Sanford on the morning sprint as we wrap things up and hand it over to PhD. A dominant win from the Avs last night. 8-2, 6 goals in the third period. They had 4 different players with 3-point periods. Nathan McKinnon with a 4-point game jumps back over Connor McDavid for the lead in points. The race for the Art Ross Trophy. The Avs 71 points, man. And they now have the 6th longest home win streak in NHL history.
And now they have 6 more home games against all decent but not great teams.
Yep.
So there's really no reason that this should stop. And it really feels like this team's on a mission. You know what I was thinking the other night is, like, they win a cup and let's repeat. It's so easy to say that and think that, but it doesn't hit the same like when you have that hunger, that true hunger, like, man, we've kind of screwed up. So you lose that Vegas series, right? Several years ago, that second round series to Vegas.
The one where Nate cursed in his post-game interview.
Yeah. And what do they do the next year? They have a great regular season.
The question was from someone who cursed.
Yes. Was it Dater?
Yes.
Okay. And they go have a great regular season, 16-4 in the playoffs, win a cup. Like they had this sense of urgency, like, okay, now we've got to go get it done. It's tough to really feel that sense of urgency unless you've had a little bit of failure. They lose in 7 to the Stars last year. They haven't won a cup now in a few years. There is absolutely a sense of urgency because we would talk about like, oh, it's January. Like, how can you really get fired up for these games in January? You know you're really good. Just get me to the playoffs. But when you have that chip on your shoulder, if we haven't won a cup in a few years and we know we need another, and we just had the tough 7-game series loss to Dallas. And Dallas is right behind us. Minnesota's kind of right behind us, even though it's like a double-digit lead now.
It's
because,
an 11-point lead.
Because the Avs are
year.
on a freaking mission. Every single game means everything to them right now. It's crazy. You have to get into this mental spot because, again, the malaise sets in. Oh, January 10th, January 12th, got to do this again. No, this team, it seems like they relish every single one of these.
Josh Manson, 2 goals, 2 assists, his first 4-point game, a Gordie Howe hat trick. He did tell Eric Johnson and Riker and Lyles and Kiefer, by the way, happy birthday, Kyle Keefe, in the post-game comments that, well, it's not me to go seek out a fight. I'm not one of those guys who's going to the face-off dot and going, hey, you want to have one? He goes, I'm more of a reactionary fighter, a fighter that is going to protect my players. And that's what you saw after the Cleven hit on Ivan. Great hit. Awesome textbook hip check. Like, there's nothing dirty about it whatsoever. You just lit the kid up, and Ivan had been called up from the Eagles. I think that is a veteran leadership play from Manson to go, you're up with us for a day? I got your back, brother. I'm here.
Mm-hmm.
You said it a couple of times. Landy's not on the ice to do that right now because of his rib injury. Manson does have to step up and be that type of player. He wasn't chasing a fight at the end of the game for history, which would have been the first double Gordie Howe hat trick in the history of the National Hockey League. I angered some Oilers fans over Twitter a handful of days ago.
Oh, no.
McDavid is going on this crazy run. 17 games, 41 points. And he does that pretty much every season where he just kind of lays in waits and then he jumps up and he scares you. And you go, holy crap, what, 40 points? When did that happen? McKinnon jumps back over him. I spent years being ridiculed here in Denver because I was trying to tell, this fan base that Connor McDavid was the best player in the world, and Nate was a step behind him.
That was accurate.
It was accurate at the time. And I wouldn't say I've seen the light, but Nate, over the last 3 years, coming off of that Stanley Cup championship, has been the best player on planet Earth. He has the most points in each of those 3 calendar years. He was the MVP of the Four Nations tournament. Most guys around the league are looking at Nate and going, if I had to choose one player to start a playoff run with, I think I'd choose that guy. I think he's taken the mantle. Now, it's a 1A, 1B type of situation right now, but I still think Nate's the best in the world.
Look, Nate's on the better team. They're similar, but also different players. I just think it's right there. I think it's neck and neck. Look, Nate should win the Hart this year. There's no doubt about it. And I think, and I've said this, team success should factor in. I don't care if Connor McDavid even finishes the season with, let's say it's as high as 10 more points than Nathan McKinnon.
He puts up 150, Fine. Nate puts up 140.
It's still an amazing season from Nate, who also might win the Rocket Richard and lead the NHL in goals scored, which is just another notch on Nate's belt that he can, do that. Nate's face-off numbers have improved. Like, Nate is improving every single area of his game. He's actually completed it. I think the only thing he has left to do is to develop a better shootout move, which only matters for almost nothing, okay?
It also statistically doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't. The Avs are having the best regular season in NHL history. The best player on that team who's having an even better season than he's had in the past. Even if McDavid has an even better season points-wise, team success needs to come into play. And what the Avs are doing is incredible. And look, a few years ago, maybe you could have forecasted, maybe you could have said one of my predictions is Nathan McKinnon will surpass or at least come even with Connor McDavid, but there's nothing wrong with a few years ago looking at it and saying, Connor, Nate still had things to work on, but guess what? The dude doesn't quit. Dude just always gets better.
I was always confident Nate was going to be the player that willed his team to a cup prior to McDavid.
Mm-hmm.
Just because he had, and McDavid, I'm starting to see it because it's the one thing he doesn't have on his resume is winning the only trophy that matters. I'm starting to see this change in McDavid of I'm going to snap and see red. Nate has always had that snap show mentality. It's my favorite thing about him.
Mm-hmm.
And Sidney Crosby had it when he was a young player. It's just that type of anger, that violence that I hadn't seen out of McKinnon. Or rather McDavid. So when I was talking about that, I was I think he's going to be a champion first. But I didn't know that McKinnon was ever going to be on the point production level that McDavid is. And they are neck and neck.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Nate is, it seems like he's going to win the Rocket and lead the league in goals. That was never really his game.
There's a legit chance this year that Nathan McKinnon can win the Rocket, the Art Ross most points, and the Hart Trophy MVP in the same season. And to pair that with Cale Makar winning another Norris, Scott Wedgwood or Mackenzie Blackwood at this point, either one of them could win a Vezina, and Jared Bednar winning the Jack Adams en route to a President's Trophy. Good God! I don't know if the NHL would or if the writers, whoever votes on those things, would give it to them. There's a chance they could do all of it.
Well, here's the thing.
Now, the two ones that matter are the Cup and the Conn Smythe.
Well, and I was going to say, you can add a Conn Smythe to that if you're Nate, or maybe Cale gets a Norris and a Conn Smythe. Cale's already got a Conn Smythe. You guys ever heard of the Conn Smythe?
McCarr.
Yeah. They should win. They should win all those awards.
They should,
at
this point.
But now the good news is that the Rocket and the Art Ross, there's no voting. That's just if you lead that statistical category. Nate should win the Hart. I mean, Cale's going to win the Norris. That one is going to happen. But could the voters and the Jack Adams, Bednar actually should. Look at what he's doing. Look at what Jared Bednar is doing and his demeanor, the way his pulse on everything, complete buy-in year after year. But would the voters just say, we can't give everything to Colorado, even though, you know what? Sometimes the year calls for it.
Sometimes it does. Boston won a lot of those awards, but they also didn't have the type of top-end player. Now, Pasternak's good. He's just not on the level of McDavid and McKinnon. They're flying right now. They're playing great. The Nuggets will be back at home 1.5 favorites tonight against the Hawks. It was a tough game, 134-133, come from behind victory for Denver the last time that they saw Atlanta. Atlanta's a better team without Trae Young. They're 16-13 this year without Trae Young, who they have now traded away. I believe they are 2-8 with him in the lineup this season. So when I look at Atlanta and I go, oh, this should be a cakewalk. No, they're better without this dude. But the Nuggets should be relatively healthy tonight. Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, Jamal Murray, all those dudes expected to be back into the lineup. I expect to win.
It's a home against Atlanta, home against Milwaukee on Sunday. Milwaukee's down. Atlanta's okay. Man, this team, they are showing something right now. First of all, they showed it without everybody in Philly. They showed a lot in Cleveland, in Toronto. Murray's playing out of his mind. Aaron Gordon's underrated as hell. Peyton Watson's coming into his own. They have me thinking right now that given the level of opponent, Atlanta and Milwaukee, you're at home. I'm starting to think that should be 2-0. I'm actually starting to think that would be a disappointment if it's not 2-0. That's how much faith I have in these dudes right now. And what a revelation from where we've come from non-Jokic minutes to now your non-Jokic month.
Your non-Jokic games.
And I'm confident. What world are we living in?
KJ, it's Friday and it's 11:55. Means it's time to pop some tops. Without a doubt, we're watching football this weekend. Starts with Oregon and Indiana tonight at 5:30. Yeah, I'm going to watch that one, but I'm going to pop a top to the NFL. My most exciting game this weekend is the biggest rivalry game this weekend. That is Saturday night. You can watch it on Prime. The Packers visit the Bears at Soldier Field. 1.5-point favorites on the road. Chicago, Green Bay. I cannot wait to watch that. You can listen to it right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, 6 p.m. on Saturday. I'm popping tops, and I'm watching the NFC North.
Yeah, I think Indiana wins tonight. I will actually be shocked if Indiana does not win. I think they're going to go on to win the Natty. So I'll be checking that game out. But yeah, definitely NFL playoffs is where it's at. And I think it's all in the AFC. I think the Bears-Packers game is interesting, but I don't know. The two AFC games on Sunday intrigue the hell out of me. Jacksonville, Buffalo, and then Sunday Night Football, Patriots-Chargers. I am going to be locked in to those two games in particular. Could be one of the Broncos' second-round opponents. I'm going to go Jacksonville to beat Buffalo. I think Jacksonville gets the upset. I think New England holds off the Chargers.
That'll do it for us today. For Mark Springer filling in for the coach, KJ Granderson. Behind the glass, I'm Alex Ryanemi. PhD is coming up next. We'll talk to you at 10 a.m. on Monday. Glorilla, take us out.
Welcome. What's up, Mile High City? How you doing? You're looking sexy as hell out there on this Friday, January the 9th. Welcome to the sexiest show on the station, right? There is no show on this station with more sex appeal than Tyler Polumbus, Scott Hastings, Darren McKee, and Dan Tanner. Tell me I'm wrong.
Hey, especially when you're in and the other two are out, you know?
Yeah, then we look real good. Well, hi, Tyler. How you doing, man?
Hi, buddy.
What's up?
Did you get a little shoveling in this morning?
No, I don't do that.
You don't do that?
That ain't my thing. There's a reason I got an HOA, bro. I don't like, you know what? I don't have any beef with my HOA like a lot of people do. No, I live in a townhouse, brother.
Okay.
Yeah, so
no driveway in that, though?
Nah, well, yeah, a little driveway, but they come and take care of it.
They do that for you?
Yeah,
huh?
in the morning, yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I walk outside, it's all clean, brother.
Nice,
yeah.
not bad.
What about, was that what you were doing this morning?
Yeah, it wasn't a big deal. You know, in former life, I used to have a huge driveway. A current life, I got a small driveway. So, you know, things change, you know, literally and figuratively.
Let me ask you what you do last night. What were you locked into last night, Tyler?
You know, fortunately, the Avs had a little butt kicking, you know, which was great, which was cool to see. They're doing their deal, and I was pretty dialed in on that football game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah. Which, I got locked in on the Avs, especially in that second period, because I was like, because it was just an insane period of hockey. But I did lock into the fourth quarter of the CFP game, and dang, man, that was a lot of fun. I don't know why, and no one should be complaining about these playoffs. That was a lot of fun. And I'm assuming tonight with Oregon and Indiana, it's going to get even nastier. It's going to get even crazier. What'd you think about Carson Beck and that final drive and that touchdown? And do you think they should have thrown the flag on Ole Miss's final heave of the game?
Was it interference? Yeah, of course it was. Do I mind? I might be in the minority on this one, but I don't mind end of situation games being refereed a little bit differently than the rest of the game.
Like kind of swallow the whistle, just let them fight it out.
Do you really want to be the one that's deciding the game?
Yeah.
You know, like it's got to be egregious type of thing, right?
Right, just grab and pull them down.
You know, like we're all fighting out there, right? So let's if we're gonna throw a flag, let's make sure it's worth it. So I actually didn't mind the no call on it. Carson Beck was great. That young, gosh, I'm forgetting that freshman's that wide receiver from Miami. That dude made some circus catches.
Yeah.
The dude that skipped his senior year.
Text line can help us out. Well, I can just look at the box score right now.
Yeah.
And tell you what it was.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about.
That dude that skipped his senior year of high school.
That
dude made some circus catches.
There was some pretty sexy NFL talent all over that field last night. But tonight, there's going to be even more. They're going to be all over the place. They're all over the place tonight. But I kind of appreciate the way Ole Miss almost said, you know what? To hell with you, Lane Kiffin. We're gonna, you know what I mean? Like, here we go. You left us. You ripped all these coaches away from us. You're all, but we're gonna do it without you. I kind of appreciate the way they handle their business.
I think I was rooting for Ole Miss just for the Lane Kiffin drama.
Yeah.
I was just rooting for that to keep going.
Yeah.
See those kids win a national championship and they're up on the stage talking trash about Lane on the way out the door.
Yeah, you love it, man. You love it. How about this? So the championship game is going to be held in Miami this year. It's in Miami. Next year it's in Vegas, I think. But this year, that bad boy's in Miami. So Miami can host a championship game. It's at Hard Rock. They're playing the championship game at Hard Rock.
Yeah, that'll be wild.
Yeah, so they'll basically be the home team, whoever rolls in there, Indiana or Oregon.
Yeah.
It'll be
Yeah, you know what? I forgot that the game was going to be in Miami. I didn't even think about that.
Yeah, it's going to be in Miami again here in 5 years because they're doing a rotating thing with like Vegas and Dallas and whatever in LA or something like that. And then this year it's in Miami. So good luck, brother. Do you think? Are you now a believer in Carson Beck?
I think Carson Beck proved a lot this year.
So we're going to see him play. You think he's going to be an NFL baller? You think he can play in the NFL?
I don't know, but he answered a lot of critics this year, didn't he? Yeah, I mean, I think he's gonna have a fighting chance, just like the rest of these guys do. I wouldn't go way too high. Dan, do you have any idea where he's projected to go?
Carson Beck?
Yeah.
Let me see if I can pull up a mock draft here. Because all the mocks
I
I've
don't
seen,
think he's supposed to be a first rounder.
I don't see him in the first round in all the mocks I've seen so far.
Right, correct.
Right.
Yeah, I would not take him in the first round.
Okay. But you think, I mean, yeah, because quarterbacks are, I mean, even a halfway decent quarterback.
I think everybody thought when he transferred, he was just going to be a complete bust at Miami.
Me and Dan spent a little bit of time this morning talking about the redraft of last year. If you were going to redraft it, because it was Bleacher Report, right, Dan?
Yeah.
That did a redraft.
Yep.
And we were like, well, first I was like, do you think in the redraft they got Shadur going in the first round? Because what they do have is Cleveland taking Cam in the second pick, right? And the number one pick, they said if they had to do the redraft.
Let me guess.
Yeah, go ahead.
I want to go wild here.
Okay.
I want to say something crazy.
Go ahead.
Tyler Shuck.
Oh, you're close, bro. You're close. They did move. He's third, right? They moved him all the way up to the number 3 pick because of how he played in New Orleans this year.
Okay.
And no, it was Jackson Dart.
All right.
Jackson Dart, number
fair
1
enough.
overall.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I mean, Tyler Shuck, though, dude, that kid looked pretty good.
Yeah. I think that's why everyone was like, oh, man. If he was on, because New Orleans was epically, truly bad this season. And then somehow Shuck got them to the same win totals the Kansas City Chiefs, right?
Yeah.
They both won 6 games, right? Isn't that what it was? So, yeah, New Orleans pulled that out of nowhere, and a lot of it has to do with Tyler. So, yeah, they have
where did they have our guy Travis Hunter going?
Oh, you know what? We didn't. Where did Travis go? I don't even remember that one. Oh, it's right behind me, and I'm stupid.
5 overall. Still went to Jacksonville.
Well, yeah, so they just had the Jags not trading up.
Okay.
And just staying at 5 and taking Travis.
Would you guys take Jackson Dart first overall?
Nah.
Neither would I.
But if I'm being honest, Dan, I don't know who I would take number 1 in that class.
Well, people keep telling me the New York
Who would
Giants.
you take number 1?
That's a good question. Because Cam Ward did not look good in his first year.
Yeah, but it's his first year. It's not like Peyton Manning looked like.
Tyler, did you like what you saw from Cam Ward this year?
I would take Jackson Dart ahead of Cam Ward.
Interesting.
So maybe that means I would take Jackson Dart number 1, but that's not like that's not a real feel good number 1 pick.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good question. Who would you have taken first overall in last year's draft, knowing what we know now?
Yeah, I mean, knowing what I know now, I think
who's the best overall player from this draft then?
You know who it might be?
Who?
Will Campbell, the tackle that got drafted by New England.
Yeah, he's going to win whatever.
That kid's legit.
Rookie Protector of the Year, whatever they call that award.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
goes
should win.
4.
He should win Offensive Rookie of the Year. He won't because he's an offensive lineman.
Right. But I do. Yeah, I think they do have. They have a protector. Yeah, Tet, man. Tet might go. I might take Tet higher than 6 because that dude's a bad man, right? I would absolutely. But so the question is since Cleveland already got their guy in this redraft, would Shadur get luck? Would Shadur go later in the first? And no, they don't have Shadur in the first.
They still don't have him in the first.
No, they don't have him anywhere in the first. So, but yeah, I mean, it's an interesting, like Colston going to. Hey, speaking of which, where they have Tyler Warren? Where did they have Tyler? I didn't see his name. Where'd Tyler Warren go in this one?
8.
Okay. I might put Tyler a little bit. Both Tet and Tyler might be top 5 guys for me.
I don't know if you remember this because I know you usually sleep in during PhD.
Yeah.
I was real high on Colston Loveland. That was my guy.
Were you really?
I said from day one, Dan will remember it. I said from day one, Colston, if I could pick the first tight end in the draft, I would take Colston Loveland. And then the Bears took him super high. What number was that? Do you remember, Dan?
He went before Tyler, right? He went the top 10.
Yeah, they took him 10th.
10th. And when they took him 10th, I was like, well, I said that, but I didn't actually think anybody in the NFL was going to agree with me. also, the Bears took him 10th, and Colston Loveland looked legit this year. I mean, so did Tyler Warren for the record.
Yes, both of them.
I'd take either one of those dudes, but Colston was my guy.
Let me ask you guys this. What do you think, now that we've seen the regular season, of the Broncos' selection of Jahdae Barron? What do you like the pick, or do you wish they would have gone a different direction?
No, I don't like the pick at all. I didn't like the pick then. I don't like the pick now. Jahdae Barron has just been – he's been fine. Yeah, they utilized him. He's been a part of the rotation. He's been on the field, been far from an impact player. And I'll ask you this. He's a number 1 pick. Do you see him being a starter next year?
No.
Okay. Do you like? Okay, so maybe at some point they decide they can't pay Riley Moss, and he leaves town. But the point is, he's a number one selection. That by year 2, you still don't really see his role. So, do I like that pick with our first overall? No, I don't.
Yeah, I at the time I liked adding strength to strength where you knew your defense this season was going to be a monster. So just make it even a bigger, nastier monster. So bring him in. But I'm with you. I think we were all pretty surprised at the draft when they went defense instead of offense. But how much better would the Broncos offense look right now if they would have drafted Colston or Tyler? But they wouldn't have been. See, they had the 20th pick. They couldn't have got either one of those guys unless they moved up.
Well, but you look at the guys that are below him and the guys that they could have taken. They could have taken Omari and Hampton, which apparently the Broncos weren't overly interested in him at all. They could have taken Matthew Golden. Ends up going 23 to Green Bay Packers. Who else? Anybody else that made sense?
Travion Henderson. Travion high in the second.
Sure. Yeah,
did Omarion have a better season? I'm sure he did than RJ. I don't know.
He got hurt and was out for like 8 weeks.
Yeah,
but he had a really good.
He was averaging 4.4 yards per carry. Well, yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know who's better, or who will be better next year. Who will be the better player next year? But yeah, that's interesting. I think it's surprising that, like, the 25th pick in the NFL draft is what, at least according to Bleacher Report, should have been the number 1 overall pick in the draft. And Jackson fell all the way to 25 there for the New York Giants. But let me say this. The New York Giants are acting like they have the best opening in football. They're acting like they're still pretending they're a cornerstone franchise in the NFL. And that's not who the New York Giants are anymore.
They got the 3rd pick this year. Is that right?
Yeah. Well, I can tell you right now because I was just looking at a mock draft. They have the
Is Jackson Dart guaranteed the starter next year?
Yeah, I'm sure he is, right? They have the 5th pick.
Oh, at the 5th, okay.
So they could get...
Cardinals are 3.
They're going to pick the best wide receiver in the draft at number 5, right? That's who you're like, all right, Jackson, let's get you a weapon. The best wide receiver in the draft is, I don't know, Tyson out of Arizona State. Tate out of Ohio State. That's who it's probably going to be, right? Carnell Tate. So... yeah, there it is. Vegas just sitting there with that number 1 pick, staring at Mendoza. I wonder if Moore goes off tonight and Oregon crushes Indiana. I wonder if all of a sudden Dante's the number 1 pick in the draft instead of Mendoza. But once again, that comes down to personal preference. When you
does have Carnell Tate going to the Giants at 5, Berto.
Oh, he does? See, yeah, so because he's probably the best wide receiver out there. Or is it? See, there's Tyson right there, right below him, going to Cleveland. He can catch some balls from Shador.
I don't even think.
Look at all those Ohio State players in the top 10, Tyler.
Yeah, they're loaded. Yeah. I don't even think Oregon necessarily has to beat Indiana, and Dante Moore still might go number 1.
Oh, really? Yeah, I guess. Yeah,
he could.
I wonder how. Once again, is it going to come down to Tom Brady? Is Tom Brady going to tell Davis like? Nope, it's Mendoza. Nope, it's Moore. Or
I think so.
You think Tom's gonna make that decision?
I think so. Yeah.
All right. You know what? Let's do this. It's a Bud Light Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly. I have a question for Tyler and for Dan and for the text line, the Shout Mazda text line, 303-504-0925. We're gonna have this conversation. Last night, the Colorado Avalanche, the Ottawa Senators were all in their feelings last night. They came to town. They thought they were going to take out their frustration on what's going on with their franchise on the Avalanche, and the Colorado Avalanche stomped those turkeys, and Josh Manson went off. And let me say this. Josh Manson is the dude with the Banff buckle belt. You know what I mean? Josh Manson is a dog. You do not mess with Josh. Like, that's one of those dudes that you know in the league, you do not matter. He was a bad man. So let me ask you this. Dan, who's the baddest man on the planet that you know right now? Tyler, who's the baddest man you ever played for or with in the NFL? And text line, who do you think the baddest man on the planet is right? Who's the baddest man you've ever seen in sports? The baddest man, do it. Because Josh Manson's a bad man. And what he did last night, you know what I mean? Like, Ottawa came. I cannot believe the GM put out that message right before puck drop, man. Don't respond to the trolls, brother. Don't do it.
Now you got everybody in your business. Now everybody knows that there's something going on in your locker room. What are you doing, man? I bet you half of Colorado had no idea what's going on with the Ottawa Senators until they put out that press release. And then they get chippy and the Avs stomp those turkeys, and it was amazing. But on the text line, you tell me, who's rocking? You want to talk about that Banff buckle belt? Who is that? Who are you giving that buckle belt to? Who is that dude right now? We'll get to it next.
Ivan just got
Oh, and we're going to fight right off the top here. Here goes Manson. He's going to tee it up. Manson with the right. Right is also thrown by Tyler Clevin. Big boy with the UND. Right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Another right by Manson. Right by Manson. Oh, and down goes Clevin. Ding, ding, ding. That's the bell. A round one knockout for Josh Manson. Manson threads the needle. Right on cue. Josh Manson is 1 point away from a Gordie Howe hat trick in the first period. McKinnon winds and fires, and he shoots and scores. The Mac attack is back in the goal column, Jack. Jack Drury is blocked in front. He has it back again. Another drive. He scores! Josh Manson is a manimal. Soloviev receives it on the backhand. Brock Nelson, a one-timer. He scores too. Make it 21 in the season for Brock Nelson and 2 in the last 6 minutes. Now Stutzla wants to fight Sam Girard. Sam Girard's going to go with him. Why not? Sam Girard throws the right. Stutzla has him tied up. Right by Girard, right by Stutzla, left by Girard. He's got him by the collar. Right by Stutzla. Girard trying to get free. His helmet is still on. Stutzla's came off. Right by Girard. He's holding his own, and down goes Stutzla. Auf Wiedersehen, says Sam Girard. It's the second fight of the hockey game, 16:56 to go in the third. And Sam Girard, who doesn't drop them very often, if ever, gets the adoration of the crowd.
That was awesome. For me, not only was it on the scoreboard, but they beat the out of both those guys. I mean, come on. Manson won the fight. Girard won the fight. Come on, I mean, let's call a spade a spade.
EJ, the Avs smoking the Senators last night. Nathan McKinnon, a 4-point game. Josh Manson, a 4-point game. 2 goals, 2 assists, and a fight for a Gordie Howe hat trick. The Avs just listen. Sam Girard is smaller than Dan. Dan, he's smaller. You know what I mean? Like, you're bigger than Sam Girard. Would you be out there throwing like he was last night, Dan?
Oh, hell yeah.
Nah, bro. When's the last time you threw hands?
Dude.
Give me an over-under the last time you threw hands.
Recumbent bicyclists, they get into some stuff now.
That's right.
Welcome back to PhD. Scotty's off today. DMac is off today. I'm Mark Bernoulli. That's Tyler Polumbus. That's Dan Tanner. On the Shunt Mazda text line, we asked you who's the baddest man on the planet right now after what Manson did last night. Who's the baddest man in sports? Who's the who would that be? So let me start with, well, first let me read something so I don't just get sidetracked here. Altitude Sports Radio app powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Injury lawyers, go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. You might need a lawyer when we start talking about brawling with the baddest. Tyler, who do you consider to be the baddest man you ever played NFL football with?
I played with, man. I played with some bad dudes.
There are some tough, nasty guys in that league.
I played with some bad dudes now. Boy.
Who's the baddest?
You know what I'm going to say, and ironically, he's like the kindest human being on planet Earth, but he's
Marshawn?
a bad dude. Nah. Marshawn's not Marshawn's my guy, but I wouldn't
He's
necessarily.
not a bad dude?
No, but I wouldn't necessarily describe him as like the kindest dude on planet Earth. Like, he's my guy. I love my man. No, you know who it is, D-Ware.
Is it? You know what?
That's the baddest dude I ever played
Okay,
with.
you're right. You would not want to run into DeMarcus Ware in a dark alley when he's in a bad mood.
No.
Because he would. You're right. You know what? I didn't even think about DeMarcus.
But he's also the kindest human being you'll ever meet in your life.
Yeah.
Like
he's one of those guys who stands on business.
Not,
like you do not want to.
Not a mean bone in his body. I mean, like he's not intentionally looking for something, but you don't want to cross that dude.
Yeah. Just a bad man. All right, Dan, who's the baddest man on the planet right now?
Ooh, that's a great question.
The text line's got a lot of interesting ones.
I'm gonna go with Aaron Gordon.
Huh?
But you don't think Aaron Gordon's a bad man, Tyler?
I think Aaron Gordon is a bad man, but we're talking about the Banff, bro. We're talking about the Banff.
The baddest.
If you're talking about the you could put Joker in that conversation. You know what I mean? You put Joker in that conversation. But I don't know if Aaron. Yeah, Aaron's Mr. Nugget, man.
Brothers.
He's not a. Yeah, listen, Joker. You don't want to mess with. Right, if you get into a fight with the Joker brothers, just pay for the funeral ahead of time because it ain't gonna work out well for you. We got a lot of old school Mike Tyson on the text line.
Well, he was the baddest man on the planet.
Right, there was a couple of years there.
He had an era that he was the baddest man on the planet.
Right, where he hit you with that uppercut and you might die.
Yeah.
So we got a Dick Butkus.
Trick question: Dicka versus God.
Dicka. How about John Lynch? John Lynch. I see him in his
bad dude. Is he the baddest man on the planet? Like during his day, probably not.
Nah. There's probably somebody. Dude. There was some matter of fact on the he was playing in the same era as Ray Lewis, and we got a couple of Ray Lewises on the text line, just like Ray Lewis. Matter of fact, from John, Ray Lewis was the GOAT. He got away with murder and still had a Hall of Fame career.
Well, that's true.
So yeah. Tyler Polumbus is the baddest dude.
There is an obvious answer on the text line right now.
Chuck Norris?
Jake Paul.
That dude still can't eat solid food, right?
Hey.
His jaw is still shattered from taking it.
I can't hate on Jake Paul for 2 seconds.
Just because he's making money the American way?
That dude has figured out the cheat code of life.
Yeah, it's just making money hand over fist. I mean, sometimes he has to get physically injured to make
seriously,
it.
Though, what's wrong with me? Anthony Joshua. How much would it take for you to take just a broken jaw from Anthony Joshua?
Well, you know what? If it set me up for life, I think I could handle it. Like I could go ahead and knock me out for $5 million. Go ahead.
What about $1 million?
Yeah, I'd do it for $1 million.
Yeah, probably, right?
Right? I'd do it for $1 million.
Like $1 million's life changing for most people.
Right. That's $1 million would absolutely change my life. I'd do it for $500,000. But at the same time, you might not be able to think right the rest of your life. You know what? Like we don't even know Paul's brain works
it
still.
would take for you to take a punch.
The least amount of money?
Let's start there.
The least amount of money I would take to get punched in the face by a professional fighter would be.
Hold on, let's throw a caveat on there. He also has to cover all your medical expenses.
Okay,
so medical expenses is not included in this conversation, but it is covered.
Yeah, this is take-home cash.
I need to pick. Yeah, I don't know, man. What would you? I mean, how much money would you? Because you're gambling your life. You're gambling your life.
No, you're not. I mean, if you like, don't hit me in the brain. Hit me right on the jaw. Like I'll take a jaw shot.
$50K.
See, that's
$50K.
See, I think we're getting more down to like
$50K, bro.
Like a couple $100,000.
Yeah, I'll have a wired jaw for a month or two for $50K. Go ahead, bring it on, man.
But not for $49.
No, $50K is not enough.
You don't think so?
That's not even.
Well, that's because you're a former NFL player.
No, that's
dog.
not true.
That's like me and Dan are in sports talk radio, bro.
No, listen, buddy. My life's different now. Okay. I'd like a $50K check tomorrow, but I do know this: $50K. That's not even getting you through the year.
You don't think so? Yeah, I mean, you're right. No, you're right. You're right.
You got the cheapest life in the world. $50K is not even getting you through the year.
You're right. You're right. You're right. It has to be six figures. If I'm gonna get hit like that, it has to be six figures. So Steve Atwater, we got more than a couple. Steve Atwater is definitely in the running for the baddest man on the planet, even right now.
Okay.
Steve Atwater's
also one of the nicest human beings on planet Earth without a mean bone in his body.
We got a James Harrison.
That was my first start of my career. Monday Night Football.
You were going up against James?
Pittsburgh Steelers. I was going up against James Harrison. And do you remember who was on the other side?
No, who?
I bet you will when I say his name. But it was James Harrison and Lamar Woodley.
Oh,
Lamar Woodley with his freaking biceps that were the same size as my quads. I mean, I was going up against these two dudes in their prime. My first start ever in my entire life. No sacks.
No, see? Hey, man, it worked out for you.
Yeah, it was okay.
How about Sean Taylor? Oh, man, gone too soon. But, yeah, Sean Taylor was a bad dude. Mike Singletary. Yeah, he's an old school bad dude. Brian Dawkins. You know what?
I want winners.
We got a DMac is a bad dude right before we got Nathan McKinnon. And guess what? Nathan McKinnon is a bad dude. Nathan McKinnon is a bad dude. So yeah, he definitely belongs on the list.
Where are you going with this, by the way?
I don't know. I have no idea where we're. I have no idea where we're going at all with anything ever at any moment in time.
You're just like, we're just gonna be like, who's the baddest dude on the planet?
Yeah,
That's
we're
gonna
just
be the
having this
subject of the day?
conversation at least for the next 3 minutes. I don't care what we do after that.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we are going to talk about these NFL
I just thought
games.
certainly there was a tie back here to something.
No, it's just because of what Josh Manson did last night. Because right, I mean, that's a bad man, and now I'm just asking.
Wait. So
but you know what? We're getting a lot of old school names, not a lot of new school names.
No, but here's what I want you to break down.
Yeah, what do you want me to break down?
Break down the tweet thing that you were just telling Dan about during the break.
Oh, you want to get into the crazy hysteria that went on with Ottawa?
Yeah.
No, listen.
Yeah, that's what I want to get into.
Hey, you know what? Text line. Were any of you aware what exactly all the drama that was going on with the Ottawa Senators before their GM put out a statement last night, like excoriating the rumors out there? Like, I had no idea what those rumors were. Well, actually, I did know what those rumors were, but most people didn't know what those rumors were before the team came out and said, nothing to see here, move on. And then everyone's like, so what's exactly going on? Here's what, you know what? The rumor that the Ottawa Senators are trying to deny. Here's the statement. Here's the statement from the Ottawa. They put this out an hour before puck drop with the Avs, and the Ottawa Senators were already in their feelings. The Avs had lost 2 straight games. You think they're going to lose 3 in a row? This was idiotic. But anyway, so the Senators, our organization, is extremely disappointed to read the completely fabricated and false stories that are spreading around social media about our hockey club. Linus is away from our team for personal reasons. He has the entire organization's support. The rumor is that Linus was telling his significant other about all the crazy stuff that the team would do on road trips and all the people they were sleeping with and the wives they were cheating on, the girls they were cheating on.
Oh, no.
And then
about his own teammates.
Yeah, so he's telling
right?
his
like, hey, wife.
Yeah, he's telling his girl about
like here's your friends that you're like that you care about, and here's their men and who they're out there sleeping with on the road.
Yeah, that was, and then Linus allegedly had an affair, and his girl found out, and then she put everybody's business out in the streets.
Oh, okay.
So she, she went to the other.
She didn't want to be shamed on her own.
Yeah. So I have no idea whether the rumor is true or not. But I think it was just one person saying, like, it was just one account saying, here's what's going on in Ottawa. And then the Senators come out with this massive, denial of it, which almost feels like...
Yeah, like why is the organization even getting involved in this stuff?
This made the problem worse. This right here made the problem much worse.
Oh, yeah.
Because I bet you there was people at Ball Arena last night going, what? Let me see what's going on with Ottawa. And then they're suddenly diving deep into these crazy rumors about... But listen, man, even as a member of the media, I'm more than fine that what happens in the locker room stays in the locker room. I don't want to know this stuff. I don't care about this stuff. I don't want to know about it. Like, if this is if this is true, I don't care. Except if it's my team and it destroys the dressing room, which it seems like it might have been Ottawa.
If somebody starts, I mean, listen, you cheat on your wife, like that's like you're putting your own marriage at risk.
Right,
like
that's on you.
That's on you. Yet at the same time,
you broke the bro code.
People don't necessarily view it that way when somebody else snitches on them. But that's on you. That's your responsibility. You did that.
Yeah. But I'm blaming, you know what I mean? But at first, I'm just angry at my teammate for putting me in that position as well, right? Mm-hmm. But nobody knows if this is true or not. Nobody knows. I mean, the Senators are saying it's not. And the internet's like, yeah, but I will tell you this, you can't tell me the Ottawa Senators weren't in their own heads and weren't in their own emotions last night when they took that ice against Colorado, man.
Right.
You can't tell me that.
That was an ass whooping.
Yeah, they were feeling things last night. So I don't know. I don't know what's going on. So who knows?
Remember when Delonte West allegedly slept with LeBron's mom?
Yes. Delonte West was crazy, man. But yes, that was it. Did we ever substantiate that rumor? Is that just one of those things that just people think happen that we're just not sure about?
I don't know, but
that Delonte and LeBron's mom.
But that dude's literally on the streets.
Yeah. I think he's homeless, right?
Yeah, not good.
Mm-hmm. Well, remember when he got pulled over? He was on a motorcycle with a guitar case on his back.
Full of guns.
And it was full. They pulled him over and it was just loaded with guns in the guitar case.
Look, what are we doing? Why are we on a motorcycle with a guitar case full of guns?
Just crazy, Chuck. Just crazy Crazy talk. Well, anyway, Tyler Polumbus, Mark Bertinelli, Dan Tanner, we're coming to you live from the Baxter Shanker Studios. Their passion is justice. We'll take a quick timeout. When we come back, we're going to talk about this wild card weekend. Tyler's going to dive into it. We're going to start with the NFC, and then next hour we'll move over to what's happening here in the AFC. As we've got all these games on the station. Tonight, we got the Nuggets taking on the Hawks. Tomorrow, we got the Avs in the afternoon, well, early afternoon, and then the Rams, Panthers, and Packers and Bears. And then Sunday, we got all the games, and then the Nugget game at night when they take on the Bucks here in Denver. And then the Monday night. Which one is the Monday night game? It's the
Texans Steelers.
Oh, yeah, that's going to be a good one, too. We're going to get to all that coming up next. The Nuggets are back after a long 7-game road trip tonight. You can hear all the action right here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5 FM. Coverage starts at 6:30 with the pregame show presented by Ramos Law. Welcome back to PhD on this Friday, a Bud Light. Football Friday. Bud Light, the official beer sponsor of the Denver Broncos. Remember to enjoy responsibly, which I will this weekend. Maybe, possibly responsibly. We'll see.
Am I the only one that still feels like confused on what day of the week it is? Like I'm still on holiday time?
Yeah, I'm with you, man.
Like yesterday was Friday, the day before was Friday. Like,
I'm with you, man.
I can't figure out where I am in time and space at this current moment.
I mean, everybody here at the station keeps treating like we're in the middle of the holidays. Everybody's gone. Nobody's here, man. They're all gone. Although, I think it's because I'm getting scared that somebody's going to get me sick. Everybody at the station is sick, Tyler.
I think so. I guess there's a crazy flu going on right now.
Oh, man.
And
I want none of that.
It would appear that we got a couple down for the count at the station with it, which is not good.
Not good, man.
Not good at all.
We got the playoffs.
And I think one of them was speaking into this microphone that I'm speaking into.
Oh, no. Well, listen, man. Hopefully, we take some echinacea. What will you take for that? Drink a lot of orange juice or something, brother?
Do you get the flu shot? I'm not doing like a political thing here.
No, I'm trying to think. Yes, my doctor usually every year, but I can't remember if I didn't have an appointment since this summer, so no, I don't think I have a flu shot.
This is not an anti-flu shot take here. This is not what that is.
Yeah.
This is just like I haven't done it in like 5 years.
Yeah, I don't think I did it this year.
Yeah. I have not done it. And this year with what's going on out there,
it's
I'm
coming
like,
for you, Tyler.
Is it too late? Should I still go get one of those things?
What is this? Dan, how come you come up with this information so quickly? What is this?
This is one of the worst flu seasons in Colorado history.
2.5 times worse than last year?
According to the internet.
Oh, we all getting sick. We are all getting sick, baby. It's going to be great.
Yikes.
Dan Tanner just be doing 6 hours of radio by himself on it. All right. You know what? I want to dive into these NFL playoff games coming up this weekend. Before we do that, though, as I eat candy live right
Well,
here.
someone says that their family has 26 people. They had 26 people go down with the flu after somebody brought it to Christmas dinner. How big is your family?
Right.
Like I got a
big
big family. We got 14 grandkids in my family. That's a big family, you know?
Really?
Yeah. Like it's a big family. But I mean 26 people went down with it.
That's a lot of people to get together for Christmas, man. That's a whole lot of people. I can't even remember the last time I was around 26 people that I knew personally. Yeah, that's just not the way things roll. Before we get into the NFL playoff games, which are going to be fun. Matter of fact, I have some news for Tyler about, we talked yesterday that, in the AFC, depending on what happens this weekend, both Sean McDermott and Mike Tomlin might lose their jobs. But I had no idea that there is we could have 11 teams looking for a new head coach. We've talked about
11. We're in 8 right now, right?
Right. And the Steelers could lose their head coach, and the Bills could lose their head coach to put us at 10. I cannot believe the other one.
Who?
It's the Green Bay Packers and Matt LaFleur.
Nah, I don't buy that.
I didn't either. But do you know what's going on there?
No, but whatever it is, I don't buy it.
It's money.
Unless you're going to bring up another senator situation where somebody's talking about something in somebody's personal life.
It's money. I didn't realize it. This is a big story in Green Bay. I didn't realize this. They are going to have to pay Gutekunst, and they got to pay Matt LaFleur. And I don't know if Green Bay is going to hand Matt LaFleur $15 million a year. Matt LaFleur wants $15 to $20 million. He wants to be paid like one of the top 3 coaches in the NFL.
So you're saying his contract expires at the end of the season?
No, I'm saying I think his contract expires at the end of next season. They're going to have to redo it. And he's like,
they got to pay that no matter what.
He wants money. Green Bay doesn't want to pay him that money. They might move on from him with all the coaching candidates that are available right now. I know. I wouldn't get rid of Matt LaFleur either. But would you give Matt LaFleur the Sean Payton money? Would you give him $18 million a year to coach your team?
Yeah. Yeah, I would.
But does Green Bay want to do that? They don't. What's the most Green Bay's ever paid a coach? $8 million a year?
Why would they not want to do it? I mean, that's my question.
I don't know. Because then maybe they get a Harbaugh. Maybe they get a.
Well, I do think that there could be one more wild card out there, just depending on if Harbaugh's like, yeah, I want to coach the Packers. Yes, I want to coach the Bills. Whatever it might be, there could be another wild card out there. But outside of specifically, we want John Harbaugh, I do not see Matt LaFleur being expired.
So you don't think there is any amount of money that he can ask for that they won't give it to him? Because I think there is. I think they're already at the limit. I think they're like, no, we're not paying a head coach
but let's be clear.
$15 million a year.
Okay, but let's be clear, right? That if you're saying he's under contract for one more season.
Well, let me check and make sure. But
okay,
yes, I'm almost pretty sure.
I'll operate under that assumption until you correct me. He's under contract. You got it?
Yeah. Well, here, AI says Matt LaFleur's contract with the Green Bay Packers is a key topic as he's heading to the final year of his deal after a 2022 extension. Specifics are public, but he reportedly earns around $5 million a year. But he faces negotiations in which he wants a significant raise into the $12 to $15+ million a year due to rising coaching salaries. The Packers wanting to keep him, but needing to meet the market value to avoid him potentially leaving. So
if they got him at $5 million a year, that's the steal of a
that's hella
lifetime.
cheap. That's hella cheap.
Like that's
NFL coaching
that's
stickers.
offensively low.
Like the only one who's making less than that is like Schottenheimer or somebody, right? I mean, that's a low number for an NFL head coach.
That's crazy low.
Especially in this league where you can pay coaches whatever the heck you want to. But once again, see, it's not my money. I'd pay Matt LaFleur $20 million a year if he wanted. It's not my money. But Green Bay is like, are we going to give Gutekunst $12 million a year and then have to pay LaFleur $16 million? I don't know, man. That's the conversation they're having in Green Bay right now.
Yeah. See, the problem for playoff teams, though, you just get behind the 8 ball. So especially if you win a game. Now you're 2 full weeks behind the 8 ball. Other teams have got the interview process going. Other teams have hired coaches. You're getting the leftovers. It's hard to fire coaches that are in the playoffs for a million different reasons.
Right. If all that plays out this weekend, if Tomlin gets got because the Texans roll and McDermott gets got because the Jags roll.
I think Tomlin's gone. I do.
You think he's going to go somewhere else or he's going to do the TV thing?
I just think that time has come to an end. So whether that means he's getting fired, he walks, whatever.
Just like Harbaugh where it's just like, this is the end of the road?
Yep. There is nowhere else for this road to go. They are done, right? So honestly, if I'm Pittsburgh, even if you found a way to win the first round, I'm still done.
Moving on.
I'm done. We've been down this road long enough, man.
Mm-hmm. Well, that means so. Then, what is the best available job opening? Let's even say that the Packers are like, all right, we're not paying LaFleur $70 billion, so he's gone too. So the Steelers' job is now open, the Bills' job is now open, and the Packers' job is now open. Is it still the Buffalo Bills is the most sexy opening just because of Josh Allen? Or, I mean, Jordan Love ain't no joke,
man. You say
man.
Buffalo's open. If Buffalo's open, in order, the most attractive jobs would be Buffalo Bills, probably Baltimore Ravens, then Green Bay Packers.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll take that. That's probably right. Because all three of those have great quarterback. Right? All those jobs have a quarterback that you can rely on and trust and love and all that stuff. Like, even with Jordan, we all think Jordan Love is a great quarterback, even though it's sometimes. I do. Yeah. I think he's a great quarterback too. I'd take him any day. But yeah, somebody's gonna get that Bills job. Unless we're just speculating because I think Buffalo's gonna beat Jacksonville. I'm not one of those guys who's pro. I don't think the Jags are gonna roll into Buffalo and beat the Bills. Is that game? When is the Bills game? It's Sunday? Is it the early game on Sunday? Yeah, Bills-Jags is the 10:30 game on Sunday. So that one's going to have a lot of juice.
It's in Jacksonville, by the way.
Oh, it's in Jacksonville? Wait, you're right. My bad. Because Jacksonville won the division, so they get to host? Yeah, I forgot about that. You're right. So the Bills at the Jags, 10:30 Sunday morning, which is, I don't know, man. I have no feeling for that game at all. Like Trevor Lawrence is playing the best football of his career.
I think the Jags are going to win.
Do you really?
I do. I'm rooting for the Bills to win because it sounds crazy, but of the teams that the Broncos could realistically play.
No.
So here's the teams the Broncos could realistically play.
Yeah.
They could play the Texans.
Yeah.
They could play the Bills.
Mm-hmm.
They could play the Jags.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the Chargers.
Yeah.
I don't think the Chargers are going to win, though. So let's take I guess let's just leave those all on the table. You've got the Texans, you got the Bills, you got the Jags, you got the Chargers. Here's the teams I don't want to play. I do not want to play the Jags. I do not want to play the Chargers. Now that leaves me with Buffalo and the Texans.
Man, I'd probably be opposite of that from you.
I
The
think
exact opposite.
I think the team that I prefer to play, as crazy as this sounds, is the Buffalo Bills. They got no defense.
Oh, baby.
They're hot and cold.
Yeah, but okay. I get exactly what you're saying. I'm hearing you. But one, you're facing probably the best quarterback in these playoffs, right?
True.
You're going to face the best quarterback
And,
in these playoffs.
and
Here's the other
you
problem.
could stop your argument right there and say you're stupid. You don't want to play Josh Allen, and I would have a hard argument against it. Seriously, like that's a fair argument. So you're telling me you want to play Josh Allen, Tyler? That sounds like a bad idea. And I'd be like, you know what? It does kind of sound like a dumb idea.
Why? What is it? What is it? You just because the defense isn't as good as these other teams, like the Texans' defense?
The Bills have just looked bad at times this year. Jacksonville has peaked at the right time. I mean, they are hot as hell. The Chargers are a bad matchup for the Broncos. And then it just comes down to the Texans or the Bills.
This is going to sound crazy to you probably, but
you know what? We can't even play Jacksonville. Thank you. I did that yesterday.
Because they're the number 3 seed and they're
the number 3. Yeah, so Jacksonville's not even on the – yeah.
So –
My bad.
If the Buffalo Bills – listen, let me say it like this. Josh Allen seems like the number one problem for the Broncos defense in these playoffs. You know what I'm saying? I'm looking at the Denver Broncos and I'm like, what's the strength of the Denver Broncos? And it's that defense. It's that nasty defense. And I'm looking like, is there any team in this side of the bracket on the AFC side that could do damage to the Broncos defense? And Josh Allen and the Bills are that one team that scares me the most. You know what I mean? Josh Allen's one of those dudes. Like, he doesn't have to – he'll be like, all right, Patrick Surtain, fine, you stay over there, and I'm just going to keep throwing these balls to the middle of the field and make these Broncos linebackers work because I'm just going to keep hitting my tight ends and my running backs, and I don't care what – you know what I mean? Like, they don't have – Justin Jefferson is not on the Buffalo Bills. You can't put Patrick Surtain on that one dude and basically shut down the Bills' passing offense.
Okay, so let me correct myself on something here because I said Jacksonville. The other team that you could play is the Pittsburgh Steelers. That is a realistic option if the Steelers were to win. And if of those teams that are available, of course, I would choose to play the Steelers. Of course, that would be the team I'd prefer to play.
Because Aaron Rodgers is going to get murdered by that pass rush.
Yeah, I mean, whatever. I mean, they're good enough. Aaron Rodgers is capable of hurting you, but you know, we got a pretty good pass rush that's going to get after that old man.
I am scared that the Broncos offense isn't going to get me the points that I need unless the defense has, just a stellar game. You know what I mean? Like, is there a point total you think the Broncos offense can't get to against one of these teams? Like I mentioned,
I don't think they
how
can get to 30 points against anybody.
Man, that's tough because the ESPN predicted that the Bills would come into Denver and beat the Broncos 27-17 in that second round, and I was like, man, can the Broncos score 27 points at home against the Buffalo Bills? Did the Bills come in and put 27 on the defense?
It's very unlikely.
So what? I mean, see, once again, we're talking in hypotheticals, what I don't like to do. But what does that mean for the Broncos if, just like last season, they play their first playoff game of the year and lose? Like, how do we handle that as a fan base?
It's crazy to say this because if you would have told me at the beginning of the year that we got the number 1 seed, I'd be like, hell yeah, like, let's go. But expectations change. You get the number 1 seed, you know what my expectation is?
Win the whole damn thing?
Well, you at least make it to the Super Bowl.
Yeah.
I mean, because you only got to win 2. And you get the worst opponent in theory that's left in your first game of the playoffs. Like the path has been cleared. So if you lose that first game, dude, I would call it a failure of a season. You did all that. Wow. You did all that.
I get it, but
you won 14 games.
I know.
You got the number 1 seed and you lost your first playoff game. That would be a failure.
I get it, but it's also a failure of how we watch sports nowadays. You know what I mean? Like if we are so Talladega Nights, if you ain't first, you're last. You know what I mean? Like if you don't, the Broncos just had one of their greatest regular seasons ever. And if they lose in the second round of the NFL playoffs in their first game of the season, we're not gonna. Man, I don't know. I don't know. But it's the.
I know how I'd feel.
I understand how I feel, but I think it's the wrong way to look at how the Broncos are handling their business. They're not supposed to be here. They're way ahead of schedule. Am I right or am I wrong? They're way ahead of schedule where we thought they were going to be. Like with the ownership group and who they brought in and what Sean Payton has done, they're a year or two ahead of schedule of where they should be.
Fact. That's a fact. You're right. True. But expectations change.
Yeah. Man, it's tough. It's tough out there in the NFL, right? Like, I think people would have been happy if they would have won 10 games and squeaked into the playoffs or whatever. But now you got 14. That means you have to win a Super Bowl or we're all going to be disappointed in you. I don't know. Or you win.
I say this. I could live with losing the AFC Championship game. I cannot live with losing our first game of the playoffs.
Wow. Okay. Well, we'll see. Because a good football team's coming in here no matter what happened. Ramos Law Hotline, car accident. You need Ramos Law. Medical doctor and attorney, ramoslaw.com. We'll roll on with PhD next.
Hey, if you're out there in need of a new or pre-owned vehicle, go to the best dealership, Phil Long Ford. Phil Long Ford has got the best prices, the best customer service, and the best inventory. I think relationships matter in life. That's why I've been buying cars from Phil Long Ford since my rookie year. The only dealership that I ever go to. I know these guys. I love these guys. I trust these guys. Guys, it's one-stop shopping at Phil Long Ford. You don't have to drive all over the state because there's over 1,000 cars, trucks, vans, SUVs, electric vehicles, even commercial fleet vehicles on their lot right this minute. So whether you're looking for a new vehicle or a pre-owned vehicle, the vehicle of your dreams is already on the lot at Phil Long Ford, and they've already got the best prices at Phil Long Ford. Guys, you're going to become a customer for life just like I did. Phil Long Ford also has got an award-winning service department, so once you buy that new vehicle, keep it serviced over at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful ride for a very long time. Let them know that your friend Tyler sent you on over, and check them out online at phillongford.com.
Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We have all 6 games this weekend and every game straight through the Super Bowl. In the Bay, the NFL on Westwood 1 lives on Altitude Sports Radio. Welcome back to PhD on this Friday. Got ourselves a Nugget game this evening. The Hawks are in town. Matter of fact, you know what? So the Trae Young trade has not officially gone through yet. At least I haven't seen, like, everybody, like, it's been announced. Trae, like, wrote a whole thing saying farewell to Atlanta and all that stuff, but it hasn't officially gone through. At least I haven't seen it officially go through.
Is there a physical or something holding this up?
So what it would mean is that if it's not official by today, CJ McCollum and Corey Kispert can't play for Atlanta tonight against the Nuggets. So we'll see. I mean, I'm assuming that they will announce the trade. If they haven't, and I've just not, well, let me check the NBA. No, I still don't see an official announcement that from the NBA about the trade. I do see that the Memphis Grizzlies are now officially taking offers for Ja Morant. Tyler, let me ask you this. Have you ever played with a guy who didn't want to play, who didn't like the sport, who was only playing because of the money, who didn't want to be there? Because it feels like sometimes Ja doesn't want to play basketball, man. You know what I mean? That to me is probably the toughest guy to have in a locker room. The guy who's there for the paycheck, but not for the love of the game or love of the team. And is there a lot of those guys in the NFL?
I think so. Like, I would almost venture to say, as crazy as this sounds, probably 70% of the guys, 60 to 70% of the guys are doing this because they're really good at it and it pays them really well.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't mean that they're not in. It doesn't mean that they're not giving their best. But if you really got to the root of it, like, do you still have as much fun playing this game as you once did? The answer is probably no, but I'm really good at this and I'm not going to make this kind of money anywhere else, right? That's okay. I think that's okay as long as you still know how to handle yourself like a professional. Go to any industry in the world and you're going to find that. I know that, like, for the normal fan to hear that, they're like, no way, man, you're playing the kids' game. If you're not loving every second of it, get this guy out of my locker room. I'm just telling you, it's the reality. It's a job like anything else. And at times it becomes exhausting, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I would probably more guys than not are actually in the category of, I'm just still doing this because I'm good at it and it pays really well.
Yeah.
They also give it the respect that it deserves. And then there's usually like 2 or 3 guys that are just so stupidly talented. They're just so stupidly good at this thing.
Yeah.
They don't have the respect for the game.
Uh-huh.
They don't care to give the effort that you give. They don't care if they show up on time. They don't care what you think of them. They don't want to be held accountable, all those sorts of things. And those guys are the problems. You can actually not love the game as much as you once did and still give it the respect that it deserves.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah, I get what you're saying. I understand what you're saying. Because there has been, like, I always used to say, former Denver Nugget Rafe LaFrentz, he just didn't like playing basketball.
Category?
Yeah, he didn't like playing basketball. I don't think he liked basketball.
Really?
At least not NBA basketball. Because he got paid with his second contract, and then he was just kind of like, I'm done with this sport.
Okay.
Which is all, and I was like, that is so weird. Because you're right, he was so talented at the game, but he just didn't enjoy playing it. And I just don't know how many athletes are out there that because I think you almost have to love it to be good at it, don't you?
I wouldn't want to touch a jaw with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, I don't think I would. And I used to love watching Ja Morant play basketball.
Because
and now I don't know.
You ain't getting him cheap either.
No, you're right. Because Memphis already said they want draft picks.
Why would they give him up unless they got something significant in return?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're going to need you're going to have to give up a couple of first-round picks, unprotected first, and a couple of young players. So I don't know who that is in the Western Conference, or if they just send him to the East and get rid of him completely. But yeah, interesting. So yeah, Ja Morant might be on the move. And I still don't know if the NBA has made this Trae Young trade official so CJ and Corey can play against the Nuggets this evening. The Nuggets are still banged up, but all the guys who are probable last game are probable again this game, except for Spencer Jones, who's questionable. But obviously Joker and Cam and Jonas are still out as well as they take on Atlanta. All right, Tyler, let's talk a little NFL playoff action over in the NFC. Now, Rams and Panthers. Carolina And the Rams are the heavily most heavily favored team in the wild card round of the playoffs. Can you find me a situation? I mean, it's the NFL. Oh, you're going to say no right away?
No.
You can't find one?
This is the one game. Every other game I could find a situation. This is the one game that there is no situation where the Los Angeles Rams do not get a victory.
Really? That's fascinating.
Matt Stafford could throw 4 interceptions, and he'll still throw enough touchdowns to make up for it.
You're probably right. Right now, it's Rams minus 10.5. This is the first NFL playoff game. This is the first playoff game of the wild card weekend.
And the Rams are playing on the road, right?
Yeah, because the Panthers won that division. The Panthers are 8-9. The Panthers are under 500 and hosting a playoff game.
Can you see a world?
Well, I mean, yes, it's the NFL, but not really. You're right. I'm with you. No, I mean, if I had to bet the house on any game this weekend, I'd have to put it on the Rams to win this thing, right? In Carolina. And I still don't really know how to feel about Bryce Young. Right? I don't know how to feel about Bryce Young. How do you feel about the quarterback of the Carolina Panthers?
Well, he's definitely done enough to be their guy, right? Like they're moving forward with Bryce Young. That's their quarterback. And he's earned that right. Do I feel uberly confident if I'm a Panthers fan? No, of course not. Like there's still some weird moments. That guy just doesn't look comfortable in a pocket to me.
It's weird, right? It is weird. Maybe it's because he's so small and he's all, you know what I mean? Like at 5'10" or 5'9.5", whatever he is.
But you can't get over physics. Like that. That's literally just that's a reality. You can't get over your physical stature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Carolina's going to get housed this weekend, but I guess anything could happen. But the Rams, man, 12-5, and you're traveling for the first game of the wild card round, which is, listen, man, I love the way the NFL does their playoffs. Let's go. I'm here for it.
I got Rams 30, Panthers 17.
Okay. All right.
I got a butt whipping.
Listen, I'm with you. I'd probably put it might be, I put 36 to 13.
All right.
Is what I'm looking at with Rams.
We're in the same spot.
Right. But the much more interesting game, unless that one goes buck wild in Carolina, is what happens tomorrow night. Wait, what is today? Tomorrow night. And that is the Green Bay Packers in Chicago to take on the Bears. It's Caleb Williams and it's Jordan Love. Now, how do you feel about the way the Packers ended the season?
They limped into the playoffs. Like they limped in, right? They got in by some weird tiebreaker rules.
Yeah. It started with Denver. The Broncos beat them, bam, and then they lost 3 more after that.
Well, coming into that Denver game, remember how good they were coming into that game?
They were on a 4 or 5 game winning streak, right?
Yeah, they were hot as hell.
And then Denver put it into that.
Green Bay is good. I don't care what happened to them at the end of the season. That is a good football team. They've got more playoff experience. Caleb Williams and Ben Johnson have arguably been the most fun story in the NFL this year. Would you agree with that?
Yeah.
That team's been fun.
I can't really think – right. And you know what's crazy about Caleb is sometimes you're like, man, he still looks like he's a rookie. And sometimes you're like, how do you get that bad? You know what I mean?
Right.
His ceiling is so high. It's crazy. That Caleb's ceiling is so high. But sometimes he's still playing like he looks like the –
Now, this game is being played in Chicago.
What's that weather? Oh.
What?
I sorry to interrupt you.
No, go ahead.
I just saw this morning, they canceled the Chicago Bulls game last night because it's so hot in Chicago that the Blackhawks ice under the floor was it put condensation all over the basketball court. They canceled that game last night. It was supposed to be White Bulls Heat last night, Dan, and they canceled it because it's so hot in Chicago. The condensation, they couldn't get rid of it. So they canceled that game. They postponed it. And I'm wondering, is it going to be hot tomorrow night in Chicago when the Packers and Bears meet at Soldier Field?
I don't know. Hot's got to be relative. Warm for Chicago in January, maybe. Hot, probably not. It's in Chicago, which feels like it should be leading in the Bears' favor. Here's just my gut feeling on the situation. I heard somebody on the station. I wish I remember who it was.
Yeah, I stole him under the bus.
I'd give you credit. I'm not throwing him under the bus. I'm stealing the take. Somebody was talking about the Jacksonville Jaguars, and they were saying, my take on the Jags is that this team is hot, they're good, but they're young and they're ready to be humbled. Like they're just maybe a little bit full of themselves right now, you know?
Yeah.
That's how I feel about the Chicago Bears.
Ooh.
I think the Bears are hot. They're on fire. They got a coach who's feeling himself. Caleb Williams is feeling himself. You know, he's going to paint something weird on his fingernails, and he's going to say, F you, Green Bay, and they're probably going to get humbled. That's my thought on that game.
Interesting.
By the way, the high in Chicago tomorrow, guys, is 35 degrees.
Okay, so not nearly. So why they tell me it was sweltering hot in Chicago? Like, I thought it was the weather, the reason they postponed that game. That all the Blackhawks ice was melting and condensation was getting on the Bulls floor.
It was warm yesterday.
Oh, but it's supposed to be cooler
But
tomorrow?
the high tomorrow is 35, so it'll probably be around like 30 degrees at kickoff.
All right. Well, so what do you think about the coaching matchup? Listen, we didn't talk much about the coaching matchup with the Rams and the Panthers, but
Ben Johnson's a genius. Like he's an offensive genius, and it's fun. But I'll take the experience of Matt LaFleur over Ben right now in his first playoff game.
All right. Your home for the NFL playoffs is Altitude Sports Radio. We'll have all 6 games this weekend, every game straight through the Super Bowl. The NFL on Westwood One lives on Altitude Sports Radio. We will talk about the Sunday and Monday games next. PhD rolls on this Friday.
You ever been to a 311 concert?
No, I've never been to a 311 concert. You a big 311 guy?
Well, not particularly, but I've been to one. And it was awesome. It was at Red Rocks.
Yeah.
It was Offspring, 311. Who was the other band? I'm drawing a blank on the third band.
I was there too.
Were you?
Yeah.
Who was the third band? Do you remember?
I can't remember.
I mean, this is probably, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years ago, right?
I went 2 or 3 years ago.
Oh, okay.
At Red Rocks again? Well, I've seen him multiple times.
Yeah. But it was an awesome concert.
I'm sure it was. I'd be rocking out to I saw an announcement from Red Rocks just last week that said this was their best summer concert series ever. They had more people at Red Rocks this summer than they've ever had.
Really?
That it was just loaded. But I didn't go to a single concert at Red Rock this year.
Tyler,
But
do you
I'm
know why they're
slacking.
called 311?
I do not know.
Why?
So they're from Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay.
And a 311 is a police code for public nudity in Omaha, Nebraska.
Okay.
So
that's the meaning of that name.
They're big streaking advocates.
I guess so.
We're going streaking through the quad. Someone bring the drum set.
Yeah, a little old school. 311 is playing Las Vegas in March. You can go check out 311 in March.
Okay.
And in Vegas. So
At the Sphere?
Actually, it doesn't even say. It just says, oh, no, at the MGM Las Vegas. So I don't even know. Is it? Yeah. MGM Las
Either
Vegas.
of you ever done the Sphere?
No. McGahee, Connor, and some of the Avs guys went to a concert in the Sphere, and he said it was crazy, but it was I think they went to a U2 concert in the Sphere.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so when the Avs were in Vegas taking on the Golden Knights, somehow they got tickets to go to the, and he said it was amazing.
Oh,
but
I
I can't
bet.
remember. Yeah. No, I've never been there. But
No, I'm just wondering. I've been 3 years sober. Like would it still be the same thing going to the Sphere as a sober dude?
I don't know. I bet you Connor was pretty sober at that concert. I don't know. Like he's not. I don't think he's the kind of dude just get riggedy wrecks, huh?
I don't know.
But we don't know. Yeah, we'll see. 3 years is a long time. Congratulations.
Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I'm not like a hallucinating type of guy, you know, because I'm a 3 year sober kind of guy.
Yeah.
But if you were into those sort of things, the Sphere actually seems like it would be overwhelming.
Yeah.
Like that
yeah.
seems like it would actually be like,
Yeah.
no, like that's a little bit too much.
You can't pull like a Dan and house some edibles and some mushrooms and take a couple of shots of tequila and then roll into the Sphere.
But I think
'cause
that's
you'll
what they all do.
Listen, man, if it feels good, do it. Go ahead.
Yeah.
It's fine. All right, let's talk about what's happening in the NFL on Sunday and Monday, because these are some fun games. We talked about the Rams and the Panthers and the Packers and the Bears, and that brings us to Bills at the Jags, Sunday at 1 p.m., a game that you can hear right here on the station. So what do you think? Bills and Jags. Now, Sean McDermott has never won a road playoff game in his Bills tenure. He is 0-5. Josh Allen.
How does that dude still have a job?
0-4 in road games. But here's the problem. You know where most of those road games took place?
Josh Allen's never won a road game?
Most of those games took place in Kansas City. You know what I'm talking about? Like, I think 3 of the 4 took place in Kansas City.
Okay.
So I kind of give Josh a little slack because 3 of those times you rolled into with Patrick Mahomes at his full power, and you know what I mean, and got beat by the Chiefs.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
but it's still 0-4 on the road for Josh Allen, 0-5 on the road for Sean McDermott. Having said that, the Jags, how about this? How about this statement? So CBS put out one little blurb for why each team could win the whole thing. And when it came to the Denver Broncos, they said the reason the Broncos could win the whole thing is because their defense can and will take over games. So that was what they said about the Broncos. When it came to the Patriots, they said, hey, guess what? Drake May is much more efficient than you could ever imagine, and he can win you a playoff game by his damn self. And I was like, it's a bold statement for a second-year player.
Dude, he's a freaking MVP candidate. He
I know.
better be able to.
I know. I mean, Stafford's going to win that thing, right? He's got to win that thing. But Drake May might, man, because he's had an absolutely incredible season. When it came to the Jacksonville Jaguars, though, they said explosive plays on offense is why the Jags could win this game on Sunday, and it's why they could go all the way to the Super Bowl. Their
What's the line?
Oh, that's a good question. I think I'll tell you right now. It is Buffalo -1.5.
Okay, and they are on the road, correct?
Bills in Jacksonville.
Jacksonville's not a home field advantage, so I guess that doesn't factor into it at all. Because
Yep.
I'm sure the Bills fans are going to take over Jacksonville. Gosh, this might be the hardest game for me to predict.
You think?
I'm going to go last on the. Dan, what do you think on this one?
Oh, I think the Jags are going to stomp them.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, you're drunk. You're
Dude,
I mean, I'm
Trevor
sure
Lawrence is playing the best football in the NFL at the quarterback position right now.
No. He's playing the best he's ever played at the quarterback position. He's not playing better than Josh Allen.
Yes, he is.
You think Trevor Lawrence is playing better ball than Josh Allen right now? Listen, T-Law had 4,000 yards, 29 touches, and 12 interceptions. Let's see what Josh had.
Over the last 8 weeks, who has been the best quarterback in the NFL?
Josh Allen.
See, I think it's Trevor Lawrence.
You know what? Yeah, Josh's numbers are below Trevor's. Like the passing yards and total touchdowns.
Guys, he ripped apart the Broncos defense.
I get it.
Which
but
is one of
Josh
the
Allen can win you a game by his damn self.
Hold
right?
on, but Berto, Dan's not a very smart man. He's really not. But
you think he's right on this one?
I mean,
why'd you have to start it with that?
Well, I just want to preface it with reality, But if we are talking about the current reality of how guys are playing at this very moment, Trevor Lawrence has been dealing, dude.
I agree with that statement. And I agree that he had an amazing season. I've seen multiple Trevor Lawrence games.
To be fair, Josh Allen's kind of been dealing too.
This is what I'm talking about, man. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Josh Allen is the best quarterback in these playoffs. Now, the Buffalo Bills aren't the best team in these playoffs. Matter of fact, this is probably the third, fourth best team that Josh Allen's had there in Buffalo, that Sean McDermott's had there in Buffalo. But it doesn't mean they can't win this first-round game and show up in Denver in 2 weeks' time. I guess it's just a week by now. But, yeah, I mean, there's a reason why Vegas has it basically as a pick.
I am very hesitantly going to pick the Buffalo Bills to win this game. I think Dan's got a very fair point, and it's hard to argue against. Trevor Lawrence is flat out rolling, and the Jags are peaking. Like that's what's scary about this Broncos team. And some people might try to make this a sales point, that it's a optimistic point of view that they've not peaked. Boys and girls, I'm telling you, you want to peak by now.
Yeah.
Like, you don't want to be trying to peak in the playoffs. You got to be peaking by the time you get to the playoffs. That's when you want to be peaking. And the Jags are probably the definition of peaking at the right time of the NFL season.
Okay, I'm with you on that. Because the problem with the Packers and the Bears is the Packers have lost 4 straight coming to the playoffs. The Bears have lost 2 straight coming to the playoffs. So who's going to snap out of that funk? The Jags are smoking hot, but I think the Bills win this game. Let's go 37-33. Just a crazy – actually, 37-30. 37-30. It's going to be a barn burner, right? Is it not going to be – it's not going to be a defensive struggle between those two teams, right? It's going to be a high-scoring roller coaster game. Bills-Jags. But, I think Buffalo comes out on top.
I am reluctantly taking the Bills. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. I can't believe – and you think, Dan, the Jags are going to steamroll these turkeys?
I absolutely do.
Wow. Yes. Wow. Okay. That's a bold statement. Yeah, I mean,
you want a bold statement, Berto?
The Jags do have an explosive offense. That's what.
I think the Jags are going to the Super Bowl.
Nah, no way, bro. You think the Jags are going to get through this AFC?
Yes.
You're saying that Jacksonville, if they meet in the AFC Championship game, the Jags are going to stomp the Bronx?
You know what? I can't believe I'm doing this.
Oh, you're killing me. Both of you are killing me with this.
I'm flipping.
No.
I'm taking the Jags.
No, both of you are drunk.
I'm taking the Jags. They're beating the Bills.
Oh,
they're going to do it. The Bills are there. That's an unconfident bunch right now, man. The Bills are not playing confident football.
Okay, you know what? Fine. You know what? I'll join that party only because then I want to see Sean McDermott get got. So I want to see the Buffalo Bills have an opening. That's the only reason I'll jump on your little bandwagon with the Jacksonville Jaguars, because I think the Bills are still going to. Because here's the problem with Buffalo. If you crash out against the Jags and you're Sean McDermott, guess what they're doing next season? They're opening up a brand new fancy stadium.
Yep.
You think they want to do that after this? No. They're going to clean house. If he loses to Jacksonville, McDermott is gone. And they're going to find a new head coach. I don't know, Harbaugh, whoever it is going to get in there. So when they move into their brand new fancy building, when they get their first game in their new building next year, everybody's happy instead of like, whoa, this is McDermott and the crew again. But, man, I think Buffalo's going to win that thing. All right. Let's move on to the next contest because that one, Bills-Jags, the one that comes in right after that, right after the Jags beat the Bills, the Niners and the Eagles play in Philadelphia. Right now it's Philadelphia -6. How do you feel about those two teams?
Niners 2 weeks ago looked like one of the best teams in the NFL. Week 17 was stupid good how good they played in that game. And then week 18, I don't want to say they looked bad because they probably still could have won that game if Christian would have caught that one pass.
Yeah.
They probably still win the game. I think I'm biased. I know I'm biased. I love me some Shanahan. I love me some McVay. I love the branch. I love the coaching tree. I think it's built for the playoffs, all those sorts of things. And I'm going to take the Niners. But I do admit that Philadelphia seems to – they're like the definition of a team that just shows up in the playoffs.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. When I think of the Philadelphia Eagles, I think about a knife fight in a phone booth. You know what I mean? That's their defense is like, I don't know if we're going to win, but everybody's coming out bloody. You know, that's how I feel about the Eagles. Like the Eagles defense can suddenly just do wild out. You know what? I was mentioning how CBS had 1 point why each team could win the Super Bowl. And with the Niners, their 1 point was Kyle Shanahan's going to do Kyle Shanahan things. That was their one reason why they think San Francisco could make it all the way to the Super Bowl is that Shanny is great in these moments. He's great at these game plans, and let's see what he can do. But the San Francisco 49ers are still banged up, especially on defense, right? So it's going to be a little bit tougher. But the Philadelphia Eagles defend their title, right? Like, they have a really talented defense, but I don't know who and when and where they're going to show up. Like, this game's going to be close no matter what.
The Eagles will not be defending the title this year, no.
Yeah, you don't think they're coming out of
I don't buy that.
Right, because they're going to end up having to face – I mean, they're going to have to face – matter of fact, if
I got to get Dan's picks on all these too, though.
Okay, yeah. Dan, what you got, man? What do you got? Eagles-Niners, brother.
Ah, man. I don't think Jalen Hurts is losing a home playoff game to the Niners. I'm gonna go Eagles. Because it's in Philly.
I think it's going to be a tight, close fourth quarter game.
Who do you guys like more as a quarterback, Hurts or Brock Purdy?
That's a tough one, brother. But yeah, I'm with you on Purdy. But Jalen's he's won one. He's won one.
Yeah, and he's got that winner dog in him. You know, like Jalen's got. He's got a dog mentality. He doesn't care how he does it. He doesn't care if it's sexy. He doesn't care if it's pretty. But if you're asking me who I'd start a franchise with as my quarterback,
yeah,
I'd take Brock Purdy for sure.
Well, Purdy, it was the Bears game that he just went nuts, right? Purdy was just like, check me out. Just looking amazing.
Dude, that Bears game was unbelievably fun.
Yeah, you're right. I mean, if it just comes down to Well, if it comes down to how about coaching? If it comes down to coaching, Shanny and Sirianni head to head.
Look, Sirianni's actually got a championship, so you could definitely make the argument, but I don't even think it's close who's a better coach. I think it's Kyle in a landslide.
Yeah, you're probably right. So the 12-5 Niners and the 11-6 Eagles Sunday afternoon at Lincoln Financial Field, another game that you can hear right here. And that brings us to the Sunday night game.
Okay.
And the Sunday night game is the Chargers at the Patriots, Gillette Stadium. Right now it's New England minus 3.5. Chargers, Patriots. That's the number 2 seeded Patriots and the number 7 seeded Chargers. So if the Chargers win that one, they're guaranteed to come to Denver.
Mm-hmm.
Drake May and Justin Herbert. What do you think?
The only real wild card in this game to me is how healthy could the Chargers get in 2 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
So they sat their starters or at least a bunch of guys against the Broncos because they had too many injuries. They needed to get healthy. They needed to get some rest, and they couldn't risk further injury, right? If the Chargers can get their dudes back, they've got a shot in this game.
I'm with you on that. Right. If the offensive line can keep Justin Herbert from getting murdered, because Okay.
Yes, they've got a shot.
Yeah.
Now, I'm predicting the Patriots are going to win because my prediction is the Chargers are just too banged up and they're not going to get enough dudes healthy.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, no, I unlike the Rams game where I couldn't find a way that Carolina would get past LA other than Stafford throwing 5 picks or something like that. This one's a much tougher one for me. I have no idea who's going to come out of this game, Chargers and Patriots. Do you think New England is the better team overall?
Yeah, they are.
And the Chargers are like the Chargers defense is.
I don't really care about the Patriots' strength of schedule this year. That's a good football team.
You're right. I mean, you're right, because that is what everybody talks about, how the Patriots did. You didn't beat anybody. But they say the same thing about the Broncos.
You know what they got? They got an MVP level quarterback. They got a great head coach. They've got a well-rounded football team. The Patriots are just good.
Yeah. So, all right, Dan, who you got?
Well, you could say the same thing about the Chargers too. MVP level quarterback.
Yeah,
really
but
good
is that
head
what
coach,
you're saying?
No.
Well-rounded team.
Hold
I know
on,
their
hold
offensive
on.
line.
Drake May was a much better quarterback than Justin this year.
Herbert's a great quarterback. I love him. And I would have no problem with being my guy forever. I'd give him all the money in the world. But he hasn't been played like an MVP this year.
But
not,
that's
not
good.
like Drake May.
I think a lot of it is because he's just been getting murdered back there, right? He's been
Fine.
I bet he's one of the top hit quarterbacks this season.
Probably.
And sacked quarterbacks this season. But if they can keep him upright and stop him from getting murdered by that Patriots defense,
Berto, I agree with you though. This, for me at least, this is the hardest game to predict.
Yeah. So where are you going, brother? Where are you heading on this one?
I think I'm taking the Chargers.
Interesting.
Tyler, do you say you don't want to see the Chargers
I
in
do
Denver
not.
in the divisional round?
No, I have no interest in seeing the Chargers again.
Is this a Harbaugh thing?
None.
This is a Harbaugh thing?
What scares you about the
thing.
Chargers in Denver?
Their defense knows how to game plan against us. I just think that they know us very intimately. It's not a matchup that I want.
The Safeway Twitch stream, order online. Safeway does the rest. Get easy delivery or free pickup with the same great deals. Get started at Safeway.com or the Safeway app. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. We'll talk about that Monday night football game next.
Hey, if you're out there struggling with hair loss, whether that's a bald spot, receding hairline, or thinning hair, do yourself a favor. Pick up your phone and call Advanced Hair Restoration today at 720-459-HAIR. Call and ask about their Advanced FUE because nobody can offer anything like the Advanced FUE found at Advanced Hair Restoration. They've already changed tens of thousands of lives. That includes mine, and you deserve to be the next one. When you go to Advanced Hair Restoration, you're going to be in a calm and relaxed environment with the best of the best. Dr. Tanya Pauls is legendary. The entire staff at Advanced Hair Restoration, just fantastic at what they do. And guys, Advanced Hair really believes in what they do to the degree that they're going to guarantee your hair is going to grow for life. Lifetime guarantee with your own natural hair starting to regrow the very next day. So don't waste time. Call 720-459-HAIR. You're going to get 250 free hair grafts and $250 off. Or check out those before and after photos at advancedhair.com.
Polumbus, Hastings, and DMac present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space.
Safe place.
I'm leaning into the segment. You're a smart guy. Send us your not dumb question now. Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
No dumb questions. If you got a question, it's not dumb. It is, in fact, the opposite of dumb. What's the opposite of dumb, Dan?
Smart.
Are you sure? Are you sure?
What do you think it is?
No, I have no idea. This is our clown question segment. Do you have a clown question? That's a clown question, bro. We don't think it's a clown question. We accept it. We look at it and we give you your honest. So text in 303-544-0925.
Should I ask you what I asked you off air?
Yeah, probably not.
Yeah, probably not. Probably not. But that would be a good question, right?
Yeah. We get into it. I'm sure the text line would enjoy it. All right, yeah, no dumb question.
Hey, okay, I have a no dumb question, all right?
Yeah.
And now I need everybody to relax on this, okay?
Okay.
You don't even have to pick a side, okay? You don't have to pick a side of the aisle, none of that.
Oh, here we go.
Is the greatest usage of AI, of all time, become political satire humor?
Oh,
I mean, you don't even have to pick a side.
Years, right,
I don't care who you want to make fun of. Make fun of the left, make fun of the right, I don't care who you want to make fun of. But I have just been, my whole algorithm has become political humor, and
From AI,
I die I feel like a child. Like I send these things to Dan all the time. I'm just like dying of humor.
Dan,
of these
wait,
things.
does Tyler keep sending you AI memes?
Yes, and now that's my algorithm is just full
AI
of that.
memes.
It's all it is, man.
No,
I'm telling you, I
listen.
don't even care who you're making fun of. It's just funny.
Yeah, I'm here. Listen, I for one welcome our robot overlords whenever they show up because AI is crazy to me. AI is like I told you this yesterday. I'm at the point now where because before I'd be like, yeah, that's AI. You know, I could spot it immediately,
Yeah.
and now I'm like, wait, this has got to be AI, right? This has got to be fake, right? This is fake, but you never know, man.
You got to be a little bit careful these days.
Yeah, it's the wilderness out there.
Can I
internet's always
give just
been
a little advice on AI usage?
Yeah, sure. Let's get some.
Like we've seen this movie. We know where this thing's headed. When you're talking to AI, use your pleasantries. Okay, say please, say thank you.
You think those clankers are going to come for you when
I'm just saying
when the revolution happens?
When they come, I'm going to be low on that list because I say thank you, I say please, I treat it with respect. I know that I'm talking to a villain here that could ruin my life, and I'm going to make sure that this villain knows that I'm grateful for their help that they've given me in my life.
Right, you're not going to treat them like trash. Do you think of all the people here at the radio? No dumb question. What one person here at the station survives the robot apocalypse? Who survives the robot apocalypse?
Probably Scott.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
Yeah.
Because he's up in a mountain somewhere just begging the robots to show up, right? He's like, bring it on, bro. Let's go.
Yeah, that dude's got a plan.
That's exactly. When the robot revolution happens, I'm going to Scotty's house.
Yeah.
Like he ain't even. I'm just gonna show up and be like, "Yo, Scotty, what's up?"
Yeah, he's got a bunker full of food. He's got vehicles that have got no chips in them.
Yeah.
No computer technology.
Yeah, Scotty makes it the longest. DMac gets got first.
Oh yeah.
Or right?
Yeah, who gets got first when the robots come?
Moser is very reliable on, he relies on technology a lot. And if that technology turns on him, he might get murdered. So I no, man. It's possible that it's got to be DMac though, right? He gets got first.
Yeah. DMac, yeah.
Yeah. So yeah. AI, who knows? Who knows how that's going to play out? How about this question?
I'm just saying, you can feed me all the political humor in the world, and I'm eating it all up. I don't care who you're making fun of.
Man, your algorithm is probably jacked, bro. I want to see what it looks like.
My algorithm is the best it's ever been.
What is it? You just get football takes and AI memes? That's all you get?
That's about right. And naked dudes bench pressing.
That's what you get a lot of that.
I get a bunch of shirtless dudes working out. That's in my algorithm too.
When you got full swole, you were checking stuff out online too much, and it was like, oh, this guy's into lifting, so let's feed him.
Yeah, that's definitely a heavy part of my algorithm.
Like how many of those videos you're watching? Like, oh yeah, look at these reps this dude's pulling here.
Yeah, I'm taking advice. I'm looking at form technique. I'm getting older. I got to make sure I'm doing things the right way.
I get it, man. I get it, but your algorithm is crazy. The text line says, hey, sorry to break the news to you, Tyler, but AI does not like the pleasantries.
Oh, I heard something about that.
It uses more electricity when you're pleasant or something. Yeah, I don't know what this means.
So
but
it's not AI that doesn't like it. It's ChatGPT. It's Elon Musk. It's the owners of it, because it actually costs them money and resources every time you say thank you. It's energy. It's an expenditure that it just has to have an extra response to you, right? Well, I don't care about the billionaires, okay? I'm not worried about their pocketbook. So I'm going to use my pleasantries because I'm worried about my fridge getting taken over.
Mm-hmm.
My fridge might try to kill me one day.
No. You know what? I do not have a Wi-Fi fridge, but I know they're out there. Those fridges that will order you groceries and stuff.
I'm just using an example, you know?
yeah. So anyway.
Scott does. Scott's fridge has got a computer in it. He's got like an iPad on his fridge. His daughter plays games on his fridge.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, listen, man, it's a new world. It's a new future. Embrace it. How about this? No dumb questions. Hey, if you had a magic healing wand and you could heal any athlete for the Broncos, would you?
No. Let's open that up a little bit. Let's make it more difficult. Okay. You got the Denver Nuggets as beat up as they are.
You get one chance to heal one athlete in this city.
Yeah.
And make him brand new.
You got the Broncos needing a running game, missing J.K. Dobbins.
Do you heal J.K. Dobbins?
You got one of the best pass rushers in the NFL, in Nick Benito, who's banged up. And you could just make him fresh.
Mm-hmm.
He could be fresh as all get out for the playoffs, right? Who you picking?
Man, I'm leaning. I love JK.
What about Garrett Bowles?
Bowles is a good one.
He's gonna be good, but with that ankle, I think he's gonna fight through it. I wouldn't waste my one heel on Bowles, right? I mean, I got faith that he's gonna be good to go, that he's gonna be ready to go. It might be Benito. I love JK, but it might be Benito. A fully healthy and weaponized Nick Benito. What happens if I said this? You can't. How about you could use it on anybody in Denver sports? What happens if you could just instead of JK or Benito, you hit Joker? You're like 100% joke, even though you're only halfway through the NBA
season. Is Berto
just
figuring out the conversation?
No.
Is he just figuring out the rules that we're playing by?
No dumb questions.
Because I'm 99% certain that's the conversation that we've been having.
What about one of the Avs players?
Gabe Landeskog.
What about one of we've got some Avs players.
I'm not overly worried about Gabe. I don't mean to say it like that, but the Avs are okay.
Yeah.
The Avs are all right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Right. Did you see what they did last night? I think they're going to be okay. Yeah. They just murdered a team last night.
I think I'm going with J.K. Dobbins because there's enough time left in the Nuggets season. I don't really care where they get seated. Just get me to the playoffs.
Okay.
Get me to the playoffs and get that team healthy at the right time, and they're going to be okay. You know what I mean? Yeah. Broncos, they desperately could use a running game right now.
Do you think, but would J.K. Dobbins, how much of a difference would he make? Because, RJ now has been the primary back for, when did J.K. go down? How long has it been? How many weeks has it been that RJ's been the primary?
Raiders Thursday night game.
Oh, man, so that's been a while. So
7 or 8 weeks or something, I don't know.
Oh, that is interesting. That's a good question. All right, that's not a dumb question. That
was a good one. Yeah, that's definitely a good one.
Yeah. So,
you could easily sell me on the fact, don't waste your magic wand. Just give it to the best player in the world, Nikola Jokic, because you don't want to be risking anything the rest of the year.
Fully healthy and just let's go.
So
best player
if you want to use your magic wand on Nikola Jokic, cool. I'm not fighting that.
Yeah. And you get a fully healthy Joker for the playoffs. Yeah, I might do the same thing. But there are, somebody suggested Aaron Gordon. If you fix that hamstring and it was 100%, how much could Aaron bring to the team? Yeah, I like it. Y'all are far too confident that we're just going to run our way to the Stanley Cup. I don't know. Yes, my confidence level is high, but why shouldn't everybody's confidence level in the Avs be high? Hey, Dan, do they have how many? They got 71 points. How many points do the Avs have right now?
They have 71 points.
You don't know how stupid that's a stupid, ridiculous amount of points. They are crushing the regular season, crushing it. But
do you know what their plus minus is?
Oh, wow.
Oh, is it 70 something or 80?
Plus 76. You know what the next highest plus minus is in the NHL?
Plus 20?
The Tampa Bay Lightning plus 34.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
the second best plus minus in the NHL.
Yeah, just dumb. Just absolutely
This is a great memory from somebody. Somebody says, no dumb question. A few years ago, TP bought a jacket at the Sportsman's Expo. Is that thing still around? That's a great memory. I made a total. We were doing a show from the Sportsman Expo, sore subject, and I impulsively bought an apocalyptic jacket.
And right
for like I saw this jacket, and he's like, "Man, you can wear this thing with no t-shirt, negative 10 degrees. You'll be sweating, right? Like you can't even put on a long sleeve shirt underneath it." I'm like, you know what? I don't know why, but I need this jacket.
I gotta have it.
I got to have this jacket. This thing is like a full-on like marshmallow, like it is a large jacket. It's not like the world's most like practical jacket in the world.
Yeah.
You know, it's great for hunting, sitting in a duck blind. You know, there's only a handful of situations that you would ever actually use this jacket in. I think I wore that thing about 3 times, and it's ironic that they asked this question because like last week I was cleaning out my closets of all the things I haven't worn in like a year. I'm like, you know what? This jacket's got to go.
Oh, wow.
It's got to go. Wow. I mean, if the apocalypse comes, I don't think this jacket's going to save my life.
No. I mean, well,
so that was like a $300 impulse purchase that I used like 3 times.
Wait, of all the stupid stuff you spent money, no dumb question. Of all the stupid stuff you spent money on when you were in the NFL and had disposable cash,
you want to know what I spent my money on?
What was the dumbest thing you bought?
I'll tell you, like a lot of guys, like they lost their money on cars and jewelry.
Yeah.
You want to know what I spent my money on? I bought a new bed like every year, and I'm talking like a height because I had so many back problems.
You bought a bed?
Dude, I'm serious, but I'm talking like I'd buy like world-class beds.
How much
like,
are these costing you? How much is it setting you back?
The most expensive bed I've ever bought. I'm embarrassed to say. Like I really am, and I would never, of course, because first off, I don't have that kind of money anymore. That I've got disposable income.
What now? I gotta hear it.
500? You're not even ballpark, buddy.
What the? How? What's the? Dan?
It's called a Vispring. Look it up.
Vispring?
Yeah, look it up. Look it up. Yep.
Vispring.
Bought myself a king size Vispring one time. Not super proud of. And you want to know the worst part?
No. Shut up. Shut the hell up. Dan, come in here. This cannot be the price of this thing. You can buy 2 cars for that. What are you talking about?
No.
It's something you sleep on, man.
Hold on, I don't know what you're looking at.
Look at you said Vispring, right? You said Vispring?
But whatever you're saying, this sounds No. Whatever you're looking at ain't right. No, sir. Whatever you're looking at, that's not right. What are you looking at? How much?
$56,000.
No.
$56,000.
No, sir.
For their top of the line.
No, sir.
How much did you spend?
I don't it's embarrassing, but not like
$56,000 to sleep on it. Not
even in that ballpark. Not even in that ballpark.
It better float and take me places. It better, you know what I mean? It better be able to hit light speed. If I pay $56,000 for a mattress,
I hated this damn bed. I hated it.
Did you really?
I bought it and I was done with it in a year. Freaking hated it. But I had so many back problems that I'm like, I got to invest in my career. I got to invest in myself. I got to make sure that my back's healthy. I just bought new beds year after year thinking it's going to fix my back problems.
And it didn't.
No, it was like maybe a fifth of that.
You'll be happy to hear it was. Just give us a number, bro. Just give us a number. Put it out there.
It's like
10. $10,000? You spent $10,000 on something you sleep on, man. Okay. We gotta go.
I'm not proud of it.
We gotta go.
Listen, that was a previous life. I don't live that same life anymore.
I get it.
And you used it for 1 year.
$10,000 to sleep on, man.
How much money did it cost you to sleep every night?
I think I gave it to a neighbor. If you think about it, though,
you gave it to one of your teammates.
You spend more time on a bed than anything else in your life.
Yes.
If you had a little bit of disposable income, it actually makes sense to invest in a high quality bed.
$10,000.
You spend more time in that bed than any other spot in the rest of your life.
There are I googled the most expensive mattresses in the world. There are some Swedish mattresses that will cost you upwards of $600,000. I don't like Drake. That's Dan's favorite rapper, owns a $600,000 mattress from this Swedish company That what I didn't. What do you,
You
put
want to
in
know
a
my favorite bet?
600,000?
My favorite bet that I've had for probably 12 years now.
What?
Just a simple sleep number.
Yeah.
It's been great. I bought a sleep number, and it's been my favorite
Set you
bet
back like
because
400.
you know what? When it starts going down, it feels too soft. I press a button, and all of a sudden, I got a nice and firm mattress. I could mess with it. Each side can have their own. Like, it's beautiful.
Man,
it's great.
I didn't realize there was a world out there where that kind of stuff would cost that much. It's 10 grand.
But hold
for
on,
a
like
mattress,
even
bro.
even if you're buying like a nice sleep number, those are gonna, like, by the time you get the base, you get the bed, you get whatever.
It ain't
That's
10
gonna
grand.
It's gonna be 5 or 6.
You're right. Maybe I've just been sleeping on chucklehead mattresses, just like cheapo. Like no, but yeah. All right. We spent way too long on no dumb questions. We
Hey,
gotta
listen,
go break, bro.
I wish I was still in a phase of life I could spend 10 grand on a bed.
I wish you were too.
Yeah.
I wish you were too, man.
Yeah.
That's so dumb. We'll be right back. Hey, look at that. We got breaking news. I mean, it's not that sexy, but the Miami Dolphins are hiring John Eric Sullivan as their general manager.
Yeah,
he was the former Packers VP.
No idea who that is, but he sounds like James Gladstone from the Jacksonville Jaguars, who looks like he's about 13 years old.
Yeah.
I want to see a picture of this dude because I picture him looking like he's about
That's
14
him right there
years
in the
old.
bottom left-hand corner. See him?
Oh, okay. I guess he what's he look? Maybe 40s?
Yeah. He's got a big smile. I don't know who took that picture. He's super excited to be in that picture, though, man. But, yeah, so the Dolphins now have a new GM. And I guess
He does have a little bit of a bag of a haircut, though.
So I wonder, he was the Packers VP of player personnel since
haircut?
2022. What the faux hawk, basically?
Yeah.
But it's a faux hawk because he's balding and he's just taking all the hair that he has left and just like, listen, man, I'm here. However you want to do it. Rock it. I'm here for whatever. However. You want pigtails, you want a mullet, you want to do it, man. I don't care. Welcome back to PhD on this Friday. Tyler Polumbus, Dan Tanner, I'm Mark Bertinelli, as both Scotty and DMac are out on this final day of this first week of January. I don't even know where we are or where we're
January 9th.
But we have the Avs playing tonight, the Colorado Avalanche. Wait, no, that's a lie. The Nuggets play tonight. The Avs play tomorrow. The Avs host Columbus tomorrow. The Nuggets host the Atlanta Hawks tonight. You can hear that game right here on the station. Starts at 6:30 as we'll see how that plays out because obviously the Hawks just made a massive trade. We have a college football playoff game tonight. And last night's college football game was pretty fun. And let's see what we get this evening as Oregon and Indiana go at it to see who will face Miami, not this Monday, but next Monday at Hard Rock Stadium in Miami.
Are we really about to see Indiana win a national championship?
I don't know. You think Indiana is going to go into Miami and beat Miami?
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think they're going to handle Dan Lanning and Dante Moore in the Ducks tonight?
I think so. Yeah. I don't particularly like Dan Lanning or Signetti. Wow. Ooh. Tough good, no dumb question.
Yeah. Who's
like
the more disliked?
If you're just rooting for those two guys, which one would you root for?
Ooh, that's a good question. Man, I might lean Signetti because Lanning annoys the hell out of me sometimes. You know what I mean?
I think so, too. Lanning's a little bit more whiny.
Yeah.
Maybe
that's what it is.
Signetti's a little bit more cocky.
Yeah.
Lanning's a little bit more whiny.
Yeah, maybe that's what it is. But last night, it's a wild fourth quarter game where Miami scores the winning touchdown with 13 seconds to go. Although Ole Miss, was it more than that? Because Ole Miss was it 30 seconds to go?
Miami scored with 28 seconds left.
Okay.
So, give or take.
And then Ole Miss got down to the 38 in 2-3 plays.
Right.
And they had that one final shot at it. And it comes up,
and it probably should have been pass interference.
It probably should have been pass interference, yes. If it wasn't the last play of the semifinal of the college football playoffs, they probably would have thrown a flag on that thing, right?
Yeah.
But they swallow the whistle, and Miami gets a win 31-27, and now they await tonight's winner to see who will play as Indiana and Oregon go head-to-head in it. The Avs last night smashed the Ottawa Senators, won that thing 8-2 as Josh Manson went crazy. In the first hour of the program, we were talking about the baddest man on the planet because Josh Manson last night had 2 goals, 2 assists, and beat the snot out of a dude. Sam Girard dropping gloves. I don't know, man. But see, although some of those fights.
You like seeing little guys drop gloves?
Yeah. I'm always when you see Manson start to go, that's when you're like, oh, somebody's going to get killed. You know what I mean? You're like, oh no, here we go. Right. And with the little guys going, you're like, ooh, what? Nathan McKinnon was on with the Spittin' Chicklets guys this morning, wasn't he? Is that right, Dan? And he was talking about, how the team is looking and feeling and everything like that. But yeah, baddest man on the planet. I'm put Josh Manson's name forward on that one because that was, man, he put a whooping on people last night. We do have one NFL playoff game this weekend we have not spoken about.
Okay. I don't remember which one.
It's the one that's going to happen on Monday night. It is the Houston Texans in Pittsburgh to take on the Steelers. The Houston Texans are 12-5. The Steelers are 10-7. The line for this game is Houston -3. The Texans probably have the best defense not named the Broncos in the playoffs.
No, hold on. I don't want to say this like I'm not taking a shot at our own team, but their defense has been better start to finish. If you just want to evaluate it, start to finish, the entire totality of the season, the Texans' defense has been better than the Broncos.
You think so? I think the Texans' defense has been nastier. Like, there's a nasty to the Texans' defense that I'm not sure the Broncos have. Because, like, the Texans are like, we want to hurt you and we want to injure you. And we want to, you know what I mean? Like, they're like, that's a nasty, nasty defense they got in Houston. But you think it's better? Or are you just saying statistically they're the better defense?
I just think all the above. I mean, Look, I'm going to pull up their scores right now just to double check my memory on this, but I just don't think that they've had the letdown games defensively like the Broncos have.
I'm sure that they're better in the red zone, at least recently, because that was the Broncos' problem. Well, offensively, the Broncos are having issues in the red zone, but defensively as well.
Ooh, they did give up 30 points to the Colts. I forgot about that game. And that wasn't Philip Rivers. That was the last game of the year.
Right, he was on the sideline cheerleading.
Well, I guess they've had a couple games that they've given up.
But see, when we talk about the Houston Texans, they're coming into the playoffs on a roll, right? Don't they have the longest winning streak of any team in the playoffs coming into the playoffs, right? I think so, right?
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. They are on a 9-game heater. Guess who they lost to?
Was it who?
Last time they lost a game. Denver Broncos. November 2nd was the last time that the Texans lost a football game.
So I guess you're right. The Houston Texans can make it all the way to the Super Bowl because they have a great defense, and a great defense can get you there no matter what your offense looks like. And I'm not taking any shots at CJ Stroud in that offense, but it's not. But if you compare the Houston Texans offense to the Denver Broncos offense, how do you think that would play out? Like, I guess I could look it up statistically right now. But I don't know if, like, the Texans, it feels like offensively can be a little bit more explosive than what than the Broncos offense can be. But at the same time, it does have that quality of the Broncos offense where it can let you down. Like, that explosiveness is just gone. And you're like, what's happening? What's happening? They can't do anything.
Yeah. The Texans, they did a lot of good things even without their quarterback, right? So we've had our quarterback all season long. I do think that the Texans probably have a better balance. I'm not scared of playing the Texans, for the record.
Oh, really?
I actually think that's a decent matchup for the Broncos. So I'm not afraid of playing them, but if we're going to be honest, they've been a more consistent football team across the board than the Broncos.
Okay. Do you think, listen, the Pittsburgh, we've been talking a lot about the Houston Texans, but what do you think about the Pittsburgh Steelers? Like, if this is Mike Tomlin's last run with this team, do you think that means something? Do you think, I guess I'm saying is, can Mike Tomlin take this team to the next level if he's like, all right, guys, this is it. This is the one. This is my last chance. This is it. Or if the locker room feels that, you know what? I don't know. I'm trying to think of any way.
I'm not an Aaron Rodgers hater like DMac. DMac's just an Aaron Rodgers hater.
Does he hate Aaron Rodgers?
Like, he's actively rooting against Aaron Rodgers, the football player, and pretty sure he's actively rooting against the human being Aaron Rodgers as well.
Yeah.
I don't feel that way about A-Rod. I think that he's been exactly what the Steelers needed him to be this season. They ain't scary, though. That team is not scary.
No, not on either side of the ball, right? Like, do you think Aaron Rodgers has one more shining moment in him?
He could, yeah. I think he's capable of it. But going up against this Broncos defense with the defensive line that we've got, the pass rush inside, outside, Zach Allen's got more pressures than any other player in the NFL. Nick Benito, Jonathan Cooper, all those things. I don't think he's got enough mobility to survive this defense.
Does 2 games off, how much does that help like a DK Metcalf? Like, he got suspended the final 2 games of the regular season. Now he's back for the playoffs, and he's had, a couple of weeks off. How much does that rest help DK? How much does a week worth of rest help the Broncos? Like, how much of a difference does that make, if at all?
I don't know, man. If anything, don't get me wrong, I'm glad we got the bye week because we don't have to play a third game. I'm glad we got the bye week because we get the worst team left I'm glad we got the bye week because we got home field advantage. But there is a part of me that wonders, is this Denver Broncos team mature enough to handle the week off?
Ooh, interesting. Okay. But you think they are. You don't think that's a problem. And I mean, Sean Payton's not going to let this team wild out during the, right?
No, but
Sean Payton's talking right now. I guess I should mention Sean's.
Mature is a bad word. I shouldn't use that word. That's not what I mean by it. I've got no doubt that they're focused. I don't mean like they're going out and clubbing. I don't mean like there's distractions. That's not what I meant. What I really meant is like, can they stay in the groove? Or is a week off just like, I forgot how to play football?
Yeah. All right. From the two of you, Dan, Texans, Steelers, who you got?
Oh, Texans. Defense is too good. I don't like the Steelers' offense all that much. I think the Texans steamroll them.
All right. What do you think, Tyler?
Yeah, I got the Texans as well.
All right. Listen, man, it'll be fun either way. That'll be on Monday night. You can hear that game right here as well. We'll take a quick timeout. It's time for Let's Football Go. Let's football go. It's everybody's favorite segment. It's what Dan Tanner lives for. So let's hear it. Dan, what do you got?
All right, let's start with Dan Orlovsky and Rex Ryan talking about concern levels for the Broncos here in the playoffs, guys.
Slightly. There's been an up and down element to his play and a frantic element to his play all year long. There's been stretches where he's been great. But I know this, clutch moments, when he's got to play his best football, he plays like a top 5 quarterback. I don't know if there's as clutch a quarterback with him and Caleb Williams and his legs. The ability to just go make plays in those big moments with his athleticism are a huge part of the playoffs.
Rex, I don't know what to make of this statistic. The Denver Broncos of this season won 12 games coming from behind, which is the most of any team in NFL history. That speaks well on one level, but it also says you're kind of playing with fire a lot, and you can't really afford to do that in a playoff game.
Yeah, no, and every year we get a team like this, all right? They lack the knockout punch. They've been winning these type games, and we see early exits from damn near every one of them. Mm-hmm. Kansas City messed me over last year because they were that team, but they actually found a way to make it there because they had the greatest quarterback ever, all right, Patrick Mahomes. But believe me, we've seen early exits from Minnesota, teams like that before. I'm telling you, don't be surprised if it doesn't happen in Denver.
You guys think the Broncos are in for an early exit this year? Let me ask you this. What's your biggest concern for the Broncos entering the NFL playoffs?
Red zone offense.
Good one. Very good one. I guess my bigger concern would be God forbid our defense is human and they had a bad day.
Because you're right. If Buffalo comes in and scores 30 or
like what if they had a hiccup and it's not who they are, but it just freaking happens because we get sick? Like weird things happen. I don't know. They said something in that audio that is true. Like the Broncos, if the Broncos were boxers, they would win every single match by decision and never through a knockout.
Right.
Ever,
exactly.
Right? Like they do lack a knockout punch, but they are winning via decision, right? And that win and loss records could all look all the same. But boxers care about their knockouts also, and the Broncos should as well.
Yeah, I agree with that statement. Yeah, I think it's just I'm less scared of the defense making a mistake than I am the offense not being able to put points on the. If we end up kicking 5 field goals in a week's time because you get into the red zone and you can't score a touchdown, then I'm not sure you're going to win that game, right? I don't know. But no matter what happens, the Broncos are going to win these playoff games like they won games in the regular season. They're all going to be fourth quarter games. They're all going to make the fan base nervous as hell because they're all going to be close late, or the Broncos are going to be trailing late, and they're going to have to find a way to win. That's what they've been doing all season long. So I think there comes a point where you got to stop doubting what you see with your own eyes. They've won 14 games, and I know some of those games are absolutely ridiculous the way they went down, but you got 14 dubs underneath your belt.
Yeah, that's not an accident. You don't win 14 on accident. It's not a coincidence. Like you earned that.
Yeah, does Rex Ryan's got some hate for the Bronx or something?
Well, keep in mind, he thought he was going to be the defensive coordinator with Sean Payton, remember?
Yeah, maybe that's what it is.
He was in town, and he was bragging all about it.
Yeah, that would – I mean, listen, Vance, although Sean Payton the Broncos just finished practice like 20, 30 minutes ago, and Sean Payton was talking to the media. And what he was mostly talking about is how happy he was that all his assistant coaches were able to do their coaching interviews over Zoom. You know what I mean? So they weren't flying all over the country like doing these interviews on the bye week. Instead, all the teams were able to let the assistants just do those interviews over Zoom. But so they're not really talking a whole lot of like nuts and bolts with Sean Payton right now when it comes to what these playoff games are going to look like. But you can't. You don't know who you're going to play. You don't know who's coming in here. All right, Dan, who's next?
One more question for you guys. What are you most confident about with the Broncos offense entering the playoffs? What gives you the most confidence specifically with their offense heading into the postseason?
I think Sean Payton knows how to game plan, and that is proven by the fact that if you look over the last 4 or 5 weeks, they've strung together 14 to 15 play drives like it's normal, and that is not normal. And you do not string together 14 play drives on accident. That is a coach that maybe it's because he's not pressing the ball down the field. Maybe it's because he's trying to limit damage. All those things can be true, but it also means I've effectively game planned against the defense that I think I'm going to get, and I'm calling plays that is managing it. So I actually, despite what I think some of my partners might think, I have faith in Sean Payton as a play caller.
You know what? I do too. I have faith in Sean Payton in the playoffs. That's not what's making me nervous about these playoffs. Do the two of you think that Sean Payton is going to be the reason that the Nuggets did it again? The Broncos boot one of these playoff games just because they go into the game with the wrong game plan? No, I think this is why you pay Sean Payton $18 million a year or whatever it is. Is for the regular season is great, but you're giving that kind of money because of what he can do in the playoffs and what he can bring with his offensive game plan. And although once again, it is crazy. Did Davis Webb get another interview? How come that dude is that popular?
I don't think he got another.
He didn't get another one? Okay, but because I keep hearing his name all over the place.
I believe he interviewed with the Ravens.
Why is Davis?
He got two of them?
Vance Joseph and Davis Webb both interviewed with Baltimore.
Is this just one of those good old boy networks where he's like, hey, man, I know this guy, Davis, and he's smart, and he's going to be great. Give him and you know what? He's so young. He's 30, right? Davis is 30?
Yeah, he's about to turn 31.
And he's getting all these interviews, and I'm wondering, are these real interviews, or are these I keep hearing about this guy, let's get him into the building so I can meet him and he can see what's going on here. So if something happens, we can bring him in as the offensive coordinator, or we can offer him that, or
they're looking at it as a package deal with Vance Joseph. We hire Vance Joseph as the head coach,
and you bring Davis
as the offensive coordinator.
Interesting. Yeah. That is interesting. All right, Dan, what you got?
All right, guys. Chris Broussard has an interesting idea who he thinks the Cleveland Browns should hire as their next head coach.
Deion Sanders' name out there. I would not, as great a coach as I think Deion is, I would not go that route, because if you hire Deion, you're committing to Shador. And he has not shown me enough to know, he's my franchise guy for the next 5 to 10 years. Maybe he could show a little, we'll see. But if you hire his dad, he's your guy, and he might not be good enough to be your guy.
Do you guys think the Browns should consider Deion Sanders as their next head coach?
No.
Yeah,
no. Well, Tyler wants him to stay at CU and do that thing, right?
Well, listen, it honestly has nothing to do with that. If I'm being fair and objective here, what has Deion done to make you think that he's going to be a great NFL coach?
Mm-hmm. Right. You only come up with Deion's name because of Shador, right? Is there any other reason to?
Honestly, I'm surprised that this conversation still continues.
Yeah, that's it. Because I don't even, Dan, do you know who Vegas has as the odds-on winner or the odds-on favorite to be the next head coach of the Cleveland Browns?
Oh, I can look. I don't know.
Yeah, tell me who do you think that is? Because it's not Harbaugh, right? The Browns aren't circling the top coaching candidate out there and being like, yeah, we'll bring him to Cleveland, right? No way that's happening. But then I have no idea who might be the lead. The Cleveland Browns are going to just have to take whoever's left once Baltimore gets a coach and everybody, you know what I mean? All these other, Miami gets all the openings that actually, are good.
I think Clint Kubiak is the betting odds favorite to become the next head coach.
Wow, I hadn't heard that. That's interesting. If they, that's crazy. Okay, let's hear. Chris Shula, Cliff Kingsbury.
What?
Cliff Kingsbury, brother. Robert Saleh. Yeah, there's Clint there.
The one I'm looking at's got Clint at plus 400.
Yeah, that would be the favorite on that one. So this is DraftKings. Wow. Do any of those names, there's Deion right there. There's Deion Sanders. He's
plus 7,000.
You can put some money on that, my man. But
you guys think Shador gets another crack at it next year with Cleveland, or do you think they move on?
I think it depends on who they hire as their head coach, right?
Yeah.
But you tell me, of all those names, which one of those guys is going to turn that entire franchise around? You give me that. What one name there on that list is going to turn this around?
Yeah, sell the team.
Man, I'm sure Cleveland fans wish that would happen, but it's not. All right, Dan, what's next?
All right, here is Sean Payton, a little bit of Sean on what they've been doing during their bye week.
We didn't try to simulate one of the 4 teams' looks that we're going to play. It was just good on good with the focus on third down, red zone, 2-minute. We'll do the same tomorrow, and then these guys will be back Monday or Tuesday based on the day of our game. So really a lot like an OTA practice.
All right, Tyler, you've been in this situation before back in 2015. You guys had the bye week. Take us through kind of the mindset and just the process of what the team is going through during a bye week, not knowing who they're playing in round 2. What does that look like?
Yeah, it's mostly just staying in football shape. You know what I mean? Like it's not that you're going to get out of football shape, but when you come into practice, we would call it a 10-10-10. It'd be a short practice, but it would be an intentional practice. You would have 10 offensive plays, 10 defensive plays, 10 special teams plays, and you're going good on good for all of those, right? So you get in, you get out, you get some good work in. You want to bang your bodies a little bit, but you dang sure want to make sure that you stay safe and that you stay healthy. And then you come back the next week. The weirdest part about it when you get that bye week is that you truly cannot game plan for anybody because there's 5 different variations of what team you might be playing.
Yeah. So I don't know. Like, is Sean okay? He sounded kind of down right there.
He said he was. He's getting over an illness.
Oh, so he got sick. Everybody in this city, man. Everybody. But at least he's getting over it. Get ready to go. All right, Dan, you got one more.
All right, just lastly, I know we were talking about this throughout the course of the show, but AFC playoffs, Bills, Jags. Where did you guys land on that? Who wins that game?
Well, we all decided to cheer for the Jags just so Sean McDermott's going to get fired.
I convinced
right?
you guys.
Yeah.
Who do you think's going to win?
I came around. I think it's going to be Jacksonville.
Berto?
I still think it's Buffalo, but I'll jump on the Jags bandwagon
Hey, man,
with you
you
fools.
can be your own man. Like, you don't
No,
have
I
to do
get
what
it.
we're doing.
No. I guess I should say
there's no
I
peer
think
pressure
the
here.
Bills will win. I would prefer the Bills to lose.
Just
Does
for
that
the
make
chaos?
Yeah. Does that make sense? Yeah, I would
Sure.
prefer Josh Allen to get the hell out of these playoffs.
Okay.
See, I almost have I don't mind playing the Bills. So I kind of want the Bills to
That's
win.
great. I do not want to see Josh Allen at Empower Field next
You know,
week,
and
man.
every time you say it like that, I'm like, pretty good argument.
You know what I mean?
I don't particularly want to see Josh Allen either, but I don't think the Bills are a confident bunch.
We saw Trevor Lawrence at Empower Field, and
that didn't go great.
Yeah, that didn't
They
go
won.
great. And I think Josh is better than Trevor.
Chargers,
so.
Patriots. Who you guys got?
Patriots.
Okay, Berto?
Yeah, I got the Patriots too. But
All right.
that's mostly because I don't want to see the Chargers. I don't want to see I don't want to see Harbaugh and the Chargers here next week.
And Texans, Steelers, we've all got Houston.
Yeah, we all got
So who's the ideal matchup for you guys in round 2 for the Broncos? Who do they
Steelers.
match up the best with?
Steelers is most ideal. I mean, are we just asking if we can handpick anybody?
Well, based on who you're picking to win the game. So
okay,
we've got
we got
Houston,
the Texans, we got
Patriots, and Jags. Well, it wouldn't be the Jags.
it would be the Texans in that scenario, right?
Texans or
I mean, in that scenario with the teams that we have
Right.
winning, it would be the Texans.
Mm-hmm. Right, because that would be the lowest seed remaining. Because the Texans are the 5 seed, the Bills are the 6, and the Chargers are the 7. And you
I
get
feel
the lowest
okay
remaining.
about the Texans. I respect the hell out of the Texans, but I'm not scared of the Texans.
Well, you're not scared of any of these teams, right?
I'm
you're
a little
pretty
bit scared
confident.
of Jacksonville.
See, that's crazy.
That's not crazy. That's reality. This one, you might call me delusional, but I'm a little bit scared of the Chargers.
Yes, I think it's the head-to-head matchup between Harbaugh and Peyton.
There's
that
a lot
Harbaugh
of intimate knowledge
has
there.
dominated that matchup, right?
Yeah.
Hasn't he won most of those matchups?
There's just a lot of intimate knowledge.
Still, though, I think the Broncos defense would make Justin Herbert miserable for that game. Just absolutely miserable. But we'll see.
By the way, who do you guys have in the Packers-Bears game? That's a hard one to pick. Packers are favored by 1.5, but it's in Chicago.
Yeah, I'm taking the Packers. I think the Bears are just a little too inexperienced.
Yeah, one more year for Chicago for them to figure it out. Yeah. Man, I think that's going to be a great game. I'm looking forward to it. I think it's probably going to be the Packers, too.
That might be the most fun game of the weekend.
Yeah, but I would love to see Caleb Williams just like Johnson comes into the playoffs with some crazy offensive schemes. It's just like, let's go.
Dude, I think Caleb Williams is great for the NFL. Caleb Williams playing good, exciting, fun football is good for the NFL.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. Matter of fact, I think that's we got a lot of fun games in the first wild card weekend. But anyway, let's football go. Way to go. We will wrap up PhD next. Last segment of PhD on this Friday. This microphone smells like vomit. Why does this microphone smell like vomit, Dan? What the hell's going on with this thing?
Mike Sanford on it?
Is this the Sanford mic?
No,
is this the one that's got the cooties?
I got the Mike Sanford mic.
You got the cooties mic, Dan.
Yeah.
And I got the vomit mic. I don't know what this, what is that? What is that all
Mike's
about?
been out for a couple days, though, so I'm counting on, whatever there was, it's got to be gone by now, right?
I don't think that's how terms work, bro, but whatever.
I think it might be. I think that's like a 24-hour rule.
No, man. Okay, it's like the 5-second rule?
Yeah.
Where you drop it on a When's the last time you dropped a piece of food and picked it up and ate it?
Last night.
Last night, what'd you drop?
Except for it wasn't the food. I was at a little dinner party, just a small little dinner party, and I dropped my fork on the ground. There's 3 dogs there, it's a lived-in home. And everybody's like, "Oh, go get a new fork." I'm like, "I'm fine. I don't need a new fork." Somebody's getting up to go get me a fork. And I sit down and I immediately put the fork in my mouth just to tell them "Hey, this fork is good. I'm okay with this fork."
Now you've got cholera.
If you dropped
or
a
something
fork on the ground, you're immediately going to get a new fork?
I don't know, man. It's just if I dropped the fork at my place, I'd go get another fork. But I don't know what's on the floor at my place, man.
I mean, what harm could happen over a half a second of it being on the ground? I mean,
I don't know. It could have Ebola.
Yeah, and you know what I've learned? I'm no longer scared of it.
You're no longer scared of Ebola?
I'm kidding.
Seriously, I do. We got to wrap up PhD, but I do have one other personal question for you. How many cans of Zen does one man need, bro?
No. See, that's the thing. I'm quitting.
So you have 3. You're quitting. So you have 3 cans.
No. One is Grinds, which is just coffee. Okay.
Would you recommend Grinds?
I'm attempting to.
Okay.
So this is a nicotine-free one. One is a 6 milligram and one is a 3 milligram. So I'm attempting to wean myself off of said addiction.
And how's it going?
Well, my daughter called me out, and so now I'm trying.
It's a whole lot of Zen, bro.
I told her this is it's going to be a challenge, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best.
All right, man.
I think the only real way is just go cold turkey.
I mean, that's how Springer did the cigarettes. But I think he just stopped cold turkey on the cigarettes.
Yeah.
But I think he was also like, now it means I can drink more or something. He's trying to balance.
I'm not sure that's how it works.
You don't think that's how it works?
Yeah, I'm sure in your mind that might be how it works.
All right. So we got ourselves a Nuggets game tonight, an Avalanche game tomorrow. We got a college football playoff game tonight. What would you consider was the story of the day? So what interests you most in the sports world on this Friday? Of everything we talked about today, but the Avs win last night, the Nuggets playing tonight, the college football playoff, the Indiana-Oregon game tonight, and then all these playoff games in the NFL this weekend. What do you think the biggest sports story has been on this Friday?
Oh, I don't know, man. I mean, it's just this is arguably the best weekend of football you get all year long.
Yeah, I think so.
Wild card weekend in the NFL is already great. We've got college football. We had a good game last night. I think tonight's going to be a good game also. So for me, it's just hey, sit back and relax and enjoy because this thing is coming to a conclusion really quickly.
Mm-hmm. You know what? That's a good question. When is the Super Bowl, Dan? How many weeks of
February 8th.
So we get 4 weeks of
I'll say this about college football, though. Sorry.
Go ahead. What is it?
They got to wrap this thing up sooner.
Yeah.
This is going way too long, man.
Championship game's on the 18th, 19th? Something like that?
I'm watching because it's football, but if I'm being honest, I practically forgot that the college football playoffs still existed.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
way too long.
Yeah, I wish you're right. There should have been a way for them to figure
wrap
out
it up before NFL playoffs begin.
Right, tonight should be the national championship game in college,
Perfect.
right?
Last night, tonight, whatever. Yeah, that should be the championship game.
But you know what's going to happen with the college football playoff? They're going to expand it. It's going to go later, right? It's going to go later. They're going to add some teams to the college football playoff.
I don't think it'll go later. I think they would just start.
You'd have to start the college football season. Is the college football season going to start in the first week of August?
No. But the playoffs has already got a built-in chunk of time after the regular season ends. You could just start the playoffs a little bit earlier.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You could just, as soon as the regular, instead of that month-long
do it like every other professional league. The season ends, and the next week is the playoffs.
Right, instead of lollygagging around.
Literally, the next week the playoffs begin.
Because if you did that, you could almost double the teams, and you could stop hearing from whiny Notre Dame fan and all the other teams that didn't make the college football playoff because you could put 24 of those bad boys in there or something and get it on. But I'm always here for more. Give me more. I want more. Give me more. But do you think adding teams would make the college football playoffs better if they had more teams in it?
Probably, because then you would get it to, like, you still might end up with the James Madisons of the world that end up in the playoffs. Who was the other one? Tulane. You still might end up with those teams, but you also get Notre Dame and those teams that probably shouldn't be there anyways. They get weeded out, but the teams that should be there end up being in the right spot when it's all said and done.
Yeah. I'm with you, man. But I'd like to find there's got to be a happy place between all the bowl games that nobody cares about anymore and the college football playoffs that everybody cares about, but not until you remind people that we're doing it because the regular season ended 2 months ago or something. There has to be a happy medium, and then everybody can get paid and everybody be happy and all that kind of stuff. Nuggets and Hawks tonight, Tyler. Your Denver Nuggets coming off this, like when we talked to Scotty yesterday, this game tonight, these are the games that he's scared to death of. The last game of the road trip, the first game of the homestand.
Yeah.
So now the Atlanta Hawks,
I would say especially after this particular road trip we were on,
the longest of the season.
Dude, these guys
the
just got to
injured
be
Joker.
like, oh my gosh, I'm on vacation. I'm home. Home has got to feel like vacation.
Yeah, so how do they handle the Atlanta Hawks tonight? Like, do you think they handle business the way the Avs did last night? Or is this going to be more?
By the way, what's the latest on the Trae Young deal?
I think it was a couple hours ago. It's been officially official. So
okay,
if CJ McCollum's in town, he can play for Atlanta tonight. Same with Corey Kispert. I will mention that Kristaps Porzingis was probable for tonight, but today after shoot around for Atlanta here in Denver, he was bumped down to questionable. So you might not have to face KP this evening against it. But I mean, the Hawks are the type of team that you beat. Like you are a much better team than Atlanta. It's just tough. And then you get Milwaukee on Sunday. You get the Bucks in, so you get two Eastern Conference foes rolling into the city. How much are you gonna be focused? You're just gonna watch Oregon, Indiana, aren't you? You're just gonna sit down and enjoy you some.
Probably the way it's going down, yeah.
Mendoza versus Moore.
I mean, I am a pretty heavy football fan, and we're getting down to the wire here.
So let me ask you, how you going to handle Sunday? As a former NFL player and now a fan, Sunday, it starts at 10:30 in the morning. How do you handle a full day of NFL playoff action if you're Tyler Polumbus? What do you do? How do you, like, I just told you during the break, I like to start things with 2 beers. You know what? 2 beers, and then let's go into whatever we're going to be going into. Like Sunday morning, give me 2 beers, bam, let's check out Bills and Jags. How do you handle it?
Well, I'm going to start with the 3 milligram nicotine pouch. Then at some point, I'll probably have a 6. I'll wind that down to the grinds, which is the nicotine-free.
Crazy,
25 milligrams of caffeine in the grinds, by the way.
So what exactly the grind? So it's just like hammering a cup of coffee?
It's just a little coffee pouch. It's got 25 milligrams of caffeine in it. Yeah. It's just like, yeah.
Okay. I did not realize they made nicotine. I mean, I knew they made the nicotine like patches, but that's for you to quit smoking, right? And then the caffeine.
It's got no nicotine in it. That's the point.
But so you're saying the caffeine helps with the absence of nicotine.
It's just for the habit.
Okay.
More of it's just like it's like in
the oral fixation.
What'd you say?
Oral fixation
for you.
Dan, do you chew?
Got a lip pillow in right now.
Do you really? Yeah. You're a Zen guy too?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Man, that's all of you.
6 milli lip pilly.
All right, so where were we? Oh, so yeah, tell me how do you
I don't know.
ease into the Super Bowl?
I'm going to sit down on the couch and I'm going to watch football. What are you asking me for here?
No, I'm just wondering how you go about it. Like, are you going to do you spend all Sunday by your damn self?
So,
or is there going to actually be people around with you?
I don't know. That's actually, it depends on the day of the week for me. It's either a lot of people or no people.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, that's like that person who texted in and they said they had their family dinner was 26 people.
Yeah.
It's a lot of people in one room, man. It's like I don't even, like you couldn't even, do you have a table that could fit 26 people?
I do not.
At your house?
No,
right.
I sure do not.
You do have a bed worth $10,000.
I do not have that either. There was a point in my life that I had one.
Dan, what's the most you've ever spent on a bed?
$400.
Yeah, you're doing it wrong, buddy. Invest in yourself. Invest in your sleep.
But see, what happened is you spent $10,000 on a mattress, and then a year later you gave it away.
Okay, first off, let's be clear. I was playing in the NFL at the time.
No, I get it. Yes.
Second off, I've had 3 back surgeries. I was in pursuit of back health and longevity of my career. So this
how
was
did you
actually an investment in my career.
Who sold you this? Who was like, Tyler, I got
You
a
want to know
bed.
the
It's
worst
going
part
to make
about
you
that?
so
You want to know the worst part about it?
What?
I bought it from a friend that absolutely got a huge commission off of it.
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, that's true.
And
That's
then he
true.
did you dirty.
Yeah.
That a friend then?
He also was my former chaplain.
Oh, wow. Man.
No, he's the best. I love him.
Okay.
His name's Bill Rader. I mean, he's the man. I love Bill.
Lindahl,
Bill's my guy.
Would you drop 10 grand on a bed?
See,
If I was playing in the NFL, hell yeah.
Context is like you're putting this out of context here. You're
That
trying.
is
you're-
unfair.
you're-
No,
you're-
I'm just saying.
You're trying to make me look
my
like
mind
I'm like.
doesn't understand a $10,000. What is
Have-
in a $10,000 mattress? Like, what do they put in there?
Let me ask you, in all due respect, okay?
You can't. Just to be clear, I also want to set the stage for this. Like, I sleep on a sleep number now, which is a relatively normal bed, right?
Oh yeah, I love one.
You cannot get a sleep number in the full setup for less than $6,000.
Yeah,
So,
somebody
like,
call an advertiser because I'd like to do one. I'd like to work with you.
10 grand seasons. There must be like babies. What I mean, what's so soft in a $10,000 bed that you're
I'm asking you a
sleeping on?
serious question though, because this is why I'm on his side. And again, it used to be the perks of radio. It seems like it isn't that way anymore. But once upon a time when I was doing the Crush, we hooked up with a place called Relax the Back, and I got a Tempur-Pedic out of it. Now again, they don't give you any of the money that we sometimes make on the side from this stuff, but I got it. It was like a $4,000 mattress and box springs. Have you never laid on that? Because if you do, listen, if you don't have the money, then don't. Trust me. Because had I got this deal, I don't think I'd have the money to do that. But I'm telling you, once you lay on one, and this was when Tempur-Pedic was like the deal. Now it is Sleep Number like he's talking about, or I don't even know what the next phase is. But I'm telling you, when I laid on it brand new, I felt every sore point in my back relax, literally.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
And if
I
you
mean,
also
it was
think about
incredible.
this, you lay in your bed longer than
Oh,
any
yeah.
other, like any other, there's no other object in your life that is actually you're sitting on, laying on, anything longer than a bed.
Oh, and
Do
he's
the
right.
math on it. Do the math on how long you're laying in your
You
bed.
can't wake up with screwed up shoulders and a crick in your neck and messed up hip. And I know all this because now that mine's all worn out, that's what I got.
Wait, are you
So-
sleeping on a Tempur-Pedic? Is you sleeping
Oh, I
on that
still
same
got
bed?
that thing, man.
That's what you're
It's
sleeping
like,
on right
it's
now.
like 22 years old. Yeah, I need to get rid of it, but again, I don't have
Oh,
it. The
no.
$6,000 like I would
Listen,
to go
what
join
you
Tyler.
need to-
See, the problem with those, they're great. But then when they start to go, now
They're
you're
gone.
now you're just in a
Now
cavity.
it's just
Now
a
you're
hard-
in a cavity.
Yeah, it's a sponge.
I bet
But this
that
time of year, it's
mattress
awesome because it's warm and then you don't want to get out of bed.
I bet you that mattress is nasty. 22 years the same mattress, brother?
What do you want me to do, kid?
Get it?
Hey, wait, does radio pay what it once did? You know
no,
it doesn't.
No. I'll tell you this. Remember when Dover stole that mattress? You could just pull
Oh,
a
I
Dover.
heard about I remember that. It just was all of a sudden gone out of the thing. Now, in fairness to
could do
Dover,
that, bro.
he thought he had permission to take
Right,
it, and he
right.
didn't quite have
Well, at least
permission to
that's
take
what
it.
Dover said. But yeah.
No,
Yeah.
I kind of heard the exchange, or I do think I could see why he was mistaken. I think the person that realized he shouldn't have said, or didn't have the authority to say yes, take the mattress, did Dover dirty.
You know what was even better is that they didn't know where it went at first. They thought somebody had steady ninja'd that thing. You know what I mean?
we were all like
'Cause
Dover took it. How did you not know?
Yeah, and then
Everybody in the station but you knows.
Immediately.
Hell, we all watched him take it.
Threw Josh directly under the bus. Yeah, he's got it. Yeah.
Hey, this is pre-Tyler. I don't even really know this story.
Well, they had to go to the security footage.
Yeah.
Shut up.
Yeah.
Yes,
But he
And
did,
there's
but
this
again,
incriminating video of Dover
just
lugging this
put me
thing
in
out.
the elevator. Yeah,
But
yeah.
isn't that proof he legit thought he could take it because he wasn't trying to be sneaky?
Yeah, I don't think he thought he was stealing
walked
it.
Right
I think
for the,
he
he
thought
might
he
have
had
waved to the camera as he took the thing out. I don't know. He wasn't trying to
Wait, so
hide.
now I want to know who told him he could take it.
One of the sales.
The
people.
sales guy that's no longer here.
Okay.
And then the boss
okay.
was like, "What the? No."
Listen, the guy that was the boss that's not here
Yeah.
got yelled at by the big boss that wasn't here.
Okay.
Now.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah,
I'm
good
tracking.
times. Good times.
The old Sean and the old Joel did not talk to each other before Dover took a bed.
Got it.
But I don't think he brought it back, though, right? By that point, you can't bring it back. It's
No,
now.
I
I
mean,
think like
because
Dover
now-
got about 3 nights sleep on it
Yeah,
before everybody got all bent about it.
He did the dirty, and it like you can't do that
No,
anymore.
you can't
like,
take
that,
it back.
That
No.
bed,
No,
that
you
bed's
need
yours
the
now.
house.
His
suit.
no, man, that's a. So hazard. If you know what I mean, as soon as it entered his house.
I was going to say, the dirty or not, the man was a bachelor. That house ain't clean.
No.
Minute that thing came in, there had to be like a roach going, look at that thing.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, what you doing
Ultimate
here, man?
predictions. Who you got? Who's coming out of this wild card weekend? Give it to me.
Are we going
Did you
game
say?
by game,
Did you
or what
say?
are we
No,
doing?
I just want to know who the Broncos are playing. I ain't going to keep you here all day.
Most likely prediction, you end up playing the Texans.
Yeah.
That
who is the low seed? Aren't the Chargers? Who's the seventh?
So if the Chargers
So
win,
if they win,
if the
it's
Chargers-
done.
it's
You're
them.
facing the Chargers, and
Correct.
that's tomorrow night, right? Or isn't it Buffalo
Sunday
Chargers?
night. That's right. Sunday night
Sunday
football.
night. Okay.
Yeah, so Chargers win. That's your opponent. I think Chargers probably lose, and that's why I think the Texans are your most likely opponent.
Who scares you the most?
I do not like the Chargers.
I'm with you. Not after what we just saw. And listen, now they're starting to change the forecast already from what Chris Bianchi was starting to whisper to a few people. So maybe it isn't going to be cold.
It ain't going to be.
But isn't it funny that I feel like the Chargers are more a cold weather team than what we are?
Maybe.
Really?
You know what?
If we're not going to commit to the run, Chargers
you're
ain't
talking
afraid to
about
do
your
that.
boy
There's some
Bianchi. You know
truth
what?
to
Was
that.
he the one who tweeted out that every single home game for the Broncos this season
Was
kick
60.
up was 60 or more?
Bianchi's our guy, man. He used to work in sports, so we're all kind of connected to him. He's
And
a
that
good
was-
dude.
I saw
And
that
he was
when I was
smart
like-
and went to weather.
That's a little surprising.
I bet
Is
you
that
Bianchi can
concerning
afford
that
a,
they're
sleep
not
number
like
bed.
cold weather tested this year?
I
Well,
don't
okay.
know.
Here's where I'll say I'm concerned. What was their worst home game this year?
The
When-
Raiders?
The Raider game when the wind was brutal and it was 10
That's
to
right,
7.
and Crawshaw couldn't punt.
Yeah.
Well, and they really couldn't get the
They
offense
couldn't
going
do
either.
anything.
Well, Tyler and Dan are scared of one team and one team only. And that's the Jacksonville
Hey,
Jaguars.
I don't blame them. Do you not listen? I know that it feels like the sexy late pick. This isn't because of, for me anyway, this isn't because of some late season run. Look at that roster. They've been bad for so long, waiting for the quarterback to figure it out. Man, they've got so many high draft picks. There is talent on that roster. They should be good. They should be doing this. And by the way, coming out of college, I thought Trevor Lawrence was that dude. He's finally playing like it. That's it. Go back to that Bronco game, man, okay? The defense didn't suck that game. That dude was next level. He was sticking balls on guys' numbers. He was practically catching them for him, even though the DBs were all over the dudes. It was an unreal performance if you go watch the tape back.
They
He could
scare
have
you
been
more
more
than the
accurate with his
Bills?
passing.
Because it's Bills Jags. So
yeah, no, I
this-
actually don't mind a Bills matchup. I don't.
See, I'm with you because I think the D is suspect.
And
I think they can get
that
going
might-
and have some confidence.
That might be the dumbest thing I've ever said in my life because I get it. You got to play Josh Allen in the playoffs, and that sounds like a bad idea. But that is not a confident football team, and that is a bad defense.
And guess what? You start getting late in the game. Who's going to feel more pressure, Broncos or Bills? The Bills got to get this thing done.
Yeah, yeah.
Look,
No,
man,
it's the Bills.
Even if the Broncos go in and somehow this it's one and done, you are so far ahead of the progression phase. I know we'll all be hacked off next week or whatever the week after, and we should be. But if you're really in a calm moment, think about it. I know DMac's been pushing it, but the rest of us has been like, they're not going to the Super Bowl this year. And for them to get 14 wins in a season, I don't care how close it was. I heard the audio you guys played from Rex Ryan, and you're right. Rex has been grinding an axe ever since he didn't get the job here. But he has a fair point. He's not wrong. But I'm just telling you, man, they're so far ahead of things. The team that needs to get it done is Josh, man. Josh has got a little of a John Elway story arc going on right now. You can't get there.
If there's ever a year, you got no Mahomes, you got no
Right?
Lamar, you got no Burrow.
All
If-
your witches are out of the way.
If he can't pull it off this year,
All right, but who's your pick, Jacksonville or Buffalo?
Oh, I think
We
it's
had this whole
Jacksonville,
con-
man.
I think it's Jacksonville too.
Man, all of you, I cannot believe I'm on an
Have
island
you
with the
watched
Bills.
So you're going with the
Jacksonville the
Bills,
last
huh?
couple months,
killing me
dude?
with this.
They've got
No,
Travis
I get
Etienne
it.
at running back. They got a two-headed monster running back. They've got a good offensive line. They've got pass rushers. They've got some good corners. And ever since they added Jacoby Myers, they got balance in the passing game. What's crazy about it, this is a team that's going to add Travis Hunter back next
Yeah.
year. How about that?
No,
Is Sean McDermott getting fired if that happens?
Yes.
This is what we were talking about.
You know what that'll be?
McDermott
That'll be
can
the
still
Dan
get
Reeves.
fired. He can still get fired. Tomlin can still get fired. We had a third one earlier. Who
Yeah,
was
we
the
had
third?
that whole conversation.
LaFleur
You
and
didn't
the
believe me.
Packers.
But
Oh,
see,
LaFleur,
we're
that
having
was
the
the
Matt
one.
LaFleur
Some
conversation.
people
I
didn't
didn't think
buy
about
it.
that.
I don't buy that, but I did
Yeah,
hear
it could
that.
happen. Some
Yeah.
people are also floating Sirianni in the Eagles.
No way.
Well,
If it
that would
goes-
just be a clash of personalities, but I highly doubt it, man. They you know
They
what? I think
just
Philly's
won a
just
Super
learned to.
Bowl.
I know, and you learn to kind of just exist in the drama. All right, I'll tell you what. Mark Springer, Nate's sick. What a shock. I think
Well,
I'm
you
sick
got
a
him
little
sick.
bit.
Did you
You
hear
got it
this
too?
whole conversation we
Oh
had?
yeah.
Dude, it's going like we
Half
should.
our sales staff has it.
I'm about to start asking if I do the show next week from home just out of preventative
You need,
care.
to go, you need to go IV, emergency, and everything else they got like that. Because I'm telling you, it's all over. Like half the salespeople I've talked to today are sick too. It's unreal.
Yeah.
And you know who patient zero is?
Mike Sanford?
We gonna have a blanket party
Andy,
for that
are
guy.
you not patient zero?
Yeah, you're
I'm
patient.
not patient
zero.
zero.
You know
My
what?
thing was-
No,
Yes,
no.
My thing was back at Thanksgiving.
Yeah, no, but your thing at Thanksgiving lasts until Christmas.
But dude, my man's voice. Do you remember the month of just look at that water he's drinking?
Yeah.
This because of the fat
His
guy shots.
voice-
This ain't got nothing to do with
Dude,
feeling
you
bad.
still sound sick for the record.
Yeah, you do sound.
I know because Mike brought it in. All of a sudden, Nate goes down. And now I got a little
All
cough.
right, I'm
again.
out of here.
Get out of
Yeah,
here.
we're all
Andy,
outta
you're
here.
getting
It's
sick
Friday, seriously.
again.
Go enjoy your Friday, boys. We appreciate you. It's the PhD or a version of PhD. They'll all be back together. Is Scotty out too, or is he just exhausted? Yeah, I think he deserves it, man. That was a long trip, and then you get home with 3, and then they're leaving again. I think he gets like 2 days here, and they're leaving again. Anyway, Mark Springer's hanging with me. We got a lot of things to do with you today. Hi, Mark Springer.
Hey, Andy.
And we got a lot of things to cover today. We're going to still have Dan Hyatt at 3:45. We're going to do the high five. Coming up at
No,
4.
Dan Hyatt today.
Oh, did he be okay?
Yeah, his kid's got
Dan
a-
Hyatt. Now we know.
his
Now we
kid's
know.
got
Dan.
a
Now I
thing.
ain't no kid's got nothing. He books with Nate the minute Nate's out. Now he ain't in. Okay. Now we know. Now we know. That's fine.
Here's your nugget stat that you
Here's
need
what
to
I'm
know.
going to do. I'm just going to go get my own non-stat guy showing up, and we're going to roll with that.
All right, book a non-stat guy.
I'm going to book the guy that hates stats, although that would be Scotty. So, yeah, but listen, we're going to have fun with you. It's a Friday. It's a stress-free day. Before we get into some of the NFL action this weekend, which we absolutely have to do, now I know you're the host of Between the Pipes, so maybe this is an unfair question to you.
No, shit, what a game last night, huh?
I was watching the Avs and loving it, and then they had that "Who's Your Daddy" whooping on them in the second period, and I could not turn away from the Miami Ole Miss game. Did you catch any of that or no?
You know, I was scoreboard watching. I was Gamecast watching. I had Miami in that game, and I really wanted it, and it scared me for a little bit. Just scoreboard watching, I was like, oh crap, Ole Miss might actually win this game. And then I did end up after the fact seeing that non-pass interference call on the last play of the game. Andy, I do think that they want Miami in the championship
Fair
over
enough.
Ole Miss.
There were some weird, but you know what? Miami got some weird calls too, to be honest with you.
Okay, that's good to know because
I
again,
was watching the fourth quarter, and frankly, the spring, it was one of those days where I'm like, will you guys just get out of their way and let us play?
it was a ref show.
A little bit.
Okay.
A little bit. Now, in
Man, we're having
fairness,
ref shows in the NFL too.
all right, let's just talk about it. 303-504-0925. Guys, we've got Ska Friday. It's Peter, love that you love it. We got Ska coming, baby. It's a Ska Friday
yeah.
all the time. That ain't ever going away. Play the Open, we'll do the whole deal. And it's still a Bud Light football Friday because it's still football.
Absolutely.
All right. Are we as fans, and this is the first question of the day, 303-504-0925. Are we as fans, are we causing our own headaches when it comes to the refereeing, okay? Because, again, and I think it was Bill Chappell. I can't remember who they kept bringing in last night. If somebody knows, feel free to text in. I didn't lock in until really the fourth quarter because, again, I was enjoying the Avs game and the near double Gordie Howe hat tricks
Yeah, I
that
was
Josh
locked in on
Manson
the
was going to
Avs
get.
last night.
And that was just a lot of fun. But, seriously, we all complain. Like, again, I don't even think we as fans know what we want out of the officials, okay? Now, I do think there's some bad officiating. I do think they make up rules as they go sometimes. It does, in fact, drive me crazy. I will admit all of that. I am one of the guys that comes and complains about some of what we see, but sometimes all I want when I mainly complain is because I don't feel like they're consistent. But everything they called when they brought in the outside ref, a lot of times they'll go, well, that isn't a penalty. They should have called that. Every time the guy said that is a penalty, there's nothing you can do about it.
Mm-hmm.
So what do we want? Do we just want it to be, do we want everybody to go hockey in the fourth quarter where just nothing's called? Because that was part of the problem.
I do feel like, too, last play of the game, and it's like in the NBA, right? If there's
it's a jump
contact,
ball. They rarely throw a flag.
Are you going to end the game on free throws? Are you going to end the game? Although, did they change the rule in college? Because it's always been a 15-yard penalty, pass interference.
It's not. It's still that.
It's still just 15 yards.
So would not have put it at the 1 yard line, but they would have been a little bit closer.
Sure.
So I don't know. We just all have to accept the more we all go, and whether fans realize it or not, and I think you do, that's why you do it. Spring, in my opinion, and the NFL's chief among them, but leagues do react to what they see on Twitter and on social media. That's why you get some of these clarifications, or refs all of a sudden getting put to more scrutiny, which, again, I'm all for them being under more scrutiny.
They reviewed pass interference in the NFL for a year.
Right.
Remember that year? Was that 3
yeah.
years ago or something?
Yeah, but see what they did was they punished us. It was such a waste of time. Even us as fans were like, well, never mind.
They
Just
were
don't do it.
so hell bent on
they weren't
not
going to overturn anything.
Overturning
Would they
pass
overturn 2 the
interference
whole
calls.
year?
Yeah, it was insane. It's like, oh wow, thanks for instituting this thing that you're clearly have a grudge against.
We have a texter saying if it's a call on Riley Moss, and it should be the same on the other team. I think we all can be agreement
Sure,
there.
no, I think Riley Moss has gotten some reputation calls, which is terrible that it took him that quickly to develop that reputation.
But we need all. I think we're all asking for fairness, consistency, and the call being made
Sure.
both ways. But again, I guess where I will take the ref's side on things is at the end of the game, we all, depending on what you either bet or who you're rooting for, you think either nothing should be called or everything should be called. And to me, yes, there was a PI on a Hail Mary, but when has that ever been called?
It's rarely called.
Tell me the last PI you remember on a Hail Mary.
I've seen it. I've seen it once or twice. I can't remember specifically.
I'm with you.
But
and
it's
I
like
know there's
2%.
maybe been 1 or 2.
It's 2% of the time.
And has it been in a championship scenario?
Yeah, they're
or
never
an
going to. You're right.
advanced
They're
scenario?
never going to call it in a big time scenario. And
So-
that's what that was last night.
You know, I mean, I don't know, man.
So you honestly can just mug the receiver.
Yeah, pretty much, and I think they know it. But look, dude, it's not just the receiver. Yes, DBs get the hands there and they pull it down there. But how many times have we seen a receiver? Remember, I think the Broncos might have got away with one, or maybe I can't remember if they got away with it or a victim of it. How about the 2-hand shove that allows the receiver then to jump up and get? We've seen that 1,000 times.
Wasn't it Strange, the tight end for the Jaguars? He absolutely pushed off on, might have been PJ Locke, whoever was defending him, a little out route that got him a touchdown in that Jags game. Yeah, the offensive PI is so inconsistently called.
See that? And so that's why I'm saying if they're going to allow everybody to cheat, then have at it. It's a game of 500 that we all remember as kids, right? Because again, was it a PI? It was. I did not want it called because you don't usually call that. And I couldn't tell who I wanted to root for because, frankly, I don't love the state of Mississippi. But it's weird trying to think that you're going to love, Miami, the old classic bad guys, if you will, right? And Carson Beck. By the way, Chambliss, I just saw the headline on ESPN. Chambliss was denied a 6th year of eligibility. So we ought to talk about that. Would Chambliss? I never hear about that guy being a major quarterback prospect.
I don't know his story. I mean, this is the first
He's
year
a transfer.
He's been on the scene, and that's the new college football. That's why, some people are like, "Oh, Miami's back." Are they? Will they be back next year?
Yeah, I mean, look, Carson Beck's out of stuff, right?
Yeah, no, he's gone. I know they have a good defense, and it's all about who's paying money. But the turnover is so great in college football right now that I'm reserving judgment on, you're going to be back in the playoff next year. I don't know, because the turnover from team to team is incredible right now.
Spring, we talked about this halfway through the CU season when things started going south. And I remember saying it to Nate because, I was up there watching the Buffs. And look, the Buffs had a lot of good, young, intriguing players. Guess what? Most of them hit the portal last I checked. And I haven't heard about anybody that they're bringing in just yet. I don't care what, unless you're at Ohio State, and maybe Indiana will prove to be an outlier, or you're at Georgia, or you're at, I don't know what'll be next. Unless you're one of these like 2 or 3 just legendary and rich of the top of the heap schools, you're going to be changing your team every year.
Yeah.
Except
for the schools that are like truly investing money, and they're not schools that have traditionally been there, like Indiana. Indiana is spending a lot of money, and this has been years in the works.
Sure.
I think I've seen, and I mentioned this morning, that BYU, they're going to spend money. You could see BYU in these types of games just because they're spending money. And that's what it comes down to right now, is which program is willing to just spend a ton of money.
It's going to be the new baseball.
Yep.
It's going to be the new baseball. If you've got the cash, you're going to be awesome. And if you don't, let's be honest, none of the schools around here really have that kind of cash to talk, to really compete and keep a guy like we're talking about, then you're not going to be awesome. Mm-hmm. You may catch lightning in a bottle. You may be, now I will say we may get a fun Cinderella story here and there. But for the most part,
Well,
that's
Miami's
that's
kind
all
of a
dead.
Cinderella
A
story.
little
They
bit,
were the
yeah,
10
because
seed.
they were left for dead.
They were the 10 seed. ACC was down. Yeah, it's just all, and it's funny that like Alabama's not spending money, or at least as much as the other schools. Georgia's not. Like, that's weird because they were always spending money under the table.
Yeah, but now they've got. I mean, you've got these Southern. Again, this is why the SEC is just different, man. Although I don't know, some of these Big 12 schools. One of my buddies, Ben's texting in. He says Texas Tech is spending. If you got,
well, they got a 4 seed out of it.
Well, and if you got high dollar money behind you and high dollar boosters, I mean, this is what it's going to be. You know, we've talked to my buddy Bill Armstrong, that is one of the billionaires. Yes, billionaires that's funding SMU.
How did SMU, like, they were
They had
nothing to
3
something?
billionaires funding the program.
Yeah.
And even then, it only got them a year. They
Sure.
didn't make the playoff this year. They didn't make a return
Because
visit.
you're asking them to, you got to spend year in and year out. I think I saw like Troy Aikman was like, no, I'm not giving any more money to UCLA.
Yeah.
Because
Or
I didn't even get
Oklahoma.
a thank you.
Does
I didn't
he
say
even-
thank you for my money. So
Yeah.
it's like, why am I spending? And look at where UCLA is at. Look at where, like, if your money, if there's not a quick return, what's my incentive to continue pouring my money into your program?
You know, Spring, it's a great point because I saw a lot of people, a lot of boosters. I've heard the grumblings at CU. All you want is just more, more, more. Matter of fact, what would Chad Brown say? Chad Brown said, I would give money, or if he were that big donor, I would give you the money to get out of your $26 million hole, but you have to show me that this is the end of the problem. Not that we're just paying off a bill for you to run up a credit card and come back to me for more next year. We got to get our break. We're going to come back. Let's talk about this wild card weekend. We haven't had a ton of time to really break down all the games. We'll find out who Mark Springer likes. I'll tell you who I like and don't like, and I want to know from you, 303-504, who do you want and who's the last team you want to see? 303-504-0925, Sean Mazda text line. Bud Light Football Friday, Scott Friday. It's Kreckman and Lindahl. We're back after this. There you go, folks. There's a little lesson, Jake. A little Scott for you. Look, we're going to get back to playing the Open in full, folks. But there's sponsors that pay for things like Bud Light Football Friday, and we're very, very grateful for them because that's how we get to stay on the air. And so in about 3 or 4 weeks' time, when the football is a little bit done, then we'll get back to just always regular Scott Friday Opens. I've had a lot of people. You know what's awesome? You guys like it. Nate, Mark, and I appreciate it. You know, that you're into something that, frankly, we as a collective group, because it was the listeners of this show that made that thing happen, not me and Nate. I'm glad you're into it. But just got to, you know, you can only play so many Opens in an hour and still get a talk show in. So trust me, Scott Friday
Played at the
Open
top.
has not gone anywhere. Yeah, but we also have the Bud Light Football Friday Open, right? And in the crosstalk, we don't play it.
Can I tell you how much I love Bud Light? It's so good.
See, that's good. That's good for you. I feel like that's what the TV guys have their own brand, and we're not going to mention it because apparently they don't love us enough. But
Doesn't
Bud Light
matter.
does, and we love Bud Light.
I don't need what they got.
And I'm
got
hoping
Bud
we
Light.
can get back out on remote because me and Nate, and we had a bunch of great remotes with Bud Light right before Christmas. We had like 4 in a row where you guys showed up in droves, and we appreciate you. All right, let's get down to it. Who you got? And you know what? Let's start with this because we'll expand the conversation to who do you have in the entire playoff field. But
Can
I want to
just
spice
say,
it up because I know
like,
everyone's talking
Andy,
about
is this not extremely difficult to predict?
It is because this is the most open the field has been in a while. And I know Bronco fans probably don't like hearing that when they have a 14-win team sitting in their town. But, folks, they're very savvy, educated Bronco fans that have been here a long time. And I know this is, you get a town where there's other people that are from out of town, but the towns you come from, the Midwest, the Chicagos, the Green Bays, the places I meet people from, you're also very savvy. Philadelphia, New York, you're all savvy, educated football fans. You know what a championship team looks like, and you just don't know when a rookie or a young quarterback is going to meet their moment in the playoffs. Let's be honest about it, man. As much as a lot of people love Josh Allen around here, maybe not the CSU people, but a lot of people, and wish he would have been the Broncos quarterback, he's still not really met his moment in the playoffs, has he?
No. The Chiefs were in his way. And now
Burrow was in his way.
And now, yeah, I mean, you talked about the defense. I've talked about the defense. It's the weakest defense in the AFC. And Josh is great. James Cook is very good. But outside of those two players, I don't love their weapons.
Sure.
So it's why I am leaning Jacksonville. And I do think, Andy, it's funny. Liam Cohen used, and it was stupid, but it worked. Don't knock it if it works. The whole smaller market, which was, of course, a compliment from Sean Payton. It was. We played the cut. It's funny. You, me, Nate, we thought nothing of it.
Yeah, you played it in a high five.
Yeah.
And that felt like a run-in-the-mill Wednesday comment from Sean.
Yep. It was not a dig. It was just, hey, you guys aren't watching them because they're in Jacksonville. They're actually really good. But they used that. And they also are a very good team. And now they're using the fact that they are home dogs as motivation. I don't know. Yeah, I'm leaning Jacksonville, and that would get Josh Allen out of the field, but Jacksonville's also very dangerous.
Yeah, you know what also I think is interesting? Here's the one thing I wonder if Jacksonville will have to face. Now that you made the hullabaloo that you did, let's say the Broncos get past this first weekend, which is very likely. Again, I'll just tell you right now, I'll tell you that the team I don't want to see out of all of them is the Chargers. Because I think they know how to play you, and I think they've got tons of tape on you. I think remember, even Peyton Manning in 2013 had to sweat out the divisional round against Phillip Rivers and the Chargers. And that was when, for those that don't remember, that was when Phillip after the game said, man, if we'd had one more possession, I know in my heart of hearts we'd have beat those guys. And I'm not sure he was wrong. And that was the 2013 team that had the greatest offense of all time, still to this day after 4 17-game seasons or whatever it's been. But here's what I think is interesting, Sprain. The guys made their big deal after the game, okay? And then they did like some year wrap-up of all their wins, and they made Denver a clown in their little recap.
Oh.
So I think now the Broncos...
Did they jump the shark?
I think now the Broncos could play are we going to get salty? You know what I mean? Now, because listen, I could see the Broncos... Remember, the Broncos at that time were on a pretty good stretch of games, you know? And I'm not sure the Broncos brought their A game to the table early enough in that one. And by the time they decided they wanted to, you weren't going to beat that Jacksonville team. And again, Trevor Lawrence played out of his mind. See, that's a little thing about that team. Again, I don't necessarily want to see Jacksonville, and I think Jacksonville's a problem for the entire AFC, not just Denver. But I could also give you a reason why Jacksonville, will Trevor Lawrence be as dead accurate? I mean,
this is the best game of his
Spring,
career.
go back and look at some of the throws he made for touchdowns.
Sure.
He may not put it in that exact same spot again.
But it's tough to win in the same place, and it's a difficult place twice in one season. And that would have to be the AFC Championship if that were to be a
That's the only
rematch.
matchup they can have. Jacksonville is not one of the teams, and neither is New England, that Denver could play.
Exactly. And it's possible, but if that is the matchup, if that's what we're headed towards, then, yeah, Denver can play the same card that Jacksonville played. Now you're disrespecting us. And they know that they came in and beat you. And they're going to want to get revenge on that.
Well, now you got their attention, right?
Yeah, now you've absolutely got the Broncos' attention. But we got to get there first.
You absolutely do.
It could be chalk, or close to chalk. This could be the higher seeds all winning. This could be Jacksonville winning. This could be New England winning. Because the Chargers not having their 2 tackles is important. I think both those games are going to go down to the wire, by the way. Both Sunday AFC games, I'll be surprised if any of them are any sort of blowout.
All right, let me ask you this. Do you know the weather in Buffalo? Because what I won't be surprised is if Justin Herbert takes a big
You mean
hit.
New England?
What's that?
You said Buffalo, but you
I'm
mean
sorry,
New England.
Yeah,
Okay,
because who is it? It's Chargers Buffalo?
Yeah. And that's funny. Someone brought up earlier today, Justin Herbert playing in cold weather. I'm going to assume it's at least chilly, but let me look it up.
Well, okay, but nonetheless, a hard hit on that hand, and you just described it, and you're in New England's building where they're going to have the noise and a pretty good defense because that's what Vrabel does.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, all he has to do, how'd that affect Aaron Rodgers last week? Now, ultimately, they won, but you don't think Aaron Rodgers – remember, Steelers didn't win because Aaron Rodgers was amazing towards the end. They won because the Baltimore kicker shanked a field goal. So, now Aaron Rodgers didn't stink, okay? But I'm just saying, Aaron fell on a bad hand. Justin has the same thing. That can affect you. And if it happens early enough, and don't think – you played the cut from Jared Bednar yesterday about why are they so kind of squirrely with the – directness of the NHL injury reports. A great follow-up question from Vic Lombardi on the morning show, and Bednar had his weekly appearance. Catch him every Wednesday. And Bednar said, because back in the day, if you knew I had a problem, you were coming after it. Well, I got news for you. The NFL is no different. And in the playoffs, if you don't think that both Aaron Rodgers and Justin Herbert's hands aren't going to get hand-hunted, then I don't think you've watched a lot of football. Because now everyone here is smelling the finish line. So I think it could be real interesting to see if both those guys make it out without any hand problems. But we'll see. You know what? Frankly, I'll give them both credit for this. I didn't think Rodgers or Herbert would make it this far without re-hurting the hand anyway. So they've already amazed me. So I think the Chargers are the biggest problem in the team I don't want to see. Would it be the Steelers are in play too, right?
And so are the Texans. See, I'm almost leaning of the 4 possible matchups. I kind of think Houston could be the toughest because they get their defense. It might be the only defense better than Denver's in the NFL. And look, they've got to face Davis Mills in the first one. You got to assume that won't be the case again. It would be Stroud the whole game, I'm impressed by their 2 rookies out of Iowa State at wide receiver, Jalen Noel, and I think it's Xavier Hutchinson. I know the last name's Hutchinson, but they're both good out of Iowa State. You still got Nico Collins. They got weapons there.
Would you be a little worried at all if they faced Houston that if Bo got out and ran, and that's probably going to have to be part of the game plan no matter who they play, that they could maybe be looking to even up the score for taking out a QB? Because remember, Houston was not happy about the Stroud hit, especially when the officials decided, rightfully so, there was no flag because Stroud did not get down.
I don't think you play that way. I don't think there's too much on the line in an elimination game.
I think if it's early and you give them a shot, they may take it.
If you have an opportunity, if you have a clear, it's right in front of your face, perhaps, do they even care?
I don't know, man. Look, I go back to a different NFL where I knew they did.
What do they view Bo Nix compared to Jared Stidham? Are they going to be like yeah, we got Bo Nix out of the game.
Well, Stidham hasn't taken a snap all year, really, has he?
No,
he
I'm
taken a snap?
surprised. I thought he was going to get in on Sunday against the Chargers because they got it to the 10-0 lead. Chargers aren't playing anybody. But no, Bo had to play the whole game.
Yeah, I think that's kind of how they wanted it to go. So I think Sean wanted to get a feel-good drive that he never really got that ended with 6.
Yeah, but I think the way you really wanted it to go was you're up by like 20 at halftime, and you can just put Stidham in.
Yeah, that's what you would have liked. It didn't happen.
No,
So-
it did not happen.
All right. How would you feel about playing the Steelers? Would they make you nervous?
Yeah.
Is there anything? Do you feel like
no,
Aaron
for the record,
Rodgers?
all of these teams I view similarly, but Buffalo's got the weakest defense. They got the best quarterback. Okay. The Steelers have a good defense. How are the Broncos going to fare against that?
Well, and see, that would be one of the reasons why I do like Buffalo. Although don't hear me wrong, Josh Allen scares me.
Of
okay?
course, yeah, that's what they got going for him.
But he's also banged up. We'll probably have to visit the injury report in the high five because I know he's banged up. He's been dealing with the knee. He's kind of not been the same guy. But at the end of the day, I feel like what could power a Denver win that would be a surprise a little bit would be the offense feeling good. And to your point, Spring, the Steelers defense, the Texans defense, the Chargers defense, the Jags defense ultimately in the next round.
Patriots as well next round.
Are you
the
able
only
to
one that
feel
the only
good?
defense in the AFC that I'm like, okay, I'll take that is Buffalo's. The other 6 are upper level to like good, really good. All the Steelers, Texans, Jags, Patriots, Broncos, Chargers all have good defenses. Buffalo's the one where I'm like, I don't know.
And do you think, man, see, here's my problem. I just wonder, here would be the scary, I'll give you my reason why Buffalo might be the scariest and we're overlooking it. I keep going back to the Broncos' first year when they won, okay? And I just remember all the negativity around the team. So for those that don't remember, or maybe you just didn't see it, Broncos were humming along until about mid-November, till right around Thanksgiving. Then they went and they played the Steelers. They got beat by the Steelers. I can't remember if it was a whooping or not, but I just remember they lost to the Steelers, and it was something that caused you stress because you knew that could cost you home field advantage in the playoffs against them, and it ended up doing just that. And plus, the Chiefs are really good. People don't realize the Chiefs are 13-3 that year. They had the home field advantage, not the Broncos. Then the next week, they went and they played the San Francisco 49ers. And there was an incident where Bill Romanowski spit at J.J. Stokes. The tape was revealed, during the game. Broncos got whooped that night because Joe Montana, I think, was getting his jersey retired. And Joe Montana got his jersey retired, and Jerry Rice made his return from injury. And even Bronco players I talked to that played there that night said the stadium was so electric, they all knew they were going to get whooped. They just knew it, okay? They could just tell by the energy that this isn't going to go our way. And sure enough, it didn't. So everybody was down on the Broncos heading into the playoffs. Sharp and Romo had a thing about the spitting. Sharp was not a fan of Romo spitting in J.J. Stokes' face. He wasn't afraid to say something about it. I think Romo also kind of had a retort, and people thought it might blow the locker room up. Now, it did not. Everything ended up being fine, and they moved on. They whoop up on Jacksonville. They have a close one that came down to the last play against Kansas City where they converted a 4th down, then scored a touchdown. And then they found a way to convert a very important first down against Pittsburgh to hold on to a lead there as well and move on to the Super Bowl, where we all know how the history ended, where they weren't even favored by anyone. I don't think a single person picked the Broncos to win that day, and the Broncos did. I'm worried that could be Buffalo. I'm worried that Buffalo, now that because again, when you're the Bills and all you've had are playoff upsets, Spring, and playoff upset and heartbreak and everything else, and you haven't answered, again, just last year, another shot to slay your dragon, and you don't because you can't do a tush push right and convert a first down. They've only could get redemption by fixing what happens in the playoffs. And I just wonder, do we lock in and see a team that I'm sure was not concerned as much with the regular season as maybe they have been in years past?
Yeah, just because I'm down on the Bills' defense doesn't mean, and just because I'm picking the Jags to win that game, would I be shocked if Buffalo won? Of course not, because they have the best quarterback. And all it takes is a reset. It's week 1 of the playoffs. All it takes is a new slate and knowing that Mahomes isn't in the field for them to get it going. He's the most experienced quarterback. He's the one who's been there, done that with the big arm. He's in his prime. He's smart. He's going to risk his body too. He's going to move. He's going to use his legs. Yeah, they're dangerous. That's why I said at the start of this segment, Andy, anyone who is overly confident about what the results are going to be, you're guessing.
About all of them.
And if you're right, congratulations. You got your scratch ticket and you hit on every one of them, but it was a scratch ticket.
Let me ask you this, because we'll talk about NFC maybe next hour a little bit too, and Jeff Legwald's going to be in for an hour. We're both going to talk with him about all things playoffs as well. And we'll see what the mood was out of Bronco practice today where he was. What conference has the best team? Who is the best team of all 14 in the field? The Rams, the Niners, the Seahawks, the Eagles?
I would go Rams 1. Again, no guarantee that means they win the whole thing. I would go Eagles 2. I know some people might disagree with that.
Well, but they got it together and did it last year,
They just
right,
won the
Spring?
Super Bowl. They're actually somewhat getting healthy just in time for the playoffs.
You know why else they're scary? They've got Saquon Barkley.
Yeah.
And if you choose to lock in with him,
weapons on the outside, Goddard at tight end. Like, you can hate on Jalen Hurts all you want. He wins.
I hate to tell you, I think Jacksonville might be the scariest team in the playoffs with the way they're playing right now and the quarterback they got that is a former number 1 overall pick.
They're the hottest team in the AFC.
Well, I feel like they're the most complete in the NFL.
Because they got that win in Denver.
No, yeah.
The win in Denver is what makes Jacksonville feel like, oh, okay.
Now maybe they go back to being Jacksonville, and maybe too much, maybe they don't ride the bravado chip on our shoulder train enough. They might be young and immature, and maybe they've gotten a little too big for their britches and they're set to be humbled. But telling you right now, when I look at complete rosters, pass rusher, secondary, quarterback, running back, offensive line, receiver group, tight ends, I think Jacksonville could be the biggest problem. All right, we're going to take a break. We're going to come back. We'll get into a little more football. We got to talk about that big Avs win last night. And I want to know how far does your international pride go? Because, again, this week there's been some talk about who's going to do what and affects the Avs. We'll get into that next. Guys, Andy Lindahl for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. So do yourself a favor. Again, it's, the weekend, and I got to ask you, what do you have plans for? You're going to go out and maybe have a date night, because this is usually when you'd like to go and have a date, a date night, get out there, maybe, I don't know, get out there with the lady of your life and hope for some good things a little bit later on. But if you're suffering from erectile dysfunction, then maybe that's not in your plans. And there's no need in the new year to keep dealing with this stuff, because at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they can help you with ED. They can help you with low testosterone. Heck, they're helping me with weight loss. Go and see these folks if you'd like to go and maybe change how things are going for you when it comes to your after-hours life a little bit, because it's real easy. If you want to go in there and see if they've got something that helps you, and believe me, they've got treatments that work when the pills and the herbals have failed, and they've been in here for almost 10 years. They've helped tens of thousands of men. They got 5 locations. They know what they're doing. Go in there and see what they can do for you. Again, they've got treatments that will have you last an hour or more if you'd like. And a lot of times after your treatment, guys are ready to go the next day. Your first visit's real simple. You schedule the appointment at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, 303. I'll give you the number in a moment. But anyway, you just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com and find the location nearest you, and then get it scheduled. And when you go inside and get into that first appointment, guys, I forgot my phone, so I'm kind of doing this from the hip. So forgive me today. It's not kind of fun and jovial as it usually is, but I'm the only guy in the world that doesn't have a phone right now, and it's usually where I get the bullet points from. But anyway, I know the bullet points. Go in there, get the first visit done. You'll have a T and a PSA test. You'll talk to a Colorado licensed medical provider, And if it's determined you need a test dose, they'll give you a test dose. If the test doesn't work in the office, guess what? Your visit's free, nothing to lose. So I'll give you the appointment on Monday. Right now, I'm looking at the website. Just go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can request an appointment right there. 5 locations to serve you. I know they got one in the Springs, one in Fort Collins. Revamped one out there in Castle Rock they're very proud of. Go and check that one out and let them help you feel better in 2025. Little No Doubt. They've got the Peach Up, this album, Tragic Kingdom. They're going to play at the Sphere. I think it's like the 30th anniversary, I think, of it. God, I'm old. Oh, well, what are you going to do? So anyway, I guess if you got the money, go see them. I'd like to go see them. That was the one band. You have a band you wish you could have seen in their prime spring? I had a chance to go see them. I wasn't a big U2 fan, and No Doubt was with U2, and I could have been in the pit for No Doubt, and I bailed out because I didn't want to stay for an entire U2 set, and I wished I would have not made that decision.
Yeah, that's a poor choice, man.
It really is.
I'm not like U2's fine, but just sit through it. What's it, 30 minutes?
Well, here's the
An
other
hour?
problem. My wife was going to, and I probably didn't need to be that close to Gwen Stefani with the wife there. Although, in fairness, she had the big hot crush on Bono, so I think everybody would have been fine that night.
You're telling me that
old
Gwen
list would have had a couple
Stefani
people on
wouldn't
it.
have seen you in the crowd and stopped the show?
That would have been pre-Slim Jennings Andy in the mid-2000s, so no. Probably not. She'd have stayed with Gavin Rossdale of Bush, I believe.
Okay.
So, do you have a band you wish you could have seen?
Yeah, I'm going to go, and you can hate on this, but I'm an early 2000s guy, Fall Out Boy. I would have loved to see early Fall Out Boy.
I got no problem with emo.
Yeah,
I like Fall Out
I'm emo,
Boy.
bro.
All right. First couple albums are good, right?
Oh, yeah. No, they were way different back in the day. They were good.
They were good. So, yeah, that would have been fun, too. I don't know. You want to send that in? You can, too. 303-504-0925. All right, what are you expecting tonight out of the college playoff, just real quick?
Oh, Indiana to win. Indiana's going to win the national championship.
You think that's a lock? You think that's just locked in?
I think so.
Yeah, I do like Indiana over Oregon. I don't know why. Why? What is it about Oregon? Has Oregon got a little of the Buffalo thing going on? Although I feel like people do respect Buffalo. Maybe it's the Jacksonville thing where everybody just feels like Jacksonville is going to fall apart. Why? I don't trust
the quarterback.
Oregon, even though I should. I mean, they've been to a ton of big games. And Dan Lanning, although I think he's a psycho, he's a great coach. I'd take him here in a minute.
I just think Indiana's got something cooking right now. I think they have the most legitimate program in the country right now. I think Mendoza's better than Moore. I actually am starting to become a believer in Fernando Mendoza.
Okay, do you think he's going to make a good first-round pick?
It's so tough to say,
pick?
but you know what? Because these quarterbacks, it's so unpredictable, right? But I would do it. I would do it. Like if I had the first pick, if I was the Raiders, Mendoza's convinced me that I would. If a quarterback's there, it's why the Titans took Cam Ward. Like you just got to do it. You just have to go with the quarterback, and I think Mendoza meets the level.
No, I'm with you. I think the Raiders have just Is there like just an unbelievable pass rusher? That's I think the only remember the Broncos, that was kind of the deal.
You can always trade. I mean, if you're the Raiders, you can trade and get like at least a couple firsts.
Well, and you do have Max Crosby. You've got to have a quarterback. They're to the point where they just don't have a choice. But,
yeah, let's see.
But listen, that was Daniel Jones once upon a time. That was Kyler Murray once upon a time.
Arvell Reese out of Ohio State, and he is a very good player.
What about Chambliss? I guess you didn't see it last night. Chambliss has got an arm. Like I'm kind of curious. Chambliss and Carson Beck, they're not intriguing prospects for teams. And I'm not talking about with the number one pick.
Yeah,
but
no, I think they could be intriguing in the second round beyond.
Well, remember, they kind of both are like Bo Nix. They both are trying to play in college forever. And I think some teams, especially if you're the Raiders, I think what Bo Nix and Sean Payton have done is going to make more teams want a guy that has, if you need to get that guy started right now, then if you got to start him right away, because let's be honest, the Raiders don't have any other options, then you want the guy that has 1,000 starts or whatever it's going to be, don't you? You want the Bo Nix story arc. You want, and again, I'm not talking with the number one overall pick, but a Carson Beck. I mean, Chambliss, again, was trying to get a 6th year of eligibility. And he played in a junior college national championship, and he was a game away and a play away from joining the college national championship.
Yeah, I think Carson Beck is interesting. I heard him talking recently after one of the part of their playoff win before last night, and he was like, "Yeah, like we're just it's 7 days a week. We're in the facility at 6 a.m. and we stay, and through the evening. And there's two things there. Number one, it goes to show that this is a job.
Well, you're getting paid now, bro. Nobody feels bad.
Well, no, and I don't think he was even going like that. Like, they're not going to class. Okay, let's make that clear.
They're in college. Their major is football.
Exactly. It is like so. Carson Beck.
And frankly, it's been that way a lot longer than people realize. Go ahead.
And he's at Georgia before Miami. It's big time. It's the real deal. he's preparing as if he is an NFL quarterback. You know, he's getting a crash course in that side of what it takes. And that's important. Like, look at Bo Nix's backpack. Okay? What was in Bo Nix's backpack?
The recovery ball, the tape,
How committed are you?
Yeah. Are you living the life?
Yeah.
Do you
And a
know
lot of
that
these
you got to go out
guys-
and have drinks with the boys for a couple rounds? You buy the tab, and then you got to go back home while they stay out late.
Yep. And these guys, like, it's college. It's really not even college anymore. It's NFL junior. Like, it's the NFL prep league. There's no class. I got to study for midterms. Oh, no. How am I going to study my playbook? Guess what? There are no midterms. All you're studying is your playbook.
Yeah, your midterm was last night. Your final is next week if you're Miami,
Yes,
right?
Exactly.
And 2 more teams are going to take their midterm tonight, and then we'll see who gets to take the final next week as well.
Mhm.
This is why I'm saying just go ahead, expand the field maybe a little bit more, and just as soon as conference championships are done, it's playoff time, baby. And you know what? Maybe you have a group of the smaller teams, the James Madison and the like, that play for a final spot like they do in the NCAA basketball tournament. So that we're not watching 2 teams with no chance play a playoff game and waste our time. Fair enough?
Yeah, it is a waste of time. Do you care about the waste of time?
Yeah, I do, because and I'll tell you why. This is also why I've told you in the past I don't like the 7-versus-2 matchup in the NFL, especially if the Broncos would have had to been a part of it. I feel like you're set up to lose a player on a team that could actually go do something, because football is a game of injuries and we know it. And you're doing it against a team like I've told you in the past. Now, it feels a little different just a touch this year,
Yeah,
especially when we
this is the
talk
first
about
year.
the Chargers.
Usually the 7 seed
is a waste of
joke.
our time.
Yeah,
An 8-9 team that shouldn't be there, right?
Yeah. Like, I think of, like, Duck Rogers. Is that his name?
Yeah.
Hodges. Duck Hodges.
Duck Hodges with the Steelers.
And, like, the Raiders started, like, Cook. Can't remember his first name.
Connor Cook. Yeah, man. I'm just telling you. I never liked the idea of the 7th seed because I just don't think that's a playoff team. Now, again, for Bronco fans, they wouldn't mind that rule this year because then the Chargers wouldn't be in, but the Chargers, to me, are the outlier. Who's the 7th seed in the NFC? I have it right here.
The Packers.
No, the Panthers won. How about that? Well,
the Packers are.
I guess with the Packers getting healthy, that's a little bit of a different animal.
Yeah, this is the first year where in both conferences, I feel like 1 through 7, like if you're going to look at any of them, you would look at the Panthers winning the South as the one where you're like,
Yeah. But again, the Rams have been interesting. They've been up and down. I don't expect the Rams to lose. But, how about the Niners? It's always crazy. The Niners are a 6th seed. The Chargers are a 7th seed. Both teams are better than that. But you got to bow down to a bad division winner, right? So,
yep.
And that's the Steelers this year. How about that? All right. We're going to come back. We're going to get our high five in early because Jeff Legwold's going to join us. And at the start of the hour, we want to start taking your suggestions for the wild card drinking game. So start sending them in, 303-504-0925. Think about 5:45 we're going to aim to do. We'll see when Jeff Legwold gets here. I don't think Jeff Legwold, he's an all-business kind of guy. I don't think he would help us out with that too much. So if he gets here at 4:45, we'll put him on. If he gets here at 5:45, then we'll just keep him the entire hour. But one way or another, we're getting a drinking game together because it's a cold weekend, although it looks like it's getting a little bit warm out and stuff's melting. But guess what? It's the best weekend to not leave the house because you got 1,000 football games to watch. So start sending in your suggestions. We'll take the ones we like. We'll put them into the wild card weekend drinking game. Lots still ahead on Kreckman and Lindahl. Yeah, there you go, everybody. A little pie tasters followed up. All right, you know what? We've got to kind of switch the schedule. Jeff Legwald's going to be in here, so Mark Springer jumps in with his usual segment, The High Five, and it's brought to you by a very yummy pizza, isn't it?
Yes. Hey, Andy, you should celebrate $5 Fridays.
What are those?
At Papa Murphy's. On Fridays only, get a large thin crust cheese, sausage, or pepperoni pizza for just $5. That's a really good deal. Order online now at papamurphys.com.
I love a thin crust. I do. I don't need a lot of dough. I've never been a big dough
Sure.
guy,
Yeah, I'm cool with thin. I'm cool with regular, but $5?
Who's going to turn down $5?
Large thin crust?
Take it home. Make it when you're ready.
Oh, my gosh.
Get after it. You know, they need to drop some off one of these Fridays. Maybe we'll combine all the sponsors, have just a grand old party.
That would be really cool.
A little Bud Light Football Friday with some Papa Murphys.
I might have to get some Papa Murphys tonight. Okay, here it's time for the high five.
Yeah, let's get to this. You got a lot of stuff.
You wanted an update on Josh Allen. What's his name?
JJ Watt?
No.
Josh Allen?
It's Josh Allen.
There we go.
He's been a full participant in practice all week with a foot injury, no game designation. He's playing.
Oh, you knew he would.
Of
but
course.
You do wonder.
But as full participant in practice all week.
Wrong tackle or something. Could that do anything to him? Look, the guy's a warrior. And I think
this the ankle injury that he sustained? I want to say it was in the Browns game.
Yeah.
Myles Garrett almost got him near the end zone. He tweaked his ankle on that play.
Could be. The guy's been beat up a lot, man. I mean, it's starting, he's to the point where the bumps and bruises are starting to accumulate. So how about this? There's another injury designation here that you got. I didn't know this.
Yeah.
An old Bronco maybe dealing with
this
something.
Could be important. Matt Prater did not practice today. He's questionable. Their kicker. That's huge. And how many one of these games is going to come. The freaking Ravens-Steelers game came down to field goals. You know?
Yeah, you know what? I feel like we're going to get one upset this weekend. As you said, I feel like for the most part, the wild card round goes chalk. Now, as we've talked about last hour, this is a much different kind of feeling to what they used to call Super Wild Card Weekend. Now it's just back to Wild Card Weekend. But I feel like
it's not super anymore.
I guess it's not super anymore, even though there's like 5 games. 6 games? Maybe 6 games. Anyway.
Yeah.
I feel like we'll get at least one upset, and usually in wild card play, I'm not sure I believe that.
Yeah, I mean, I would look at, and it's funny because chalk. What's chalk? Is it the betting favorite or is it the home higher seeds?
Well, let's see.
Because we got a couple road dogs. You got or road favorites. Excuse me. The Bills slight road favorites. The Texans are road favorites on Monday night.
Yeah. But see, if the Jaguars and Texans were to win, would you really be shocked?
No, trust me, none of these. The only thing that would really shock me would be if like the Panthers beat the Rams.
Thank you.
And honestly, I kind of really do like Philly to beat the Niners.
Okay. That one's in Philly, so I don't.
It is in Philly, yeah.
That to me wouldn't even be a shock.
No, that's what I'm saying. Those are the 2 that I think are fairly straightforward. Again, could be wrong. The other 4, flip a damn coin.
Yeah. Are you going to be shocked if the Chargers beat the Patriots? I'm certainly not.
No, I wouldn't be shocked.
Now, I don't know. You know what? I feel like the Packers kind of limped into the playoffs. Now they're getting their dude back.
Oh yeah,
and they're
Packers
not
are road favorites in the NFC. Packers are road favorites.
See, I think that's kind of crazy, man. Is there some major injury for the Bears I missed? I think the Bears have actually played some pretty good football.
Is it because they lost their last game of the season that didn't even really mean anything against the Lions?
Yeah, I guess people don't trust Caleb Williams, but again, I would ask, even though I like the Packers. I knew a lot of former CU players that got to play for the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
And I've liked Aaron Rodgers. I like to watch Brett Favre. Whatever. They've kind of been my NFC team for a while, but this isn't hate. And
Micah Parsons is out. I felt like when Micah Parsons tore his ACL in Denver that was kind of like, oh, there it is.
Yeah, you don't have a pass rush now. Now you're kind of the Cowboys. You gave up your pass rusher to another team, and you haven't had as good a pass rush since. They couldn't get to Bo Nix once Micah Parsons left.
I would say whoever wins that Green Bay-Chicago game, they're probably not long for this world.
Sure, I could see that. But if it's the Bears, the Bears wouldn't face the Seahawks till late. Do you trust the Seahawks? Which number one seed do you trust more, Seahawks or Broncos? Probably get into that next week.
Holy crap, that's a great question.
Because most of the league, most of the national media has let us know they don't trust Bo Nix. And as much as I like Sam Darnold and liked him when he came out in the draft, I mean, again, we've seen Sam Darnold have some awfully rough crunch time performances. Now, what was it? A couple games ago, he kind of put that demon behind him when he came back and beat the Rams, right?
We'll
That's
an interesting question. Hey, let me get you this one.
Yes, high five. Yeah.
Since we're talking Packers Bears, did you realize I missed this? Although we did mention, we knew that Trayvon Diggs was waived / cut by the Cowboys.
Yep.
And that, he'd go on waivers, maybe clear waivers, sign with a contender. Turns out, and I missed this part, Trayvon Diggs has signed with the Packers.
Yeah, he was picked up. They claimed him.
Okay. So Trayvon Diggs says he's very comfortable in the Packers defense. He's ready to play.
Oh, yeah. I
Packers
bet
are
you
going to have Trayvon Diggs on the field for them on Saturday nights.
They need it. Their secondary has not been very good. And that's another reason why I'm very surprised that they're favored over the Bears. Maybe it's the Trayvon Diggs thing that swung everybody's decision as to what's going on. Look, by the way, I'm showing on ESPN Jacksonville -1.5 over the Bills. Did that
it's actually
line
moved.
change
Yep,
enough?
it's moved. It's still a pick 'em on the money line.
Sure. And usually if you're a home team, you get the 3 automatically, right?
Sure.
So that's not a great nod towards Jacksonville, but does tell you as the week's gone along that Jacksonville actually has gained some momentum with the betting public.
Yeah. Some money has come in on Jacksonville, that is my pick in that game.
Do you think it's wild that Micah Parsons and Trayvon Diggs are back in the same outfit again?
Yeah, I didn't even think about that.
Now, obviously Micah not playing, but I don't know, man. Dallas had we didn't really play the cut because, Jerry had to be all weird about it and throw politics in there. And that's just not what we do on this show anyway. But basically, Jerry Jones sat at the podium the other day and said that Brian Schottenheimer is not probably going to pick his own defensive coordinator, that it would be Jerry. That Jerry is the one that found Matt Eberflus, period. That he's running this thing. I mean, again, is that just not another example of how
That's why he hired Brian Schottenheimer.
Sure.
Because Brian Schottenheimer was just happy to get the job so that Jerry could still be in control of everything. That's why he wasn't going to ever hire
a real coach.
Yeah,
just
a real
put it
coach.
that way.
Yeah.
John Harbaugh.
Ben
right?
Johnson when he was available.
Yeah, John Harbaugh would tell him, no, I got how I want to do it.
Yeah.
You're just going to have to let me do it.
Yeah,
And
no,
so that'd be the
Jerry
end
wants
of the
to have his.
conversation.
That's why he hired Mike McCarthy before
Sure.
Brian Schottenheimer, because he's a guy he could control, that wouldn't push back, that was just happy to be there. Notice how Mike McCarthy, you heard his name in any of these cycles?
No. And then we'll see if it pops up again, but I got a feeling he's probably that one and done. I think that
was probably it for him.
That was his last chance. By the way, were you surprised? I got to give Brian Schottenheimer credit, though. He did make the Cowboys better than I thought they'd be.
He did
And
a better
got Dak
job
playing
than
good again.
Yeah, than I expected. That offense was solid.
So I don't think I'd love my owner saying, no, I don't get to pick my own staff. That's, I guess that you knew you were signing up for that, but I still would be annoyed by that when I actually did some stuff for you this year. They were battling for the division later than I thought they would be, right?
Yeah, but you're just not going to.
I know.
It's just Jerry Jones. Okay.
High five.
Hey, Omarion Hampton is questionable to play for the Chargers on Sunday Night Football with an ankle injury. He did not play in the Broncos game.
What do you think? That's
playing.
huge.
He's playing. He'll play.
Yeah, but if he gets again, that's why playing in the wild card game kind of stinks. Now, they're the 7th seed, so they should just be happy to be there in a way. But, man, if he gets it twisted and all of a sudden he's not great for the Bronco game if they were to win and have to come here, that's rough, man. That's why you don't want to have to play these games. I know I understood what Tyler Polumbus was saying on PhD earlier when he said he wonders if the Broncos are maybe too young in some spots to handle a week off, but this is why you'd rather have it. You're not risking injury this week. It's awesome.
High five.
Hey, the Titans are going to interview Mike McDaniel for their head coaching vacancy opening next week.
What do you make of Cam Ward? I can't tell you I watched a ton of Cam Ward. I saw some interesting lowlights, some interesting highlights. Is that their dude, or is he a jury out guy?
Yeah, he's their dude. Look at how Bryce Young struggled and was written off. But then they bring in Dave Canales, and Bryce is better now. It's not like he's lighting the world on fire, but he's better.
Let me ask you this.
Caleb Williams with Ben Johnson got better.
I like your Bryce Young comp because I think as far as maybe overall ceiling from the early draft reports, both guys are now.
Yeah, I'd say similar.
Cam Ward is a better, he's got a better arm for sure than Bryce Young does. But let's be honest, Bryce Young processes better than Cam Ward if you just go back to the initial scouting reports. We'll see what ultimately ends up happening in their careers that could flip-flop. But after what happened with Tua, and remember, Mike McDaniel's the one that pushed Stephen Ross to sign Tua to the big deal. He went and pounded the table for him, and then everything regressed to the point where you played the cut earlier in the week where Tua's like, yeah, I'm good if I get a fresh start. Get me out of here. Did Mike McDaniel lose a little luster for being a quarterback whisperer?
Well, you're right. He did push for the Tua extension after he turned Tua's career around, at least for like a year. And then it just fell off a cliff. But Mike McDaniel initially did make Tua look more like the top 5 pick that he was.
The Alabama version of Tua.
Yeah, until inevitably being Tua caught up to him.
Well, and I also think McDaniel had the same problem that Shanahan famously had. I don't know if you remember this. You might be too young, Spring. But in Mike Shanahan's tenure here, the last 3 years of his tenure, he always would come out of the gates great in the first 8 games, and then teams would get the tape of what he kind of mixed up in his offense, get a feel. And there was always a struggle the back half of the season, it felt like. And December's in particular could be a little tough for Mike and his team, especially if it's some injuries. And I feel like Mike McDaniel's kind of had the same problem. Because remember, Tua would always come out. We had it happen. Well, I guess it was a little bit more of a reverse where they had the nice 6-game streak after the, where's Tyreek Hill, by the way? They let him go?
No, he's hurt. He got hurt.
Who'd they get rid of? They get rid of the GM.
Jalen Phillips, they traded, and they fired the GM.
Oh, they benched
They actually
Tua.
hired a new GM, the Dolphins, a guy from the Packers organization.
Did they go on the 6-game win streak after?
They went on a little win streak, but their schedule was light
Okay.
in that portion of the season. I think they might have had a nice win over Buffalo. I think it was Buffalo they beat.
Then I guess they got upset by somebody, and Ross said, we'll see how they play the rest of the year, but everyone's on notice, right? And then that's when they kind of had a little bump.
Well, they were going to keep Mike until John Harbaugh got fired, and then they fired Mike McDaniel.
Which I don't understand anyway. I would think if Stephen Ross was upset with somebody, that he would have been upset again with McDaniel because of him stumping to give Tua the extension. One more quick story. Clint Kubiak did an interview with the Ravens. So that's a local name to keep an eye on. I know that, again, listening to PhD, apparently Clint Kubiak's one of the favorites to get the Browns job. All right, that is the High Five brought to you by Papa John's Pizza. We appreciate them. Go get a $5 Friday. Take advantage of that. It's always a good time for Papa Murphy's and jumping in there and enjoying Papa Murphy's. We appreciate them. All right, we're going to come back. We got Leggy coming in. We're going to talk some more football. I kind of teased this a couple segments ago. Got to get your Avs thoughts. Great win last night, Spring. Great win. But would you prefer maybe some of these guys kind of take a knee when it comes time to playing in the Olympic hockey? We'll talk about it next. you welcome back. Well, we welcome you back. A little less than Jake for you. Got to love it. Ska Friday, Bud Light Football Friday, Papa Murphy's $5 Pizza Friday. Go get one of those today because it's Friday. And someone said we could get our low T tested while we have all this. You could. You could. We could probably get the guys out here, draw your blood, see what happens. All right, we've got some cuts from Sean Payton. We're going to dive into some of what he said during his presser today. Today was the first media availability of the week for the Broncos, as they basically had a few days off. I think that's good by Sean. I think everybody needs a break by this point in the year, and he didn't grind them too hard. And so now they're back. I know I heard one of the comments on PhD where he said basically they're going to practice today, tomorrow, and then depending on whether they get the Saturday or the Sunday game next week, that'll determine whether they're back Monday or Tuesday. So we'll wait and see what happens there. Real quick, before we dive back into some of the Bronco talk, I did want to get your opinion about this, Spring. And again, I watched this Avs game last night. That Avs game last night was really, really awesome, okay? And it was wild because the Avs, and you know what, sometimes, and I'm going to say this again, and I'm going to say it even though it helped the Avs, there's got to be a way to determine offside quicker so that a team doesn't go through a whole possession, score a goal, and then get the balloon pop because all of a sudden you determined offsides. And not only do I feel that, and look, I'm saying that because the Avs challenged an offside goal that was going to make it 3-2, and it was something about that goal getting taken back, which they were offside by 10 feet. That wasn't even a hard call to make. I don't really know how they missed it in live action. Some I get, that one I don't. But then the Avs just decided they would smoke the Senators from that point on, right, Spring? But I hate it. You know, another reason why I think you got to determine it quicker. And last night, that sequence that led to that final goal was a perfect example. How many scramble plays did they have in front of the net during that offside call? Like, again, guys could get hurt that way. Like, the most brutal thing I think could happen is you challenge an offside call because a goal is scored. A guy gets hurt somehow in the melee, and then you find out it wasn't even a real play. You know what I mean? That's why just determine the thing. There's got to be some other way to do this.
I don't know, lasers?
Yeah, light the lineup if it's not on. I don't know.
Like, just have a microchip in the puck.
Just have, I guess, the entries reviewed. I don't really know. You know what I mean? If every goal can get reviewed, why not have
if it's onside, like a green light lights up.
Fair enough.
Right near the blue line. And if it's offside, there's a red light.
That'd be cool. That'd be cool, right? But seriously, just have the war room.
Uh-huh.
Just have the war room.
You could
monitor it.
You would have, just eyes on those cameras, close-up shots, and then you
Cameras
just buzz
dedicated
down,
to the
offside,
line.
blow play dead.
And you blow it, just like they do in the NFL. Buzz to the official and say, we have an offside play, kill the possession, go face off in the neutral zone. Fair enough?
Another reason that they lost, though, Andy, is not just the offside.
No, not at all. The Avs
number
are awesome.
one is that the Avs are really, 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 how many reallys can I go with? Good. Number two is Ottawa had to play in Utah last night, or the night before. And
So
then
they were tired.
So you're altitude to altitude, coming to the best team in regular season NHL history.
But you had a little time to adjust the altitude. At least, I wonder, that'd be interesting. I wonder what hockey teams would tell you now that there's Utah and Colorado.
Yeah.
Which night at altitude gets you more, the first or the second night? That might be something we're talking about after a couple seasons into this thing.
Another reason could be, and again, beyond number one reason, which is that the Avs are just really, 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 really good, is the distractions before the game. Did you see this, Andy?
No, what happened? Tell me.
Okay, so rumors were abound. At least what we know is that Senators goaltender Linus Ullmark, who won a Vezina a few years ago, although he hasn't been as good since, he was placed on like a personal leave out due to personal reasons. Well, then rumors started flying, and keep in mind these are rumors that were spread on social media just before the game, having to do with potentially. And now the Senators have denied this. The Senators said, no, this is not what it was. But the rumors were along the lines of Linus Ullmark ratted on his teammates to his wife that they were all being unfaithful to their significant others.
So nothing like the good locker room dust up. believe there was a situation with Varlamov like that once upon a time, but much different. That led to
You know who would never do
ugliness
that?
there.
You know who would never?
Gabe Landeskog?
No, throw someone under the bus
Who?
or forget throwing anyone under the bus. Just, being disrespectful in general. That would be Jeff Legwold.
Yeah, he's here, but before we bring him in, let's get in the takes that'll probably make his head burn, and then we'll play the Sean Payton cuts he was present for again, so we can just hear him a second time and maybe see if he savors the flavor the same way. By the way, 5:45 drinking game. Send in your stuff. We got a lot of stuff that's great for Wild Card Weekend. Some really funny stuff. We'll see if we put that in. You guys are all good at this now that we've trained you. 303-504-0925, and really it's Nate Kreckman. That was all his idea, and so there you go. All right. Yesterday on his show, Jared Bednar talked about how Devon Toews, and he gave an update on Toews, gave an update on Blackwood, gave an update on Gabe. And basically when it came to Toews and it came to Gabe, he was talking about how it looks like Toews should be good and back prior to the Olympics. Gabe, it's a little bit, more touch and go, and we'll see. But Jared Bednar said we are not going to influence Gabe's decision at all to play for Team Sweden in the Olympics. Do you, Mark Springer, wish they would?
No. All right,
I am not national pride guy. I wish all the Avs would sit out the Olympics right now and stay healthy. I'm not going to lie.
Look, Gabe's been out for 3 years.
I know.
And hasn't had a chance to play for Team Sweden in forever in a high-stakes game. It means a lot to him.
You know what else he hasn't been able to have a chance to play with? If he doesn't feel right, he won't play. I don't think he'll force it. Look, another reason why I'm even stronger about this opinion this year than I've been in years past is I don't know what to expect out of this arena, that they're just trying to ham and egg together, it feels like, to get things right so they can still have this tournament. Look, man, if you don't have the international space, then what are we doing it for? Sorry, you didn't meet the deadline.
You could also sue them if they don't.
It's because TV doesn't want to lose out on that event. That's why. Period.
And Italy, Milan, whatever, doesn't want to lose ticket revenue because you can just move this elsewhere. It doesn't have to be in that arena in Italy.
Okay. Well, let's do it.
Like Paul Bissonnette said, just play it in North America.
Yeah, it's fine. An arena that matters because, again, look, Colorado Springs got an international sheet of ice.
Sure.
Because, again, I've read a bunch of stuff out. They're going to have to shrink the ice, and this could change the kind of player that you actually want on your team because there's not going to be as much room. You're going to need some more grinders because it's not going to be as open a sheet of ice as you're used to.
Mm-hmm.
So I just think it's interesting. Oh, please, everybody stay healthy. The Avs are so awesome. All right, we welcome in Jeff Legwold, who's just fresh off of a lovely question and answer segment. Although Sean was a little, you got friendly summer Sean today, didn't you?
It was bye week, Sean.
Because let me tell you some stories about the old days.
It was in between his quote salty mood last week and the
downright bitterness of
the
next
salty mood that's coming in 2 days. So
yeah, Monday or Tuesday will
it's easy to be. Also, as a coach, he just watched his starters practice against his starters, so you're probably going to feel pretty good. You got a 14-win team. Your starters are pretty good.
Well, and you look at everything.
Watching them go at it is probably a good.
And you're like, I'm not risking anybody this weekend. It's fantastic.
Yeah.
While the rest of the AFC is. All right, let's go ahead and let's do this. Let's play some of the cuts that we heard there, and we're going to kind of react to this. And you know what? It's great with Leggy in here. You can even give us some more context with this. Let's start with this, and this is an interesting one about Sean basically talking about, he talks to Dan Campbell and the timing of things for hiring, but he said you better enjoy this next month max before team changes come in 2026. What did Sean have to say?
But our guys have done a great job with it. It's not the first time it's happened. It's happened a number of times. You'll be getting ready for, a key championship game, and you've got a member of your staff that's a strong candidate to become the next head coach of the Lions. And yet, that's why they're special, though, because, they can multitask. They understand what their goal is, and they can still perform their job, And I just finished telling the team, I said, hey, we've got 4 weeks, right at this stage, right now, we got a month. And you really have a month left together as a team. You know, that's the truth. It just, there's change, and, you know, let's make the most of it.
Yeah, he's not wrong, Leggy. I mean, whether it's coaches or players, this whole group will not be back next year, right?
Well, exactly. No, and I think this is more of a theme he's had going for a few weeks. I mean, leading up to the Chiefs and the Chargers game, a lot of his messages in the Bring It Up groups at the end of practice and in some of the meetings, I've been told, have been a lot about, look at this opportunity in front of you. It's right there. All of that has been part of the message. So none of this today shocked me. He wants them all to understand you're not going to be the number one seed a lot in your career. You're not going to be having a chance at the Super Bowl a lot in your career. I mean, Tom Brady sort of wrecked the dynamic for people.
The expectation of everybody.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, I'm going to go to 5 Super Bowls before I retire. You know,
and
all
a million
those,
AFC championships.
All those Patriot teams, or even the run the Chiefs had. I think probably some players in that Kansas City locker room were stunned this year. What do you mean we're not in the playoffs? So I think his message has been to the players, you know, basically don't mess this up because look at the opportunity you have. And even McGlinchey said today to us standing there with, you know, I'm in my 8th year. This is the 2nd time I've had a shot with the number 1 seed and all of that.
All right. He also had a reaction to John Harbaugh getting fired.
Yeah, it's funny you say that. Nothing surprises me. There's always that, every year there's that, I didn't see that one. And so when you have a guy, and I work with John, Philadelphia, and you know, when you're someplace that long, you know, that's hard to do in this league. And you know, those guys, when I say those guys, ownership and John and that collective group have won a lot of games. They were our Achilles heel for a number of years. And then we finally won a game where their kicker missed an extra point. But just reach out with the text and, you know, but that one was a little surprising.
All right. We don't have to get into too much of that. We'll talk more about that as we get to coaching vacancies with Leggy and how he thinks this is all going to work. This is the interesting one, Leggy, because, again, I think one of the ways I understand the national narrative and feeling about the Broncos and why there's doubt in this team as a number 1 seed. But I think one thing, and this answer talks about it, you cannot say they haven't faced, like, again, I know there's always a Cinderella team, as kind of Rex Ryan put it on your network this morning, that, you know, everything goes their way and ends up in the number 1 seed. The Broncos, though, they've come back from a lot. They've faced bad situations. They've had adversity. Not everything has been some magic carpet ride. They've had to earn it and fight back and pick themselves up down to the Packers and so on and so forth. Sean talked about how his team's probably seen everything this year.
It's hard to ever anticipate like the 1 seed. There's a lot that goes into that. Last year was a year that said, hey, you know, we belong here in this, and we can win. There was a lot of confidence gained in the season. And so then after last season, I think the expectations rose internally as well as externally. And you never quantify, like you've heard me say, hey, the first goal is to win the division. Well, that's pretty defined. You know, that means you come in first. And then secure the best seed, because that's a little bit less defined. You know, the best seed that you can, and then try to win a championship. So it's much harder to predict how many wins, what seed. You know, you just want to be in the tournament. You know, find a way to, and with all due respect, you know, to beat a team like Kansas City that sat atop the division for quite a while here. And after the period of free agency, when we signed a few guys and we got into OTAs, I'd made the comment to a few of you that I thought this team had a chance to be unique, and it was some of it was based on the experience of some of the guys we signed, and I feel the same way now.
So there you go. And again, are you surprised they were able to secure the number 1 seed? You and I were talking about a lot of different things, but I mean, number one seed. Never in my wildest dreams did I think that you're going to be the number one seed. Did you?
Well, I mean, the preseason, you're thinking Mahomes and the Chiefs, or Mahomes and the Chiefs until they're not, essentially. I don't think a lot of people saw that train coming at the
screeching to that halt
at the speed it did, and
the emergency brake.
The Ravens were in the preseason. I don't think the final top 4 teams in the AFC look much like what the betting odds were in August, or even what we maybe have talked about in August. So, yeah, they're a little bit of a surprise. I think they suffer from what all teams that are good on defense suffer, even though, every ex-player and ex-coach I know who's on television or radio or a podcast now, they will go on and on forever about defense and titles and championships and rings and defense and defense. But you start talking to them about football, and suddenly it all has to be pretty. Well, the Broncos aren't pretty. And I think the narrative nationally, they get sort of thrown off the discussion train because they're not pretty.
And everybody thinks the Patriots are, right?
Well, and again, it's got they've got the resume. When people see the Patriots now, you think Brady, Belichick, they win, go to 1 billion Super Bowls and win most of them. You know what I mean? I mean, Brady needs 2 hands to put on all his Super Bowl rings. So I think the Patriots get a little of that former love, that they're good again soon. They didn't go like through an extended walk through the wasteland. They got their quarterback right away that they think they can live with. So I think that's what keeps them in the conversation. And they play out east. I mean, frankly, we
all know how that goes.
Yeah.
All right, we got to have a little fun with this one. First off, and I want to get to these coaching cuts with you next segment. We'll talk coaching carousel. By the way, he's Jeff Legwold. I'm Andy Lindahl. Mark Springer's in. Nate Kreckman, he's got the crud that I think Sanford has, and we're all kind of fighting into this building. So let's hope that's where it ends. Anyway, all right, let's get the injury update. And then I want to play a classic Brett Kane moment for you. First, the injury update on Dobbins, on Greenlaw, and what's going on with John Franklin Myers.
Sean, are you guys expecting Drake Greenlaw back for playoff run?
Yeah, I think we see most everyone back.
Does that include JK as well?
Yeah, no comments on him yet. He's getting close, but Dre's getting there. Yeah.
How about Jay in advance?
Yeah.
If someone calls you and asks about Vance.
He's having a baby. He's not having a baby, but.
So there
Is
you go.
It like Bones?
Yeah. So let's again. Have you ever led a question this way? Our guy Brett Kane, talking
Is
Jared
it like
Bednar.
Bones?
Yeah, just trying to find out things about Gabe Landeskog. That's the specific type he wanted to know.
Oh yeah, I've dropped I've gone down the rundown of all the components of a joint. Is it a ligament? Is it a tendon? How about, is it a bone structural?
Is it like bones?
Oh yeah.
Or muscle?
Yeah, no, you're going full boat when they're in the injury bunker.
If you ask Sean
hockey
Payton,
though, hockey's unique because I used to have a rule when I helped cover hockey back in the day, was I would always go diagonal from where they were talking about the injury, especially
so they said upper body,
especially in the postseason.
Okay.
So if they say like left upper body, it was right leg. I knew it.
I don't feel like we even get left anymore, left or right.
No, you probably don't.
You
anymore.
ruined it.
Yeah. But that was always my code sometimes for the coaches I dealt with, and often it was correct.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Well, we love Brett Kane, and as he tried, we just want you as a collective as K&L. We need you to somehow ask Sean Payton, is it bones when
Is
it
it
comes
like
to maybe
bones?
J.K. Dobbins? Just slip that in. See what that's met with.
Oh yeah, no, I've been met with some.
Oh, we know. That's why you're the only guy for the job.
Icy responses about.
That's why I think you could ask you. Nothing would shock him. You guys would have a great tete. Yeah, you'd have a great tete-a-tete with him.
You just kind of go down. It's like at some point it becomes like this stupid Grey's Anatomy game.
All right, I'll tell you what. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to take our break. We're going to come back on a Scott Friday. By the way, it's also a Bud Light Football Friday. We appreciate Bud Light for sponsoring this and doing it the whole year. Enjoy a Bud Light this weekend, but do it responsibly. We're going to come back. He did talk about advice for his coordinators because, again, Davis Webb's had a few interviews. Vance Joseph's had a number of interviews. We'll get Leggy's take on where he thinks if they're going to go and where they might go.
I asked him the one thing he thought was most important to tell those guys.
We will play that cut when we return here on Altitude. All right, we got breaking news that kind of fits into what we're going to talk about this segment. It is Kreckman and Lindahl, Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday, Papa Murphy's $5 Pizza Friday. We appreciate them sponsoring the High Five, along with other things. All right, Jeff Legwald's here with us. So is my man Mark Springer. We are giving you the K&L show. We've got the drinking game coming up at 5:45. You want to throw something in for Wild Card Weekend, 303-504-0925. We have a bunch of great suggestions. Some are definitely going to make the drinking game. How about this for the Commanders' new offensive coordinator? Former QB that I think played a final game in Denver for Detroit, David Blau, has been named the OC. What do you think of that hire for the Commanders?
I think a lot of people had their eye on McDaniel.
Okay.
For that, because
with Jaden McDaniel or Jaden Daniels. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I think just the relationship between he and Quinn.
Oh, okay.
Goes pretty deep, and I think people in the league I knew thought, "Oh, Dan Quinn will."
That's a slam dunk.
Dan Quinn will jump on that, but maybe McDaniel said, "No, thank you. I want to be a head coach."
Yeah, I think he'd probably want to make the rounds and see if he could stay that way too.
And there's
right?
a lot of openings. Look, there's so many more openings right now than improvements over who got fired.
Well, you always have the greatest line because we've talked about this, let's be honest, way too much in Denver. But if you're going to fire the current guy, you better have a good plan for the next guy. And that's why Baltimore makes no sense to me. So
I'm not sure anyone in it's a great job for whoever gets it, but man, the heat is on you.
All right. You asked Sean Payton about what was the message and the one thing
was one thing
you
tell a guy, yeah.
Yeah. What are you going to tell them about what the big advice as far as the factors go? So this was Jeff Legwald getting this sage piece of advice for Sean Payton for what he shared with Davis Webb, with, I imagine, his guy Darren Rizzi, and with Vance Joseph. Now, this can be tough because I think as far as money and resources, you're already at the best ownership in the NFL.
Yeah,
so you're not going to upgrade that.
I don't think guys ever, from this day forward or from this season forward, who's ever on the staff with the Broncos isn't just going to leave for anything.
And you feel like even
Vance,
right?
Because you're going to be a hot candidate next year.
Sure.
And now the coordinator money is so good. It used to be, way back, it used to be if you really wanted the raise, you had to go be a head coach. That's not the case anymore. You can do just fine being a really good coordinator. So a lot of it is about your personal goals or, whatever ego you might have in the job or, I want to run things. It's how much of that is in you. But like, say the Atlanta job. If you're Vance Joseph, being the head coach of the Atlanta Falcons is not an upgrade.
Sure.
They have no cap space. Their cap's a disaster. They only have 5 picks in the next draft. And they have the situation at quarterback couldn't be any more messed up. So how is that a better job for Vance Joseph or any coordinator with a really good team? You're going to have to make a pretty compelling case. And I think that's why of all the teams that requested interviews with Vance Joseph, the Falcons are the only one he has not interviewed with yet.
Yeah.
Because of that.
You've known Vance a while, and I don't know how much you've talked to him lately, but I know you talked to him after the first go-around in Inwell. And the other thing I think is, like, Vance really is going to want control of his coaches and a good ownership this time, wouldn't you think? Because he didn't really have either when he was here.
You're not going to leave here to go get fired again. I mean, you're a coach. You're probably going to be fired. That's how it ends.
Sure.
It's just the nature of the business. But I think without your best chance, and I think that's what Sean Payton is telling these guys, he's not going to tell any of those coaches, don't take that job if it's offered. He's just going to say, be very careful about what you say yes to.
Well, and if you're Vance, and I want to make it very clear, I'm not hinting at anything race-related here at all, but Vance just watched Arthur Blank after 2 years fire a defensive guy who was getting his second go-around, okay? I would be like, and first off, that makes me think Arthur Blank's probably going to go with an offensive guy because that's kind of what you do, right?
But what do you need to succeed as an NFL head coach? At minimum, you need some cap space.
You need a QB.
You need a quarterback. And you need some commitment from the higher-ups about what you're doing.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure Raheem Morris thought he had the same thing.
When the Niners hired John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan, at the time it was unprecedented, but they gave each of those guys 6-year deals. That's how they got them both. That wasn't the best situation when they rolled in there either, but they got 6-year deals to do it. So that's the kind of, you have to, I think when you're out there and in demand, and frankly, if you're Vance, you're one of the best candidates in this cycle. And there are far more jobs open, right now than there are best candidates in this cycle. So he can be picky, I think, if he wants to be. And I don't think any of the guys from the Broncos who've interviewed or will interview are going to rush out of here just to do it. I think that whatever team is hiring them is going to have to make a pretty compelling case.
Yeah, it's amazing how much this has changed just a couple of years. You got to tip your cap to the Penners that way because, again, this was not the kind of conversations we were having 5 years ago at all. All right, we're going to come back. Top of the hour is coming. We'll get Jeff's take on what happens this wild card weekend. Where does John Harbaugh go? And again, at 45, keep sending them in. 303-504-0925. We'll make the official wild card weekend drinking game. Stick around for more K&L. Happy Ska Friday to all that celebrate. Happy Bud Light Football Friday. And again, it's a Papa Murphy's $5 Friday. Go and take advantage of that deal. It's a large, thin crust. What is it? Cheese, sausage, or pepperoni there, Spring?
I believe so.
Yeah, go and get that tonight and have yourself quite a day. I like pizza. You like pizza. That's what Friday. Friday used to be like the pizza day in my house growing up.
In Chicago, it was a rite of passage.
Every Friday, or what'd you do?
Either Friday fish fry.
Joe, that's right. It's
Fish
the Midwest.
fry
Yeah.
Friday in the Midwest, or Friday pizza.
Would you load up in the car and go, or would you have it delivered?
Well, in the neighborhood, you could just stroll down.
Well,
the
look, you're
sidewalk.
living the grand life, aren't you?
Oh, it was grand, all right.
Yeah, I know. All right, 303-504-0925. Go ahead and keep texting in. Again, we're going to, at 545, we're going to put together a wild card weekend football drinking game. Yeah, what?
I got a little tidbit for it.
Well, you just pointed at me. That's rude.
I know, that's a tidbit.
Your mom would not be happy with
That's a tidbit.
She was a polite lady.
That's a long list of things before we get to pointing that you didn't like.
Tell me what you got.
I will tell you what I got. The Broncos believe, it's not official or anything, but the Broncos believe if their opponent is decided, like if their opponent is decided Sunday, they're playing on Saturday.
Night or afternoon?
Yeah, they think they'll get a Saturday game.
Okay.
One of these Saturday games. If the low seed remains. So I guess the Chargers would have to win.
But if they have to wait till
If
Monday,
they got
then it's
to wait
almost
till
guaranteed
Monday,
Sunday.
it's virtually guaranteed it's a Sunday. But they believe if they get an opponent Sunday, it would be a Saturday, the next Saturday game.
For those wondering why, I'll just tell you, they don't make the Monday night team usually have that really short weekend. Then
No,
play
they would
Saturday.
never do.
That's
They wouldn't.
a crime.
They wouldn't want to live with the you didn't give us a chance.
Yeah, exactly. And by the way, you know what? Ron's firing one off. So if you want to ask Jeff a question, hit me up, 303-504-0925.
But that's what the Broncos believe in house. Is that if the Chargers win, they're getting that Saturday game.
All right, you know what? Here's a question for Jeff from Ron. Which AFC opponent do you think is the toughest for the Broncos? He puts like, but I know you're true down the middle guy. You're like, dislike, you don't care. Who's the toughest matchup, would you say, and who would be maybe the most favorable matchup if you had to pick of the field left?
Of the field left,
that's a possibility for them to play.
I don't have a very popular
opinion.
Often I don't have a popular opinion, but the strategic best fit to me strategically for them is to get the Chargers again.
Really?
Yeah.
Even after what you saw that defense do, that interesting.
They can't block a soul.
Okay.
And I just think.
But you had all your dudes and they didn't, and you couldn't move the ball last week. That didn't bug you? You had problems in the red zone.
I'm talking strategically. And what was the score? It was a 2-score game.
But they didn't play anybody.
Well, they didn't sit out that many. They sit out Herbert. That's really what we're talking about. They don't have either starting tackle. Offensive line's a mess. You asked me strategically. I think strategically that's the fit. Everyone else is, Buffalo has the worst defense in the playoff field for the AFC, but they got Josh Allen. So, what's the trade-off there? Jacksonville probably might be the most well-rounded team left other than the Broncos.
Well, I told Spring, I feel like Jacksonville may be the most complete team left.
I think Houston's the toughest matchup.
Interesting.
Because they play the same way the Broncos do. It's like playing yourself. And look at the game they already played this year. They knocked Stroud out before halftime, and the Broncos didn't score a touchdown in the game offensively, and they win yet another one-score, slug-it-out rock fight.
You're a TV guy. How bad does TV not want a Bronco-Houston rematch?
As a guy who I've charted football my entire adult life. I think that would be a cool defensive game to see what.
See, that's why people don't like your opinion sometimes. You know the fans don't want another cool defensive game.
They don't want rock fights.
They don't want 9-3. They're not looking for 1960s football.
It's not it's winning football.
No, I get it.
Yeah.
But you also know they like.
How many yards did Peyton Manning throw for in the last Super Bowl?
I know, Jeff, but you look.
Nobody talks about that now, do they?
Jeff, I know. But we just talked about it earlier. The reason why everybody loves the New England Patriots is they love the QB and they think the offense is sexy.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that the Broncos, were they not one win better than the Patriots, or were they even? I can't even remember. Let me go look at the playoff field. What was New England's record?
New England lost the tiebreaker because they couldn't beat the Raiders.
Gotcha. But still. Are you amazed? By the way, Spring and I were talking about this earlier. Spring, jump in if you feel like I'm misinterpreting your opinion, but do you feel like these are the two best seventh seeds we've seen since we started this?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because quite honestly, I've always felt the seventh seed was a little nonsensical. You and I have talked about it in the past. I don't feel like they're a true playoff team. Because usually in the past, it's been like some 8-9 team or 7-9 team, and you're just wasting everyone's time.
You got one of the division winners is...
The Chargers are a real good team. Let me ask you this, though. Are you buying the Packers? Why are the Packers favored over the Bears? I don't get that.
Jordan Love.
Really?
Yeah. And, and you're, again, we're talking odds makers. They're splitting the money. The Packers get a lot of people betting. Packers probably have more people betting on them than any other team in the league. The Raiders.
All right.
Teams with ferocious fan bases move the line because they bet. It isn't that Vegas thinks the Packers are a better team, 1-53, and their depth chart is better, and their DVOA is better on defense. They don't think that. They're splitting the money down the middle so they don't lose. That's how the Bellagio has a really big fountain in front of it, and you don't.
From a strategic standpoint, though, I think the Bears are the better team. Am I just an idiot?
I think they're better defensively and more opportunistic. I think Love is better in the quarterback matchup.
But he's also been hurt, not played in a couple weeks.
No, I get it. And I just think in the first go-round for a group, especially the quarterback, I think it can be tough. And it's not going to be a great day there, as we would expect on the lakefront.
All right.
In Chicago in January.
That leads me to my next question. Is the weather forecast the biggest thing the Bronco fans should be looking at next week? There were hints of maybe another round of what we got this weekend, next weekend. Now it looks like it might be dissipating. But should that be the biggest concern for divisional weekend?
I think if you're on defense, if you're good on defense, you want it to be as cruddy as possible.
Okay.
But that's, again, I'm not waiting in line at the concession stand, and I'm not spending $62 on a
pizza.
Yeah. And I get it. I really do get it. So my view could be a little different. But I think if you're a team that's good on defense from a football perspective, you want a slow track,
All right, let's get over to the NFC because honestly, Spring, we haven't really even talked too much about the NFC. All right, how about this first? Which conference has the best team left in it? Spring, did you agree? I think it's Jacksonville. You think it's Philly?
No, I think it's the Rams.
Okay.
But it's not. I'm not saying they win the Super Bowl. I just think on paper they're the best team.
To me, there's something about how complete I feel like Jacksonville is. As long as Trevor Lawrence keeps playing the way he is, I think they're a trouble. They're a problem for the whole league. Who do you think is the best team left in the field, period? The entire field, both conferences.
Well, it's hard to argue, like the Broncos and the Seahawks are like, okay, how you say we're not the best team? Because
Sure, they're both very good.
We're at home this week.
Right.
But I think when you talk to personnel people in the league, when I ask them, they say front to back, Los Angeles at its best. If everyone plays, it's probably the most balanced team. And I think whenever you have a quarterback like Stafford, he's like, Peyton Manning was here. They get you in and out of bad things and big moments, and they make a play that really only a few people could make. And, they have the advantage of knowing some of the guys on the roster already. I say that Philly's big advantage is like the Rams. They already know the answer to the question. They won. They won it. They know they can. It's not we have an opportunity, or if things go right, they already have the answer. Josh Allen wonders, Caleb Williams wonders, Brock Purdy wonders, how would I do? The Rams and the Eagles have quarterbacks that already know the answer to the question.
How much pressure's on Josh Allen? Do you think?
A ton. I feel this is one of those moments where you're just one guy. Look, you're the quarterback. You're the most important position in sports. There's no more position in any other endeavor where one guy can have such an impact on everything. Maybe in the old days, a top of the line starting pitcher in baseball, but quarterback, and like if they lose, it's probably not his fault. It's probably a defense that couldn't stop anybody down the stretch. But it's, unless he throws, has a bunch of turnovers or something, it's probably not, he's not going to be the reason they don't go home, and everybody's going to say, well, you didn't get it done. So I think he's probably the individual player with the most pressure on him in this postseason.
Is there a realistic shot if McDermott and or Tomlin are out in the first round that both of them join the Black Friday crew?
You don't have a good. I think if Tomlin does, it's up to him.
Okay.
Having covered the Steelers when they changed coaches, they've had 3 coaches since like the merger. It's laughable when you think about it. But when they changed from I covered Chuck Knowles last season and Bill Cowers first, which is a long time ago. But when they did that, they don't just make coaching changes like everybody else does. So if they're done, or if that relationship's done, it's because I think, having been in the building with a lot of the same people that are still there, it's because Mike Tomlin decided I need a break. I can't see them waking up after a loss and saying, we're firing Mike Tomlin. That's not how they do business.
What about Buffalo?
That's a wild card. I think that's unlike the Steelers, family ownership. That's a sort of new age. I've bought this team because it's a money-making asset that gains.
And we're building a gorgeous new stadium that I want you excited to show up to.
Billion with a B, multi-billion-dollar stadium. So I think they would feel more pressure to do the Pagulas. I think would feel more pressure to make a move. Just because, that's kind of how it is now.
Kind of going around the league. So where do you think the best fit? Where do you think, if you had to guess right now, John Harbaugh, where is he going to be?
A lot of people think the Giants are pushing the hardest. There was some thought that the Dolphins fired Mike McDaniel because they wanted to, but that was not the case. The Dolphins had decided to make that move, that they would hire the GM first, which they have done. The GM has heavy Green Bay ties, so everybody's looking at all the Green Bay tentacles now for Miami. Whatever that
It wouldn't be Nathaniel Hackett again, would it?
No, people are thinking like Mike McCarthy or people that he's worked with in the past. The defensive coordinator for the Packers, who's one of the top names in this cycle. All of those names are suddenly becoming bigger in Miami. But a lot of people have told me, a couple GMs told me today that Giants are pushing very hard to try and get Harbaugh.
Is Tua done in Miami after he comes out and says, yeah, I'd welcome a change of scenery, or did the Mike McDaniel thing change it all?
I think they're going to give it, though, at minimum.
They'll shop him?
He's competing. Yeah, they'll shop him, which nobody will make the trade for that contract. But at minimum, he's competing for the job, and they go through a Kirk Cousins season where he's potentially the highest paid backup in the league. Or, I got to be honest with you, there's an awful lot of GMs, personnel guys I've talked to, who said, well, I used to think impossible, and then I look at the Broncos.
Sure.
And now,
we live in a new time.
The Broncos have made everyone raise their eyebrows about where the limit on dead money is. So, but the Dolphins have so many other problems. If they release all of the people,
Tua and Tyreek and all of them,
and if they Chubb, all these, they could have $100 million in dead money.
Yeah, that's a new mark, and you can divide it up into 2. That's still a heck of a new mark, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Anyway.
Real quick, because I do want to focus Broncos when we get back. 2 quarterbacks last night, Beck and Chambliss. Will they get any interest in the draft now that neither's because they denied Chambliss's request to have a 6th year of
Well,
eligibility?
they're both, sort of hockey would call them overage prospects, back in the day.
But has Bo made people rethink that?
I think even Bo didn't play a 7th year, but yeah, I mean, I think Chambliss is really, 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 really undersized. Now he, gamer of gamers. There's no question. And I like guys who have, battled and scrapped. Like he went to Ole Miss with no guarantee he'd be more than anything other than a backup.
And he was for half the
And
year, first part of the year.
He still went. So I respect the heck out of guys who just do it. I think a lot of people are going to grind Beck pretty hard about, okay, why'd you go to Miami? Why'd you leave Georgia? Why'd, it just seems like, it looks good now because they're in the final. But a lot of people will ask him about that and his decision-making from a football perspective. His game tape won't be all that kind in spots. So he's got some things to address.
All right, we'll cover a couple more of these quarterbacks and the Raiders' #1 pick and all that other stuff and get into the Broncos again. Heavy, I got a question. Got a question for Jeff.
I'm ready.
Will he or won't he be healthy? We'll tell you who specifically next after this on Altitude Sports Radio. We welcome you back. It is Kreckman and Lindahl on a Scott Friday, Bud Light Football Friday. Mark Springer filling in for Nate Kreckman. We got a little of the crud that Sanford's passing around. And yes, I'm going to blame Sanford.
You threw him
because I can.
Right under the bus.
Quite honestly, there's so much going around, and it's coming from all sources, and the sales staff has it, and everybody has it. Great. Leggy's like, hey, thanks for inviting me in today.
Yeah.
I don't even know who's coming from where anymore, right? Everybody was flying and on and on and on. Anyway, all right, let's talk some Broncos. I promised it before the break.
Okay.
He was asked about J.K. Dobbins. He did not want to comment on it. You're Mr. King of Intel.
Well,
what does your gut tell you about J.K. Dobbins?
I mean, it wasn't that long ago I saw J.K. I've seen him in the locker room a few times.
Okay.
He's moving okay, but it's a foot injury, and he's a running back, so.
You don't want to get hit and set back.
I don't want to. I think people have missed my gut. Look, I was not at medical school the day they taught medicine, okay? So I just say that.
Nor were you there when they weren't teaching medicine.
So I just say that up front. But a lot of I think JK is coming back vibe.
Sure.
Is simply Sean Payton not wanting to say it's going to be really a slim chance if he comes back. I mean, the timetable I had been given all along was if they make the Super Bowl, he might have a shot. I mean, he was on a scooter, still 2 weeks ago. So we're a long way from, running the belly play.
Sure.
So, but anyway, I think the timetable originally was if they make the Super Bowl, maybe he's got a chance. I don't think there's much having changed from that timetable, and he has not yet graduated to even working off to the side during practice, part of the program yet. So that's routinely a couple weeks out, before they come back to practice.
Yeah, and see, I can't help but remember when Champ Bailey basically did that for the Seahawks Super Bowl and came back and had the midfoot. Now, he had the Liz Frank injury, but the midfoot sprain is similar to that. Am I wrong?
No, it's all you're basically
it's the same thing.
Basically, the arch of your foot was crushed because someone landed on your heel.
Right. And unfortunately for Champ, that game didn't go the way we all hoped it would for his sake, if nothing else. So that's amazing. Now, listen, if I could heal one Denver athlete right now, I'd probably be J.K. Dobbins.
That's the stat I think that's really telling of this offense was J.K. Dobbins, who has not played since November 6th, still leads them by a substantial margin in explosive runs.
Nate had the stats yesterday, 770? He was on his way to 1,000 yards easy probably before December.
He has 21 runs of 10 yards or more, the quote-unquote explosive run category. The next Bronco running back is 14.
Now, you didn't love what you'd seen out of Dre Greenlaw leading up to those final two games.
I still did not, but he's, Sean did say specifically about Greenlaw today, getting closer.
Okay, but
he said Nate Atkins was getting closer for about a month and a half too. So I think you got to temper your enthusiasm with the quotes
with an old school coach.
With an old school coach who would rather tell you a guy's getting close 67 weeks in a row than say
he's out
or we'll wait and see.
Sure.
Or I'm not going to rush the doctors. Or, whatever the answer is. He's always going to say a guy is getting there.
All right.
Is his go-to.
How do they fix this run game then? Because I think the run game's a big key to this thing. I mean, again, a balanced bow in the pocket, being able to run the football, Sean trusting it, that's all big to me if they're going to win next weekend.
Some of it is calling it.
I know. Yeah, well, that's fair enough.
You gotta
fair enough, my friend.
It's running back is you gotta bang the drum a couple times. Can't just a few carries. The first quarter against the Chargers was really telling. They run for all those yards and then suddenly it disappears. It's just like it's okay.
Never happened.
Okay, it's like the kids who unwrap the Christmas presents and they just throw them. All right, I played with that. Show me the next one. And I feel like sometimes Sean gets way in that play sheet and it just becomes, let's get there. Let's go over there. And instead of those three plays were not stopped. I mean, Jaleel McLaughlin was having like his best game as a pro and you just don't see him for whole quarters.
Yeah, well, I know. Trust me, it drives me crazy. Because again, if nothing else, I'd play him over Bidet at minimum. But
well, I mean, it's insert back here. I mean, we've just, Dobbins had games where he was getting rolling, and you just don't see it. So some of it is the philosophical calling it. Some of it is a foundational principle of a Sean Payton offense is he believes if I switch personnel enough, you're going to make a mistake. He believes it down in his soul. So when you see 4 guys running off and 4 guys running on every play, it is a foundational principle in his playbook that if I do that enough, you're going to lose track. I'm going to get a big play. I think that hurts the Bronco run game because you're switching out receivers. The other side of that is they don't want to tip plays. When they trot out Pat Bryant and Little Jordan Humphrey in the same format, in the same 3 wide,
probably a run.
Defenses are lining up like that's a run play because it is until they've started to throw the ball more out of that look to Bryant, at least. So they're addressing it, but I think they just have a lot of those things. Now, the good running teams running against everybody. They don't care what look you're in. They don't care about any of it. They just do it. And I don't think the Broncos think of themselves as that kind of team in the run game. And R.J. Harvey has to be more decisive with the ball. But that's a common thing. Even the best running backs, when they go from college to the NFL, it's the biggest adjustment.
I always think back to Clinton Portis. I've been telling Nate over the past,
It's a great example. But any running back will tell you, even receivers will say, what I used to think was open is no longer the case.
Yeah, but I felt like there was a middle part, maybe beginning December, maybe it was even prior to Jacksonville, where I felt like Harvey was starting to feel it and running instinctively, and then it got shut down. I think
he's a guy where when you're a high-volume runner like you've been in college, like if you're a good running back in college, they're handing you the ball all the time. You're just getting it all the time. So that becomes your method of getting into the games. My first 10 carries, I kind of see what they're up to. And then my next 10, I really, you may only get 8 in the game. So it takes a change of mindset about the whole thing. And I think it's there. I think sometimes you see it in a flash. I think it's why it's intriguing to me that he's been much more decisive as a receiver than as a runner. And I think some of it is because it's a little more space. He's working in a little more space, and it's a little more defined, like get here, and the ball will be there.
All right, is Lucas Kroll coming back? Were you a little surprised they released Mercedes Lewis? I thought he was good for the locker room from what I'd read. But
he's at least into the working off to the side portion of the program.
Are they done with Mercedes Lewis, Denver Bronco, or could that be revisited?
I think he's back on the practice squad.
Did he get to the PS again?
I think he's back on the practice squad. So they want him around. So it's just going to take you're going to have to wave somebody to add him now because he's out of elevations.
All right, I got a question for you. Just speaking of that, Sam Ehlinger, is this guy set up to be the next Davis Webb if Davis were to leave? Is that a real thing? I mean, that guy can make a lot of money as a backup quarterback. It feels like he's had 3 or 4 offers this year.
I think he's not in that position in the future. Sure, yeah, I think that's a cottage industry for a backup quarterback.
Do you think he thinks he's going to be the backup here next year? Why has he hung around with this? Have you ever had a chance to talk to him? I'm just surprised.
A little bit. No, I think this is what we were talking about earlier. This is the passage of time and the money getting better. The money on the practice squad now is so much better. It's exponentially better than when they first started the practice squad in Denver. So, yeah, you can make a really good living now bouncing back and forth. Get an occasional game check in there, and I'm sure they elevated him because that was part of Stan, is you'll be on the roster and you'll get a playoff share.
Oh, well, there you go. Okay. I guess that makes sense. And
it's like he's telling these coaches, it's the same message he gives these practice. Well, you can go somewhere where they stink and you might play behind a terrible line with no receivers and a lame duck coach. I mean, they sell what they have here in that case too. I think it's pretty compelling when you're in December.
Is Stidham back next year? Remind me, did he sign a 2-year deal this year?
I think he's up. I think he's up.
I was going to ask, do you think he moves on? Does he look for something else? Or do you think he's just settled in and say, I like the city, I like where I'm at, and I'm done moving?
Well, I think it's a genuine consideration in-house of who they like better moving forward. But Stidham has done what they want him to do. Stidham's been a big part of the Bo Nix equation. And if Davis Webb leaves, I think Stidham is only a more important part of the Bo Nix equation. You got to have that voice in his ear for another couple years yet until Bo is that player. But he's not there yet.
All right, so I am curious. A lot of interviews for Davis Webb. And look, we just saw, for those that missed it, early in the hour, we announced that Adam Schefter broke it. David Blau is the new offensive coordinator, former quarterback, new offensive coordinator for the Washington Commanders. Have all the Davis Webb interviews been truly for head coach, or is this a feel the guy out in case they want him as a coordinator?
Those are always both. But you got to interview him for a promotion.
Because he interviewed a few spots. Vance did, right? And there's been the little rumor out there that maybe Vance brings Davis.
Oh, I don't think that's a rumor. I think
you think that's what would happen?
I think he'd try. It'd just be a matter of what quarterback is waiting and what's the situation and do I call plays. And he's not going to call plays here. So eventually it's going to be a rub, I think. Haven't talked to Davis a few times about such things in general, not this specific equation, but he's well thought of in the league and people have seen him. It doesn't mean much to maybe us in this job or fans or whatever, but he is a guy that will clap back at Sean Payton, and that takes a lot of backbone to do that. It takes being prepared. It takes knowing your stuff. And he can do it because he knows his stuff, and he's prepared, and everyone in the building knows that he's been a very key part of Bo Nix having the best first two seasons of most quarterbacks who come into the league. I mean, he's a big part of it. And it would be a big loss. I think Vance would be a big loss if he goes. Those are important voices in the building, in the locker room.
Yeah, it's interesting to me because I do wonder if some of the guys, I think it's good you re-sign Benito. I think it's good you re-sign Zach Allen. I think it's good you re-sign some of these guys because I wonder how psyched they'd be if Vance left. Now, again, you've talked about it. Players are going to love the fact that this is basically the Taj Mahal of football facilities over there.
Yeah, everyone is. They know what they have. They know what's coming here. In fact, their challenge, if you and I are sitting here 4 years from now, their challenge is to channel that comfort into some kind of edge, some kind of football edge to play, because they're gonna have stuff very few other teams have. It's just a fact. Locker room's going to be nicer. The rehab facility is going to be nicer. They're going to have the best of staff. Everything they have is going to be nicer. It won't be any more cute stories. Hey, look at them slugging it out with, 2 practice fields and, they go to school or they go to the games in a bus, just whatever. There's going to be none of that.
Yeah, it's all going to be, well, they're going to probably have the best.
It's the Dallas Cowboys. Everybody
Basically,
wonders.
you're right, yeah.
Everybody the Star is a palace. Where they go to work every day is an absolute palace. And they haven't played the significant football game in 3 decades.
All right, I am curious. What do you think the Raiders do? They're taking Fernando Mendoza, right? Who's going to be the coach? I mean, where are they at with that? That everything you just described with the Broncos, it feels like just an absolute clown show going on in Vegas at this point.
I think the feeling, again, this is people in the league, the Raiders, you get I know people there, but I think John Spytek's a good football guy. He was here. He's one of the many GMs that were on Elway's scouting personnel staff at one time. So he's a good football guy, and there's nobody in the league that doesn't believe, Tom Brady's running this search now. But that's another place where you got to talk to the owner at some point. Can't keep firing guys. I mean, we had this discussion here.
Sure.
For a lot of years.
By the time they got to Vic, you were saying you got to let this go.
Or you got to make a call, because at some point, firing a guy every 2 years is not excellent football management. And I know people want blood when it doesn't go well. They want somebody out. That's not always the move. Like, is Baltimore going to do better? That's always my question. Maybe you get somebody you think is as good or could be as good, But are you going to get somebody better than you had?
Right. And what I think is interesting.
Now, the Raiders goofed because they made a very short-term decision to hire Pete Carroll. That was not a long-term commitment. If he got fired after 1 year, which probably stunned him, yes. But I'm guessing it wouldn't have stunned him after year 2 if he'd have moved on. I think he was brought in to settle things down. He ends up firing 2 of his coordinators before the first season's even over. So, that's one of those jobs Sean Payton is talking about in code when he says some places
are a mess.
And you're not going to have a chance. And until the Raiders commit to doing some football business instead of signing a bunch of old guys and clinging to the past. I mean, you go to a Raider game, and you were bombarded with slogans, images,
old film,
video from the 70s.
Oh, I remember it from the Oakland days.
Let it go.
Yeah.
All right. Everybody knows. Okay, you won a couple Super Bowls. Yeah.
But it's been a long time.
Yeah.
Broncos have acquired all 3 of theirs since the last time you won one.
And just, eventually it's got to be about what are you doing now?
Okay, real quick, because we only got a couple of minutes here, and then we're going to hit our break. But did the Lamar-John Harbaugh thing go sideways? What happened there?
I know a few people at the Ravens. I will say, in this age of social media nuttiness, nobody I've spoken to who I know with any association with the Ravens believes that is true.
Okay.
That there was now, Todd Monken, offensive coordinator, went on the radio or a podcast and basically said, I could have coached Lamar better. I could have had a better relationship with Lamar. So he's either fallen on the sword a little bit, but even he said he never saw an inkling of anything between Lamar and John Harbaugh. Now, look, sometimes we do this in this business. We do this on social media. Just because 2 people yell at each other on the sideline doesn't mean they hate each other, doesn't mean there's a problem. You know what? It's a competitive, nasty, physical game played by a bunch of type A people who would compete with you for who has the best shoelaces. I mean, they will compete in every moment of every day. They're going to yell at each other. They're going to swear at each other. They might give each other a dirty look. None of that is like
fireable offenses.
It turns into this big, look at this video. Oh my God, read the lips. And, it's not a big deal. So yeah, I'm sure it wasn't like, fun time in the flower garden all the time, but I think there was some feeling within the Ravens organization. Are you pushing Lamar to be all he can be? And that John Harbaugh had taken it too easy on Lamar. And that's a long way from a problem between the 2 guys, is that you're taking it too easy on him.
All right, he's Jeff Legwold. We're going to come back. Mark, have you got a few things picked out from the text line? I think I got a few we got to add in there.
Yeah,
what
good
we're going to
text
do, because we need you to lead this, Mark. Like, you got to, you kind of been playing Nate Kreckman. Nate is always the guy that leads this. Because remember, here's why this is fun. A couple weeks ago when Mark and I were hosting the day after Christmas, we had put in the last weekend of the NFL season drinking game. I think that's what that was. Whatever. Broncos would play on Thursday, so we said if on Sunday night somehow Collinsworth mentions the Chiefs, you got to drink. And you know what? Collinsworth found a way to mention the Chiefs. So what will be on this weekend slate? Stay tuned to find out. All right. It's everybody's favorite time of the week as long as we've expanded this. Used to just be the Bronco drinking game. Now, look, we could have one of these next week and hopefully well into January. But this week, because the Broncos are on a bye.
It's the drink responsibly game, right?
Yeah, well, it is. And look, we always tell people it's simply a drinking game. That can be water, milk, orange juice, Red
Exactly
Bull.
right.
You want to have a little something that puts
And
pep
it's
in
a
your step?
game.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we're having a little fun.
And, again, a sip.
But not too many Celsius.
A sip. Yeah, don't watch the caffeine. You probably should watch that. All right, our man Mark Springer is going to go ahead and bring this up because we're going to let him do his thing. By the way, it is a Bud Light Football Friday. If you'd like to do that, thank you to the folks over at Bud Light. All right, Spring, what are we starting with?
Well, and, we'll go through all the games. Andy, Jeff, if you think of a fun prop that you would like to throw in for any of these, throw it in. We'll also go to the text line as well, 303-504-0925. I'll throw some in, too, if there's any I think of that would be entertaining. Let's start off this on the text line. This is kind of a broad one. I like this one, though. This is from the 720-518. If the head referee in a cold weather location is wearing short sleeve medium stripes.
Nice.
And accents every arm movement deliberately like he's competing in a national high school girls cheerleading competition on ESPN, imbibe yourself.
Wow.
Yeah, Ben
okay.
Hockley. Is Ben Hockley our guy who...
Well, there's a few got to wear
Yeah,
the
I think
mediums.
is the new guns guy.
Well,
Ed's
and sometimes
kid.
in the cold, they pack on the layers to even look even more medium.
But they still got the guns showing.
Yeah, well, the old Vaseline trick, you put the Vaseline on your arms so you stay warm, but yet you look how tough I am with my short sleeves on.
Okay, I like that one.
All right, that's a good drink. Here's one from Ron. If any of the announcers talk about Mahomes, Kelsey, Swift, Lamar, Harbaugh, Brady, Davis, Rivers, Abbas, Fernando Mendoza, go ahead and drink.
That's
I don't know about the
how many
last one. I don't know how that
how many
sleeps in
Chiefs mentions are we going to get
That's
this
a lot
weekend?
of options.
Well, I mean, every game.
How about every time somebody says, this is a playoff field without Mahomes and Lamar.
I was just about to say, or it's referred to as wide open. We had
Wide
an earlier
open.
texter from like the first hour when we started soliciting that said, if you hear how wide open these playoffs are, drink.
Yeah, that's a good one too. Postal Brian says, drink if Justin Herbert gets sacked.
Whoa.
Oh, man, don't drive. Don't drive.
Take an Uber
Stay
to that
home.
game.
Stay home.
No tackles. Alt Slater out.
That's a designated driver area.
Harbaugh is a good one because I bet you every broadcast is probably going to mention that, don't you think?
How about
yes.
every time they say DeMeco Ryans used to play for the Texans?
All right. There's one for the Texans games, Texans Steelers on Monday night.
They always say that like they can't say anything without saying, he played for the Texans.
Well, we also have another texter that said every time we hear that Aaron Rodgers is 42.
Yeah, that was
Ooh, that's
yes.
a good one too, yeah.
That is a good one. That's all I can mention. Anytime I bring up Aaron Rodgers, I'm like, well, he's 42.
He's 42. We
But
never
here's the
mentioned
thing.
he's on his third team. It's just he's 42.
Can I tell you something that kind of opened my eyes a little bit?
You're running this thing. You absolutely can.
It's your show, baby.
Phillip Rivers, 44 years old. You know what? For being out of shape and 5 years removed from the NFL, he played. He played well.
Oh, he did. Now, he doesn't have the deep arm anymore, but the guy's mind clearly is there.
So, at 42, and Aaron Rodgers is still he tore his Achilles, but that was a couple years ago. He's
in the playoffs.
He can hang.
Oh, his drive, he got the team in the playoffs. How about tush push? Every time they say tush push.
Okay.
You've been drinking for weeks.
What if you get a tush push? Because you know what? The Eagles have quit running it.
I was just going to ask you, Jeff, have the
maybe-
Eagles run it less?
Well, I mean, maybe any discussion about the rules in tush push. You got to call it. You got to call the tush push right or whatever.
If the Bills try a tush push.
There you go. I like that.
Drink.
Hey, by the way, quick update from the semifinal game. This is so apropos. A defensive back from Indiana named Pons just took a pick six back on the first play of the game, basically, against Oregon.
Wow.
That team is good.
Pons
Indiana's going to win the whole thing.
is
That
grounding
team
the
is so
Ducks.
Oh, look at you.
What was
Come
that?
on now.
You went right
Ponds
there.
is grounding the Ducks.
What's that?
They're so good on
Ducks
D.
like ponds.
Oh, his name's Ponds.
Ponds.
I thought it was-
P-O-N-D-S.
I thought you were
Ponds.
saying P-O-N-Z.
No, not a pawn. Ponds.
Ponzi
Like the
scheme?
Fonz.
Like a
Yes,
Ponzi
like you
scheme?
land in a
Yeah,
pond.
yeah.
Pond.
You fish in a pond.
Oh, so the ducks in the pond.
Yeah.
He went with
Okay,
yeah.
I'm slow to the party. Let's see here. If a
We need some Josh Allen props.
Well, here we go. This is from JP. If a commentator mentions Josh Allen went to Wyoming,
Oh, not bad.
take a drink.
Or hasn't won a Super Bowl.
Yes.
Hasn't won. Yeah,
Hasn't
yes.
won a Super
Oh my gosh,
Bowl.
you're gonna get.
Ooh, you know what we'll add to
So-
that? If it's also mentioned, it should be his year or something about the
Yeah.
pressure because of Burrow, Mahomes,
Yeah.
and Lamar Jackson all out.
Or how many touchdowns Mike Vrabel scored as a player?
Now, there's a deep, you know what? If we get that one, that's half a drink.
Because they always say it because he was a defensive player.
Yeah,
but
sure.
he was
and
like
Brewski
he's
were
a
like the
very good
linebacker
defensive
But
receivers.
his touchdown receiver or reception quotient is like 1-to-1. He's got
Okay.
like 7 receptions, something like, Anyway.
It's similar along those lines. In honor of Andy Lindahl's fantasy team.
Yes.
If we get a fat guy tutty this weekend.
Oh, yes. That's a whole drink in celebration.
That's a stop the game.
Oh, yeah.
Stop the game.
That might
make
be it.
make
That
it
might
a war.
put
Which
you
team
on the
is
couch.
most likely to report an offensive lineman is eligible?
Perfect. Yeah, Detroit's
And-
not in it.
Yeah, Detroit's not in
Broncos.
it.
Green Bay?
Broncos did try that.
They're not playing this weekend. Have you not heard?
Jacksonville does a lot.
Well, then there
Okay.
you go. If Jacksonville gets the old lineman
Jacksonville
eligible.
does a lot. They like the same. Like when they played the Broncos, that poor ref.
All right, we got some new ones coming in here on the text line. How about this from Ron? If the TV announcers reference wind speed, the wind.
In the Chicago game, they will for sure.
Hey, I like this. Dominic says
That's a
anytime
windy
that,
city.
if they mention that Aaron Rodgers could be playing his final playoff game, take a drink. Somebody else said, I can't remember who it was. I lost your name, Texter, but I remember it. Somebody said, how about if they mentioned that the quarterback uses his feet?
Or Green Bay Chicago's the oldest rivalry in the NFL.
Now that's
That's
a
the
sip.
oldest rivalry in the NFL.
Yeah, that's a sip. They'll probably come back to break with that every time.
No,
That's a sip.
Do you realize they've faced each other more than any other two teams?
Ooh, I
in
like
the
this
NFL?
too. Every time they say Carolina's 8-9.
Oh, baby.
Will they say that or will they try not to point that
they'll
out? What do
say
you
that.
think?
They will say.
Oh, yeah, they got to bring that to the table.
That's an under 500 team in the playoffs. That's the worst team in the playoffs,
Oh, and
right?
guess what? You get the Rams.
Yes.
I bet you're glad you made it.
They did beat the Rams.
No, but they get the Rams.
But now it's tough to beat the same team twice, especially the Rams.
I don't think Sean McVay was like looking for the Tylenol when the bracket came out.
Yeah?
No,
Not at all?
not at all.
Okay.
Let's get a couple
I'm
more
gonna.
in.
I'm
We
just
need
gonna,
a Kyle Shanahan or a
Well, I was
Christian
gonna say,
McCaffrey.
That's a good one, yeah.
We need a
See, I
McCaffrey.
hesitated to say this, and
Go
it
ahead.
pains me to say
Go
this.
ahead.
If Christian McCaffrey gets hurt,
Wow. I don't like the health ones. I don't like the health ones.
Just have a drink.
can
with
you
the homie.
believe that man stayed healthy all year?
But I don't vote for the health ones.
I'm not. But like,
you can't wish that on
when it
anybody.
comes to injury, though, is there a player maybe more synonymous with it than Christian McCaffrey?
I can't even entertain that.
I know. I felt bad saying it.
That's
How about-
unbelievable.
There's got to be something, too, with